Chapter 1. Attacked by Three Beauties. In the sweltering summer heat, devoid of a gentle breeze, Qin Xiaoyang clutched a set of keys and dragged a suitcase as he entered the Jinyu garden. His cousin, having flown abroad, had asked him to oversee her residence. With nowhere else to stay, he readily acquiesced. The apartment, situated on the 4th floor, boasted 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Qin Xiaoyang had visited once before, so he was somewhat familiar with the layout. Upon opening the door, a fragrant scent of milk wafted through the air. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. It appeared someone had been residing there. Yet his cousin had not mentioned this. As he surveyed the balcony, he noticed several garments hanging on the drying rack, still damp to the touch. "Who are you?" A thief. A pervert." A shrill, piercing scream erupted from a woman, nearly rupturing Qin Xiaoyang's eardrum. Before he could react, 2 stunning women burst from the room, their figures undeniably captivating. "Don't hit. Don't hit." Qin Xiaoyang raised his arms defensively against the trio's onslaught, pleading for mercy. "You filthy rogue, daring to steal our clothes." "Girls, hit him hard." Tears of despair welled in Qin Xiaoyang's eyes as he shielded his head, neglecting to protect his rear. The barrage of punches and kicks left him utterly bewildered. His cousin hadn't mentioned that this place was rented out. Had he stumbled into the wrong lair? "Quickly tell us who you are, or we will call the police." Perhaps fatigued from their exertion, the 3 beauties panted, their flawless forms rising and falling with each breath. "I am." Just then, his phone rang. One of the beauties shot a furious glare at Qin Xiaoyang before answering the call. "Hello, Sister Wan. What's up? Your cousin? Is he about 1.8 meters tall and in his 20s? He has been here. We're having a delightful chat." Very enjoyable. "We're playing a game of do di zhu, 3 against 1. This statement was indeed accurate. Seizing the opportunity while the other was on the phone, Qin Xiaoyang finally had a moment to scrutinize the 3 fierce females. The one on the phone appeared to be in her early to mid-20s, tall, with cascading waves of hair, elegantly arched brows, and long legs. She bore a striking resemblance to the charming femme fatale from Pink Lady. The second, slightly shorter, possessed a delicate beauty accentuated by 2 adorable little canine teeth and donned a floral dress. The last was petite with a cherubic face. The most prominent feature was her ample bosom. A word that could best describe it was youthful. In summary, they were all breathtakingly beautiful. As Qin Xiaoyang covertly observed, the beauty on the phone hung up, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "Cousin, Impu Meichi. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I didn't realize you were Sister One's cousin. Are you all right?" Noticing Qin Xiaoyang cowering in the corner, sporting a swollen face and panda eyes, she blushed. "Meichi, who is he?" This question came from another beauty, named Su Xiaoro. Could it be that he's truly Sister Wan's cousin? This was the youngest beauty, Bao Xiao, whose figure was the most voluptuous at that moment. Qin Xiaoyang cursed his cousin repeatedly in his mind. The apartment had been rented out to 3 women without a word of warning, and he had been unjustly beaten. What an outrageous predicament. Crucially, he had no recourse to voice his grievances. "Cousin, I'm Bao Xiao. Let me fetch some medicinal alcohol to soothe your injuries." Seeing Bao Xiao tremble as she walked, Qin Xiaoyang wondered if her name was truly fitting. After the introductions, they grew somewhat acquainted. The 3 rooms were designated. Pu Meichi occupied one, while Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiao shared another. The last one had been reserved for his cousin. Thus, it now belonged to Qin Xiaoyang. Glancing in the mirror, he observed his battered visage, bruises marring his face, and a throbbing pain emanating from the corner of his eye where the skin had broken, streaked with blood. Qin Xiaoyang resolved to take a nap, hoping to alleviate some of the pain. Having graduated from a 3rd-rate university and struggling to find a decent job, he settled for an apprenticeship at an antique shop. Though labeled an apprentice, he essentially performed menial tasks for a meager salary of 2,500 yuan a month, barely enough to survive. To save on the 500 yuan rent for the month, he had taken half a day off to come here, mistakenly believing he would benefit from the arrangement, only to be met with a brutal beating instead. Exhausted, Qin Xiaoyang collapsed into slumber, quickly succumbing to sleep. But then, something extraordinary occurred. His previously bruised, bloodshot eyes began to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. The wounds on his face gradually faded, as if they had never existed. "Cousin, are you there? Come help me." Just as Qin Xiaoyang was enjoying his deep slumber, a knock resonated at the door. He opened his drowsy eyes and glanced toward the entrance. At that moment, a miraculous sight unfolded. The door appeared to become ethereal, revealing Pu Meichi, the very woman who had struck him the hardest that afternoon. Then, the attire she wore. "Ghost?" Qin Xiaoyang yelped in fright, nearly startling himself awake. He peered again at the door, which remained solid. Could he be hallucinating? As he prepared to dismiss the bizarre sight and open the door, another astonishing occurrence transpired. The door vanished once more. This was no illusion. Cousin, are you there? Pu Mikey's voice grew louder. Coming. Qin Shouyang hastily shook off his confusion and approached the door, only to find himself momentarily stunned, for Pu Mikey's attire was identical to what he had just glimpsed. Cousin, why are you dawdling? My hairdryer is broken, could you assist me in fixing it? This item from this website is truly unreliable. Suddenly, the realization struck Qin Shouyang. He comprehended the source of his recent predicament. He might indeed possess the ability to see through objects. Suppressing his exhilaration, he took tentative steps toward Pu Mikey's room, where he spotted a hairdryer on the vanity. Let me see this 298 yuan purchase. It broke within a week of use. Pu Meiqi continued her complaints as Qin Shouyang concentrated, and in merely 3 seconds, he discerned the internal structure of the hairdryer. The heating element is broken. The hairdryer is beyond repair. Pu Meiqi gazed at Qin Shouyang with intrigue, asking, how did you know without even opening it? Just as he sought a plausible excuse, his phone rang a preset alarm. Chi-Chi, this is genuinely defective. You should return it if possible. I must leave for work, otherwise that miserly Zhou will dock my pay. Indeed, Qin Shouyang's boss was named Zhou, known for his stinginess, which had earned him the nickname Zhou the Skinflint. Zhou's antique shop was situated near the Confucius Temple in Jinling City, where individuals with similar interests tended to congregate. The antique trade was no different from other industries people enjoyed clustering together. Here, alongside antique shops, numerous small vendors peddled their wares, the vast majority of which were counterfeit. Zhou the Skinflint's shop occupied a central position on Antique Street. Upon entering, Qin Shouyang spotted Zhou engaged in conversation with a bespectacled man in his 30s, presumably discussing some item. Boss, Qin Shouyang greeted him. Zhou acknowledged him with a grunt, continuing his dialogue with the bespectacled individual. This is a replica from the Republic of China, a 3-legged roux kiln brush pot from the Northern Song dynasty. And it's incomplete, you should look elsewhere. Bored, Qin Shouyang focused on the brush pot, hoping to glean some experience while attempting to activate his newfound ability. Suddenly, he was taken aback not by the brush pot itself, but rather by the revelation that its lower half concealed an extraordinary secret. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The price is lowered. Republic-era imitation Northern Song roux kiln 3-legged brush pot. Low value. Unexpectedly, there is still an information prompt. However, this is not the most astonishing revelation, for there's a hidden world within. Indeed, what left Qin Shouyang astounded was the fact that, while he was already aware of his X-ray vision, he had not anticipated the ability to read information as well. Boss, you can't be serious. Why not take another look? Just give me a little something. The seller, yawning and appearing as if he had stayed up all night, uttered these words. Perhaps you should consider 200 yuan. Will you buy it, or not? Before Zhou Bapi could finish his sentence, Qin Shouyang could not help but interject. Zhou Bapi frowned, puzzled by Qin Shouyang's behavior. What is wrong with this young man? So lacking in understanding? Qin Shouyang, realizing he had breached etiquette, hurriedly explained, Boss, my teacher's birthday is coming up in a few days, and I want it. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Bapi. Qin Shouyang lacked the funds for a proper gift and sought to purchase this pin holder merely to save face. Nodding, Zhou Bapi chose to remain silent, as long as it didn't cost him anything. Could you possibly add a bit more? Isn't 200 too little? Upon hearing this, Qin Shouyang sensed an opportunity, yet he truly had limited funds. He pulled out his wallet, revealing its modest contents. Look, I only have a little over 200. I must save enough for dinner. If you want sell, then so be it. Having worked here for 6 months, Qin Shouyang had learned a thing or two about the art of negotiation, the strategy of enticing, and then withdrawing. Fine, 200 it is. The item is yours. Qin Shouyang felt elated, promptly handing over the 200 yuan and cradling the worn pen holder as if it were a treasure. My dear Qin, you seem overly anxious about a mere flawed imitation. By the way, have you finished moving? Qin Shouyang briefly shared his situation, and Zhou Bapi nodded in acknowledgement. Eager to return home and unveil the contents of the pin holder, Qin Shouyang was somewhat distracted. Qin, there's nothing pressing today. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. Old Li has summoned me for afternoon tea. Upon hearing this, Qin Shouyang was again elated and quickly agreed, ready to depart. Just as he reached the door, by the way, consider today a leave of absence. It will be deducted from your end-of-month salary. Qin Shouyang inwardly cursed, wishing for a misstep that would result in the loss of his 2 prominent front teeth. Upon returning home, he encountered Pu Meiqi exiting her room. Cousin, your guess was spot on. The heating element burned out, but now that I've dismantled it, I can't return it. Qin Shouyang was speechless. Was this truly a matter of idleness? No, she did not possess such an item. Qi jia, as the saying goes, When the wind blows, the eggshell cracks, wealth departs, and peace prevails. I have matters to attend to, so I shall retreat to my room. Without awaiting Pu Mikey's response, Qin Xiaoyang swiftly retreated. Observing her eccentric cousin, Pu Meiqi shrugged and also returned to her room. Qin Xiaoyang switched on the desk lamp and indeed discovered a small crack encircling the bottom of the pen holder. The fissure was minuscule, nearly imperceptible without careful scrutiny, a remnant of its assembly. Perhaps age had caused the original facade to peel away. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Qin Xiaoyang procured a small knife and began to pry at the crack. In a short while, with a clunk, the base of the pen holder fell away, revealing a seal alongside it. With a trembling hand, Qin Xiaoyang picked up the seal, upon which were inscribed the characters Zizhan. Items disguised to conceal their true nature are rarely simple, yet who was this Zizhan? Concentrating intently, he began to examine the information. Zizhan seal, Northern Song Dynasty, genuine article, high collectible value, market price approximately 3 million renminbi. This was the data conveyed by his X-ray vision, leaving Qin Xiaoyang bewildered. Did his X-ray vision also provide market estimates? Pondering was fruitless. He needed to ascertain who this Zizhan was and, furthermore, what about the 3 million? Suppressing his excitement and the tremors of his aged hands, he took out his phone and opened the search engine. Instantly, a wealth of information about Zizhan appeared. Su Shi, styled Zizhan, also known as Zizhong, with the sobriquet Dompa Ju Shi, commonly referred to as Su Dompa. Su Dompa. It is indeed the seal of Su Dompa. This is going to be a windfall. Qin Xiaoyang leaped for joy. After a while, he gradually regained his composure. Unbeknownst to him, a trace of golden spiritual energy from the seal had been absorbed into his body through his hand. How should I proceed with this? Perhaps a visit to an antique shop? No, he was all too aware of the unscrupulous nature of antique shops. Maybe an auction house? Glancing at the time, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. He decided to first explore the antique shop. After all, it was Saturday, and the presence of personnel at the auction house was uncertain. This time, Qin Xiaoyang indulged himself by hailing a taxi to Jubiozai Antique Shop. His choice was primarily due to the shop's reputation as the largest and most reputable in the area. Upon entering, Qin Xiaoyang feigned a casual inspection, noting that the proprietor was engaged in conversation with an elder. After waiting for several minutes without any sign of conclusion, he decided not to linger any longer. Approaching the counter, he placed the seal before the proprietor. "Sir, could you kindly examine this for me?" The proprietor, a man in his 50s, of modest stature and wearing glasses, possessed a kindly demeanor. He initially glanced at Qin Xiaoyang before picking up the seal from the counter. At first, he paid it little heed, but when he spotted the character Zizhan, his eyes narrowed. He promptly removed his glasses and took up a magnifying glass to scrutinize it closely. After what felt like an eternity, he set down the magnifying glass. "Young man, what price do you intend to offer?" Qin Xiaoyang had initially planned to state 3 million directly, but the words caught in his throat. "You are a connoisseur, please provide a fair price." "If the price is right, I shall proceed." He had one more thing to add. If the price did not meet his expectations, he would not sell. "Old Qian, is this the real deal? May I take a closer look?" Old Qian, the proprietor of Jubiozai, whose full name was Qian Yukai, felt a twinge of bitter amusement. No matter the price he offered today, it would likely be irrelevant. For the man in question was Huang Guangnian. Qian Yukai pushed the seal toward Huang Guangnian, stating, "Take a look for yourself, it's Su Shi's seal." Upon hearing that it was Su Shi's seal, Huang Guangnian's eyes lit up, and he quickly grasped the seal, examining it with utmost care. He even employed the magnifying glass, and after a substantial amount of time. "Young brother, name your price, I shall take the seal." Qin Xiaoyang's eyelids twitched. Was this ignorance or just a display of wealth? To state he would take it outright without hesitation seemed reckless. Yet, such boldness was precisely what Qin Xiaoyang appreciated. "Sir, I shall not ask for much. 3 million. If you find it acceptable, very well, I shall take it for 3 million. Qin Xiaoyang's mouth fell open. He had set a low price. "May I ask a question?" To be continued. Chapter 3. The first time without experience. "I'm sorry, but I can't right now. I have other matters to attend to. If you truly wish to purchase, then do pay up." Huang Guangnian was momentarily taken aback by Qin Xiaoyang's abrupt refusal. However, he recognized that it was indeed presumptuous of him to approach so directly. "Very well. Old Qian, could you serve as a witness and assist in drafting a contract?" Qian Yukai remained silent and proceeded to prepare the contract. The so-called contract was merely a sales agreement, intended to safeguard against potential issues with the item or other complications. Such contracts are typically reserved for significant transactions involving valuable items. The contract was swiftly completed, and the two affixed their signatures. Qin Xiaoyang confirmed the mobile banking transaction and promptly handed the seal to Huang Guangyan. This now belongs to you. I must take my leave. This was not an act of rudeness on Qin Xiaoyang's part. 3 million was likely a trivial sum for Huang Guangyan. However, for him, it represented an astronomical figure, at least for the time being. Aware of the necessity to guard against betrayal, Qin Xiaoyang understood that excessive words could lead to misfortune and that one should not flaunt their wealth. Thus, he preferred to remain discreet and hastily departed from the Jubiozai. As he left, his heart raced with excitement. 3 million. What should he do next? Purchase a house? Acquire a car? Qin Xiaoyang found himself hesitating, engulfed in uncertainty. Such reactions are only natural for someone unaccustomed to sudden wealth. Hey, Xiaoqin, you haven't gone back? Just as Qin Xiaoyang was lost in thought, he heard an incredibly familiar voice. Looking up, he saw it was Zhou Bapi. Boss, I was contemplating some matters. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be having tea with Boss Li? The latter was a casual inquiry from Qin Xiaoyang. I just finished afternoon tea with old Li and thought I might browse the stalls to see if anything interesting catches my eye. Care to join me? It could be an opportunity to learn something. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. He finally realized what he ought to do next. He possessed the ability to see through objects. How could he let such an opportunity slip away? It seemed that stone gambling was the best avenue to showcase this skill. However, Qin Xiaoyang's thoughts drifted, and he decided to accompany Zhou Bapi and search for hidden treasures first. As they conversed, they arrived at a stall. It was mid-afternoon in summer, so the area was relatively deserted. Even the stall owner was lounging in the shade, showing little interest in greeting the newcomers, primarily due to Zhou Bapi's notorious reputation. To put it plainly, anything Zhou Bapi fancied would likely yield little profit for the stall owner, as he was notoriously frugal, often haggling ruthlessly until the seller had no choice but to relent. In short, he was not particularly well-liked. Qin Xiaoyang refrained from making any purchases. Instead, he observed quietly, or rather, scanned the items with his unique vision. After a thorough examination, he discovered that most items were replicas or mere crafts. There were a few genuine articles, such as copper coins, but those were generally worth only a few bucks unless they were particularly valuable. After some time, Qin Xiaoyang lost interest, realizing that finding a hidden gem was far more challenging than anticipated. Just as he prepared to retract his vision, an item caught his attention. A Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white bowl, authentic, but damaged due to improper storage. It is reparable. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this so-called Ming Xuanda bowl was genuine, albeit broken. However, the crucial aspect was its claim to be reparable. But how? Would simply using superglue suffice? It was in several pieces. Was restoration even feasible? While Qin Xiaoyang pondered these questions, Zhou Bapi had already risen to leave. How much for this broken bowl? Upon hearing the inquiry, the stall owner glanced at Qin Xiaoyang and replied, 500 bucks. Take it if you want it. Qin Xiaoyang's heart leaped with joy. Regardless of whether the bowl could be restored, 500 was not a substantial amount for him, especially with 7 figures in his bank account. All right, I'll take it, he exclaimed, reaching for his phone to make the payment. Wait, I meant 500 for each piece. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang felt an urge to slap himself. He had learned enough about negotiation to know that one should always counter any initial offer. Engaging in antiquities trading requires caution. He had clearly made a rookie mistake. Realizing he could not proceed with the purchase, he decided against it. Even if it were 500 per piece, he could afford it. But he understood that if he proceeded to pay now, the stall owner would undoubtedly grow suspicious, and perhaps even retract the offer. Sir, that's quite unfair. Forget it. I won't take it. With that, Qin Xiaoyang stood to leave. This left the stall owner perplexed. Hey, I was just joking. 500 for you. Qin Xiaoyang raised 3 fingers and stated, 300. If you're willing to sell at that price, I'll pay. If not, then so be it. Ultimately, the negotiation fell through. Qin Xiaoyang recognized that he was not cut out for business, yet he had little concern. That fragment likely wouldn't attract any buyers. Even if he returned offering 500, the stall owner might not sell it. If he couldn't buy it himself, perhaps he could involve someone else? He thought of the 3 beautiful women he lived with and bid farewell to Zhou Bapi as he departed. Since it was Saturday, and he had attended a gathering the previous night, Bao Xiaoxiao had slept the entire afternoon, groggy and disoriented. She forgot that another man had moved into the house. Dressed only in her underwear, she stepped out of her room, intending to wash up. Just then, Qin Xiaoyang returned, and their eyes locked for 3 seconds. Ah! Bao Xiaoxiao squealed and dashed into the bathroom, her face flushed, hands clasped over her chest as she gasped for breath. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang realized just how stunning Bao Xiaoxiao's figure truly was. What happened? Just then, Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi emerged from their room. It's nothing. I just slipped and nearly fell. Before Qin Xiaoyang could explain, Bao Xiaoxiao's voice echoed from the bathroom. Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi paid little mind to the commotion and turned their attention to Qin Xiaoyang, who was holding an array of delicious snacks. Cousin, why did you buy so much? Why not let me share? Pu Meiqi's eyes sparkled with desire. In truth, Qin Xiaoyang had purchased these treats for them, knowing that one who eats from the hand is often indebted. If he wanted help, he first needed to offer a bribe. Qijia, it's not like I've been here long. I wanted to bring something special for this evening. It's a chance for us to get acquainted. As he spoke, he placed the items on the coffee table. Cousin, you even bought this much alcohol. You're not planning to get us drunk and then... To be continued. Chapter 4. It turns out to be you. As dusk settled, the living room was illuminated, and the air conditioning hummed softly. A man and 3 women were indulging in snacks and beer. While Bao Xiaoxiao sipped on a soft drink, Pu Meiqi and Su Xiaoro enjoyed their drinks. Cousin, these are the 10 rental agreements I organized this afternoon. Although you are Sister Wan's cousin and are treating us to dinner tonight, you must adhere to the content herein. Let me read them aloud. If there are no objections, we will proceed accordingly. If you have any opinions, please reserve them. The speaker was the eldest among them. Pu Meiqi, Qin Xiaoyang, munching on food, gestured for her to continue. First, entry into our rooms without permission is prohibited. This is reasonable and acceptable. Second, there are 2 bathrooms, one for toilet use and the other for showers. You must wait until the ladies have finished showering before you can take yours. And you are responsible for cleaning the bathroom afterward. Qin Xiaoyang frowned. Sister Qi, both bathrooms can be used for showers. Why not separate them? You 3 ladies can use one bathroom, and I can use the other. That way, the issue you mentioned becomes moot, right? Moreover, if you return late, should I wait for you to finish your showers? Pu Meiqi shot him a glare. Your opinions are noted. Now please listen to the 3rd clause. Third, you will be responsible for the cleanliness of the kitchen and living room. If you invite us for a meal, we might help with the cleanup. Fourth, Qin Xiaoyang realized this was a one-sided agreement. I disagree. Only the 1st clause is reasonable. The remaining 9 are directed at me. Pu Meiqi placed the so-called agreement on the table and chuckled. Cousin, we are all young ladies here, and quite beautiful at that. How could you bear to let us mop floors, wash pots, or do the dishes? Besides, is it not fair to divide the utilities based on the number of rooms? How about this? Let us vote democratically. The majority will prevail. Those in favor of the aforementioned clauses, please raise your hands. Swish, swish, swish. All right. Qin Xiaoyang thought it pointless to argue further. Entering the den of the 3 women, the outcome of the vote was evident. Their smug expressions revealed their belief that they had won. As a man, Qin Xiaoyang could concede some matters, but he still intended to collect his dues. He activated his X-ray vision, discreetly focusing on Bao Xiaoxiao. The reason for selecting her first was her striking beauty. What an impressive sight. However, he quickly averted his gaze, fearing he wouldn't be able to sleep later that night. Sister Qi, may I request a favor from you? Pu Meiqi was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Qin Xiaoyang with a wary expression. Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiaoxiao mirrored her caution. Realizing their misunderstanding, Qin Xiaoyang hurriedly clarified the matter. That's a simple task. No problem at all. Xiaoxiao, it's up to you. Pu Meiqi promptly assigned the task. Once the discussion concluded and the food was nearly devoured, the 3 women retired to the shower, leaving behind a mess for Qin Xiaoyang to clean up, as the agreement was posted on his door. After tidying up, he showered and found it was already past 11. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's events and contemplated his next steps. He considered various avenues to amass wealth, with stone gambling being a prominent option, as many novels depict such scenarios, primarily due to the quick returns. However, stone gambling required initial capital, which he needed to accumulate first. Moreover, he had no connections to pursue this route realistically. Venturing alone to gamble in another city posed significant risks. Additionally, he pondered whether to continue his job. I'll resign. Tomorrow, I'll hand in my resignation. Lost in thought, Qin Xiaoyang soon drifted off to sleep. The next day, he arrived at the store half an hour later than usual, having stayed up too late the previous night. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure, Old Li, the man mentioned by Zhou Baopi the day before. The pair were conversing, and Qin Xiaoyang greeted them before commencing his daily tasks. He decided to wait for Old Li to leave before resigning. Old Li, are you serious? The seal of Sudompa? While wiping down the counter, Qin Xiaoyang froze upon hearing this statement. Zhou, why would I lie to you? I saw that seal last night. It indeed belonged to Su Dongpa, but you weren't there. You should have seen Huang Guangyan's smugness. But to be fair, he got lucky. It is said the seller was a young man, about the same age as Xiao Qin. Zhou Baopi glanced at Qin Xiaoyang, who was busy cleaning. Such is life. One moment you could be a millionaire, and the next, someone is merely a janitor. Old Li remained silent, understanding Zhou Baopi's nature. Qin Xiaoyang chose not to respond. He had heard similar remarks far too often and felt indifferent. After a brief conversation, Old Li departed. Boss, I've decided to resign. Please settle my wages. Once Old Li left, Qin Xiaoyang approached the counter and stated his intention to quit. Zhou Baopi appeared taken aback, then smirked. Xiao Qin, think this through. Finding work nowadays is challenging. This isn't 20 years ago. Back then, even a middle school graduate was considered educated. Today, there are countless college graduates like you. You must be certain. Zhou Baopi's words rang true. In this era, college graduates were abundant, and those from lesser-known universities, like Qin Xiaoyang, were hardly notable. I've made up my mind. Please settle my wages. Zhou Baopi examined Qin Xiaoyang, then began tapping on the abacus. Qin Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. He had worked 15 days that month at a salary of 2,500. Splitting that in half would indicate his pay. Xiao Qin, as we agreed, your monthly wage is 2,500. Since you worked 15 days, I should pay you 1,250. However, since you're leaving, I will have to hire and train someone new. Realizing Zhou Baopi intended to deduct wages, Qin Xiaoyang asked, So how much will you give me? Zhou Baopi raised a finger. I can only offer you 1,000. Qin Xiaoyang shrugged. Let them deduct whatever they wished. He truly didn't care about that amount. After receiving the 1,000 yuan, he prepared to leave when someone entered from outside. It was someone Qin Xiaoyang recognized. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 5, Mysteriously Repaired. Ah, it's you. What a coincidence. Qin Xiaoyang smiled awkwardly, surprised to encounter this buyer whose name he didn't even know. Hello, sir. Mr. Huang, do you know each other? At that moment, Zhou Baopi approached, curious about how Qin Xiaoyang knew Huang Guangyan. Boss Zhou, this young brother. Huang Guangyan recounted what had transpired yesterday, leaving Qin Xiaoyang with an urge to curse. What? The Su Dongpa seal you purchased yesterday was sold to you by him? Zhou Baopi wore a look of disbelief. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Qin Xiaoyang understood that sometimes, despite one's desire for modesty, one's abilities simply do not permit it. Indeed, that seal belonged to my grandfather. I recently sold it due to financial constraints. Qin Xiaoyang smiled at Huang Guangyan and prepared to leave. Young brother, I am Huang Guangyan. Here is my business card. Should you wish to part with any items, feel free to call me. We can negotiate a fair price. Qin Xiaoyang accepted the card, introduced himself, and departed, leaving Zhou Baopi in a state of confusion. Boss Zhou, what is your relationship with this young brother? Qin Xiaoyang was oblivious to their ensuing conversation. He now considered himself an unemployed drifter. He had made amends with Bao Xiaoxiao yesterday and was to meet her at 10 in the morning near an industrial and commercial bank by the antique street. Today, Bao Xiaoxiao donned a short-sleeved shirt featuring a crayon Shinchan graphic, paired with a skirt that barely grazed her knees, presenting a delightful sight. The day was sweltering, and Bao Xiaoxiao wiped her brow repeatedly. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Qin Xiaoyang arrived. Xiaoxiao, did you wait long? Here, chilled watermelon juice. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyang handed her a drink. Thank you, cousin. Qin Xiaoyang was not entirely pleased. Xiaoxiao, Qi Jie is older than me, so I can let her call me that. But you and Xiao Rou are younger, so you shouldn't. Bao Xiaoxiao shrugged and replied, It's just a title. Besides, I haven't seen your ID. Perhaps I am older. Qin Xiaoyang cast a glance at her chest and casually remarked, Indeed, quite ample. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao understood his implication and retorted, Where are you looking? Hurry up and tell me what you want to buy. It's scorching. Thus, Qin Xiaoyang began describing the item's characteristics, ultimately handing Bao Xiaoxiao 500 yuan. Remember, no more than 500. Anything beyond that is yours. Bao Xiaoxiao nodded and proceeded to the stall Qin Xiaoyang indicated, with him discreetly following behind. Unfamiliar with antiques, Bao Xiaoxiao was merely helping out. The stall owner, upon seeing a beautiful woman, eagerly approached. Miss, are you interested in something? I'll give it to you. Bao Xiaoxiao responded with a non-committal searching for the broken bowl Qin Xiaoyang mentioned. Boss, how much for this? Her voice carried a delicate lilt, nearly melting the stall owner. This broken bowl isn't worth much. Why not choose something else? I'll give it to you. Bao Xiaoxiao expressed mild disappointment but picked up a gourd, clutching both the gourd and the broken bowl. How much for these two? Impatience grew in Qin Xiaoyang as he awaited her return. Why was the transaction taking so long? Finally, Bao Xiaoxiao returned, cradling a shoebox. Cousin, I got it. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he quickly took it from her. It's indeed the one from yesterday. By the way, did you buy that gourd? How much was it? Bao Xiaoxiao shook her head. It was a gift, no charge. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily speechless, realizing the stall owner was quite forward. That money belongs to me, as you said. Bao Xiaoxiao, however, remembered his words. Anything over 500 was hers. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang was too preoccupied to care about the few hundred yuan. He exchanged a few casual words with Bao Xiaoxiao before returning home, stopping by a small shop to buy a bottle of 502 glue. Indeed, he intended to use it for repairs. If a professional were to witness his methods, they would likely be appalled. Yet, what could he do? The system only provided information, lacking a restoration function. Upon entering his room and shutting the door, he ignored the gourd and began cleaning and piecing together a few fragments. The assembly progressed swiftly, revealing a cracked blue and white bowl before him. He activated the X-ray vision. Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white bowl, damaged, reparable. The same prompt appeared, but the key question remained: how to repair it? Lying on his bed, he gazed at the bowl from various angles, but it remained broken. After straining his eyes, he succumbed to sleep, cradling the bowl. Knock, knock, knock. He was roused by a series of knocks. Cousin, get up and cook. A man must not be lazy. A man too lazy will never find a wife. It was Pu Meiqi's voice. Qin Xiaoyang smiled wryly, placing the blue and white bowl on the table as he prepared to make lunch. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. To his astonishment, the bowl was now completely intact. What is happening? I merely held the bowl while I slept, and now. Qin Xiaoyang felt he had grasped something important, though uncertainty lingered. Whatever the case, let us assess its value first. Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white 100 longevity bowl, imperial kiln product. Market price between 100,000 to 150,000 yuan. Qin Xiaoyang felt a twinge of disappointment. An imperial kiln piece was merely worth over 100,000, while he had hoped for a value in the millions. What a letdown. This was likely a result of his prior fortune in acquiring a 3 million yuan seal, leading to inflated expectations. In truth, 100,000 was quite substantial, given Qin Xiaoyang's current salary. It would take him nearly 3 to 4 years of saving without spending to amass such a sum. He carefully placed the 100 longevity bowl in a safe spot and exited his room. In the kitchen, he found a considerable amount of groceries, all collectively termed vegetables. Cousin, from now on, you can handle the grocery shopping, cooking, and cleaning. That seems fair. It was indeed a fair arrangement, at least in terms of not spending money on groceries. However, he was unaware that the money for the groceries was the 500 yuan he had given Bao Xiaoxiao. All right, I'll cook. After lunch, Qin Xiaoyang promptly called Huang Guangyan. Upon hearing that Qin Xiaoyang had items for sale, Huang Guangyan abandoned his afternoon nap and hurried to the agreed meeting place. The venue was a CAF that Qin Xiaoyang had frequented a few times before, primarily because his ex-girlfriend adored such places. It was quiet and indeed suitable for business discussions. Qin Xiaoyang arrived a few minutes later than Huang Guangyan, having walked there. Upon spotting Qin Xiaoyang, Huang Guangyan's eagerness was palpable. Xiao Qin, quickly show me what you have. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Ex-girlfriend Su Meishan Qin Xiaoyang, without any pretension, directly handed the shoebox to Huang Guangyan. Huang Guangyan was a man of wealth, and those of affluence often possess certain hobbies. Some relish luxury cars. Others have a penchant for exquisite watches, while Huang Guangyan found joy in collecting antiques. Over the past 2 decades, he had acquired numerous items, the majority of which turned out to be forgeries. However, this mattered little. One cannot quantify a passion with mere currency. As Huang Guangyan lifted the blue and white bowl, his admiration for it grew. Although he remained uncertain of its authenticity, yesterday's events had instilled in him a belief that it was indeed genuine. Little Qin, does this bowl have a provenance? Qin Xiaoyang took the blue and white bowl and began his explanation. This is known as a blue and white bowl, formally titled Ming Xuanda 100 Longevity Blue and White Bowl. Observe here, it bears the characteristics of an imperial kiln. Qin Xiaoyang's theoretical knowledge was rather lacking. His current discourse derived from a quick search on Baidu prior to their meeting. After a thorough introduction, Huang Guangyan decided to purchase it, for he was not short on funds. Little Qin, name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall take it. Originally intending to demand a high price, Qin Xiaoyang reconsidered, realizing that they might interact again in the future, and it was better to maintain a cordial relationship. Director Huang, The market value of this blue and white bowl ranges between 10 to 15 million. If you truly like it, let us settle for 100,000. Huang Guangyan nodded. Without further ado, he took out his checkbook. Could we perhaps conduct a bank transfer? I find checks rather cumbersome. Huang Guangyan nodded again, stowed away his checkbook, and promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to Qin Xiaoyang. Little Qin, do seek me out for any fine items in the future. We can negotiate a fair price. As they conversed, they exited the private room. Qin Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Upon lifting his gaze, Qin Xiaoyang was surprised to find his ex-girlfriend, Su Meishan. She was dressed in a form-fitting dress, adorned in a rather ostentatious manner. At that moment, Su Meishan was linked arm-in-arm with a man, who appeared to be in his late 20s, sporting a pair of glasses. His name was Chen Kai, a fact known to Qin Xiaoyang, and their breakup had stemmed from witnessing a repulsive scene. Mind your own business, Qin Xiaoyang retorted, preparing to leave. I couldn't care less about your affairs, you pathetic pauper. What right do you have to frequent such establishments? With your meager monthly salary. Su Meishan's words were harsh, prompting even Huang Guangyan to interject. Excuse me, miss. Allow me to point out that one's financial status does not dictate their future. Even the humblest can rise. Moreover, who decrees that individuals with a mere 1,000 yuan salary cannot step foot in such places? Is this establishment truly as upscale as you imply? Upon hearing Huang Guangyan's remarks, Su Meishan scoffed, as if he could ever succeed. If he does, I shall live stream myself eating feces. Huang Guangyan frowned. He was a man of stature and typically encountered individuals of a certain caliber, at least those with some semblance of decorum. Individuals like Su Meishan, with their lack of refinement, were a rarity for him. Mr. Huang, do not stoop to engage with such uncouth individuals. Let us depart. Qin Xiaoyang had no desire to engage with Su Meishan further, as he had matters to attend to. Huang Guangyan felt Qin Xiaoyang was correct. Arguing with such a person would be beneath his dignity. Yet, as Qin Xiaoyang attempted to leave, others had different intentions, particularly. Stop right there. Who are you calling uncouth? The speaker was the man besides Su Meishan. Kai, he has been bullying me. She exaggerated, further fueling the fire. Qin Xiaoyang turned to face the man, eventually uttering, mind your own business. You. Chen Kai was infuriated, shocked that someone would speak to him in such a manner. Do you know who I am? This CAF is part of my family's business. If you do not apologize today, I assure you, you shall not exit through that door. Qin Xiaoyang dismissed him, walking away. You are asking for trouble. Chen Kai, feeling humiliated in front of Su Meishan, lost his composure and threw a punch at Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang was no stranger to brawls. He had never feared confrontation. He retaliated with a swift kick. Bang! Chen Kai was sent flying by the force of Qin Xiaoyang's kick. While the term flying may be an exaggeration, the impact was indeed substantial, as evidenced by the sudden pallor of Chen Kai's face. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of his own strength and had not exerted his full force. Observing Chen Kai sprawled on the ground, howling in pain a few meters away, astonished him. Help! Someone call for assistance. Su Meishan, witnessing her source of financial support being assaulted, began to scream. At that moment, 2 security guards rushed over. It was him. Have him dealt with, should anything arise. I will take responsibility. Chen Kai, having regained his composure, pointed at Qin Xiaoyang, instructing the guards to take action. The 2 guards exchanged glances and prepared to charge at Qin Xiaoyang. Stop. Just then, a voice rang out. Qin Xiaoyang turned to see a man in his 50s hastily approaching. Dad, he hit me. Chen Kai began to complain, but the man ignored him, instead presenting a sycophantic smile as he approached Huang Guangyan. Director Huang, what an unexpected honor to have you here. Huang Guangyan assessed the man with a dismissive snort. So, it is Mr. Chen. How impressive. Your son is even more so. He openly threatens us. What a remarkable talent. I would truly like to see who possesses such influence in Jinling City. Upon hearing this, Chen Zichao trembled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Slap. Chen Zichao swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap to Chen Kai's face. Dad, why did you hit me? It was him. Slap, slap, slap. Another series of 3 slaps left Chen Kai dazed. You insufferable troublemaker. Do you not recognize Director Huang of the Huang Group? I ought to teach you a lesson. Chen Zichao continued to raise his hand, but Huang Guangyan intervened. Enough. I have no interest in watching others discipline their children. Little Qin, let us take our leave. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, finally recovering from his astonishment, primarily due to his own strength. Dad. After Qin Xiaoyang and Huang Guangyan departed, Chen Kai clutched his face and shouted once more. You're my father, right? Why must you provoke such individuals? Had I not fortuitously arrived today, you would have brought me to ruin. Now, enlighten me, what transpired? No lies. Knowing his son well, Chen Zichao swiftly cut off any attempts at deceit. Chen Kai, realizing the gravity of his predicament, recounted the events of the day. Slap. This time, the slap landed on Su Meishan's face, not Chen Kai's. Stunned, Su Meishan could hardly believe she had been struck. Yet, she dared not protest, casting a pitiful glance at Chen Zichao, who feigned ignorance. Get out. If I see you again, I will have someone deal with you. The chapter concludes. Chapter 7. Guan Yuhe and Guan Jingya after Huang Guanyin parted ways with Qin Shuyang. He did not return to the office, but rather went to meet a certain individual, Guan Yuhe, renowned for his discerning eye for antiques. In his earlier years, Guan Yuhe served as the head of the National Cultural Heritage Administration, during which he appraised countless treasures with remarkable accuracy, earning him the moniker Golden Eye. However, due to health issues, he had since retired to enjoy a quieter life at home. Huang Guanyin, being Guan Yuhe's son-in-law, had developed an appreciation for antiques influenced by his esteemed father-in-law. Knowing of Guan Yuhe's fondness for fine spirits, Huang Guanyin thoughtfully brought along 2 bottles, as well as 2 items for evaluation. Ah, our esteemed collector has arrived. Upon disembarking, Huang Guanyin was playfully teased by a lovely young lady who greeted him at the door. Clad in a charming JK dress, she possessed large, sparkling eyes akin to black gemstones, crescent-shaped and framed by long, slightly curled lashes that fluttered gently, revealing her vivacious spirit. Her skin was as delicate as fine porcelain, radiating a healthy and natural glow, with a prominent nose enhancing her exquisite features and thin, rosy lips perpetually curved in a smile. She was undoubtedly the cherished princess of the household. Xiaoya, you're teasing your uncle again. Still no boyfriend? Perhaps I should have your aunt find you one. Huang Guanyin remarked, unperturbed. Guan Jingya, known as Xiaoya, was indeed the granddaughter of Guan Yuhe, a beauty in her own right. Yet curiously, she had never been in a relationship. This particular subject irked her greatly, prompting her to pout in mock indignation. Uncle, I'll call my aunt later and tell her you brought alcohol for Grandpa again. Huang Guanyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although the old gentleman relished his drinks, the doctor had strictly advised against it, necessitating Huang Guanyin's discreet deliveries. To his surprise, it was a Sunday, and Guan Jingya was home. Guangyin, come in. Guan Yuhe's voice beckoned. Xiaoya, mind your manners and prepare some tea. With a playful tongue poke, Xiaoya obediently rushed off to boil water. At that moment, Guan Yuhe emerged from the room, his hair flecked with gray, yet brimming with vitality. Dressed in comfortable cotton loungewear and slippers, he greeted Huang Guanyin with a radiant smile that seemed to diminish the wrinkles of age. Huang Guanyin hastily approached to offer his greetings, discreetly placing the 2 bottles in a subtle spot. Guan Yuhe feigned ignorance. Father, please take a look at these 2 items. As he spoke, Huang Guanyin presented a seal and a recently acquired blue and white porcelain bowl. Guan Yuhe nodded, donning his reading glasses, and began his examination. His eyes narrowed in concentration. Where did you acquire this Zhejian seal? Huang Guanyin recounted the events of the previous day without reservation. This seal is authentic. You've made an astute purchase this time. A wave of happiness washed over Huang Guanyin. If Guan Yuhe confirmed it, then it was indeed genuine. Father, what about this bowl? Guan Yuhe carefully inspected the blue and white bowl, scrutinizing it closely and even inhaling its scent, causing him to furrow his brow. Huang Guanyin's heart skipped a beat. Father, it's not fake, is it? Guan Yuhe shook his head. This is a Ming Dynasty Xuanda blue and white longevity bowl, a product of the imperial kiln, certainly genuine. My frown stems from an odor. It appears some chemical residue may have affected it during storage. No worries, it will dissipate in a few days. With this reassurance, Huang Guanyin felt a wave of relief. The 10,000 yuan was not a trivial sum, yet it was not his primary concern. He simply hoped that Qin Xiaoyang had seen the value in it as well. Father, what do you estimate its worth to be? How much did you pay for it? Guan Yuhe countered with a question of his own. Huang Guanyin replied honestly, without hesitation. Guan Yuhe nodded and placed the bowl back in its original position. The price you paid is quite reasonable. For a bowl like this, in the hands of common collectors, it might fetch only a few thousand, never exceeding 10,000. However, in the case of the imperial kiln, based on current market trends, it could be valued around 100,000. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang returned home to find the gourd he had seen the previous day, an ordinary gourd typically used for storing medicine, worth a few hundred yuan. However, it was aesthetically pleasing, and as he casually picked up the copper gourd, he soon realized something was amiss. Qianlong period. Copper gourd with golden boy and jade girl. Average collectible value, approximately 10,000-20,000 RMB. Qin Xiaoyang was left in a state of bemusement. While others might receive a complimentary item with their purchase, he had unexpectedly received 2 genuine items. Setting the copper gourd aside for the moment, he considered that it wasn't particularly valuable for resale, especially not to Huang Guanyin. Unbeknownst to him, the vendor was currently filled with regret. The gourd he had acquired the previous night had originally been accompanied by another similar one, the very one Qin Xiaoyang had seen. The vendor had inadvertently forgotten about it, distracted by his attempt to flirt with Bao Xiaoxiao, and had mistakenly given away the authentic gourd worth 2,000 yuan. Now, he had no idea how to locate Bao Xiaoxiao, resigning himself to his misfortune. As Qin Xiaoyang checked the time, he realized it was time to prepare dinner for the 3 women in the household. Within a short while, 4 dishes and a soup were ready. Wow, it smells delightful. As the aroma wafted through the air, the 3 ladies emerged from their rooms in unison, exaggeratedly inhaling the enticing scents. Time to eat. Qin Xiaoyang removed his apron, gathering 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls to serve the meal. The 3 women promptly seated themselves at the table, eagerly awaiting their feast. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle at their eagerness. It seemed they were merely waiting to be fed. Dear cousin, with your culinary skills, anyone who dates you would be quite fortunate. Perhaps I should consider it myself? Get lost. Pu Meiqi, the eldest among them, spoke without reserve. After taking a bite, Qin Xiaoyang remarked, if delicious food is all it takes to keep a woman, I might as well be getting married soon. At this, the 3 women perked up, intrigued by the prospect of gossip. Cousin, do tell us more about it. Pu Meiqi's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of Qin Xiaoyang's phone. Glancing at the screen, he frowned. It was a call from Su Meishan. Without hesitation, he hung up. Why didn't you answer? Pu Meiqi's question was cut short by the incessant ringing. Qin Xiaoyang simply powered off his phone. Is it a girlfriend? An ex-girlfriend? Women are naturally curious creatures, especially regarding matters of the heart, often more so than about food. Upon hearing about his ex-girlfriend, the 3 women exchanged knowing glances, sensing a juicy story. Cousin, do you still have feelings for her? If not, you should delete her number and block her. Pu Meiqi's deduction was spot on. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyang had harbored feelings for Su Meishan in the past. However, he had simply forgotten to remove her number. He had once truly cared for her, believing they might marry one day. But love, much like a childhood comic, can seem naïve in adulthood. This world is truly disgusting, he remarked, causing the 3 women to blush at his bluntness. Little did they know, Qin Xiaoyang's words stemmed from personal experience, or rather, observations of the world around him. Cousin, how is she doing now? To be continued. Chapter 8. The Gossip of Women. Everyone, let us enjoy our meal in peace without indulging in gossip. Qin Xiaoyang expressed his exasperation. Not possible. The 3 women exclaimed in unison, their tone suggesting that they would not relent until they had their fill of chatter. Left with no recourse, Qin Xiaoyang briefly recounted. Her name is Su Meishan. I met her around this time last year while we were both job hunting. By coincidence. She was also from our school and faced the same daunting challenge of post-graduation employment. Thus, we became acquainted. Eventually, we both secured positions at the same company, earning a modest 2,000 a month each. Over time, our relationship deepened, but as her salary soared, I found myself stagnant. At this juncture, Qin Xiaoyang hesitated, as the subsequent events were less than pleasant. Little did he realize that once the curiosity of the women was piqued, there would be no satisfying their inquisitive nature. Have you 2 moved in together? Inquired Su Xiaoro. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, his meaning unmistakable. This elicited a disdainful reaction from Pu Meiqi. Cousin, it seems you are lacking in that department. Let me tell you, the best way to win over a woman is to leave her unable to rise from bed. Pu Meiqi candidly remarked, leaving even Su Xiaoro unable to contain her disbelief. And then what? Pu Meiqi, realizing her previous interjection was ill-timed, eagerly pressed for more. I noticed her increasingly extravagant tastes. She began to indulge in expensive handbags and jewelry. Though I felt a twinge of concern, I did not dwell on it. One day, when I visited her place, I found her on her knees, serving a man. Never mind, I won't elaborate. It's too revolting. At this revelation, the 3 women finally grasped the reason behind Qin Xiaoyang's earlier statements. Cousin, allow me to speak candidly. You are quite handsome and of decent height. The only thing you lack is wealth. Money is a marvelous thing. With it, countless beauties will gravitate towards you. Without it, no matter how charming or kind you are, it will be of no avail. So take it lightly. Pu Meiqi concluded. I believe you are not entirely correct. Not every woman is driven by money, Su Xiaoro countered. Indeed, I think so too. It's merely that my cousin has had unfortunate encounters, Bao Xiaoxiao chimed in. Pu Meiqi scoffed. So, you mean to say you don't value money? Then why not be my cousin's girlfriend? After all, you are single, and it would make a perfect match. Tonight, I shall tidy up the bedsheets, and you and your cousin can retreat to your room for some private time. Pu Meiqi's forthrightness left Bao Xiaoxiao blushing crimson. I shall not engage with you further. I am off to take a shower. Thus, dinner concluded, and as they awaited their turn for the bathroom, Qin Xiaoyang tidied up and settled in the living room. The time women spent showering was akin to a postpartum confinement, exceedingly slow. Bao Xiaoxiao took 40 minutes, Su Xiaoro 37, while Pu Meiqi was the most excessive, still occupied after 40 minutes. Qin Xiaoyang, having exited his mobile game, contemplated whether it was time to seek alternative living arrangements, as waiting for showers consumed nearly 2 hours of his day. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion, for he possessed a unique advantage, his ability to see through walls. As the bathroom doors slowly faded from view, Pu Meiqi came into full view before him. Aware that he could not continue observing without crossing boundaries, he reluctantly acknowledged his own mischief. The following morning, the three women departed for work, and Qin Xiaoyang prepared to leave as well, with two objectives in mind: to seek bargains and to inquire about the availability of jadeite raw stones. He decided to take the gourd he had acquired the previous day, hoping to sell it for some pocket money. Indeed, mere pocket money was his goal. Qin Xiaoyang's bank account held little, just over 10,000. However, after Huang Guangyan transferred 300,000, along with an additional 100,000 the previous day, he intended to open a new account for safety. Upon arriving at the antique street, Qin Xiaoyang opted not to search for bargains immediately, but instead headed to the Ju Baozhai, where he had first met Huang Guangyan. He planned to sell the gourd there. Upon entering the shop, he was immediately recognized by Qian Yukai. While most individuals might not have remembered him after a brief encounter, Qin Xiaoyang was an exception, having sold a 3 million stamp just days prior. Young man, do you have another treasure? Qian Youcai's eyes lit up at the sight of Qin Xiaoyang. With a smile, Qin Xiaoyang replied, it's not much, just a copper gourd from the Qianlong era, worth around 20,000. Qin Xiaoyang was straightforward, choosing not to haggle, instead revealing the market price. This approach conveyed that he was knowledgeable about the item's worth and that if Qian Yukai was sincere in his interest, he should offer a fair price. Nodding, Qian Yukai examined the copper gourd meticulously. The market was flooded with gourds, ranging from a few dozen to several thousand, and Qin Xiaoyang's gourd would fetch about 20,000 if resold. Qian Yukai pondered the appropriate price to offer. If he overbid, he would earn nothing. If he underbid, even if Qin Xiaoyang agreed, he might not return with future treasures. Very well, I will take this gourd. You understand the market. So how about 15,000? I 1T profit, and you 1T lose, he proposed. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Stone Gambling. Qin Xiaoyang consented. It was only right to allocate a portion of the 15,000 yuan to Bao Xiaoxiao. After all, she had rendered him significant assistance the previous day, and without her, he would never have acquired the gourd. After leaving the Jubio Zai, Qin Xiaoyang began to peruse the street stalls once more, and by sheer coincidence, he found himself back at the same stall. Qin Xiaoyang intended to play a jest on the vendor, purely for the sake of annoyance. Considering the vendor had previously attempted to swindle him, Qin Xiaoyang had never claimed to be a paragon of virtue. In fact, he could be quite mischievous at times. Boss, is that broken bowl from the other day still available? I've been thinking that it might be a treasure. How about this? I'll offer you 5,000 yuan for it. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyang extracted the 5,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, having initially received that amount from Qian Yukai. In total, he had 15,000 yuan, with 5,000 in cash and the remaining 10,000 transferred electronically. The vendor stared blankly at the cash in Qin Xiaoyang's hand, seemingly convinced it was not a ruse. Where's the item? No way did you sell it? Qin Xiaoyang felt a twinge of guilt, yet simultaneously, he was elated inside. The vendor soon regained his composure. I sold it. For 20,000 yuan. Little brother, why not take a look at something else? I assure you, all the items here are of high quality. Especially this one. This is a night fragrance pot from the Ming Dynasty, a true treasure. If you're interested, I can let it go for 5,000. Qin Xiaoyang was left speechless. What kind of night fragrance pot? In essence, it was merely a urinal used by ancient people, which could, in a certain sense, be classified as an antique. However, it was highly unlikely anyone would wish to purchase such an item. Who would want to buy something used for urination? Feeling that he had toyed with the vendor enough, Qin Xiaoyang glanced at his watch, considering a trip to the bank. Just then, his phone rang. It was Huang Guangyan calling. Xiaoqin, I heard you just sold a gourd to Lao Qian. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily dumbfounded. It was astonishing how quickly news traveled. He hastily began to explain, Chairman Huang, that item isn't worth much, probably around 10,000 yuan. I figured you wouldn't be interested, so I didn't call. On the other end of the line, Huang Guangyan was seated in his office. His interest in the gourd was rather indifferent. He had only inquired because he had just received a call from Qian Yukai, who had mentioned the matter. It's nothing serious, I was just asking. By the way, do you have any good treasures available today? Qin Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Treasures were not so easily acquired. After a brief conversation, they prepared to end the call. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyang remembered something. Chairman Huang, are there any stone gambling venues in Jinling? Huang Guangyan paused, then his interest peaked. Xiaoqin, you know about stone gambling? Give me the address, and I'll come pick you up. I'll accompany you. After hanging up, Qin Xiaoyang smiled wryly. He had merely intended to scout the place first. Yet Huang Guangyan took it seriously. Nevertheless, having someone to guide him was not a bad thing. In about 20 minutes, Huang Guangyan arrived in an Audi A6. It was quite understated for someone of his stature, such a successful businessman driving this model. Of course, to Qin Xiaoyang, it was undoubtedly a fine car. Xiaoqin, hop in. Huang Guangyan urged impatiently. As soon as Qin Xiaoyang entered the vehicle, it sped off. After driving for over half an hour, they arrived at a street Qin Xiaoyang had only passed through before. Xiaoqin, I must tell you, jadeite raw stones are quite popular in our Huaxia. But this is the only place where they thrive. Elsewhere, it's merely small-scale operations. For instance, here, there are only a few shops selling these items, and the quality and prices are not particularly favorable. However, it can be enjoyable to visit occasionally. Qin Xiaoyang, lacking knowledge in this area, could only nod in agreement. Soon, they arrived at a shop called Turning Stones into Gold. The store was relatively empty, with just the owner and two elderly customers in their 50s. The shopkeeper, an older gentleman with thinning hair, greeted them warmly upon their entrance. Ah, it's Chairman Huang. Huang Guangyan reciprocated the greeting and introduced Qin Xiaoyang. The shopkeeper's name was Jin Yulai, which was quite auspicious for someone running this type of establishment. Xiaoqin, feel free to browse. Today it's on me. Huang Guangyan insisted graciously. Qin Xiaoyang nodded silently and began examining the raw stones. This was his first encounter with such stones, and he found it rather intriguing. These stones varied in shape and size, making it difficult to discern from appearances alone that jade or gemstones could be extracted from them. The prices of the raw stones were categorized into two types, those without certification and those that had been evaluated. Moreover, the larger the stone, the higher the price. Starting from the left shelf, Qin Xiaoyang scrutinized each stone. At first glance, nothing of value was apparent. He had no choice but to employ his special ability. As he concentrated, the stones began to take on a semi-transparent quality, ultimately revealing nothing. He continued to the next one, and the next, until he reached the seventh stone. He noticed a stone slightly smaller than a football, which contained a fist-sized object in its center. A wave of excitement surged through him. Indeed, he perceived a hint of green. Boss Jin, I'll take this stone, Qin Xiaoyang declared, realizing he only had 5,000 yuan on him, while the marked price for this raw stone was 2,800. Jin Yulai, engrossed in conversation with Huang Guangyan, was momentarily taken aback by Qin Xiaoyang's proclamation. He had nearly forgotten about him, assuming Qin Xiaoyang was merely a younger relative of Huang Guangyan brought along for amusement. Xiaoqin, remember, it's on me. Huang Guangyan reminded him. Chairman Huang, this is just a playful endeavor. Stone gambling is truly about personal involvement to derive enjoyment from it. Otherwise, it loses its charm. Wouldn't you agree? Huang Guangyan nodded in agreement, as Qin Xiaoyang's sentiments resonated with his own. All right, since you're a friend of Chairman Huang, I'll give you a discount. Just 2,000 yuan. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 10. The first stone gamble yielded imperial green. Qin Xiaoyang, unreserved, settled the bill and took the stone. It appeared modest in size, yet it bore a surprising weight. Xiaoqin, how about we try to uncover it? Huang Guangyan expressed his keen interest in the stone, having selected two pieces himself moments ago. His assertion of assisting Qin Xiaoyang in the extraction was perhaps more a reflection of his own desire to engage with the stone. After a brief calculation, Qin Xiaoyang realized he still possessed over 3,000 yuan, sufficient to procure a stone of this magnitude. All right, I shall choose another. Good fortune comes in pairs. However, small raw stone shops like this seldom house treasures. Terms like imperial green were likely absent here. The stones at Jean Yuli's establishment were chiefly remnants rejected by larger vendors, essentially lacking in allure and value. Though jadeite might exist, the likelihood of finding it was slim, and even if jadeite were present, its size would typically be modest. After half an hour of searching, Qin Xiaoyang finally found a second stone that pleased him. Upon payment, the moment of extraction arrived. The so-called extraction machine was merely a common tabletop cutting device, suitable for placement on the floor or a workbench. The raw stone size dictated the machine's dimensions. Typically, establishments like Jean Yuli possessed only standard-sized cutters. "I'll go first," Huang Guangyin declared, fastening an apron around his waist and lifting his stone for cutting. He appeared quite adept, presumably having squandered considerable sums on such endeavors in the past. The stone yielded no surprises. It was entirely unremarkable. Watching Huang Guangyin cut, wipe, and grind, Qin Xiaoyang felt an urge to interject, but ultimately opted for silence. "There's not a single speck." Qin Xiaoyang found it curious that someone of Huang Guangyin's stature would resort to such expletives. After the second stone yielded similarly disappointing results, Huang Guangyin realized his efforts had been fruitless. "Xiao Qin, let me assist you with yours." Huang Guangyin, eager to help, began to gather the stones, prompting Qin Xiaoyang to intervene. "Mr. Huang, allow me to draw the line first. Once I've marked it, you can begin." Taking a marker, Qin Xiaoyang began sketching a cutting line with commendable seriousness. Jean Yuli, observing the crookedness of the line, scoffed, recognizing this was Qin Xiaoyang's inaugural experience. He mused that should such a novice manage to extract jadeite, he would gladly reverse his name. Huang Guangyin, however, remained indifferent. Today was merely a recreational venture alongside Qin Xiaoyang, so the outcome was inconsequential. Once Qin Xiaoyang completed the line, he gestured for Huang Guangyin to proceed. Without hesitation, Huang Guangyin, aware of the low probability of finding jadeite, proceeded to cut along the line drawn by Qin Xiaoyang. After slicing through, he halted the machine, rinsed the cut, and squinted at the sight before him. Green. There was indeed a hint of green. The commotion attracted other patrons, and soon, observant onlookers noted a faint green hue at the cut surface. "Well done." Huang Guangyin beamed with delight, continuing to cut with increasing caution. After approximately half an hour, a fist-sized piece of green jadeite emerged in his grasp, still encased in some stone skin. Further cutting was inadvisable. He needed to take time to polish it delicately to avoid damaging the jade flesh. "Wow, green jadeite. This must be worth a fortune, perhaps several 100,000. Huang Guangyin exclaimed. "Wait, you all see that? There's a trace of purple in this jadeite. This is spring color." The crowd erupted in discussion. Although Qin Xiaoyang lacked expertise in jadeite valuation, he recognized that a hint of purple denoted spring color, a highly coveted trait. "Xiao Qin, my brother, let us discuss something. Can you consider letting me have this piece of spring color? Rest assured, I will not shortchange you." Qin Xiaoyang felt reassured about Huang Guangyin's integrity, acknowledging he had no use for such a find. "All right, but let us cut this stone first." Huang Guangyin felt elated. The mere agreement was enough. He promptly placed the second piece of jadeite raw stone onto the extraction machine, exercising greater caution this time, informed by his previous experience. Green again. More green. The crowd swelled, captivated by the unfolding drama. Under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, Qin Xiaoyang's second stone was revealed, astonishingly yielding yet another green hue. Goodness, is this Imperial Green? In Jinling City, to uncover Imperial Green? The excitement was palpable. Huang Guangyin's hands trembled. Having encountered such a precious jadeite for the first time in over a decade, to claim he was unexcited would be a falsehood, Jean Yuli observed, his lips twitching in disbelief. Despite the modest size of this Imperial Green, its worth could easily buy out his shop. Qin Xiaoyang, equally astonished, had only been aware that the raw stone contained jadeite. He had no understanding of the nuances of jadeite classification. Now, with the crowd's uproar, his heart raced at the realization of having unearthed Imperial Green on his very first gamble. "Brother, would you consider letting me have this Imperial Green? I'll offer 5 million. The bidding commenced, fervor emanating from the crowd. "Lao Chen, are you serious? Only 5 million for Imperial Green? Little brother, sell it to me for 6 million. A bald man eagerly chimed in. "In that case, I'll offer 8 million. I'll go to 10 million. The competitive atmosphere escalated. 30 million. I'll take it. A woman's voice unexpectedly pierced through the chaos. The crowd fell silent, heads turning toward the source of the sound. Qin Xiaoyang followed suit, captivated by the sight before him. A stunning woman, standing at approximately 5'7", with wavy chestnut hair and a charming cherry-red smile, possessed striking double eyelids framing large, captivating eyes. Clad in professional attire that accentuated her alluring figure, her long legs gleamed under the light as she moved gracefully. Notably, a beauty mark graced her brow, adding an exquisite touch, perfectly placed, akin to a touch of vermilion on pristine paper, striking a balance between elegance and nobility. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily entranced. For 30 million, would you sell this imperial green? Just as he gathered his thoughts to respond, Huang Guangnian interjected. The chapter concludes. Chapter 11, Shun Xijia Miss Shun, what an unexpected display of elegance today. Miss Shun, the enchanting beauty clad in professional attire, is none other than Shun Xijia. Her family owns the largest jewelry company in Jinling City. Upon seeing Huang Guangnian, a flicker of surprise crossed Xijia's face, quickly replaced by a warm smile. Ah, Uncle Huang. Have you come to bestow your generosity once more? At her words, Huang Guangnian's lips twitched in a restrained manner. It is not entirely unwarranted that others often jest about this matter. He is notorious within the circles as an unfortunate soul, perpetually losing money in his ventures. The phrase losing money refers not to his business dealings, but rather to his unfortunate investments in antiques and jadeite. Behind his back, he has even been humorously dubbed the coal mine boss. Xijia, are you really going to disparage me like that? At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang began to comprehend the situation. Do you two know each other? Huang Guangnian nodded, and given the crowd, he refrained from elaborating. Are you selling this imperial green? He inquired. I dare say, aside from myself, no one else in all of Jinling would dare offer such a price. Qin Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. It will be sold, of course. This mere stone in my possession could easily be stolen one day. Converting it to cash would be far safer. However, he found her tone somewhat off-putting, exuding an air of superiority. Yet, considering her willingness to pay generously, I shall overlook it this once. I only accept bank transfers. I have little faith in checks. Shin Xijia was taken aback. How could someone doubt the integrity of the illustrious Shin family? Nevertheless, she said nothing further, nodding in agreement before retrieving her phone to initiate the transfer. Internally, Qin Xiaoyang was far from the calm demeanor he projected. The tension was palpable in the hand that held his phone. All right, the transfer is complete. Let's add each other on WeChat. Should you come across any fine jadeite again, feel free to reach out. I assure you, my offers will be the most generous. After they exchanged contact information, Shin Xijia handed the jadeite to one of her associates, bid Huang Guangnian farewell, and departed. Qin Xiaoyang had intended to shake her hand for a proper goodbye, but she showed no inclination to acknowledge him, strutting away in her high heels with an air of indifference. Xiao Qin, you owe me a treat. I'm going to feast on you at lunch today. Huang Guangnian chuckled, clapping Qin Xiaoyang on the shoulder after Shin Xijia's departure. Of course, let's go eat. Though he jested about treating Qin Xiaoyang, it was merely in good humor. Huang Guangnian selected a nearby restaurant, reserved a private room, and casually ordered several dishes as they dined and conversed. Huang Guangnian produced a check and handed it to Qin Xiaoyang. This is for the jadeite. Qin Xiaoyang glanced at it and promptly pushed it back. Mr. Huang, let this be my service fee. Without you today, I wouldn't have earned this money. Besides, you were the one who helped me uncover those stones. I owe you my gratitude. Huang Guangnian, a man of considerable wealth, was indifferent to the sum exceeding 1 million. Yet, he recognized the sincerity in Qin Xiaoyang's words. There was no pretense. After decades in the business world, he could discern character with a mere glance. This young man, Qin Xiaoyang, undoubtedly possessed talent and integrity, evident from their interactions. However, Huang Guangnian found himself puzzled. Given such capabilities, why was he relegated to working under a miserly employer? Was it possible that a prominent family had intentionally placed him in this role for experience? Not one to pry. Huang Guangnian believed that time would reveal a person's true character. Xiao Qin, please, no need for formalities. I tire of the title Mr. Huang. You may simply call me uncle. Take this money, and one day, I shall take you to Yunnan. If you wish to gamble on stones, that is the place to go. Perhaps you might offer your expertise in selecting an imperial green stone. I would be immensely grateful. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. Are there truly that many imperial greens in existence? He understood Huang Guangnian's jest. Seizing the opportunity during their meal, Qin Xiaoyang began to inquire about the betting stone industry, seeking knowledge of its rules and nuances. Huang Guangnian, somewhat confused, thought it improbable that Qin Xiaoyang could consistently select the right 2 raw stones, suggesting it could not merely be luck. Thus, it must be genuine skill. Yet, if that were the case, why would he not possess such basic knowledge? Huang Guangnian chose not to press further and shared all the rudimentary information he had. Qin Chaoyang listened intently, akin to a parched sponge eager to absorb water, as he had previously known nothing of this world, making him a swift learner. After their lunch, Qin Chaoyang parted ways with Huang Guangyan, ultimately heading to the bank with the check in hand. Truthfully, he had no desire for it, but Huang Guangyan had insisted, leaving him no choice. Upon presenting the check for 1 million, the bank manager eagerly approached him, providing services in a private office, affording him a VIP experience. Qin Chaoyang divided his total assets into 2 accounts, 30 million in one, while the check and an additional 300,000 were combined into one card, totaling over 400,000. As he departed, the manager accompanied him to the entrance, bestowing small gifts, and the exceptional service left Qin Chaoyang feeling quite pleased. Chaoyang. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Turning around, he was confronted by his ex-girlfriend, Su Maishan. Qin Chaoyang's brow furrowed, and he attempted to walk away. But Su Maishan stopped him with an imploring look. Chaoyang, let's reconcile. I have money now. I can buy a house and put your name on the deed. Don't dwell on trivial matters. Sometimes, it's easier to let go. Do you know? In just 1 year, I've earned more than you could save in 20 years of frugality. And I promise, I will earn even more in the future, all of which I will spend on you. As Qin Chaoyang listened, a wave of nausea washed over him. To have earned in 1 year what he might take 20 years to accumulate. How? The implication was painfully clear. She had likely done so through dubious means. Yet, what unsettled him most was her assertion of future earnings, threatening to pull the proverbial green hat down around his neck. The chapter concludes. Chapter 12. Re-encounter with Su Maishan Chaoyang. We must adopt a long-term perspective. If we don't accumulate some wealth while we're young, how will we live comfortably in the future? Su Maishan began to indoctrinate Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang understood the gist of her argument. Essentially, Su Maishan wanted him to disregard her actions, allowing her to earn money to purchase a house and car for him. She even suggested that Qin Chaoyang could seek companionship elsewhere, her sole requirement being that he reconcile with her. In a sense, Su Maishan's proposition was remarkable. Her love for money and vanity were undeniable, and Qin Chaoyang couldn't fulfill those desires, leading her to compromise her integrity. However, Su Maishan wasn't naive. She knew that wealthy playboys wouldn't marry her. They were merely using her. In today's society, this arrangement wasn't necessarily wrong, as long as it was consensual. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, was tall, handsome, and kind to her, making him an ideal husband. Therefore, Su Maishan sought to persuade Qin Chaoyang to remain as a backup plan. Are you finished? Qin Chaoyang asked. Su Maishan, I have no right to impose moral constraints on you. Your actions are your own, and whom you choose to consort with is your prerogative. I have no authority to judge your rights or wrongs, as you are no longer related to me, save for being a former girlfriend. I'm unaware of your upbringing. But frankly, the thought of your past actions disgusts me. It's like finding a dead fly in your meal. If you didn't see it, you might eat it. But once you've seen it, would you still consume it? Since we've parted ways, I don't want to be harsh, nor do I have the right to criticize your choices. I simply want to say that if there's no love, let's part amicably and avoid hurting or repulsing me further. A plate that has once contained excrement, no matter how thoroughly you clean it, will never be used to serve food. People would rather eat pig intestines that have been filled with excrement their entire lives than eat rice from a bowl that has contained excrement even once. Do you comprehend my meaning? Qin Chaoyang spoke calmly, turning to leave after his statement. However, Su Maishan blocked his path. Qin Chaoyang, stop being so naive. Look at you, still living in a rented apartment, earning a pittance each month. With your income, do you think you can find a girlfriend? I've already promised to buy you a house and a car. Don't be ungrateful. I'm telling you. Don't. Mr. Qin, you're here too? A woman's voice interrupted. Qin Chaoyang turned to see Shen Sijia, whom he had met earlier that day. Miss Shen, hello? I'm here to handle some banking matters. Shen Sijia nodded. Yes, 30 million shouldn't be a problem. Shen Sijia had been present for a couple of minutes, initially mistaking them for a quarreling couple. However, upon approaching, she overheard their conversation and understood the situation. Qin Chaoyang was likely once penniless, and the woman was his ex-girlfriend who had chosen to earn money through compromising means, essentially becoming a mistress. Shen Sijia wouldn't normally interfere, but she was struck by Qin Chaoyang's words, which revealed a man of refinement. She felt she might have reacted similarly, accepting the separation and each other's choices, as long as there was no lingering attachment. A man whose partner had been unfaithful showed no anger or pleas for reconciliation. This could be interpreted as weakness or uselessness, or as a sign of his cultivation, choosing to separate if there was no love. Therefore, when Su Maishan stopped Qin Chaoyang again, Shen Sijia decided to intervene, deliberately mentioning the 30 million. Qin Xiaoyang understood Shen Sijia's intention and smiled. Money is certainly not an issue. Look, this is a small gift the bank gave me. Su Maishan was stunned. 30 million? Qin Xiaoyang, what 30 million? Where did you get 30 million? Shen Sijia feigned surprise. Is this your girlfriend? You earned 30 million and didn't tell her? Qin Xiaoyang waved his hand. She's not my girlfriend. How much I earn is none of her business. Besides, she earns money much more easily than I do. Excuse me, I have matters to attend to. I'll treat Miss Shen to a meal another day. Shen Sijia smiled and nodded, knowing the invitation was merely a formality. Su Maishan watched Qin Xiaoyang leave, her mind racing. The thought of 30 million consumed her. How could Qin Xiaoyang possibly have 30 million? Su Maishan suddenly recalled the man beside Qin Xiaoyang at noon the previous day. A man who could inspire such fear and obsequiousness in Chen Zi Chao couldn't be ordinary. And since that man had defended Qin Xiaoyang, there was only one explanation. Qin Xiaoyang had indeed become wealthy. Realizing this, Su Maishan frantically pulled out her phone to call Qin Xiaoyang. If she could reconcile with him, she wouldn't need to be a mistress. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in service. Undaunted, Su Maishan tried several more times, each time receiving the same message. She had been blacklisted. She then opened WeChat, only to find that she had been blacklisted there as well. The rented apartment. Su Maishan rushed to Qin Xiaoyang's former residence. Qin Xiaoyang, however, paid no attention to Su Maishan. After leaving, he blacklisted her phone number and WeChat account. Upon returning home, he found it empty, as expected on a Monday when the three beauties were at work. Qin Xiaoyang casually placed the small gifts on the table, then took out his phone and began to browse. Now that he had money, he didn't need to rush to earn more. Instead, he should focus on acquiring knowledge. He needed to gain a basic understanding of raw stones, or he would be lost when evaluating the value of a find. Chapter 13. Seeking assistance from Qin Xiaoyang. After perusing for over half an hour, Qin Xiaoyang still could not discern anything substantial. While there is indeed a wealth of information available online regarding this subject, the in-depth knowledge is rather scarce, lacking the detail provided by Huang Guangye. Frowning, Qin Xiaoyang realized he needed to seek out a mentor or acquire some specialized materials. Where could he obtain such resources? The Xinhua bookstore. Grabbing his keys, he stepped outside, determined to find relevant books and also to purchase a vehicle, as not having one was quite inconvenient. Qin Xiaoyang had a fondness for cars, after all. Which man does not? Many even cherish their vehicles more than their wives. A wife becomes increasingly less appealing over time, only occasionally driven, whereas their cars are objects of daily admiration and use. Qin Xiaoyang's favorite was the off-road vehicle, although he lacked the time for such an acquisition today, as he prioritized his studies. Meanwhile, Pu Meiqi had returned home, followed by Su Xiaoro and Bao Xiaoxiao. Upon their arrival, they noticed an array of small gifts on the table. Chi-Chi, did you buy these? Bao Xiaoxiao, the last to arrive, casually inquired. They were already here when I got back. They must be from my cousin, Pu Meiqi replied. Xiaoxiao, considering you don't have a boyfriend, why not think about my cousin? Although he lacks wealth and ambition, he is diligent and a great cook. Perhaps you could settle for him. As Pu Meiqi spoke, she began examining the items Qin Xiaoyang had brought back, which included a tea set, 2 boxes of fine tea, and a desk calendar among other things. Bao Xiaoxiao, using her right index finger to prod her lower lip, remarked, Chi-Chi, I'm only 23, while you're 25. By age, you should be the one in a hurry. Why not just be my cousin's girlfriend? You're both so lazy and industrious. It's a complimentary match. Pu Meiqi remained silent, and it was Su Xiaoro who interjected. Xiaoxiao, do you not know her? Chi-Chi is waiting for a golden turtle son-in-law. At the very least, he should be a millionaire or something. Otherwise, she wouldn't even consider him. Su Xiaoro's words were not unfounded, as this was indeed Pu Meiqi's aspiration. Don't mock me. Let me tell you. A woman's beauty is capital, and we must maximize that capital's potential. Why toil away when one can profit while lounging? If I possess this capital, pursuing the lifestyle I desire is not wrong. It's merely unfortunate that my cousin lacks financial means. If he had 10 million, I would ensure he lived in comfort. The trio exchanged banter and laughter for a while before realizing Qin Xiaoyang was absent. At Shen's jewelry, Shen Sijia scrutinized a pile of documents with a furrowed brow. Recently, the company had been severely lacking in raw materials, namely jadeite. This was precisely why she had paid a hefty sum for the piece of imperial jade that Qin Xiaoyang possessed. The New Year's jadeite public auction had yet to commence, and the materials stored from last year were nearly depleted, particularly the high-quality jadeite, which had become exceedingly scarce. The imperial green that she had acquired today hardly yielded any profit. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. The market demanded it, and the company needed to sustain its operations. Sometimes, even unprofitable transactions were necessary. If one refrained from acting, others would seize the opportunity, thus monopolizing the market. The pressing question was where to source more jadeite. Gazing at the imperial green on the table, Shen Sijia's thoughts turned to Qin Xiaoyang. She had learned that he had purchased only 2 stones, one of which yielded the spring and color variety, while the other was the imperial green he had brought home. It was evident that Qin Xiaoyang possessed a knack for stone gambling. Was it feasible to ask him for assistance? Given the current circumstances, it was worth a shot. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Qin Xiaoyang. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang had returned home and was busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Just then, the notification tone of his phone chimed from his pocket. After adding some water to the pot, he pulled out his phone to discover a message from Shen Sijia, which left him somewhat taken aback. The message contained a voice note, which he promptly opened. "Mr. Qin, are you free right now? I would like to invite you to dinner and discuss a few matters, if it's convenient." Qin Xiaoyang snapped a photo of his cooking and sent it back, along with his address and unit number, then resumed his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia awaited a reply in her office. Upon receiving the notification, she quickly opened the message and was momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Was he inviting her to his home for dinner? Would there be drinks involved? However, based on her observations earlier that afternoon, Qin Xiaoyang appeared to be a gentleman. Shen Sijia hesitated for less than a minute before deciding to accept the invitation, promptly replying, "On my way." She shut down her computer, placed the imperial green into the safe, and grabbed a canister of pepper spray from her drawer to tuck into her handbag before driving to Qin Xiaoyang's location. Approximately 20 minutes later, just as Qin Xiaoyang was setting the dishes on the table, the doorbell rang. Who could be visiting at this hour? Bao Xiaoxiao muttered as she hurried to the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback, and Shen Sijia was equally surprised, slowly tucking the pepper spray back into her bag. "Is this Mr. Qin Xiaoyang's residence?" Shen Sijia asked uncertainly. Just then, Qin Xiaoyang approached. "Miss Shen, please come in." Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyang, Shen Sijia felt reassured, having initially feared she had knocked on the wrong door. However, upon entering, her astonishment grew, for not only was she greeted by Qin Xiaoyang, but also by 3 stunning women. "I would like to make introductions. This is..." After a brief introduction, Shen Sijia understood that they shared a cohabitation arrangement. Qin Xiaoyang served Shen Sijia a bowl of rice, and they began to eat. Shen Sijia rarely dined at others' homes, but the dishes Qin Xiaoyang prepared were quite delectable. "Miss Shen, what brings you here?" To be continued. Chapter 14. Collaboration. Shen Sijia, a girl born into a large family, possessed a commendable habit of refraining from conversation while dining. However, currently, she found herself in someone else's home, and as the inquiry had been directed towards her, it would be impolite not to respond, especially since she had a request of her own. I would like to hire you as a stone gambling consultant for our Shen jewelry. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao and her companions immediately halted their chewing, their ears pricking up with curiosity. "What is the salary?" Qin Xiaoyang neither accepted nor declined outright. Instead, he inquired about the remuneration. "The monthly salary is 300,000. If you incur losses, I will bear the cost." A monthly salary of 300,000 translates to an annual income of 3 million, suggesting that in just 3 years, one could achieve the status of a millionaire. At that moment, the 3 women were rendered speechless, particularly Pu Meiqi. Wasn't this precisely the type of suitor she sought? Her gaze towards Qin Xiaoyang began to shift. "I refuse." To everyone's astonishment, Qin Xiaoyang flatly declined the offer. "Cousin, 300,000, monthly." Pu Meiqi interjected, urging him to reconsider. "Yes, perhaps you should think it over," Bao Xiaoxiao chimed in, and even Su Xiaoro vigorously nodded in agreement. "Mr. Qin, if you find that insufficient, we can negotiate further. How about 500,000? As soon as Shen Sijia uttered these words, Pu Meiqi reached out, tugging at Qin Xiaoyang's arm, signaling him to agree promptly. Yet, Qin Xiaoyang merely shook his head. "Miss Shen, I cannot accept your terms. However, if you genuinely wish to collaborate, I have a proposal. Would you care to listen?" Though initially disheartened by Qin Xiaoyang's refusal, Shen Sijia felt a flicker of interest at his subsequent statement. "What is your proposal? Please elaborate." Qin Xiaoyang set down his chopsticks and continued. "My proposal is this. I will act as your stone gambling consultant, but I do not wish to receive a salary." At this juncture, Shen Sijia's heart raced. Could he be implying? Her thoughts strayed, and so too did those of Bao Xiaoxiao and the others. What I mean is, I will assist you in gambling for stones, and after deducting your principal, I would require 50% of the profits. How does that sound? Shin Sijia narrowed her eyes. Deducing the principal and splitting the profits seemed advantageous for her, with no salary to pay. However, one must not merely consider the surface. Upon deeper reflection, the potential downsides outweighed the benefits. The crux of the matter was that no one could guarantee a 100 success rate in gambling with raw stones, not even the king of stone gambling. What if we incur losses? Shin Sijia voiced her concern. Qin Xiaoyang shrugged, stating, gambling relies on luck and courage. If there were a 100 certainty of winning, why would I need to collaborate with you? Wouldn't I simply keep all the profits for myself? A flush crept onto Shin Sijia's cheeks. For Qin Xiaoyang's reasoning was indeed sound. If one could ensure a win every time, why engage in partnership? Now, the pivotal question loomed. Did Qin Xiaoyang truly possess the requisite skills? She pondered briefly, wary of being deceived. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang remained unhurried, continuing his meal. In truth, he was not so naive as to engage in collaboration without reason. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He lacked substantial funds and connections, making collaboration with Shin Sijia an optimal choice. The Shin Group had ample financial resources. Moreover, should Qin Xiaoyang frequently succeed in gambling, he would inevitably attract attention. A person without power, influence, or connections, yet possessing extraordinary talent and wealth, would find their safety in question. However, partnering with Shin Sijia offered a different scenario. Regardless of the profits amassed, they would belong to the Shin Group, and the division of earnings would remain a private matter. Additionally, an essential aspect of the arrangement lay in connections and channels. After all, one must sell the stones they gamble on. To whom would they sell? At what price? These queries were paramount. Furthermore, Qin Xiaoyang could not confine himself to a small locale for his gambling endeavors. Even if he wished to, others would not tolerate it. Store owners aimed to profit. If he were to abscond with all the prime selections, how could they sustain their business? Thus, Qin Xiaoyang resolved to leverage Shin Sijia's channels, seeking opportunities in broader and more distant markets. Sometimes, pathways and connections hold greater significance than anything else. Concurrently, Shin Sijia deliberated. Beyond her initial apprehensions, she calculated the potential gains and losses. The calculation was straightforward. Investing a sum to ascertain Qin Xiaoyang's capabilities seemed prudent. For instance, investing 1 million to test his skills. If he truly excelled, it would yield substantial profits. Conversely, should he falter, she would merely lose that sum. To Qin Xiaoyang, 1 million might represent a fortune. Yet for Shin Sijia, it constituted merely a small portion of her liquid assets. Having reached this conclusion, Shin Sijia acquiesced. Very well, I agree. When shall we commence? I will prepare a contract for you later, Qin Xiaoyang mused. After a moment's thought, he added, how about tomorrow afternoon? I plan to purchase a vehicle in the morning, and the timing will be just right. As for the contract, I believe it is unnecessary. I trust that Miss Shen will not shortchange me. Besides, I am confident that after our collaboration, you will find it impossible to part ways with me. After uttering this, Qin Xiaoyang sensed a hint of ambiguity and quickly clarified. Shin Sijia slightly shook her head, having not entertained any other notions. This spirited individual, who exhibited impressive culinary skills, seemed to possess a character not easily tainted. What kind of car do you fancy? She casually inquired. I have my eye on a Range Rover Velar, priced around 500,000, Qin Xiaoyang replied, somewhat uncertainly. Shin Sijia nodded, opting not to elaborate further. The remainder of the meal was consumed in silence, each individual lost in their own thoughts. For instance, Bao Xiaoxiao recalled Pu Meiqi's earlier suggestion of setting her cousin up with a girlfriend. Initially, Bao Xiaoxiao had a favorable impression of Qin Xiaoyang, but their acquaintance had been limited. Now, however, the situation was different. Unfamiliarity could be gradually transformed into understanding and cultivation. As for Pu Meiqi, her ambitions ran deeper. She was pragmatic, seeking a millionaire for a partner, one who also possessed commendable character. With Qin Xiaoyang emerging as a contender, despite his current lack of wealth, she believed he was undoubtedly a hidden gem. Thus, she resolved to invest. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Purchasing a car after dinner, Shin Sijia took her leave. Qin Xiaoyang escorted her downstairs, and upon seeing her car drive away, he returned to his apartment. Once inside, he was taken aback. 3 women were busy tidying up. One was dusting the table, another was clearing the dishes, and the third was mopping the floor. Qin Xiaoyang felt a fleeting impression that he had entered the wrong abode. What is going on here? He inquired, bewildered. Dear cousin, you work too hard. Please sit and rest for a while. Household chores should not fall to you. Pu Meichi was the first to speak. Indeed, you prepared the meal. So why should you also handle the washing and cleaning? Sit down and allow me to brew you a cup of tea. Su Xiaoro chimed in as she set about making tea for him. Cousin, are you tired? Would you like me to give you a back massage? Bao Xiaoxiao added, gently pushing Qin Xiaoyang into a chair before beginning to massage him. Is this really just a massage? Why are you bumping against me like that? Are you all feeling unwell? Qin Xiaoyang felt a tinge of fear. Their excessive attentiveness seemed suspicious. He couldn't help but wonder if they had conspired to extract his bank card password through some form of seduction. Ah, dear cousin, you mentioned wanting to buy a car. Where do you find such funds? Su Xiaoro placed a cup beside him, using her personal mug. Well, I've earned a small amount lately, just a few million, he replied, deliberately downplaying his earnings rather than revealing the entire sum of 30 million. Upon hearing a few million, Pu Meichi rushed over. How did you come to know Shen Sijia? And why would you turn down an annual salary in the millions? Listen, a man with wealth can attract a girlfriend who is not only beautiful, but also kind and nurturing. As she spoke, she subtly emphasized her own attributes. No denying, Pu Meichi possessed an exquisite figure, one Qin Xiaoyang had noted just the previous evening. Those who rely solely on a fixed salary will never achieve greatness. A man must venture forth and establish a career. Qin Xiaoyang began to ramble. It was ironic, considering he had once been an apprentice in an antique shop, earning a mere 2,500 a month for 6 months. Had he not unexpectedly acquired his newfound abilities, he might still be stuck there. I believe you are correct, cousin. Someone as capable as you deserves to take risks. I admire men with ambition. Su Xiaoro quickly echoed his sentiments. Qin Xiaoyang remained puzzled by their sudden enthusiasm. After exchanging a few more words, he urged the 3 women to take a shower, as it was his primary concern. By the time the 3 had finished bathing and he had tidied up, it was already past 10 in the evening. After each retreated to their respective rooms, Qin Xiaoyang picked up a book he had purchased earlier that day and began to study. He still grappled with the mysteries surrounding his recent transformation, particularly how he had gained such strength and how the bowl had been repaired. Yet, he held firm to the belief that time would unravel all secrets, given adequate patience. The following morning, as Qin Xiaoyang exited his room, he found the 3 women busily engaged in their morning routines. Bao Xiaoxiao was even preparing breakfast. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, she called out. When Qin Xiaoyang completed his grooming and saw the breakfast spread before him, he felt his appetite wane. The 2 overcooked eggs and a burnt sausage did little to entice him. Come on, eat up, Bao Xiaoxiao urged, her eyes gleaming with expectation. I think I'll pass. I'm off to buy a car. I'll take you all for a ride tonight. Goodbye. With that, he opened the door and departed. As he closed the door behind him, he exhaled deeply. A vase is merely for decoration. It cannot serve a purpose. If he were to marry any of them, he felt he might lose at least 20 years of his life. As Qin Xiaoyang descended the stairs, he spotted Shen Sijia waiting for him below, her phone in hand, seemingly poised to send him a message. Miss Shen, what brings you here? Upon noticing him, Shen Sijia tucked her phone away. Did you not say you were buying a car? I've made an appointment. Let us go see it now. Shen Sijia was a woman of decisiveness and efficiency, and without hesitation, she beckoned him to follow. Qin Xiaoyang said nothing, opening the rear door to the car and preparing to climb in. Are you hesitant to sit in the passenger seat? Shen Sijia furrowed her brow, interpreting his actions as a sign of disdain for female drivers. Qin Xiaoyang chose not to explain, as his reluctance stemmed from politeness. Accepting her implication, he took his place in the passenger seat. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the car dealership. As they stepped out of the vehicle, a man in his 40s approached them. Good day, Miss Shen. Shen Sijia nodded slightly, her pride unmistakable. Manager Chen, where is the car I requested? Manager Chen promptly gestured for her to follow him to the vehicle, completely disregarding Qin Xiaoyang, who, dressed in quite ordinary attire, could easily be mistaken for a driver or bodyguard. Qin Xiaoyang paid no mind. His worth and identity were self-earned and not bestowed by others. He was there to purchase a car, not to engage in matchmaking. Xiaoyang, is this the model you were looking for? Shen Sijia had shifted to address him more informally. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, circling the rugged vehicle. Can I take it for a test drive? Manager Chun was taken aback. He had assumed the young man was merely accompanying Shen Sijia. Of course. Please, make yourself comfortable. The manager's demeanor shifted considerably, now addressing him with respect. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoyang opened the driver's side door and settled into the seat. The car was indeed more comfortable than he had anticipated. After taking it for a brief spin, he was satisfied. I'll take this one. What is the price? Manager Chen squinted, pondering whether he had misjudged the young man's background. Perhaps he was a discreetly affluent individual. This model has a pre-sale price of $550,000. I can let it go for $500,000, rounding down the cents. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, preparing to pay with his card. Manager Chen, your boss mentioned that I would receive a 20% discount for my purchase. Should I call him to confirm? End of chapter. Chapter 16. Self-extraction of stone. Ultimately, Qin Xiaoyang procured the vehicle for a sum of $400,000. To his surprise, Shen Sijia promptly settled into the passenger seat. Why are you staring at me? Just drive. Qin pointed towards Shen's car. No worries. My secretary will come to collect it shortly. It's almost 11. Let us find a place to dine, and afterward, we shall venture to the Jade Street. As she spoke, Shen fastened her seatbelt. The process of purchasing the car and completing the paperwork consumed the entire morning. They first filled the tank before heading to the restaurant where they had dined with Huang Guangyan the previous day. Shen Sijia had modest expectations concerning food. During her student days, she often dined on fast food or cafeteria meals. Before graduating, scarcely any of her classmates were aware of her true identity. After their meal, the pair returned to the street from the previous day. Shen Sijia was brimming with anticipation, for today was the day to validate their findings. Qin Xiaoyang opted not to revisit the same establishment for fear of being recognized, particularly by the owner, who had surely remembered him. Instead, they entered a second establishment, Yumantang, specializing in raw jade. The owner, Mr. Chun, was familiar with Shen Sijia, as were the proprietors of all the shops in that area, given her frequent visits. General Manager Shun, I heard you acquired an imperial green piece yesterday. You must have made quite a profit. Mr. Chen greeted her enthusiastically, disregarding Qin Xiaoyang entirely. This was fortuitous, as it was prudent to remain low-key and quietly amass wealth. As Shun engaged in light banter with Mr. Chun, Qin began to scrutinize the raw stones one by one. Having absorbed some knowledge from Huang Guangyan's explanations and the literature he had perused the previous afternoon and evening, he was now somewhat enlightened. He learned how to assess the value of jadeite based on its appearance, size, color, and purity, among other factors. Each raw stone bore a price tag, and Qin sought those he deemed valuable, at least in his estimation. After approximately an hour, Qin Xiaoyang selected 11 pieces of raw jade, each significantly larger than what he had chosen the previous day. Yesterday had merely served as a trial run. Today, he was intent on making a profit. General Manager, let us settle the payment for these 11 pieces, he announced. It was only at this juncture that Mr. Chen truly noticed Qin Xiaoyang, previously assuming him to be merely Shen Sijia's driver. Mr. Chen, could you tally the total? Shen Sijia requested succinctly. Mr. Chen began calculating the price with his calculator. General Manager, for the 11 pieces of raw jade, the total is 2.08 million. Please provide a whole number. Would you like to have them processed here? Just as Shen was about to agree, Qin Xiaoyang interjected, General Manager, it would take a considerable amount of time to process these stones here. It would be better for us to do it at our location. He winked as he spoke. Shen Sijia, astute as ever, immediately grasped his intention. Very well. Let us return and discuss it further. I have some matters at the office that require my attention. She turned to Mr. Chen. Could you arrange for a vehicle to assist me? Mr. Chen readily acquiesced, appreciating clients like Shen Sijia, who not only purchased in abundance, but were also willing to spend generously. After settling the bill, Shen Sijia entered Qin Xiaoyang's vehicle. Are there treasures inside? He shook his head, replying, it's too soon to say. We shall see once we return and process them. He then started the engine. Shall we not explore other shops? Shen Sijia had initially intended to spend 10 million today, yet they had only expended 2 million thus far. As Qin drove, he turned to glance at her, and he could not help but think how extraordinarily beautiful she was. General Manager, may I inquire about your budget? What value of jade do you expect to extract? Shen Sijia was slightly perplexed by his question, but nonetheless responded. My original plan was to secure 10 million worth of raw stones. As this is our first collaboration, as long as I do not incur a loss, I will be satisfied. What she spoke was from the heart. As long as she did not suffer a loss, it indicated potential for further collaboration. Even a modest loss, such as extracting only 8 million worth of jade from a 10 million investment, would be tolerable. After all, the nature of gambling on stones was inherently unpredictable, and this was merely their first joint venture. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang felt reassured. Rest assured, the outcome will far exceed your expectations. Observing his confidence, Shen Sijia refrained from commenting further. Time would reveal whether his confidence was justified or merely arrogance. The Shun Jewelry Group boasts 18 branches in Jinling City. along with other ventures in various locales. Qin Xiaoyang was aware of the location of the Shun Group's headquarters, which extended beyond the jewelry industry, encompassing numerous enterprises. Jewelry was merely one facet of their extensive operations. The headquarters is situated in the capital, with Jinling serving as one of its branches. Shen Sijia held the position of general manager at this branch, a role she inherited under the auspices of her father, the chairman of the Shun Group. After more than half an hour of driving, Qin Xiaoyang arrived at the Shun Group's branch office. Upon parking, Shen Sijia led him directly to the warehouse. Concurrently, the vehicle delivering the raw stones arrived. 2 workers busily unloaded the cargo, and Qin Xiaoyang meticulously checked each piece, relieved to find no discrepancies. His greatest concern had been the possibility of a swap. However, his worries were unfounded. Until the stones were cut, no one could ascertain their contents. Moreover, those in business were not naive. Any substitution would require careful consideration of which stones were being exchanged. Once the delivery personnel departed, Qin instructed the 2 workers to leave, leaving only himself and Shen Sijia in the warehouse. "Do you have experience in processing stones?" Shen Sijia inquired, intrigued, as she had only witnessed Huang Guangyin performing the task the previous day. "I have yet to try it, but every endeavor has its first time. Experience is built from such beginnings." Shen Sijia chose not to press further, opting to observe quietly. Qin Xiaoyang commenced his work without hesitation, starting with the first stone. He placed it on the cutting machine, taking up a marker to draw lines. As continuous use of the X-ray machine would strain his eyes, a realization he had come to while watching over 3 young women the previous night. As the cutting machine roared to life, the raw stone gradually yielded to his efforts, and Shen Sijia's excitement began to mount. She even crouched beside him. Captivated by the unfolding process, Qin approached the task with a straightforward manner, decisively slicing along the marked lines. As the stone parted, it revealed a blank, white expanse devoid of anything, leaving Shen Sijia momentarily disheartened. Nevertheless, Qin remained unruffled, picking up an angle grinder to smooth the cut surface. Shen Sijia remained silent, intently watching. After about a minute, her eyes widened. This was end of chapter. Chapter 17. The attentive Shen Sijia green. "It's green," Shen Sijia exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. She had witnessed many stone carvings before, and even when exquisite jade was revealed, she had never been this exhilarated. However, today was different. It concerned their upcoming collaboration and her own discerning eye. Qin Xiaoyang placed the rough stone back onto the cutting machine to continue his work. The brief use of the angle grinder earlier was meant solely for Shen Sijia to observe. He had caught a glimpse of her subtle disappointment. After approximately 20 minutes, a jadeite larger than a human fist emerged from the stone. It was substantial in weight, though its quality could only be deemed average. In that moment, a faint stream of green energy flowed from Qin Xiaoyang's fingertips into his body, unnoticed by him. He began to cut the second rough stone, following the same procedure. "Xiaoyang, use the angle grinder." Shen Sijia, now familiar with his process, quickly handed him the grinder. Qin Xiaoyang found it amusing. His initial use of the grinder was merely to demonstrate for her. He had not intended to use it for this piece, preferring to wait until all the stones were uncovered before polishing them. However, seeing Shen Sijia's impatience, he complied with her request. "Yellow jade. It's actually yellow jade." "Xiaoyang, you're amazing." Shen Sijia, usually reserved, was particularly animated today. "Quickly, keep cutting. As long as the next piece is half this size, we'll strike it rich." Qin Xiaoyang, unfamiliar with the pricing of jade, had only a vague understanding of its types. One thing puzzled him. While he could see information and suggest prices for antiques, with jade, he could only perceive its size and color, alongside some ethereal fluctuations. He pondered whether this was related to the recent awakening of his abilities and their current low level. Just like how he had strained his eyes from excessive use of his X-ray vision the previous night, he had only just recovered. He speculated that the increase in power might be interconnected with these phenomena. "Wow, it's enormous." Shen Sijia was overjoyed when the piece of yellow jade was extracted, comparing it to her own small fist. "Is yellow jade valuable?" She paused, puzzled by Qin Xiaoyang's question. Did he genuinely not understand, or was he being rhetorical? "Xiaoyang, you surely know the value of jade, don't you?" Shen Sijia inquired tentatively. Qin Xiaoyang nodded without a hint of embarrassment. Ignorance was simply ignorance, and one should always ask when in doubt. This left Shen Sijia bewildered. It was akin to a fluent English speaker from Huaxia not recognizing English words. "Let me clarify. Jade is prized for its green hue, with emerald being the most esteemed. However, that is not the entirety of it. For example, yellow jade is a very rare variety, and its value has appreciated more than that of many green jades, primarily depending on its purity. Standard yellow jade is priced per gram, but let us discuss these details later. We should hasten to uncover the stones. Qin Shuyang nodded. Such knowledge could not be acquired overnight. They proceeded with the third and fourth stones until they reached the seventh. By then, Shin Sijia's excitement had faded. It was not due to disappointment, but rather acclimatization. Every stone had yielded jade, much like winning a hand in mahjong. The thrill of a rare win diminished when victories became commonplace. Shin Sijiao realized that Qin Shuyang was far beyond an ordinary stone gambling master. Even if he demanded a larger share of the profits, she would comply. Observing Qin Shuyang, who was still diligently working, covered in dust and sweat, she decided to buy him a new outfit. Citing a need to visit the office, Shin Sijia left the company. Standing at 1.71 meters tall and wearing moderate heels, she reached a height of approximately 1.75 meters. Qin Shuyang, standing beside her, was slightly taller, around 1.78 meters. Women tend to be meticulous, especially successful ones, as they understand the importance of detail. A small detail can significantly alter one's fate. For instance, Shin Sijia had recognized Qin Shuyang's talent, a notable detail indeed. By the time Qin Shuyang finished cutting the ninth stone, fatigue had set in. Stone carving was physically demanding and required intense concentration, especially under the summer heat. He felt parched, yet the warehouse lacked refreshments. Just then, Shin Sijia returned. Thirsty, are we? Do you prefer Red Bull or Wanglaji? She had brought an array of beverages, including bottled water, iced tea, and various drinks, all chilled. Qin Shuyang casually grabbed a bottle of iced tea and drank deeply. Suddenly, Shin Sijia laughed. Confused, Qin Shuyang asked, "What is so funny about drinking water?" Shin Sijia did not explain immediately. Instead, she took a mirror from her handbag and held it up to him. It dawned on Qin Shuyang what had amused her. Cutting stones generated a considerable amount of dust. Although he wore a mask, his forehead, eyes, and cheeks were covered in a layer of white dust. After removing his mask to drink, coupled with sweat, he resembled a clown. "There's a faucet over there. I bought you a towel. Go wash your face." Qin Shuyang nodded, accepting the towel, and headed to wash, even rinsing his hair. After all, it was summer, and using cold water was refreshing. "Shuyang, why don't we stop for today? I'll take you to shower, change clothes, and then we can have dinner." Qin Shuyang glanced at the 9 pieces of jade and the 2 remaining rough stones. He shook his head, determined to extract every piece to ascertain their earnings for the day. If this young lady refused to acknowledge their agreement later, he would incur a loss. "It's fine. I'll finish these 2, then we can calculate the value." Shin Sijia was at a loss for words. After all this effort, he still doubted her. She had even gone out of her way to buy him water, clothes, and even shoes and socks, only lacking underwear. However, Shin Sijia shared his eagerness. She too wished to unveil the remaining stones and consult an expert for valuation. "Shuyang, may I ask you a question?" End of chapter. Chapter 18. The plan to purchase a house. Do you care about money? Shin Sijia posed this question, immediately regretting it. Qin Shuyang paused his cutting, removed his mask, and regarded Shin Sijia with a steady gaze. He understood her inquiry stemmed from his earlier comments about calculating the price of jadeite. "Mr. Qin, if I had a background like yours, I wouldn't care about money either. But I don't. I am merely an ordinary person. My parents still toil in the countryside, and my sister is still in school. Hence, I aspire to earn enough to buy a spacious house and bring them here to live a better life. I believe this is quite normal. There is nothing shameful about it. If I had money, my girlfriend wouldn't have to hide things from me." At this point, Qin Shuyang fell silent, as he felt there was little more to say. After all, he and Shin Sijia were merely collaborators, existing in entirely different worlds. Due to their disparate identities and life experiences, their values naturally diverged. The term incompatible perspectives likely encapsulated this situation. He resumed cutting after switching on the power. Shin Sijia felt a wave of awkwardness. She truly regretted her question. As Qin Shuyang had just articulated, it was perfectly reasonable. There is a saying, "Do not measure others' rights and wrongs with your own perspective." "Shuyang, that is not what I meant." Shin Sijia attempted to explain, but the roar of the cutting machine drowned her voice, prompting her to ultimately remain silent. After more than half an hour, all 11 pieces of stone were finally unveiled. "I'll take you to shower first, and then we can find someone to appraise the value of these 11 jadeites. I've bought you some clothes. They're in that bag." Qin Shuyang shook his head, saying, "You go ahead and have them appraised. I'll just wash up here at the faucet. It's summer, and a quick rinse will suffice. Without further ado, he grabbed the bag and headed to the faucet, disregarding Shen Sijia's presence as he began to undress, thankfully leaving on a pair of shorts. Shen Sijia found this curious. Did Qin Xiaoyang truly trust her to handle the appraisal? Was he not concerned she might undervalue the stones? In truth, while Qin Xiaoyang did harbor some worries, he reasoned it was unlikely to be an issue. Once he finished washing, he stuffed his dirty clothes into the bag and placed it, along with the drinks Shen Sijia had purchased, into the trunk. With so many beverages, it must have cost at least several dozen yuan. He planned to bring them back for Bao Xiaoxiao and the others, hoping to enjoy some of Bao Xiaoxiao's delightful company as well. Of course, comfort was not his only aim. He relished the sensation of Bao Xiaoxiao playfully bumping against him. However, as he waited, over an hour passed. The sky was nearly dark, and Shen Sijia had yet to return. Could she have absconded with the jade? Doubt crept into Qin Xiaoyang's mind, and he regretted not accompanying her. Just as uncertainty began to gnaw at him, Shen Sijia finally appeared. Xiaoyang, have you been waiting long? Come on, let us eat. It's my treat. Shen Sijia made no mention of the jadeite appraisal, deliberately teasing Qin Xiaoyang. Once again, Qin Xiaoyang drove, with Shen Sijia guiding him to a high-end club where they reserved a private room. Xiaoyang, can you guess how much those jadeites are worth? Shen Sijia eventually inquired. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head. He truly had no idea. After evaluation by several masters, the final price for the 11 jade pieces was an astonishing 34 million. Subtracting 2 million as the original investment means we netted 32 million, which translates to 16 million each, as per our earlier agreement. Here is a cash check. You can exchange it directly. Qin Xiaoyang was equally astonished, never expecting such value. He took the check, scrutinized the amount, and carefully stowed it in his wallet. As he had stated, this was the fruit of his labor, and verifying it was entirely reasonable. Shen Sijia observed the entire exchange. Sometimes, a person's mindset or perspective can shift. Once that happens, their perception of everything changes. Had this been in the past, Shen Sijia would have looked down upon Qin Xiaoyang's actions, perceiving them as a lack of trust. However, after hearing his sentiments earlier that afternoon, her perspective transformed. She now viewed Qin Xiaoyang as genuine and forthright. In such a significant transaction, a thorough check was indeed warranted. Xiaoyang, come pick me up early tomorrow. We'll go again. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head. Ms. Shun, we cannot visit the stone market every day. If we do, others will grow suspicious. We must learn to take a steady approach. I still need to acquire some knowledge. By the way, do you have any books on this subject? I currently lack specialized knowledge regarding jadeite. Additionally, I have some matters to attend to. Shen Sijia nodded, acknowledging Qin Xiaoyang's point. Occasional visits were perfectly normal, but daily appearances would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. All right, I'll help collect the materials you need and deliver them to you later. Oh, I've arranged an office for you right next to mine. If you have time, feel free to drop by, surf the internet, research, or even play games if you wish. After all, you are now our company's jade consultant. I'll also assist you in enrolling for social insurance and housing funds. Just provide the necessary documents. Qin Xiaoyang did not refuse. The insurance was indeed a form of security. Ms. Shun, do you know of any houses in the vicinity that are relatively quiet? Shen Sijia appeared puzzled. Are you planning to buy a house? What type are you considering? A commercial apartment or a villa? This time, Qin Xiaoyang found himself at a loss. His initial intention was to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment to accommodate his parents. Yet, Shen Sijia's question prompted him to reconsider. Now that he had acquired wealth, he pondered whether he could afford a grand villa. After all, his total assets had reached 50 million. Most importantly, he was eager to experience life in a villa. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 19. The fall in the vicinity of Jinling City. The price of ordinary residential properties hovers between 18,000 to 25,000 yuan per square meter. As for villas, with an investment of around 10 million yuan, one could acquire a rather splendid abode. Purchasing a home is a significant commitment, often a lifelong endeavor. Thus he resolved to acquire a villa. Mr. Shun, if there are suitable villas available, preferably not excessively priced, I wish to purchase one. He expressed. There are not many of us at home. My parents and a younger sister make up a family of 4. Shen Sijia nodded, her eyes darting as if contemplating certain matters. Rest assured, I will inquire thoroughly. After dinner, Qin Xiaoyang packed some dishes to take back for Pu Meiqi and the others. Xiaoyang, are you perhaps dating one of those 3? Shen Sijia casually inquired as she watched him carrying the takeout boxes. I wish I could. But who would notice a loser like me? Qin Xiaoyang replied. To To which Shen Sijia shot him a disapproving glance. Have you ever seen a loser with tens of millions in their bank account? Qin Shouyang, however, held a different perspective and countered. I do indeed have several tens of millions, but that wealth is merely what you bestowed upon me yesterday. Prior to that, I earned a meager 500 yuan each month. If you were in my position, would you even glance my way? Shen Sijia grasped his meaning. Had she not sought him out the previous evening, those 3 women would have remained oblivious to his newfound wealth. She recalled the 10 stipulations affixed to his door, noting that aside from the first, which seemed reasonable, the other 9 were tailored specifically to him. Chaoyang, do not underestimate yourself. Gold will always shine, she offered, indirectly encouraging him. Qin Shouyang placed the takeout boxes in the trunk and opened the passenger door, inviting Shen Sijia inside. His foremost task was to ensure her safe return. I do not belittle myself. It is simply the reality of our world. Take you and me, for instance. Our relationship is one of mutual benefit. Were it not for my talent in gambling stones, Mr. Shun would likely not even know my surname. He continued, my ex-girlfriend cheated on me, and we broke up. But I never complained, for I understood my limitations and could not provide her with the life she desired. If the roles were reversed, I might have acted similarly. Why toil for a meager 500 yuan when one can earn effortlessly in bed? This world is far too sordid. Who has the right to lament? Different fates for different people, he concluded, falling silent as he pressed the accelerator and drove off. Shen Sijia chose not to have Qin Shouyang take her home, instead directing him to the company, for her vehicle remained there. After dropping her off, he returned home. Qin Shouyang was astute enough to notice the subtle shifts in the dynamics among Pu Meiqi and the others. This change was rather unappealing. Had their interactions remained unchanged, he would have surely pursued one of them, as all 3, Pu Meiqi, Bao Xiaoxiao, and Su Xiaoro, were indeed charming and suitable for intimacy, yet not for marriage. What he sought was a partner who would remain steadfast through both prosperity and adversity. His wealth today would not guarantee loyalty tomorrow. The greater the change, the more pronounced the disparity. As for domestic skills, that was not a concern. However, he would never choose a woman whose affections were solely for wealth, regardless of her beauty. Of course, engaging in some light flirtation was acceptable. Presently, his focus was on acquiring knowledge and wealth. With sufficient resources, what manner of woman could he not attract? The notions of love and romance were but fantasies of youth. After enduring the harsh realities of life, most individuals sought companions who were compatible with their circumstances. Having parked, Qin Shouyang retrieved the food and drinks he had bought earlier. As he returned home, the 3 women could only munch on snacks, for he had not prepared dinner. Upon entering with bags in hand, the 3 beautiful women greeted him with delight. Cousin, how was your day? How much did you earn? Pu Meiqi inquired eagerly. Cousin, you promised to take me for a drive tonight. Don't forget. Bao Xiaoxiao chimed in. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoro, who was generally quiet, remained contemplative. Not much, perhaps around 1 to 1.8 million. As for the drive, that can wait. Please eat first. I need to take a shower. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. To his surprise, it was a message from Shen Sijia. I fell while going up the stairs just now. It hurts. Qin Shouyang's expression shifted. Shen Sijia was wearing high heels, and it was likely a significant fall. Given the time, aside from the security personnel, there would be no one to assist her at the company. He promptly replied, wait for me. I will be there shortly. Message sent. He abandoned the idea of a shower. Enjoy your meal. I have to step out for a moment. The drive will have to be postponed for tonight. With that, he grabbed his car keys and left. The 3 women exchanged knowing glances before continuing their meal. With traffic sparse that evening, Qin Shouyang arrived at Shen Sijia's company in about 20 minutes. She had gone to the office late primarily to retrieve her car keys, which her assistant informed her were left on her desk. Normally, this would be a mundane task. However, she inadvertently pressed the wrong button in the elevator and ended up on a different floor. Realizing her mistake, she opted to take the stairs down, as it was only 1 flight. Unfortunately, the stairwell lights were out, making visibility poor, and she misstepped, falling down. Unable to move, she sent a message to Qin Shouyang. To her surprise, he replied almost instantly, which brought her a flicker of joy. Upon arriving, Qin Shouyang explained the situation to the security personnel, who allowed him access, recognizing that Shen Sijia was indeed in the building. Additionally, they had seen him drop her off earlier that day, solidifying his connection to her. Seated alone on the stairwell, enveloped in darkness, Shen Sijia felt a twinge of fear. Just then, she heard footsteps ascending the stairs. Her heart leapt. It had to be Qin Shouyang. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Do you suffer from athlete's foot? Is that you, Chaoyang? Shen Sijia inquired uncertainly. It's me. Qin Chaoyang's voice echoed just as the lights below illuminated. The bulb between the 8th and 9th floors had burned out, yet the lights below remained functional. As Qin Chaoyang, breathless, arrived before Shen Sijia, she felt a twinge of emotion. He had run up the stairs. Are you all right? Qin Chaoyang asked with concern. My knee is scraped, and my foot seems to be sprained. I can't put any weight on it. Qin Chaoyang switched on his phone flashlight and directed it towards Shen Sijia's knee, confirming the abrasion. I'll take you to the hospital, he declared, squatting down to indicate that she should climb onto his back. Without much hesitation, Shen Sijia complied, her weight pressing against him, stirring an unexpected sensation in Qin Chaoyang. Why didn't you take the elevator when you came up? Shen Sijia asked, resting on his back. I didn't know which floor you fell on. If I took the elevator and missed it, it would have been cumbersome, so I opted for the stairs. It was evident that Qin Chaoyang had a thoughtful disposition. He didn't foolishly run back down the stairs, but instead pressed the elevator button. As Shen Sijia nestled against his back, she caught a whiff of his sweat. Did you just get home? She questioned, attempting to alleviate the slightly awkward silence. I had just arrived and was about to shower when I heard the notification of your message. If you had sent it a few minutes later, I might have missed it until after my shower. By the time they reached the first floor, Shen Sijia felt herself sliding down his back. Instinctively, Qin Chaoyang supported her, pushing her up slightly. This brief contact made Shen Sijia feel as though she had been jolted. A man had just touched her inappropriately. President Shen, it seems you should consider losing some weight. As she contemplated the incident, she suddenly heard those words, igniting her annoyance. Although she stood at 171 meters with a slender figure, she barely had any body fat. If there was any, it was merely a couple of assets that couldn't be shed. She was helpless against her genetic inheritance. Fortunately, the car was nearby. He opened the passenger door and gently lowered her to the ground, assisting her into the vehicle. Upon arriving at the First People's Hospital, they registered for emergency care, followed by examinations and treatment. The diagnosis revealed abrasions on her knee, elbow, and palm, along with a sprained left foot. Fortunately, there were no serious issues. After all the commotion, it was already past 9 in the evening. They were given some medication and a bottle of ointment before being allowed to leave. Unlike before, Qin Chaoyang did not take Shen Sijia to her company. Instead, he drove her directly home. Shen Sijia resided in the Jingxing Villa district. As they entered the villa, Qin Chaoyang assisted her to the sofa. President Shen, your villa must have cost quite a fortune. I reckon it wouldn't be less than 10 million? Shen Sijia was left speechless. Her villa had been purchased fully renovated, including all appliances, totaling over 30 million. To have it downplayed to merely 10 million was absurd. Well, roughly, she replied nonchalantly, retrieving the ointment to apply it to her ankle. Given the injuries on her hands and arms, it proved to be a bit cumbersome. Let me help you. Without hesitation, Qin Chaoyang took the ointment from her, poured it into his palm, and began applying it to her foot. Only then did Shen Sijia realize the implications, her cheeks flushing. Was he doing this on purpose? He had already touched her inappropriately, and now. Yet, the sensation was undeniably pleasant. The initial sting gave way to a cool relief. This was, unbeknownst to him, the result of the limited spiritual energy within Qin Chaoyang. Surprisingly, the massage felt delightful, and Shen Sijia couldn't help but emit a soft sigh of comfort. Fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth. Does it hurt? Shen Sijia shook her head vigorously. Not at all. Please continue. The words slipped out before she could stop herself. Chaoyang, don't call me President Shen. You can call me Sijia or Jiajia, she added. Also, you'll come to pick me up for work tomorrow, and I'll help you with the paperwork. Qin Chaoyang nodded, finally voicing a thought he had held for a while. Then I'll call you Jiajia. By the way, do you suffer from athlete's foot? Shen Sijia was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing he was implying she had an odor. What woman would willingly admit to having foot odor? In a fit of rage, she hurled a cushion at Qin Chaoyang's head, promptly ejecting him from the villa. As he departed, Qin Chaoyang couldn't help but sniff his hand, now scented with a blend of ointment and foot odor, muttering in disbelief. Couldn't you at least let me wash my hands before I leave? After Qin Chaoyang left, Shen Sijia inconspicuously checked her foot and indeed detected a hint of unpleasantness. Meanwhile, back at home, Qin Chaoyang showered and climbed into bed, though he didn't immediately rest. Instead, he pondered over his own body. While massaging Shen Sijia, he felt a stream of energy flowing from his palm to her ankle. What was this energy? And where did it originate? Was it related to the restoration of that broken bowl? Unable to sleep, Qin Chaoyang decided to conduct an experiment. He shattered his teacup and then glued it back together with superglue. He attempted to channel that mysterious energy within himself, and indeed, the teacup began to mend. In no time, it was restored to its original state. At that moment, Qin Chaoyang comprehended how the antique had been repaired. However, a new question arose. What exactly was this energy? For now, he would refer to it as spiritual energy. But how had this energy manifested? Was it absorbed from the jade? No. Prior to mending the bowl, he hadn't interacted with jade at all. The only object he had touched was that seal. Could it be? Musing aloud, Qin Chaoyang found the possibility increasingly plausible. It seemed he would need to verify this tomorrow. This mystery demanded clarity. At that moment, a WeChat notification chimed on his phone. Picking it up, he found another message from Shin Sijia. Chaoyang, are you asleep? Wasn't that a redundant question? Just as he prepared to reply, another message from Shin Sijia appeared. End of chapter. Chapter 21. The broken painting. I assure you, I do not have athlete's foot. Perhaps I simply walked too much yesterday and broke a sweat. Shin Sijia herself could not comprehend why she felt compelled to send a message explaining the matter. Qin Chaoyang could only respond with a silent disbelief. Why should it concern me whether you have athlete's foot? After sending a reply, he promptly went to sleep. Shin Sijia regretted sending the message almost immediately. Just as she contemplated retracting it, Qin Chaoyang's response arrived. Well, it doesn't smell bad. In fact, it's rather pleasant. If you're feeling unwell, rest early. See you tomorrow. And then, silence ensued. Doesn't smell bad, rather pleasant? Shin Sijia pondered over his words, cursing him as a rogue before drifting off to sleep. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Qin Chaoyang drove to the Jingqing Villa area. As he approached to ring the doorbell, it swung open. Today, Shin Sijia was not clad in professional attire. Instead, she wore a dress. How do you feel? Is it any better? Shin Sijia, perhaps still irked from the previous night, merely hummed in response. She did not even allow Qin Chaoyang to enter her home, shutting the door behind her as she walked towards the car, limping slightly. Qin Chaoyang quickly moved to support her, and Shin Sijia did not refuse. Passing by a breakfast shop, he casually bought a few items, unsure if she would indulge in such fare. To his surprise, Shin Sijia did not hesitate to accept and began to eat. Sijia, the medical expenses from last night amounted to 1,150 yuan. Perhaps you could reimburse me? Shin Sijia paused, a flicker of inexplicable anger igniting within her. She had given him 30 million the day before and 16 million the night prior, yet here he was, asking for a mere 1,000+ yuan. How could she not be furious? How could someone with a fortune in the tens of millions, accompanying such a stunning woman to the doctor, dare to request reimbursement for a trifling sum? Oh, and if it's inconvenient for you, just forget it. Qin Chaoyang's words only fueled her ire further. The journey to the company would take about 20 minutes without traffic. Throughout the ride, Shin Sijia remained silent, not even sparing him a glance. Upon exiting the car, she did not request his assistance. Qin Chaoyang's words had been infuriating. What did he mean by inconvenient? Even if one were short on funds, surely 1,000 yuan was manageable? Thus, Shin Sijia resolved not to reimburse him. Qin Chaoyang rubbed his nose, feeling perplexed. Was it unreasonable to ask for the medical expenses he had covered? After spending over an hour at the company finalizing paperwork, he returned to the antique street. His purpose today was not to seek treasures, but rather to validate his thoughts. He did not go to the stalls, but entered an antique shop. A cursory glance revealed that 99 of the items were counterfeit, with only 2 genuine pieces, priced exorbitantly. Approaching a plum vase, he reached out to touch it, his eyes fixed intently on his hand. At that moment, a golden, translucent aura flowed through his fingers and into his body. A wave of elation washed over him. He finally understood how the spiritual energy within him was acquired. Could he consciously choose not to absorb it? Qin Chaoyang moved towards another antique, attempting to resist absorption. Indeed, there was no reaction whatsoever. Then, contemplating absorption again, Qin Chaoyang confirmed that this was indeed something he could control. If you don't intend to buy, refrain from touching, damage it, and you shall pay. Just then, a sharp and caustic voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw the store's manager and owner. Oh, it's young Qin, not working at Boss Zhou's anymore. What brings you to my humble shop? This individual, surnamed Chu, full name Chu Liang, was not on good terms with Zhou, and thus also held a disdain for Qin Chaoyang. In truth, he had recognized Qin Chaoyang earlier, and his words were deliberately provocative. I just came to have a look. I've stopped working for Boss Zhou and am considering finding a job, so I thought I might inquire about apprenticeship opportunities here. Qin Chaoyang was merely fabricating excuses. Upon hearing that Qin Chaoyang had left Zhou's employ, Chu Liang's demeanor softened somewhat. He even contemplated inviting Qin Chaoyang to work at his shop, mainly to spite Joe. At that moment, a woman entered the store carrying a basket. She appeared to be in her 40s. "Boss, could you help me determine the value of this? If the price is right, I will sell it." As she spoke, she retrieved a scroll-like item from her basket and placed it on the counter. Chu Liang, losing interest in Qin Xiaoyang, took the item to examine it. What a pity. This painting is damaged beyond 30%, and most crucially, the signature and seal are missing. This is undoubtedly an ancient piece, and if it weren't damaged, it could easily fetch tens of thousands. However, given its condition, I can offer you at most 500 yuan. At this point, Qin Xiaoyang had reached the door and, upon hearing it was an ancient painting, his interest piqued. He hurried back to inspect it. Zhang Banqiao, bamboo, genuine, severely damaged, reparable. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled. He had to acquire this painting. "Boss, could you offer a bit more? My son is about to enter university, and I'm short 5,000 yuan for his tuition. If you could give me 5,000 for this painting, it's yours." At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang still did not comprehend the painting's true value. After all, due to its damage, its worth was not immediately apparent. However, a painting by Zhang Banqiao must surely be worth more than 5,000 yuan. All right, I will take the painting. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Shun Sijia's summons lacking sufficient cash, Qin Xiaoyang was compelled to visit the ATM across the street. Throughout this transaction, Chu Liang remained taciturn, perhaps amused by the situation. After settling the payment and securing the painting, Qin Xiaoyang prepared to depart, only to be halted by Chu Liang's voice. "Young Qin," Chu Liang began, "I understand you are currently unemployed. As it happens, I am in need of an apprentice. Would you consider working for me? I offer a monthly salary of 2,600 yuan. Discerning a lack of genuine goodwill in Chu Liang's proposition, Qin Xiaoyang offered a non-committal response and promptly returned home. Without delay, he retreated to his room, eager to harness his spiritual energy for restoration. However, he was met with dismay. Zhang Banqiao, bamboo, authentic, severely damaged, reparable. The message remained identical, yet a wave of apprehension washed over Qin Xiaoyang. Could his restorative abilities have waned? To investigate, he deliberately shattered his teacup, reassembled the pieces, and then attempted to mend it. After a few moments, observing the flawlessly restored cup, Qin Xiaoyang was thoroughly perplexed. Could it be that the painting was of too high a caliber, or that his own spiritual energy was insufficient for its restoration? Indeed, Qin Xiaoyang surmised that this was the likely explanation. Ordinary objects, such as the teacup, were far simpler to repair. However, the ancient painting, with its extensive damage, presented a far greater challenge. His current spiritual reserves were inadequate to support the restoration of such an artifact, hence the lack of response. With this understanding, Qin Xiaoyang carefully re-rolled the painting, encased it in cloth, and placed it within a box. He resolved to visit other establishments in the antique district to absorb additional energy or spiritual power. But first, a necessary trip to the restroom was in order, as he had been holding it in all morning. Finding himself alone at home, Qin Xiaoyang neglected to close the bathroom door, proceeding to relieve himself. Just then, he heard the sound of slippers dragging across the floor. Turning his head, he saw Bao Xiaoxiao approaching. Bao Xiaoxiao, in turn, caught sight of Qin Xiaoyang in the midst of his task. Qin Xiaoyang's movement inadvertently exposed his manhood to her view. "Ah, pervert!" Bao Xiaoxiao exclaimed instinctively. Startled, Qin Xiaoyang quickly tucked himself away and fastened his zipper, leaving a conspicuous wet patch on his trousers. Bao Xiaoxiao, realizing that her reaction had been somewhat excessive, blushed deeply. It was the first time she had ever seen a grown man's appendage. "Cousin," she stammered, "why didn't you close the door?" Her face was flushed with embarrassment. It was her first time witnessing a grown man's private parts. "How was I to know you were home? Weren't you supposed to be at work?" Qin Xiaoyang replied, equally abashed, as he attempted to steer the conversation away from the awkward moment. "I caught a cold, so I took a day off." Qin Xiaoyang nodded, offering no further comment. He was eager to return to his room and change his trousers. "Cousin, why don't you take them off, and I'll wash them for you?" Bao Xiaoxiao offered, then quickly clarified, "I mean the trousers." "No need, I can manage myself." He declined, then added, "Remember to take your medicine, drink plenty of fluids, and get some rest. If you don't have any cold medicine, I'll bring some back for you later." Bao Xiaoxiao murmured her assent and entered the bathroom. Qin Xiaoyang remained silent, resolving that he would need to purchase his own residence and move out. Sharing a space with a young woman was proving to be quite inconvenient. After changing into a fresh pair of trousers, he grabbed his keys and headed out. As he prepared to drive to the antique district, his phone rang. It was Shin Sijia. "Hello? Oh, I'll be right there." Qin Xiaoyang hung up, his plans for the antique district thwarted once again. He started the car and drove toward Shin's jewelry company. Upon arriving, Shin Sijia waved him over. Besides Shin Sijia, there was another person present, her secretary. A refined young woman with oversized glasses. Qin Xiaoyang recognized her. She had assisted him with the paperwork that morning. Her name was Li Wenjing. A fitting moniker for her personality. What's the matter? Qin Xiaoyang inquired. Shin Sijia, who had been wearing a smile, frowned at his somewhat impatient tone. Of course. I have something to discuss with you. Did you think I summoned you here just for a meal? Qin Xiaoyang, feeling chastised, fell silent. Shin Sijia smiled, satisfied that she had regained the upper hand after being irritated by him earlier that morning. Come, I'll take you to see the raw stones. Shin Sijia exclaimed, opening the passenger door and settling into the seat. Li Wenjing promptly followed suit. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. This is my personal vehicle, not a company car. Shin Sijia rolled her eyes. I've never met such a stingy man. Wenjing, arrange for him to receive a monthly gas card. From now on, this car is requisitioned. Li Wenjing nodded obediently and made a note in her notebook. Qin Xiaoyang initially intended to object, but the prospect of a free gas card silenced him. From that moment forward, his vehicle's fuel expenses would be covered. The only drawback was that he would be at Shin Sijia's beck and call. But that didn't seem like too high a price to pay. The car pulled away from the company. Shin Sijia then revealed their destination. A raw stone dealer, for reasons unknown, wished to liquidate his inventory at a reduced price. The offer was so enticing that Shin Sijia was immediately intrigued. The dealer's asking price was even lower than what she would pay in Yunnan. The price had been agreed upon 3 days prior, and the stones had been inspected. Today was the scheduled date for payment. However, as she prepared to transfer the funds, she thought of Qin Xiaoyang. She decided to bring him along to assess the situation, ensuring that there were no hidden issues before committing to the purchase. After all, it was a transaction worth hundreds of millions. Furthermore, Shin Sijia wanted to demonstrate to Qin Xiaoyang that she, too, was capable of discovering valuable deals. The raw stone warehouse was located in the suburbs, far from Shin's jewelry. Qin Xiaoyang, sensing something amiss, inquired, Sijia, why are the raw stones stored in the suburbs? Wouldn't that make it inconvenient to sell them? Shin Sijia paused to consider, then explained, the rent here is at least half the price of what it would be in the city. Despite the inconvenience, it's still more cost-effective. The explanation seemed plausible enough. Qin Xiaoyang nodded and remained silent. As he drove, he glanced at Shin Sijia's secretary in the rearview mirror. Her large eyes, framed by oversized glasses, were rather captivating. Men are naturally drawn to beautiful women, especially when they can steal a glance. Focus on driving. Shin Sijia noticed Qin Xiaoyang's gaze and grew displeased. She issued a gentle reminder. Qin Xiaoyang offered an embarrassed smile, relieved that they had arrived at their destination. Chapter 23. Deception. This location was indeed somewhat remote. Aside from a few warehouses, there were no factories or residences nearby. As Qin Xiaoyang's vehicle came to a halt, a man emerged from one of the warehouses, accompanied by a woman. With a cheerful demeanor, he greeted Shin Sijia, who had just alighted from the car. Hello, General Manager Shun. How is your foot? The man, in his 40s, noticed Shin Sijia limping slightly and promptly expressed concern. Mr. Chun, I twisted my ankle a bit, but it's much better now. By the way, let me introduce you. Xiaoyang, this is Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun, this is my driver, Qin Xiaoyang. Mr. Chun appeared somewhat puzzled. A driver? What is the need for an introduction? It would make more sense to introduce your female secretary. Nevertheless, out of politeness, he shook hands with Qin Xiaoyang. Internally, Qin Xiaoyang felt a twinge of discomfort at being introduced merely as a driver, but he said nothing. Mr. Chun, I would like to confirm the goods once more. If everything checks out, I can transfer the payment at any time. Mr. Chun, whose full name was Chen Qi, had previously engaged in the raw stone business, but had recently decided to cease operations for reasons unknown. He intended to dispose of his last batch of raw stones. Shin Sijia, however, was indifferent to the veracity of his claims. Let us head inside and inspect the goods, she suggested. As they entered the spacious warehouse, a pile of stones at the center caught their attention. These were the jadeite raw stones. Shin Sijia discreetly signaled to Qin Xiaoyang, who understood her unspoken message and approached the pile to examine the stones. Activating his X-ray vision, he scrutinized the stones for a while and found no issues. The quality of this batch was indeed superior to those he had observed in the shop the previous day, with a significantly higher probability of yielding jade, and at such an affordable price. After about 10 minutes of inspection, Qin Xiaoyang prepared to report back to Shin Sijia. As he turned to leave, he inadvertently caught sight of the woman beside Qin, who appeared to exude a sense of relief. A sudden alarm bells rang in his mind. Had he misjudged the situation? Were the raw stones indeed problematic? Yet, he was confident in his assessment of the raw stones as genuine treasures. Even spotting a piece of red jade, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, circled the pile of raw stones, and then crouched down to pry apart two of the stones. Upon inspection, the truth became clear. These stones were black eggs, previously drilled and then disguised. The drilling was a rudimentary method to ascertain whether a piece contained jadeite. A fine drill bit would penetrate a specific point, and by extracting the bit, they could ascertain the condition of the stone. If jadeite was present, it would be easily detected without damaging the inner jade flesh, at most only the surface. If jade was not found, they would redisguise the black eggs. Much like the jadeite raw stones before him. After examining several pieces, all revealed the same deceit, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder the raw stones were stored in such a secluded warehouse, and no wonder the prices were so low. It was a trap. An idea for retaliation sparked in Qin Chaoyang's mind. He pressed his palm against the piece of red jade and began to absorb its energy. This was merely a test, as he was uncertain whether he could draw in the energy through the stone or if jadeite possessed any energy at all. However, upon trying, Qin Chaoyang was met with success. The energy was remarkably dense, far surpassing that of many antiques he had encountered. After about a minute of absorption, the red jade emitted no further energy. Utilizing his X-ray vision again, he was startled to find the red jade now resembled a spider web riddled with cracks. Elated, he moved on to the next piece, employing both hands to absorb the energy simultaneously. His unusual behavior quickly drew attention, including that of Qin Shijia. Nevertheless, while it was odd, none paid it much mind, perhaps attributing it to a peculiar hobby of his. After more than half an hour, Qin Chaoyang could not find a single piece of unblemished jadeite. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sensation in his body, akin to having overeaten. Just as he began to worry whether his body might explode, a refreshing sensation coursed through his abdomen. The pressure within him dissipated, gathering towards his lower abdomen until tranquility was restored. Though he was unaware of the exact nature of the changes within, he sensed something significant had occurred. Chaoyang, how are you? Is everything all right? Qin Shijia inquired, noticing him rise and remain motionless. All good. These stones would be excellent for construction, he replied. Qin Shijia, exceptionally astute, immediately detected an underlying implication in his words. Her smile faded, and she turned to face Qin. Don't spout nonsense. These are genuine jadeite raw stones sourced from the old pit in the kingdom of Jade. Young man, if you don't understand, refrain from making baseless claims. Qin was unwilling to concede. Qin Chaoyang shrugged. You know very well whether I'm speaking the truth. Drilling holes to inspect for jade before disguising them, and placing untouched jadeite stones on top, is merely a ruse to deceive. Am I wrong, Mr. Qin? Upon hearing this, Qin face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. In that instant, Qin Shijia realized the truth and rushed over to the pile of stones, lifting one to inspect. Indeed, she spotted several discrepancies on the surface that differed from the rest of the stone. Had she not been alerted, she likely would have overlooked them. However, once aware, the issues became glaringly obvious. Qin, I can't believe I trusted you to conduct business. You are a fraud. I'm calling the police. At the mention of police involvement, Qin panicked and begged for mercy. Ms. Shun, please don't report me. I was deceived as well. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Misunderstanding. Qin Shijia, though irritated, chose to listen to the explanation. Qin Chaoyang had completed his part and would no longer involve himself. If the roles were reversed, Qin Chaoyang would undoubtedly opt to report the matter to the authorities. After all, this was a case of fraud amounting to hundreds of millions. Qin Shijia was fortunate this time. Had Qin Chaoyang not detected the issue, the one suffering the loss would have been her. Furthermore, if Qin Shijia refrained from reporting, Qin might very well continue to deceive others. Ultimately, someone would fall victim, especially with so many raw stones present. It was implausible that they could genuinely be used for construction as he claimed. Chaoyang, what do you think? Qin Chaoyang shrugged. This deceitful little man seemed intent on casting him as the villain. Miss Shun, I am merely a humble driver. How would I know what to do? With that, he excused himself to tidy up the car. Qin Shijia realized this petty man was enacting revenge for her earlier remarks. Ultimately, she chose not to report the incident, but merely issued a warning to Qin before departing. Thank you so much, Chaoyang. Otherwise, I would have sustained a significant loss. It's about time. Let us go for a meal. Qin Xiaoyang grunted in acknowledgement and resumed driving. Shen Sijia stole a glance at him. He was indeed upset. Xiaoyang, the reason I referred to you as a driver earlier was intentional. It was to provide cover for your true identity, allowing you to. As Shen Sijia began to clarify, Qin Xiaoyang's phone rang. Hello, Mom. I'm doing well, yes. I'm earning money now and planning to buy a house. What? Go home for a blind date. Mom, that is not a good idea. Hello? Why is the signal so poor? He abruptly hung up. Listening intently, Shen Sijia gleaned quite a bit of information from Qin Xiaoyang's brief exchange. Most notably, his mother insisted he return home for a blind date, and it seemed to be non-negotiable. They found themselves at the same restaurant as last time, but today, 3 people were present. Li Wenjing truly lived up to her name. She was exceedingly quiet. Had he not known she was Shen Sijia's secretary, Qin Xiaoyang might have thought her mute. What kind of people are in your family, Xiaoyang? Shen Sijia inquired casually while eating. She was not typically loquacious, especially during meals, but today she felt compelled to ask. My dad, my mom, and my younger sister. Qin Xiaoyang succinctly summed up his family. I overheard your call about a blind date. I think blind dates are rather outdated. In today's world, it's best to find someone with shared interests, as that fosters common ground for conversation. For instance, given your extensive knowledge of jade raw stones, I believe you should seek a girlfriend who shares your interests or works in a related field. Shen Sijia was surprised by her own words. I don't want a blind date either, but I'm already 25. In my hometown, people my age are already having children. I'm not particularly anxious. But my parents don't see it that way. Qin Xiaoyang felt equally helpless. Over the past 2 months, his calls home had dwindled, primarily because each conversation swiftly turned to the topic of finding a girlfriend. He had endured multiple discussions about blind dates, but this time, his mother's insistence was particularly troubling. If necessary, he might even consider hiring someone like Bao Xiaoxiao or Pu Meiqi to accompany him home, pretending to be his girlfriend. Interestingly, Qin Xiaoyang did have someone in mind as a potential match, albeit from a distance, Li Wenjing. Her appearance conformed to his aesthetic preferences and standards for a partner. As for Shen Sijia, he had not contemplated her in such a way, not due to any lack of merit, but rather because she was too exceptional. Thus, he never considered her as a suitable option. It was akin to an ordinary person seeking a home. They would first contemplate properties that suited them, such as a 2-bedroom apartment, or perhaps a 3-bedroom if conditions allowed, but they would never entertain the thought of purchasing a villa. That was simply unrealistic. Qin Xiaoyang had begun researching the Shun Group 2 days prior. Leaving aside the headquarters, even the local branch was valued at a minimum of 1 to 2 billion. Even if he were to earn 100 million a year, it would take him a century or more to establish such a branch. He was a pragmatic individual, adept at navigating life, as evidenced by his request for medical expenses from Shen Sijia. Numerous instances illustrated this practicality, such as how he had taken the drinks Shen Sijia had bought him yesterday and the leftovers from their dinner, packing them up to take home. Thus, he prioritized finding a partner who was suitable for him, rather than solely the most attractive. Unlike Pu Meiqi and her companions, who were visually appealing, none of them met his standards for domestic life. Li Wenjing, however, was different, a diligent employee with a gentle demeanor and pleasing appearance, perfectly fitting his criteria for a wife. Yet, there existed a challenge, a shift in mindset. Qin Xiaoyang had yet to fully transition from his humble upbringing. This transformation required time, as overnight wealth had not altered his mentality from that of an ordinary person to that of a wealthy individual. Xiaoyang, do you have someone you admire? What type of girl do you prefer? Shen Sijia inquired again, though she avoided making direct eye contact with him. Qin Xiaoyang set down his chopsticks, deep in thought. I wouldn't say I have a preference at this point, as we've only just met. However, I tend to like those who are gentle and unpretentious, perhaps akin to a little kitten. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia felt an inexplicable joy. Wasn't this a description of herself? The mention of being unpretentious hinted at a need for her to learn gentleness, but she was unsure how to achieve that. At this moment, Shen Sijia felt a pang of anxiety. Personality and temperament were innate traits. Altering them was far from simple. If Qin Xiaoyang could discern her thoughts, he would likely be bemused. I was referring to Li Wenjing, after their meal. Qin Xiaoyang returned the pair to the company and then proceeded to a pharmacy to purchase some medicine before driving home. He needed to ascertain what changes his body was undergoing. End of chapter 25. $1 million antique painting to ascertain his own condition. Qin Xiaoyang employed a method of introspection akin to examining his body with an internal gaze. He discerned an anomaly, a miniature cauldron-like structure residing in his lower abdomen. This translucent vessel was replete with a fluid, which Qin Xiaoyang surmised was the liquefied essence of the energy he had absorbed. However, the vessel was now saturated, precluding further absorption, explaining the sensation of fullness he had experienced. Was his capacity for spiritual energy finite? Abruptly, the diminutive cauldron commenced a rapid gyration, blurring Qin Xiaoyang's vision, compelling him to withdraw his inner sight. Scarcely had he ceased when he perceived a subtle pop, succeeded by a wave of invigorating energy permeating his being, reaching even the most minute pores. An initial surge of comfort was succeeded by an augmentation of strength, readily discernible in his physical form. Upon resuming his introspection, the cauldron remained, though the fluid within had diminished considerably and undergone a chromatic shift from transparency to a sanguine hue. What was the significance of this transformation? Was it indicative of advancement, or had the cauldron assimilated the blood from his body? Dismissing the enigma for the moment, Qin Xiaoyang opened the chest, retrieved the bamboo painting, and closed his eyes, initiating the restoration process. He could palpably sense the spiritual energy within him converging upon the antique painting, a process enduring for approximately half an hour. When Qin Xiaoyang sensed the depletion of his internal energy reserves, the painting ceased its absorption. Elated, he unfurled the painting. Zheng Banxiao, bamboo, authentic, exceptional collector's value. Haha. Qin Xiaoyang was elated. He had finally restored it. Qin Xiaoyang swiftly secured the antique painting, preparing to contact Huang Guangyan. He was not a collector, and preferred to exchange it for currency. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rap sounded on the door. Cousin, are you in? It was Bao Xiaoxiao's voice. Qin Xiaoyang pocketed his phone and opened the door. What is it, Xiaoxiao? Bao Xiaoxiao peered into the room. I heard you laughing loudly in your room when I went to the restroom, so I came to inquire. Qin Xiaoyang realized that his unrestrained mirth had been rather audible, reaching Bao Xiaoxiao's ears. It's nothing. I merely recalled something amusing. By the way, is your cold improving? Bao Xiaoxiao nodded. It's almost gone. Thank you for purchasing the medicine for me. How much do I owe you? As she spoke, Bao Xiaoxiao reached for her phone, intending to send Qin Xiaoyang a digital payment. It's just a few dozen yuan. Don't worry about it. Have you had lunch yet? I brought you some food. I'll heat it up for you. Qin Xiaoyang proceeded directly to the kitchen. He had a predilection for taking leftovers home, regardless of his dining companions. Qin Xiaoyang would typically take any remaining food with him. Bao Xiaoxiao observed Qin Xiaoyang's activity in the kitchen. One's perception of an event can vary depending on the perspective. Initially, when Qin Xiaoyang prepared meals for them, they simply appreciated the taste. If there was any further consideration, it was merely that a grown man was capable of cooking. However, Bao Xiaoxiao now viewed the situation differently. A promising young man with assets in the millions was demonstrating such solicitude and culinary skill. The same actions, performed by the same individual, carried a different weight when juxtaposed with his affluence. Of course, Bao Xiaoxiao was unaware that Qin Xiaoyang's wealth far exceeded a few million. In some respects, Bao Xiaoxiao could not be considered materialistic, as evidenced by her prior counsel to Pu Meiqi. Even if Qin Xiaoyang were without funds, still employed in a stable occupation, he would likely have had a reasonable chance of winning Bao Xiaoxiao's heart. Naturally, his financial resources increased his prospects, as this was a pragmatic society. All right, these are all relatively mild dishes, as you shouldn't consume anything too rich. After you've finished, just place the dishes in the sink, and I'll wash them when I return. Bao Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude. Then, a realization dawned upon her. Are you going out? Qin Xiaoyang nodded. As he could not remain at home indefinitely, he needed to sell the painting and pick up Shin Sijia from the company, while also observing Li Wenjing. Yes, I have some errands to attend to. When they return, please inform them that I will be back to prepare dinner tonight. With those words, Qin Xiaoyang returned to his room, collected the painting, and departed. Uncle Huang, where are you? After entering his vehicle, he immediately contacted Huang Guangyan. As fate would have it, a female voice answered the call. You must be Qin Xiaoyang, correct? Qin Xiaoyang paused, then realized that the female voice must belong to Huang Guangyan's daughter, about whom he had spoken. The girl's awareness of his name was not surprising, as it would undoubtedly be displayed on the phone. Hello, beautiful. Are you Uncle Huang's daughter? Guan Jingya, realizing Qin Xiaoyang's misapprehension, hastened to clarify. No, he is my uncle. He is currently conversing with my grandfather, and his phone is charging. Perhaps you could come and meet him at my house, which is located at. Qin Xiaoyang terminated the call and started the engine. Guan Jingya, having concluded the conversation, proceeded to the second floor. Huang Guangyan was presently examining an item with his father-in-law, Guan Yuha. Uncle, your phone rang just now. It was a call from someone named Qin Xiaoyang, and I provided him with the address. He may arrive shortly. Huang Guangyan's face lit up with anticipation, as Qin Xiaoyang's call likely signified the possession of valuable merchandise. Guangyan, you have once again been deceived. This painting is a Republic-era imitation, worth no more than 10,000 yuan. Guan Yuha set down his magnifying glass and shook his head with a wry smile. Earlier that morning, Huang Guangyan had acquired a painting for the sum of 500,000 yuan. He had come to Guan Yuha's residence to display his treasure, only to discover that his father-in-law was asleep. Thus, he had been forced to wait until 2:00 p.m. The evaluation revealed the painting to be a forgery. The loss of 500,000 yuan was of little consequence to Huang Guangyan, primarily due to his inexperience. By the way, who was it you said was coming? Guan Yuha suddenly inquired. Dad, his name is Qin Xiaoyang, the individual who sold the seal, and the one who extracted the Emperor Green Jadeite on his first attempt at stone gambling. Chapter 26, Qin Xiaoyang discusses paintings following the address. Qin Xiaoyang arrived at Guan Yuha's residence. Upon alighting from his vehicle, he noticed a young lady standing at the entrance, presumably the one he had spoken to on the phone. Guan Jingyao was also observing Qin Xiaoyang, who struck her as both handsome and youthful. Typically, individuals with an affinity for antiques tend to be older. This is not a baseless assertion. Young people rarely possess the leisure to indulge in such pursuits. Take Guan Jingyao. For instance, due to her grandfather's influence, she had encountered numerous individuals in this realm, with someone like Huang Guangyan, of similar age, being considered relatively young. Birds of a feather flock together, she mused, pondering how Qin Xiaoyang, who seemed to have a good rapport with her uncle, could be at least 3 or 4 decades her senior, only to discover he was nearly her age. Hello, you must be Qin Xiaoyang, she greeted. My grandfather and uncle are upstairs. Allow me to escort you up. Qin Xiaoyang promptly expressed his gratitude and followed Guan Jingyao up to the second floor. Xiaoyang, you've arrived. Her uncle exclaimed. Let me introduce you. This is my father-in-law. After a round of introductions, they were acquainted. Xiaoyang, is that a painting you have in hand? Huang Guangyan inquired. Having noticed the artwork as soon as Qin Xiaoyang ascended the stairs, his question served as a gentle reminder. Nodding, Qin Xiaoyang unfurled the painting and laid it upon the table, then stepped back to invite their scrutiny. Guan Yuha cast a brief glance, his eyes narrowing, and promptly reached for a magnifying glass to examine it more closely. He sniffed at it and pinched the edges, which left Huang Guangyan feeling anxious. Father, what do you think? Huang Guangyan asked, eliciting a stern look from Guan Yuha, who finally lowered the magnifying glass. This is indeed an authentic work by Zheng Banxiao, he declared succinctly, thereby establishing the painting's provenance. Let me see. Guan Jingyao quickly seized the nearby magnifying glass, scrutinizing it earnestly. However, her focus was not on the painting itself, but rather on the seals below, merely seeking entertainment. Who is Kuro? Guan Yuha grumbled. I urge you to study diligently, yet you squander your time on frivolities. Zheng Banxiao, originally named Zheng Xie, styled as Kuro, with the sobriquet Lian, was also known as Banxiao, a renowned figure of the Qing dynasty and one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. Guan Yuha was addressing Guan Jingyao, while also imparting knowledge to Huang Guangyan. Qin Xiaoyang felt astonished. He was not surprised by the painting's origin, as he possessed an advantage. However, the old gentleman before him, having merely held a magnifying glass for a brief moment, confidently declared all the information. That was truly remarkable. Qin Xiaoyang yearned to become his disciple, yet felt it would be too abrupt. He genuinely wished to learn from a master who could impart knowledge unto him. Xiaoyang, did you acquire this painting through a fortunate find? Guan Yuha began conversing with Qin Xiaoyang after sharing the painting's details. Indeed, esteemed sir, Qin Xiaoyang replied. It was from it. He refrained from divulging the complete truth, knowing that revealing the entirety of the situation would lead to complications, given the involvement of Chu Liang. Thus, he had carefully crafted his response en route. Xiaoyang, I wish to purchase this painting. Name your price. Huang Guangyan declared. Qin Xiaoyang hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak up. Had it been just the two of them, he would have readily stated a fair price. But his mind was occupied with other thoughts. Perceiving Qin Xiaoyang's uncertainty, Guan Yuha chuckled and said, This painting is exceptionally well preserved. Given Zheng Banxiao's renown and the value of the piece itself, the typical market price hovers around 10 million. Of course, this is merely a market estimate. If it were placed in an auction house, it could fetch between 12 to 13 million. Should it attract a passionate collector, the price might even soar higher. Guan Yuha spoke with candor, fully aware that his son-in-law was not financially constrained. Moreover, Their amicable relationship led him to believe that Qin Chaoyang was already aware of the painting's valuation. Hence, he felt no need to be the villain in this transaction. All right, let us settle on 15 million. I shall take it. Huang Guangyan, ever forthright, promptly prepared to write a check. Uncle Huang, we are acquainted. I cannot possibly accept such an extravagant sum. Qin Chaoyang responded. While it was false to claim he desired no compensation, it would be unethical to demand a sum of 15 million. As Guan Yue had stated, that was merely the auction price. Let us agree on a round figure. Uncle Huang, please offer a whole number. A whole number naturally referred to 10 million, and Qin Chaoyang shamelessly referred to Guan Yue as grandfather. Were others unaware? They might have mistaken it for an invocation of Guan Gong. Very well, consider it a bargain. Huang Guangyan, in his straightforward manner, wasted no time in writing a cash check for 10 million and handing it to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang, eschewing excess formality, accepted the check and tucked it into his pocket. It was time for him to take his leave. After all, this was Guan Yue's home. The three of them were family, and he was merely an outsider. Just as he prepared to bid farewell, Guan Yue spoke first. Young Qin, there is another painting here. Would you care to take a look? As he gestured toward a painting set aside, Qin Chaoyang was uncertain of Guan Yue's intentions, but nodded, reasoning that viewing it would not be detrimental. This painting was, in fact, one Huang Guangyan had purchased earlier that day for 500,000. Upon unveiling the painting, Guan Yue fell silent and stepped aside. Huang Guangyan was eager to speak, but was forestalled by Guan Yue. Qin Chaoyang activated his vision, and as he observed it, the essential information materialized in his mind. However, he refrained from voicing it immediately, instead studying it with great care. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally withdrew his gaze. Well? Guan Yue inquired, prompting Qin Chaoyang to clear his throat and gather his thoughts before responding. From the surface, this painting appears to be a work from the Ming dynasty, attributed to Qiu Ying. I am familiar with Qiu Ying. He is indeed a figure from the Ming dynasty. That much is indisputable. However, herein lies the issue. Ancient artists typically employed their courtesy names or pseudonyms, rarely inscribing their actual names directly on their works. For instance, Tang Bohu would inscribe his name as Tang Yin, and the painting I just examined follows suit. Thus, from this signature, we can deduce that this painting is certainly not an authentic piece. Examining the paper, it too does not resemble that of the Ming dynasty, and the artist's technique seems rather ordinary, with pronounced imitation marks. Most critically, the signature itself, Qiu Ying, is superfluous. If I am not mistaken, this painting is likely a forgery from the Republic of China era. Clapping erupted as Qin Chaoyang concluded his assessment, and Guan Yue applauded enthusiastically. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Apprenticeship remarkable. Your keen observation and thorough analysis are truly commendable. Such meticulous young individuals are indeed rare. Undoubtedly, the most significant flaw in this artwork lies in the signature. This is the work of an imitator, who, fearing that others might be unaware of Qiu Ying's identity, has deliberately emphasized it. This painting can merely be described as a mediocre imitation, barely qualifying as a high-quality replica. Its only worth stems from its provenance in the Republic of China, which lends it some age. At this point, Guan Yue turned to Qin Chaoyang with a smile, saying, Young Qin, while I perceive your meticulousness and discerning eye, it seems you lack some systematic theoretical knowledge. I wonder, from whom have you learned these things? Do you have a mentor? Qin Chaoyang smiled wryly and shook his head, replying, You are correct, Grandpa Guan. I indeed possess little theoretical knowledge related to this field. What I know has been acquired through clandestine learning. I apprenticed for 6 months at boss Zhou Chang's shop, and everything I learned there was based on what I observed and heard during my apprenticeship. Guan Yue raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of self-taught expertise. He was aware that Zhou Qiang was merely a small antique shop owner, lacking significant skill, and, in Guan Yue's eyes, even Qin Chaoyang surpassed him in knowledge. A flurry of thoughts raced through Guan Yue's mind. He felt a sense of regret for not having recognized this talent sooner. He had 3 disciples, the eldest nearly 50, who was also the father of Guan Jingya, currently preparing to take over his legacy. The youngest was already in his 30s, after a decade without accepting a disciple. Today he felt compelled to do so. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? Guan Yue's sudden inquiry left the 3 individuals in the room momentarily speechless. It was Huang Guangyan who finally broke the silence, urging, Chaoyang, quickly accept. Qin Chaoyang, recovering from his surprise, hurriedly knelt to pay his respects. Guan Yue smiled warmly. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my 4th disciple. A master may lead you to the door, but the journey of cultivation is up to the individual. Currently, your understanding of antiques is hindered by a lack of experience. Take this book home and study it. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out anytime. These are my insights gathered over the years. When your senior brother returns, I shall arrange for him to guide you for a while. Qin Xiaoyang was overjoyed. He had long desired to find a mentor, and now his dream had come to fruition. How could this not elate him? The conversation continued with some casual chatting and various instructions. In summary, Qin Xiaoyang had become an apprentice, a news likely to spread quickly throughout the antique community. Uncle Master, remember to bring me a gift when you visit next. Guan Jingya playfully called out as she saw Qin Xiaoyang off. Her title of Uncle Master was indeed fitting, as her father was the senior brother, and Qin Xiaoyang was the junior brother, making her address appropriate. Feeling as though he were in a dream, Qin Xiaoyang bid farewell to Guan Jingya and drove directly to the Shen Jewelry Company, stopping along the way to purchase some groceries. Upon arriving at the company, he realized it was nearly closing time. Stealing a glance at the petite secretary, Li Wenjing, he seized the opportunity to chat with her while no one was watching. Shen Sijia had already seen Qin Xiaoyang enter through the surveillance cameras. Knowing it was time to leave, she tidied up her desk and exited the office. However, as she stepped out, her gait transformed from normal to a noticeable limp. Indeed, it was a ruse. Qin Xiaoyang was engaged in conversation with Li Wenjing, his gaze directed toward Shen Sijia's office door. As soon as she appeared, he rushed forward to assist her. Sijia, why do I feel like your leg has worsened? Should I take you to the hospital? Shen Sijia panicked inwardly, realizing she had overdone the act. No need for a hospital. I merely stood up too quickly after sitting for a prolonged period. I should be fine shortly. Surprisingly, this explanation was quite reasonable and convincing enough for Qin Xiaoyang. He supported Shen Sijia toward the elevator while extending a hand to greet Li Wenjing, which left Shen Sijia feeling slightly displeased, though she refrained from voicing her feelings. Xiaoyang, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Once in the car, Shen Sijia immediately began her inquiry. Qin Xiaoyang pointed to his trunk, saying, I bought some groceries. Intending to cook dinner myself. Why don't you join me? This was merely a casual suggestion, as it was uncommon for a girl to dine at a man's residence. To his surprise, Shen Sijia replied, sounds great. I'm so tired of takeout. I'll come over every night from now on. How about I give you 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses? Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Is that not enough? Perhaps 3,000 would be more appropriate? That should be sufficient, she agreed. Thus, Qin Xiaoyang had acquired an additional source of income: food expenses. Xiaoyang, do you have any plans this Saturday? As he drove, Qin Xiaoyang nodded. I'm free any day. This Saturday, come to my house. You mentioned wanting to buy a villa, right? Conveniently, there are 2 villas for sale in our community. I've already notified the property management, and I'll take you to view them on Saturday. If you like one, you can purchase it. That would be more convenient. Qin Xiaoyang was puzzled. What do you mean by convenient? Is it easier to mooch meals? This seemed like a plausible interpretation. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaoyang opened the door to find 3 young women seated on the sofa, engrossed in watching television while snacking. As soon as they heard the door, they turned their heads toward the entrance, only to see Qin Xiaoyang supporting Shen Sijia, who was limping as they entered. Cousin, what happened to Ms. Shen? Bao Xiaoxiao, being quite perceptive, hurried over to assist. It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle last night, Qin Xiaoyang explained. Choosing not to further engage with Shen Sijia as he let the 4 converse in the living room, while he busied himself in the kitchen. The 3 women, however, did not pretend to help with the groceries or cooking, revealing their true natures within just 2 days. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile wryly. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Purchasing a villa this evening was bustling with activity, prompting Qin Xiaoyang to prepare a couple of extra dishes, 6 dishes, and a soup, 3 meat and 3 vegetable. Cousin, what have you been up to all day? Shen Sijia, who had a habit of remaining silent during meals, was not the only one curious. Pu Meiqi was equally inquisitive. When she posed the question, Shen Sijia was all ears, genuinely intrigued. What else could I do? Just meandering about, shopping for groceries, and cooking, Qin Xiaoyang replied, deliberately omitting any mention of his fortunate finds, for he understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth discreet. It was akin to running a business. One might boast about earning a modest income of 10 to 20,000 a month, but when one's earnings soared to 80 or 100,000, such revelations tended to vanish into silence. Qin Xiaoyang embodied this very sentiment. Shen Sijia noticed the 3 women's interest in Qin Xiaoyang, a signal that filled her with trepidation. After dinner, it was only natural for Qin Xiaoyang to escort Shen Sijia home. However, fate had other plans. The elevator was out of order. In this building, with 2 households per floor, a malfunctioned elevator meant climbing the stairs. Thankfully, it was a descent. Chaoyang, I've twisted my ankle. Climbing the stairs is painful. Shin Sijia's intentions were unmistakable. She was reluctant to ascend the stairs. Sijia, the elevator is broken. There's nothing I can do. How about I help you down? Shin Sijia was exasperated. Is that what I meant? Can't you carry me? You did it last time. Remember? You even touched my rear. This was the internal monologue she kept to herself. Yet, descending the stairs in a limping manner would be just as agonizing. If she twisted her ankle further, it would indeed be troublesome. Qin Chaoyang felt a bit flustered. Nothing seemed acceptable. Then I'll carry you, he declared, bending down immediately. Shin Sijia smirked and promptly leaped onto his back. Navigating down the 4th floor proved no challenge, even with a passenger. Once Shin Sijia was settled in the passenger seat, Qin Chaoyang started the car. Chaoyang, I have a day off tomorrow. Let us go look at some houses. Shin Sijia's seemingly random remark left Qin Chaoyang bewildered. Weren't you saying this Saturday or Sunday? I'm not in a rush. Why take a day off tomorrow to look at houses? Internally, Shin Sijia cursed, contemplating her response. Fortunately, her quick wit prevailed. Look at you, now a person of status, still sharing an apartment with others on the 4th floor. This power outage is quite inconvenient, and with my ankle, it may take a few days to heal. Since it's inevitable, why not handle it tomorrow? Qin Chaoyang was at a loss for words. A person of status? He had never considered himself as such, perhaps merely someone with an identification card. Without a stable job, how could he claim to have status? Nevertheless, her last point struck a chord. Acquiring a home was indeed an eventuality, and sooner rather than later seemed prudent. Moreover, he recognized that living with 3 women was rather inconvenient, not in terms of daily life, which was surprisingly manageable, allowing him to utilize his perceptive abilities to observe things he otherwise wouldn't dare. However, in other respects, it posed challenges. For instance, should he come across exquisite jade or valuable antiques in the future, storing them in such a setting would be risky. There was always the chance that they could be discarded or accidentally broken by one of the women, leaving him with no tears left to shed. All right, I'll heed your advice. But let it be known, I cannot afford anything too extravagant. Shin Sijia scoffed inwardly. With several million in savings, his claims of financial hardship were laughable. Don't worry, if you find yourself short on funds, I'll cover you, and we'll deduct it from your share later. By the way, Li Wenjing has a boyfriend. Keep your distance from her. If he finds out, he might get jealous. This was a casual remark from Shin Sijia. Qin Chaoyang was momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of disappointment. Shin Sijia sensed this disappointment and felt an uncomfortable pang in her heart. Was she not superior enough to overshadow a mere secretary? Little did she know the true reason behind his feelings. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Chaoyang's car pulled up to the gates of Shin Sijia's villa. Do you not realize my foot is hurting? Could you not lend me a hand? Shin Sijia was utterly exasperated with his obliviousness. The following morning, Qin Chaoyang purchased breakfast and returned to the villa. Today, he was there to view the property, bringing along the necessary documents. Just as they finished their meal, the doorbell rang. Standing at the door was a man in his 30s. Dressed sharply in a suit and tie, he was the property manager of the villa complex. Mr. Zhou, as Shin Sijia referred to him, introduced the property. Mr. Qin, this is villa number 9. The layout and area are identical to what Ms. Shun has. The only difference lies in the decoration. Ms. Shun's is fully furnished, while this one is a shell. What do you think? Qin Chaoyang nodded, contemplating silently. While purchasing a pre-furnished home is convenient, it often fails to meet personal specifications. Designing and decorating oneself yields a far superior result. Manager Zhou, I find this villa quite satisfactory, but could you inform me of the price? Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou beamed with delight. Rest assured, since Ms. Shen recommended you, the price will be reasonable. According to the current market rate, our asking price for this villa is 28 million. However, I must let you in on a little secret. It can definitely be negotiated to 25 million. Qin Chaoyang's jaw dropped in disbelief. He had originally thought this villa would top out at 10 million, never anticipating such a figure. Shin Sijia glanced at him and recognized the familiar stinginess resurfacing. Chaoyang, that price is quite reasonable. It's not exorbitant. Qin Chaoyang shot her a glare. 25 million. And you dare say it's not expensive? For that amount, I could purchase nearly 10 houses. And that as for a prime location, in a more remote area, I could acquire even more. I think I'll pass. Let us defer this for later. Qin Chaoyang was beginning to have second thoughts. After all, he had just come into wealth. His bank account held only 40 million, plus the additional 10 million earned yesterday. Losing half in one go was indeed painful. Shen Sijia led him aside, ready to impart some wisdom. The crux of Qin Chaoyang's struggle lay in his failure to adapt his mindset. Chaoyang, have you realized that you have a significant issue at present? End of chapter 29. Awakening thus, you are now a capable and affluent individual, and your earnings will only continue to increase. What is the purpose of acquiring wealth if it does not enhance your comfort and quality of life? What benefit is there in depositing money in a bank, knowing that it will inevitably depreciate? Furthermore, we are destined to earn even more in the future. One cannot simply accumulate wealth without expenditure, for if everyone behaved thus, the market would have collapsed long ago. Consider this, only by utilizing the money at our disposal can it be deemed true wealth. If it merely resides in a bank, it amounts to nothing more than a series of digits. Qin Chaoyang gazed intently at Shen Sijia, his eyes wide open. To be candid, her words sparked a profound realization within him. He finally recognized the source of his misunderstanding, the mindset of a smallholder. Despite having attended university, he had been gripped by a persistent fear of poverty, and upon receiving a sudden windfall, he found himself at a loss as to how to manage it. In truth, purchasing a villa is an investment, as is engaging in business. A sudden epiphany struck Qin Chaoyang. He realized the myriad opportunities available to him, far beyond merely perusing antique shops or scavenging at flea markets. He could venture into business, open a store, or invest. Indeed, in that moment, Qin Chaoyang awakened. Why are you staring at me? Shen Sijia blushed slightly, feeling a bit flustered under his gaze. Thank you, Sijia, for enlightening me. I shall acquire that villa. With resolve, Qin Chaoyang turned to seek out manager Zhou, only to be halted by Shen Sijia's hand. Are you foolish? We can negotiate, just leave it to me. It was true. When it came to haggling, Qin Chaoyang was no match for Shen Sijia. After much back and forth, they secured the villa for a price of 23 million. Qin Chaoyang presented a 10 million cash check as a down payment, and they began drafting the contract. Whether purchasing a house or a villa, the process involves a transfer of ownership, rendering the task more complex than a mere formality. Although the property deed was yet to be in hand, the contract secured Qin Chaoyang the keys, allowing for renovations to commence. However, scarcely a minute after receiving the keys, Shen Sijia took them back, claiming she had acquaintances who could provide discounts on design and renovation services. Qin Chaoyang welcomed the assistance, viewing it as a fortunate turn of events. Where did you acquire this 10 million? After signing the contract and declining manager Zhou's invitation to dine, they departed in their vehicle. Once inside, Shen Sijia inquired about the source of the funds. She had a rough idea of Qin Chaoyang's financial standing, having previously heard whispers of him stumbling upon a lucrative opportunity that netted him several million, alongside a rare piece of imperial jade worth 30 million, culminating in a total of around 40 to 50 million. Thus, the sudden appearance of a cash check warranted her curiosity. Just a lucky find, Qin Chaoyang replied casually, believing the matter would end there. Yet he overlooked the fact that Shen Sijia was, after all, a woman, and women possess an inherent penchant for gossip. Such a lucrative find. You must share the details with me. With no choice but to comply, Qin Chaoyang recounted the gist of the situation, reminding her that this was a secret between them. Shen Sijia nodded eagerly, contemplating whether this constituted a shared secret between them. Unbeknownst to her, she was undergoing a transformation. Her once reticent and aloof demeanor had begun to soften, a change she might not even have recognized herself, perhaps only becoming apparent in her interactions with Qin Chaoyang. The pair decided on a fast food establishment for lunch, only to encounter a familiar face, Su Meishan. Since parting ways with Chun Kai, Su Meishan had reinvented herself, seemingly having found another affluent companion, who at that moment was wrapped around her arm. This new partner, standing approximately 165 meters tall, was portly with a protruding belly, likely in his 30s and unmistakably wealthy, adorned with a gold chain and a luxury watch, while Su Meishan flaunted a new handbag. Su Meishan appeared flustered upon unexpectedly meeting Qin Chaoyang in such a setting. He furrowed his brow in silence, opting to retreat with Shen Sijia into a private room. Do you know them? The wealthy man inquired casually. Of course I know him, Su Meishan replied, her smile forced. A classmate from university, just a poor nobody who pursued me for years. How could I possibly be interested in him? I prefer men like Changgu, who are both wealthy and capable. You can't even begin to compare. Upon hearing this, Changgu erupted in laughter. You certainly know how to flatter. Make sure you treat me well later, and I'll add an extra 100,000 to your allowance this month. Delighted, Su Meishan clung to Chang Ji's arm, rubbing against him in a flirtatious manner. Thank you, Chang-gu. By the way, I need to look stunning for tonight's party. I wouldn't want to embarrass you. The wealthy Chang-gu playfully smacked Su Maishan's rear and chuckled. No problem. Will 20,000 be enough? Su Maishan rejoiced at his willingness to splurge, contemplating whether to take revenge on him. After entering their private room and ordering their meals, Shun Sijia casually posed a question about this potential revenge. Whether it referred to Su Maishan or her companion was left to Qin Xiaoyang's interpretation. Revenge? I must be out of my mind. Qin Xiaoyang retorted. In truth, much depends on one's perspective. When you lack capability, you may yearn for a partner to marry and start a family with, aiming for a simple life. However, once you attain wealth and capability, your aspirations may shift dramatically. Shin Sijia wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. Will you undergo a transformation? Qin Xiaoyang hesitated before stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a prolonged pause, he concluded, people inevitably change, myself included. I believe the most significant transformation lies in one's awareness. For instance, I once believed that hard work could lead to wealth, only to later realize that effort and reward are not inherently linked. The ability to choose based on understanding often outweighs sheer diligence. Thus, one must look upward to navigate the path ahead, rather than merely toiling away. When one earns a mere few hundred a day, others applaud their industriousness. When one earns a few thousand, they commend their competence. Yet, upon reaching tens of thousands, the realization dawns that diligence and capability are mere illusions, revealing that wealth is not born from tireless labor. Ultimately, intellect, vision, and a sprinkle of fortune dictate true prosperity, with the influence of benefactors playing a pivotal role as well. End of chapter. Chapter 30. Lack of opportunities. Shen Sijia stared blankly at Qin Xiaoyang, astonished by his unexpected display of wisdom, which profoundly altered her perception. The meal they shared was quite enjoyable. As they departed the restaurant, Xiaoyang, may I have a word with you? Qin Xiaoyang halted in his tracks, recognizing that voice all too well. I'll wait for you in the car, Shen Sijia declared before walking away. Qin Xiaoyang turned to Su Maishan, asking, Su Maishan, what do you truly desire? We've already had a clear discussion, and we've broken up. There's nothing left to discuss. The only reason I can converse with you calmly now is that my life has been relatively pleasant lately. This was a candid admission. Had it been before, during his time at the restaurant, he would have likely erupted in anger. Pleasant life? I suspect you are being kept by someone. 30 million? You must be joking. If you truly had 30 million, would you still wear such clothes? Xiaoyang, I harbor no disdain for you. Since you've reached this point, let us refrain from speaking ill of one another. Let us work hard to earn money, buy a house, buy a car, and once we have accumulated sufficient wealth, we shall marry and embark on some business ventures together. This way, we will find fairness. What do you think? Qin Xiaoyang found himself amused by Su Maishan's naivety. After all this time, she believed herself to be the one being supported by Shin Sijia, likening him to a kept man. The notion of working together to earn money was laughable. How do you propose we earn money? By lounging in bed and calling out for help? I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to that might impede your financial endeavors. By the way, this will be the last time I speak to you calmly. I hope you won't disturb me again. It's best if we pretend we don't know each other. As Qin Xiaoyang walked away, Su Maishan's face turned pale with rage. She had already begun to lower herself, yet Qin Xiaoyang remained resolute in his indifference. Qin Xiaoyang, we shall see about this. Unbeknownst to him, Su Maishan had begun to harbor resentment towards him, but even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned. Xiaoyang, where are we headed now? Initially, Qin Xiaoyang intended to suggest returning for a nap. However, he suddenly recalled Shun Sijia's words from the morning. Indeed, he wished to start a business. Sijia, I still have some funds available. I'm contemplating investing in a business. What kind of business do you think would be prudent? Upon hearing about the investment, Shun Sijia eagerly responded, Xiaoyang, the lucrative industries are largely saturated now, given the current market trends. The rise of the internet has led to the decline of many brick-and-mortar stores, and even those that survive do so in a barely sustainable manner. Unless one offers something unique, it's quite challenging, for the golden era of entrepreneurship has passed. For instance, the food and entertainment sectors are struggling. However, we might consider entering the jade raw stone market. In Jinling City and surrounding areas, this sector remains largely untapped. Even where it exists, it's mostly small-scale operations. If we were to establish a larger jade raw stone market, there would undoubtedly be profit. Qin Xiaoyang found merit in Shun Sijia's insights. Then, according to your plan, how much investment would be required? Shen Sijia pondered briefly before responding. If we are to do this, we must aim for greatness, at least within East China. Only by scaling up can we become strong. Otherwise, we risk being swallowed by competitors. Therefore, the initial investment should be around several billion. Screech. A sudden break startled Shen Sijia. How much? Several billion? Are you joking? I barely have a few million after buying a house. I'd be left with half that amount. You're telling me several billion? Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed, and she stuck out her tongue, realizing her oversight. She had approached the matter from her perspective rather than considering Qin Xiaoyang's circumstances. For the Shen Group, investing several billion in a project was commonplace. However, for Qin Xiaoyang, that sum was astronomical, impossible, at least for now. I'm not suggesting we invest that amount immediately. Besides, I have money, provided you. As Shen Sijia's voice trailed off, Qin Xiaoyang failed to catch her final words. Let us discuss the future later. Right now, I want to know what I can invest in at this moment. What do you think about opening an antique shop? Shen Sijia was unfamiliar with antiques. Yet she had heard that the trade could indeed be profitable. It seemed a sensible transitional idea. However, another dilemma arose. To run an antique shop, one must have stock to sell. Unlike other businesses where one can simply procure goods, where would one source antiques? Naturally, Shen Sijia dismissed this idea. Sijia, what if we import raw stones from the jade-producing countries? I've heard that jade raw stones there are unbelievably cheap, practically at bargain prices. If feasible, I could amass significant capital quickly. Shen Sijia shook her head emphatically. Xiaoyang, you must not entertain such thoughts. That area is exceedingly chaotic. Human trafficking, organ harvesting, these are merely the tip of the iceberg. If you encounter armed groups, you might not only lose the jade raw stones, but also your life. Each industry has its own channels and rules. It's not simply about wanting to participate. Otherwise, why do only a handful of channels in Huaxiao manage to bring in raw stones? It's because they possess their own networks, often supported by underworld forces. Qin Xiaoyang felt deflated. When he wished to be a laid-back individual, Shen Sijia urged him to pursue entrepreneurship. Yet, when he sought to venture into business, all his ideas were swiftly dismissed by her. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Huang Guangyin calling. Hello? A cocktail party? All right. Do they require cash? Got it. See you tonight. After hanging up, Shen Sijia's curiosity piqued. What cocktail party requires cash? Qin Xiaoyang restarted the car and began to explain. It turned out that there was a private cocktail party that served merely as a facade. Its true purpose was a private antique exchange organized by a clandestine group. Huang Guangyin's call was an invitation for Qin Xiaoyang to accompany him. Shen Sijia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I'll accompany you tonight. End of chapter. Chapter 31. The Antique Exchange Meeting. What are you going for? You know nothing about it. Qin Xiaoyang trailed off, sensing Shen Sijia's displeasure. Let us go together. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Shen Sijia's face. Initially, Qin Xiaoyang believed that cash would be required, but Huang Guangyin clarified otherwise. The attendees of the soiree were all prominent figures within their circles, eliminating any issues of trust. As previously mentioned, the primary purpose of the gathering was the antique exchange. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Xiaoyang and Huang Guangyin met at the entrance of Shen Sijia's residential complex before heading toward their destination. However, Huang Guangyin found himself puzzled. How had Qin Xiaoyang and Shen Sijia become acquainted? Despite his curiosity, he refrained from asking, adhering to the notion that some matters do not concern him. The gathering took place at a private estate owned by Mr. Kai Guoquan, a man in his 40s with glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Upon seeing the trio approach, he immediately came forward to greet them. Mr. Kai, it's a pleasure to see you. And is that not Miss Shen? What a delightful surprise to have you here. Kai Guoquan enthusiastically welcomed Huang Guangyin and Shen Sijia, completely disregarding Qin Xiaoyang. Mr. Kai, you know my interests well, Huang Guangyin began, intending to introduce Qin Xiaoyang, but Kai Guoquan interrupted. Ah, Mr. Qin, welcome. He offered a perfunctory handshake to Qin Xiaoyang before resuming his conversation with Huang Guangyin, showing little interest in the introduction. While Qin Xiaoyang was indifferent to the slight, Shen Sijia felt a twinge of annoyance, although she chose not to voice it. Dressed in plain attire, Qin Xiaoyang followed Huang Guangyin, appearing more like an attendant or driver than a guest. Being overlooked by others was hardly surprising in such a setting. Inside the estate, numerous guests mingled, and Huang Guangyin greeted each one, his status ensuring that he was acknowledged. Even Shen Sijia attracted many well-wishers, while Qin Xiaoyang remained largely unnoticed. Yet, someone did approach him, Su Maishan. Qin Xiaoyang, what brings you here? Oh, I see. You came with that wealthy woman, didn't you? Look at you, acting all high and mighty. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering Su Meishan here. Upon spotting the short, rotund figure, he quickly understood. Ignoring her, he busied himself with the fruit platter. Frustrated, Su Meishan eventually opted to leave, aware that such an occasion was not the right time to cause a scene. As time passed, it soon became 8 o'clock, and the guests had gathered. At this moment, the main event was about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my gratitude for attending this antique exchange hosted by Kai. Many of you have likely participated in such events before. I recall last year's gathering at Mr. Huang's. This year, it is my honor. Kai Guoquan delivered a lengthy speech filled with pleasantries. Qin Xiaoyang absorbed the essence of his words. The existence of these antique exchanges could be traced back over 20 years. During that time, the antique market was far from thriving. The business landscape was dominated by entrepreneurs and affluent individuals, yet few were inclined to delve into antiquities. The antique realm was marked by stagnation. Thus, the idea to host gatherings under the guise of social soirees emerged, gradually evolving into a customary practice. With market dynamics shifting, those who were meant to profit had done so, and wealth had been amassed. Naturally, the affluent and capable sought enjoyment, leading to a resurgence in the antique market. The saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques thrive. In tumultuous times, gold prevails. Consequently, the prices of antiques soared to unprecedented heights. A piece that once cost 100,000 10 years ago might now command tenfold that amount. Those possessing valuable items were eager to display them, which was the essence of the exchange. Moreover, every invited guest was expected to bring at least one collectible for auction. Huang Guangyan adhered to this tradition, while Qin Xiaoyang was an exception, being brought along by Huang Guangyan. Now, without further ado, as the host, I shall initiate the proceedings, Kai Guoquan declared, producing a blue and white porcelain plum vase and placing it on the table. Esteemed guests, this exquisite vase, acquired not long ago, has no starting bid. Interested parties are welcome to come forth and admire it. As soon as Kai Guoquan finished speaking, several guests approached to examine the vase. Qin Xiaoyang followed Huang Guangyan, activating his enhanced perception. Item name, blue and white porcelain plum vase. Era, Wanli period, folk kiln. Authentic, valued at approximately 500,000. Qin Xiaoyang was astonished, not by the item itself, its era, or its worth, but by the extensive details accompanying the description. Such information had been previously unattainable, indicating an upgrade in his perceptive abilities, likely linked to the earlier artifact. How does it look, Xiaoyang? Huang Guangyan inquired, eager to engage with the antique. Folk kiln product, rather mediocre. Qin Xiaoyang's words were few, yet he had made his point clear. This young man possesses a discerning eye, Kai Guoquan exclaimed. He immediately identified that my blue and white porcelain is of folk kiln origin. Pray, young sir, would you be so kind as to elaborate on the characteristics of this vase? Reluctant to draw attention to himself, Qin Xiaoyang initially hesitated but felt a flicker of irritation at being continuously overlooked. Moreover, he could not afford to tarnish Guan Yuha's reputation. Nodding, he stepped forward to elucidate. Ladies and gentlemen, observe this vase, which features a hexagonal plum petal shape. The main depiction showcases a scholar in a pavilion, playing the flute and reading, adorned with floral motifs and other decorations. The lower part exhibits transformed lotus petals, with the shoulder decorated with 3 groups of pomegranate blossoms, interconnected by scales. The overall composition is meticulous, evoking a strong courtyard ambience. However, the figures appear somewhat stiff. Nevertheless, the glaze is rich and lustrous, with bubbles resembling mist. And the underglaze blue is subtle yet elegant, presenting a dignified and well-proportioned form. This is a quintessential example of blue and white porcelain from the Wanli period, crafted during the official kills and folk kills. As Qin Xiaoyang spoke fluently, all the information stemmed from the upgrade to his perception abilities. A round of applause erupted among the attendees, regardless of the accuracy of Qin Xiaoyang's statements. The mere act of sharing his insights warranted their appreciation. Attention-seeking nonsense. A discordant voice cut through the applause, marring the moment. To be continued. Chapter 32. Seizing opportunities. The voice was abrupt, echoing through a gathering of distinguished individuals. Even if someone spoke erroneously, one could refute them, for this was an exchange forum where discourse was expected. However, one must present a cogent argument, otherwise, one risks becoming the object of ridicule. In that moment, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice, none other than the man named Changge, who stood beside Su Meishan. Changge, whose full name was Lu Chuanxiang, hailed from a family of modest education. His father, a nouveau riche, had amassed considerable wealth yet remained outside the upper echelons of society. Consequently, he endeavored to cultivate his son, Lu Chuanqiang, who, regrettably, had acquired only the vices of indulgence and extravagance. Initially, it was Lu Chuanqiang's father who had received the invitation, for he was indeed a local tycoon. In pursuit of sophistication, he had recently taken an interest in antiques. Logically, even a fool like Lu Chuanqiang would refrain from speaking out of turn in such a setting. However, the catalyst for his outburst was none other than the woman beside him, Su Meishan. Throughout the evening, she had been disparaging Qin Xiaoyang, even going so far as to cast aspersions upon his character. Just moments ago, as Qin Xiaoyang began to elucidate the intricacies of a piece of blue and white porcelain, Su Meishan leaned in to whisper to Lu Chuanqiang, insinuating that Qin Xiaoyang was utterly ignorant of antiques and was merely spouting nonsense. With less than 6 months of experience as an apprentice in an antique shop, how could he possibly possess any genuine understanding of such matters? Encouraged by her words, Lu Chuanqiang blurted out his ill-considered remark. Huang Guangnian was the first to express his discontent. You must be from the Lu family, correct? Pray, enlighten us. What exactly did Xiaoyang say that was erroneous? His tone, though not overtly threatening, conveyed a clear message. Lu Chuanqiang seemed unfazed, or perhaps he felt a misplaced confidence. As far as I know, he's just a penniless apprentice, and it's common knowledge that the world of antiques is vast and profound. How could someone with merely 6 months of experience possibly comprehend it? Isn't that pure nonsense? To his surprise, many in the crowd echoed his sentiments, questioning how a mere apprentice could possess such knowledge. Whispers began to circulate, yet it was evident that Lu Chuanqiang was brought along by Huang Guangnian, and no one dared to appear foolish by defending him. However, a few knowledgeable individuals stepped forward to counter his claims. Whether this young man is an apprentice or not is beside the point. Based on my extensive experience, this blue and white porcelain vase closely resembles a product of the folk kilns. Moreover, the figure depicted appears rather stiff. It could never have originated from an imperial kiln. Gradually, others began to agree, each seeking to maintain their position in the delicate social balance, refusing to offend either side. Dear friends, you may not be aware, but this young man is named Qin Xiaoyang. He is the esteemed disciple of my father-in-law and was merely gaining practical experience as an apprentice. As for the accuracy of his statements, we are all connoisseurs here and can ascertain that easily. Where, then, is the notion of seeking to impress? Mr. Kai, as the host, surely you must address this? If my father-in-law were to learn of this, I fear. Huang Guangnian's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Few were unaware of who Huang Guangnian's father-in-law was, and the seemingly ordinary young man before them was revealed to be his prized disciple. Such an esteemed identity could not be belittled by others without repercussions. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Those who had previously supported Lu Chuanqiang now fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ah, so he is a disciple of Master Guan. No wonder he possesses such profound knowledge. Indeed, I would wager that this vase is undeniably a product of the Wanli period's folk kilns. As the tide turned, the countenance of two individuals grew particularly dark, Kai Guoquan, the host, and Lu Chuanqiang, who had unwittingly become a pawn in this social chess game. If anyone else had made such a statement, Kai Guoquan might have remained neutral. But with Qin Xiaoyang being a disciple of Guan Yuha, the stakes were raised significantly. In the city of Jinling, few dared to disregard Guan Yuha's standing. The authenticity of Qin Xiaoyang's status was unquestionable, given Huang Guangnian's connection. Please leave. Kai Guoquan's face darkened as he gestured for Lu Chuanqiang to depart. Lu Chuanqiang's expression was one of disbelief. He never anticipated that the poor nobody Su Meishan had derided would turn out to be a disciple of Guan Yuha. Regret washed over him. Changgu, don't listen to his nonsense. I know you well enough, slap. Su Meishan was abruptly silenced by a forceful blow from Lu Chuanqiang. Silence. This is all your fault, you wretched woman. It seemed that misfortune had befallen Su Meishan. After her previous wealthy boyfriend was driven away by Qin Xiaoyang, she now faced humiliation yet again. Undoubtedly, once they exited the venue, she would be seeking a new suitor. After striking Su Meishan, Lu Chuanqiang left in disgrace. She cast a glance at Qin Xiaoyang before hastily pursuing him. This incident, though a minor interlude, did not significantly impact the evening's discourse. The most notable change was the shift in the crowd's attitude toward Qin Xiaoyang. In just a few minutes, he had received numerous business cards, and several women cast him flirtatious glances. Now, let us proceed with this evening's exchange. As this young gentleman has asserted, this vase is indeed as he described. If anyone is interested, Now is the time to make your bids. I bid 200,000. This has been authenticated by Brother Qin. I bid 300,000. As the bidding commenced, a few individuals even made comments to curry favor with Qin Xiaoyang, remarking on his newfound renown. Beside Qin Xiaoyang, Shen Sijia nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Fame can be a double-edged sword. One must tread carefully, lest one's prominence lead to misfortune. Discretion is the better part of valor." The chapter concludes. Chapter 33. 80 yuan can be acquired. Qin Xiaoyang expressed this sentiment verbally, yet internally, he was brimming with excitement. Who relishes being perpetually overlooked? Who enjoys forever playing the role of a mere passerby? Why did Kai Guoquan extend his arms in welcome upon seeing Huang Guangyan? Why was he unwilling to even listen to an introduction when it came to him? Ultimately, it all boiled down to the lack of identity, background, and capability. Perhaps tonight was merely the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have just witnessed was merely an appetizer. I have prepared 2 items for today. To be candid, I am uncertain about the next item. I have sought assistance in its appraisal, but the evaluations were inconclusive. Therefore, if any of you wish to bid, be prepared for potential disappointments. Kai shall not be held accountable thereafter. Kai Guoquan was preemptively issuing a warning. Quickly present the treasure, Boss Kai. We understand the rules. Indeed. Unveil your precious item. In an instant, the crowd began to urge him on. Kai Guoquan smiled and nodded, then produced a porcelain bottle-like object, placing it upon the table. Please take a look. As the crowd gazed up, they observed that the bottle, though modest in size, bore no distinctive attributes, its color and pattern quite plain. Compared to the previous May vase, it was lacking in allure. Consequently, many lost interest. However, the disinterest of others did not deter Qin Xiaoyang. Item name, Shadow Blue Porcelain. Also known as reflective blue or hidden blue, alternatively referred to as Qi by porcelain, era, Northern Song Dynasty, origin, Jingdezhen, a rare gem with immense collectible value. Estimated market price, 2 million. Qin Xiaoyang's body quivered slightly, a subtle movement that caught the attention of Shen Sijia, who was linked to his arm. Xiaoyang, is it a good item? Qin Xiaoyang nodded, intending to place a bid, when suddenly he became aware of something. Leaning in, he whispered to Shen Sijia, then returned to feigning indifference, as if unconcerned. Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed red, for she had misinterpreted his intent, initially believing he was about to kiss her. Another reason for her blush was that her earlobe was particularly sensitive. The breath he exhaled sent a delightful tingle through her. I bid 20,000. After a lengthy silence with no bids, and spurred by Qin Xiaoyang's encouragement, Shen Sijia finally declared her offer of 20,000. Kai Guoquan's lips twitched in discomfort. He had purchased this vase for 200,000, feeling it lacked authenticity, and thus planned to sell it tonight. Money was of little concern. He merely sought recognition from others. Yet, to his dismay, no one was willing to bid. Thankfully, someone finally did, but the offered price left him feeling embarrassed. Mr. Shen, this item does not appear genuine. At that moment, a kind soul offered a gentle reminder. No worries, I'll buy it to arrange flowers at home. Upon hearing this, others ceased their objections. After all, the Shun group possessed wealth, and spending 20,000 for a floral arrangement seemed reasonable. Thus, several individuals who had contemplated bidding a few 10,000 to take a gamble decided against it. Offending the young lady of the Shin group did not seem worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, I purchased this vase for 200,000. If no one wishes to bid further, it shall belong to Miss Shun. Kai Guoquan's words aimed to convey the vase's worth. However, he overestimated the crowd's willingness. Among them were individuals of stature. Who would risk offending Shen Sijia over such a trivial sum? Old Kai, since Miss Shun has already placed a bid and no one else has, let us proceed with the transaction. The crowd echoed in agreement. Kai Guoquan reluctantly nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and thus the shadow blue porcelain came into Shun Sijia's possession. Xiaoyang, is it a good item? While others remained oblivious, Huang Guangyan was well aware. We shall discuss it later, Qin Xiaoyang replied quietly, and Huang Guangyan instantly understood. At this juncture, it was time for others to present their collections. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an item I stumbled upon during my recent visit to the capital, particularly in the Panjiayuan area. The speaker, a man in his 50s, held a box in his hands. Upon opening it, he revealed a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Esteemed guests, this jade pendant is said to have belonged to Emperor Kangxi. I purchased it for 800,000. Upon hearing it might be an item worn by Emperor Kangxi, nearly everyone was captivated, rushing to inspect it, including Huang Guangyan. Are you not going to take a look? Shen Sijia inquired curiously. An item belonging to Kangxi. For 800,000. Do you truly believe that? Shen Sijia soon realized that Qin Chaoyang's assertion held merit. If it indeed belonged to Emperor Kangxi, it would be worth far more than 800,000, perhaps even 8 million. Chaoyang, I am considering making a bid. What do you think is appropriate? Huang Guangnian had returned after examining the jade pendant. 80 yuan, I can make a bid. Qin Chaoyang seemed to jest, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. Chaoyang, are you implying that this jade pendant could be? Qin Chaoyang nodded, stating, not possibly, but certainly. Furthermore, its cost price is likely only a few hundred yuan. We should first address this matter's issues. Panjiayuan is widely known within this circle. The items there invariably fall into two categories, either counterfeit or. Qin Chaoyang gestured towards the ground and mimicked an action of digging, his meaning unmistakable. That is, either fake or freshly unearthed. Regardless of either scenario, it was not worth acquiring. Are you suggesting the latter? Huang Guangnian seemed to grasp the situation. Qin Chaoyang shook his head slightly, ensuring no one was paying attention, then whispered, if it were the latter, how could these tomb raiders access Kangxi's tomb? Even if they did unearth it, these artifacts would undoubtedly be sullied by the scent of the earth. Did you not notice any odor just now? Upon hearing this explanation, Huang Guangnian suddenly understood. The saying the onlooker sees most of the game became evident. He had been so intent on acquiring an item related to Kangxi that he had not considered its authenticity. Now, with Qin Chaoyang's analysis, clarity dawned upon him. Meanwhile, the crowd had nearly finished their observations. Those skeptical of the items began to withdraw, maintaining decorum without voicing their thoughts. Those convinced of the item's authenticity eagerly prepared to bid. Ladies and gentlemen, if no one is willing to initiate a bid, I shall commence. I bid 1 million. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 34. An occasional endeavor in a fleeting moment. The price of the so-called Kangxi jade pendant had soared to 2 million. Naturally, a considerable number of individuals refrained from participating, opting instead to spectate alongside Qin Chaoyang and his companions. Such is the custom in this line of work. If one lacks the ability or the discernment, any oversight is simply a consequence of one's own shortcomings. Chaoyang, why don't you come over for dinner tomorrow? My daughter has returned as well. I believe you two are of similar age. Young people, after all, tend to find common ground. Fostering acquaintance can only be beneficial, Huang Guangnian remarked casually. Qin Chaoyang nodded in agreement, seemingly unfazed. However, Shen Sijia's eyes darted about, keenly observant. Women possess a certain perceptiveness, and she quickly surmised Huang Guangnian's intentions. Why mention his daughter? What commonality could exist between two individuals who had yet to meet? Her mind began to race with possibilities. Meanwhile, the number of bidders began to dwindle. Ultimately, the Kangxi jade pendant was purchased by a businessman surnamed Qian for a staggering 3,800,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something I stumbled upon last year during the New Year festivities in the Antique District. On another front, Lu Chuanxiang stormed out of Kai Guochuan's villa, fuming with embarrassment. Changgu, wait for me. Su Maishan called out, sprinting to catch up with him. You wretched person. It's all your fault I lost face today. Upon seeing Su Maishan approach, Lu Chuanxiang's ire flared once more. Changgu, I was deceived as well. Su Maishan cried, tears welling in her eyes. The sight of her tear-streaked face softened Lu Chuanxiang's anger. After all, Su Maishan was indeed quite attractive, and having just invested 200,000 or 300,000 on her, he had yet to consummate their relationship. His intention had been to retreat to a hotel after the evening's gathering. Su Maishan had subtly hinted at a diamond necklace she desired, promising that securing it would lead to a more intimate connection. Good. That Qin Chaoyang has been pestering me relentlessly, sending lewd messages and shameless images. Initially, I dismissed him, thinking we were merely classmates, but the harassment escalated. Once, he even sent me a video, suggesting I engage with him. Enraged, I deleted his number and blocked him. I lost track of subsequent events. Perhaps he stumbled upon some good fortune, Su Maishan explained. I swear, you can check my phone. His number and WeChat are in my blacklist. All right. Let this be the end of it. But this embarrassment is unbearable. How will you compensate me? Lu Chuanxiang asked, his gaze lasciviously lingering on Su Maishan's unbuttoned blouse, purposely loosened as she pursued him. Changgu, whatever you say goes. I'll comply. But about that necklace. At the exchange event, once the jade pendant transaction concluded, others began to present their treasures. Qin Chaoyang observed intently. Some items were genuine, while others were not. He would bid only for those he deemed worthy, and if the price escalated beyond his threshold, he would withdraw. Huang Guangnian, however, was different. If Qin Chaoyang deemed an item authentic, its cost mattered little to him. He would bid as long as he fancied it. Within the span of an hour, Huang Guangnian had procured 5 items, while Qin Xiaoyang aimed to seize opportunities. As he refrained from bidding, he relied on Shen Sijia to assist him in calling out for advantageous items. By the end of the event, Qin Xiaoyang had successfully acquired 3 items for a total of 300,000, finally exhaling with relief. This was his first time at such an event, and uncertainty loomed over potential last-minute changes. As the gathering concluded, Qin Xiaoyang and his companions departed. Xiaoyang, do tell me, what provenance do these 3 items have? Were they truly exceptional finds? Huang Guangnian inquired while driving. Brother Nian, it's difficult to say at the moment. How about this? You take these 3 items home, and tomorrow I will come to your place, and we can examine them together. What do you think? Huang Guangnian's eyes lit up at this proposal, recognizing its brilliance. Previously, Qin Xiaoyang had referred to Huang Guangnian as uncle, but having since apprenticed under Guan Yuha, who happened to be Huang Guangnian's father-in-law, their relationship had shifted, necessitating a change in address. Thus, uncle transformed into brother Nian. After dropping the 2 off at the community entrance, Huang Guangnian reiterated his instructions for Qin Xiaoyang to come by the following day, only departing once Qin Xiaoyang assured him of his presence. Qin Xiaoyang's vehicle was parked nearby, and he intended to drive home, as his newly purchased villa awaited renovation. However, Shen Sijia's foot began to throb once more. Oh, Sijia, what happened to your foot? Qin Xiaoyang inquired, perplexed. Just earlier, he had observed her walking without issue at the gathering. Oh, I might have twisted it again when I got out of the car. It's nothing. You can head back. Shen Sijia insisted, yet she clung to Qin Xiaoyang's arm as if fearful of falling should she let go. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoyang acquiesced and escorted her to the villa. Xiaoyang, I'm hungry. There are ingredients in the fridge. Could you whip something up? While Shen Sijia feigned hunger, it was Qin Xiaoyang who truly felt famished, having neglected food while engrossed in the antiques. You can cook? Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. It was uncommon for someone of her stature to possess such skills, and even many ordinary young women lacked this ability. Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed. I barely can. I bought these ingredients today specifically for you. Well, I can occasionally manage, she added. End of chapter. Chapter 35. Cast out. Qin Xiaoyang merely inquired out of curiosity. Upon opening the oversized refrigerator, he was pleasantly surprised to find an abundance of vegetables inside. As time was of the essence, he decided against preparing an elaborate meal, opting instead for a simple feast of 2 dishes and a soup: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork and garlic sauce, and seaweed egg drop soup. 2 bowls of millet rice were placed on the table. Shen Sijia picked up her bowl and generously divided her rice, offering half to Qin Xiaoyang. Were you not just saying you were hungry? Why are you eating so little? Shen Sijia hastily explained. Perhaps I was overly hungry earlier, and now my appetite has waned. Just eat. Qin Xiaoyang said nothing further, for he was indeed quite hungry. He picked up his bowl and began to eat with a fervor akin to that of a famished beast. Xiaoyang, are you really going to Huang Guangnian's house tomorrow? Shen Sijia asked casually. Yes, I have no other plans for tomorrow. After I drop you off at your company, I intend to pay him a visit. After all, I have 3 items with him, though I do not plan to sell them. This piqued Shen Sijia's curiosity. If you don't intend to sell, what do you plan to do with them? Are you truly considering opening an antique shop? Qin Xiaoyang nodded. Currently, I lack lucrative opportunities. Opening an antique shop could be quite promising. With the rise of the market economy, the number of antique enthusiasts is increasing. I plan to visit the countryside soon. There are often hidden treasures there that the locals are oblivious to. Shen Sijia nodded, realizing that Qin Xiaoyang hailed from a rural background. It appeared he had intentions of returning to his hometown, and she recalled a phone call he received yesterday regarding a matchmaking arrangement. Xiaoyang, how about we partner up to open a shop? I'll invest, what do you think? Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. Are you joking? With your family background, do you really need to partner with me to open an antique shop? He could hardly believe it. I want to invest, so just say yes. I'll handle the storefront. You just need to scout for treasures. Shen Sijia was becoming more assertive. Do you think antiques are as plentiful as cabbages that you can simply pick and choose? However, he mused that there was no harm in a partnership. They could treat it as a small business venture, and as long as they didn't incur losses, it would be fine. Shen Sijia laughed. Then she pondered another issue. Huang Guangnian invited you for dinner tomorrow. I suspect he is trying to set you up with his daughter. Perhaps you should reconsider going? Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, missing the underlying implication in Shen Sijia's words, his face lighting up with enthusiasm. That would be splendid. If this works out, I could save myself at least 20 years of hard work. Even if his daughter isn't the most attractive, wealth compensates for that. What are you doing? I'm not finished eating yet. Shen Sijia abruptly pushed Qin Xiaoyang out of the villa and closed the door behind him. Qin Xiaoyang felt quite perplexed. The daughter of a wealthy family was indeed not to be trifled with. He vowed never to date someone like her again. With these thoughts, he left the community and drove back to his residence. Upon unlocking the door, he entered his dimly lit abode. It was nearing 11 p.m., and Bao Xiao and her companions had long since succumbed to slumber. As he returned to his room, he began to undress, preparing for a shower. Typically, he would wear a pair of shorts over his underwear due to the presence of females, but given the late hour and their slumber, he simply donned his briefs and stepped out. Suddenly, the living room light flickered on. Su Xiaoro had ordered takeout for dinner, which was rather salty. Feeling a bit parched, she exited her room to fetch some water. Upon the light's illumination, she was met with the sight of Qin Xiaoyang emerging in nothing but his briefs. Stunned, she froze, her gaze fixated on him. Qin Xiaoyang, equally taken aback, had not anticipated this encounter, especially with Su Xiaoro regarding him with such a gaze. A sudden rush of embarrassment washed over him, and he hastily covered himself with the shorts in his hand and dashed toward the bathroom. It was only then that Su Xiaoro snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. She hurriedly poured herself a glass of water and retreated to her room. Meanwhile, Pu Meiqi was roused from her sleep. "Xiaoro, why are you up at this hour? And why is your face so red?" Su Xiaoro stammered as she recounted the incident. Pu Meiqi was left speechless, thinking how foolish Su Xiaoro was for not seizing such a prime opportunity. If it had been her, she would have taken advantage of the moment to secure Qin Xiaoyang's interest. The night passed in silence. The next day, Qin Xiaoyang arrived at Shen Sijia's villa, where she appeared unbothered, as if she had not forcibly expelled him the previous night. "Xiaoyang, wait a moment. Accompany me to the company first. Then we can head to the Huang family together." As Qin Xiaoyang drove, he turned his head to glance at Shen Sijia. He was going because he had promised to do so yesterday and had 3 antiques left with Huang Guangyan. Moreover, he wished to examine Huang Guangyan's collection and perhaps absorb some energy in the process. However, he was curious about Shen Sijia's reasons for accompanying him. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Shen Sijia explained, "Huang Guangyan's daughter is a friend of mine, and I plan to pay her a visit." To Qin Xiaoyang's surprise, her explanation was quite satisfactory. Given the business dealings between the Shun and Huang families, it was not unusual for them to have connections. "Very well, after I drop you off at the company, I'll pick up some fruits or something," he replied. Shen Sijia nodded and fell silent. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the company, where Shen Sijia entered her office. While Qin Xiaoyang sauntered over to the secretary, Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing looked up and flashed a smile at him, her dimples charming. "Jingjing, I heard from President Shun that you have a boyfriend now. Is that true?" Initially taken aback, Li Wenjing shook her head. "No. I just graduated a little over a year ago and haven't had the chance to date." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang's heart leapt with joy. Without a boyfriend, he saw an opportunity. "Jingjing, do you think?" Just then, Shen Sijia's voice interrupted. "Xiaoyang, come in for a moment." Qin Xiaoyang's thoughts were abruptly cut off by her summons. End of chapter. Chapter 36. Another ability. Qin Xiaoyang entered Shen Sijia's office and directly took a seat in the chair opposite her. "What is up?" Shen Sijia glanced at Qin Xiaoyang, but remained silent. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Qin Xiaoyang waited. After approximately 2 minutes, Shen Sijia retrieved several A4 sheets from the printer and handed them to him. "This is the renovation design plan for your house that I arranged for you. Take a look." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang's interest was piqued as he eagerly accepted the A4 sheets and began to examine them. They were indeed quite beautiful, although he felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere before, though he couldn't quite recall where. However, when he glanced at the quoted price, he was taken aback. 2 million for the renovation? Sijia, isn't that a bit excessive? With that amount, one could almost purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in a prime location. Before he could finish his thought, Shen Sijia interrupted him. "Xiaoyang, 2 million is not too much. A good horse deserves a fine saddle. Since this house is for your own residence, it must be comfortable. Just think about it, after a long day. Returning home to a pleasing environment brings a sense of satisfaction. If the renovation is unsatisfactory, with issues here and there, it could easily affect your mood." Indeed, Shen Sijia's reasoning held merit. Yet, 2 million still felt extravagant to Qin Xiaoyang. "You said you would take responsibility, but now it's this and that. It's rather disappointing." Shen Sijia visibly bristled at his comment. Qin Xiaoyang scratched his head, realizing he might not have expressed his thoughts clearly. It seemed she had taken the initiative to take the keys and claim responsibility herself. "All right, let us go with this plan then. I'll go buy a gift and come back to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Shin Sijia smiled. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs at 10. Qin Xiaoyang nodded and left the company. Deep down, he was uncertain about what gift to buy, especially since a family like Huang Guangyin would likely have discerning tastes. However, he felt it was essential not to arrive empty-handed for a first visit. Who knows, if Huang Guangyin's daughter happened to be beautiful, it might lead to unexpected opportunities. Thus, Qin Xiaoyang began to search online for suitable gifts to bring when visiting wealthy individuals for the first time. To his delight, he found several suggestions. The first was to present expensive, high-quality items, while the second suggested giving local specialties that he might not commonly encounter or that the recipient would appreciate. He promptly dismissed the first option and focused on the second. The suggestions indicated that for someone who enjoys smoking, one might buy a few packs of their preferred premium cigarettes, or even a fine wooden pipe. However, since Huang Guangyin did not smoke, he passed on that as well. Continuing to browse, he found that if the individual enjoyed tea, one might consider gifting renowned tea leaves or tea sets, and for those who appreciated flowers and plants, exquisite potted plants would be ideal. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. Potted plants. He promptly made his way to the flower market. Upon entering, he was dazzled by the colorful array of flora. Some pots were as cheap as a few yuan, while the more expensive ones, well, he didn't even bother to look at those. Selecting carefully, he purchased 2 pots of orchids, which exuded elegance without being overly costly. After a moment's thought, he recalled that Shin Sijia's office seemed rather drab, so he decided to buy 2 additional pots. With that, his gift shopping was complete. Once back in his car, he felt satisfied with the orchids, but sensed they lacked a certain vitality. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck him. He extended a hand to the roots of the orchids and began to channel his inner energy into them. To his astonishment, the orchids began to transform at a visible pace. Initially, their color was rather dull, marred by unsightly spots. But those blemishes vanished, and tender shoots sprouted from the soil, bringing forth a vibrancy that was previously absent. The most striking difference was that this particular pot of orchids was fundamentally distinct from the 3 others beside it. He attempted to utilize his perception ability to glean more information. Item name: Spring Orchid. Value: 100,000. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes widened in realization, quickly checking the remaining 3 pots. The comparison was stark and illuminating. He now understood precisely what he needed to do next: open a high-end potted plant shop. With that thought in mind, he hastily enhanced the other 3 pots of orchids as well. He then drove back to the Shin group. Shin Sijia was somewhat taken aback. They had agreed on 10 o'clock, and yet Qin Xiaoyang had returned half an hour early, holding 2 pots of orchids that appeared truly stunning. Xiaoyang, those orchids must have cost quite a bit, right? Shin Sijia casually inquired. Not too bad. If you were to sell them, these 2 pots could easily fetch around 200,000. Shin Sijia paused for a moment, skepticism flickering across her face. However, she chose not to dwell on it, merely treating it as a jest. At least Qin Xiaoyang had the thoughtfulness to bring flowers. She took out her phone, snapped a couple of pictures, and sent them to her father. Shin Sijia had little interest in flowers. Her true passions lay in various types of jade and designing her own space. Conversely, her father, Shin Jianqing, had developed a fondness for flora, particularly as he entered his 50s. When those photos reached him, he immediately appreciated the beauty of the orchids. Unlike Shin Sijia, who lacked appreciation for such things, he could see that these were truly exceptional specimens, though the pots they were in left something to be desired. It felt as though exquisite meat was served in a dog bowl. Just as Shin Sijia set her phone down, it rang. Her father was calling. She answered casually, "Hello, Dad." "The orchids? They were a gift from a friend. What's up? How much do you think these 2 pots of orchids are worth?" "Okay, I understand." After hanging up, Shin Sijia walked over to the windowsill where the orchids were displayed. She had been skeptical of Qin Xiaoyang's earlier claims, finding it hard to believe he would spend 200,000 on 2 pots of orchids for her. She assumed he would be stingy even when purchasing a bouquet of roses. However, Shin Jiansheng was no novice. He could easily identify the quality of the orchids at a glance. Thus, Shin Sijia felt a flutter of uncertainty. Why would Qin Xiaoyang give her such a lavish gift without reason? Could it be? A small thrill of delight coursed through her as she decided to check on what Qin Xiaoyang was up to. But when she opened the surveillance on her computer, her mood soured. To be continued. Chapter 37. The old lecher. It turns out that Qin Xiaoyang had gone off to chat with his secretary, Li Wenjing. What a lecher! Shin Sijia silently cursed in her heart. The crux of the matter is that it is also someone else's freedom. "Xiaoyang, it's about time. We should set off." Shen Sijia called out. Hearing her, Qin Xiaoyang glanced at his phone and confirmed that it was indeed time. Jing, I have matters to attend to today. Let's discuss this metaphysical issue another day. I can also read your palm lines, let me tell you. Before he could finish, he noticed Shen Sijia had already exited the office. He waved to Li Wenjing before following Shen Sijia into the elevator. You can read palms too? Why don't you take a look at mine? Qin Xiaoyang felt embarrassed. He knew nothing about palmistry. Sijia, one must sit down to read palms accurately. Doing it while standing is not reliable. Shen Sijia scoffed and stepped out of the elevator. Those orchids must have cost a pretty penny. Why are you giving me such an extravagant gift? She casually remarked while fastening her seatbelt. Qin Xiaoyang was well aware of the value of those 2 pots of orchids, but explaining it was tricky, so he settled on a vague excuse. The two arrived at Huang Guangyan's villa right at 10:30 a.m. Huang Guangyan was already waiting in the yard, accompanied by a girl around Shen Sijia's age, though slightly shorter, probably around 1.6 meters. Depending on the comparison, she might appear short next to Shen Sijia, yet she was quite presentable compared to other girls. Despite not being as tall, her appearance was appealing. One could say she resembled Bao Xiaoxiao in type, neither too plump nor too thin, neither too tall nor too short. With a round face that resembled a porcelain doll at first glance, and notably, she had a rather prominent figure. Huang Guangyan was somewhat surprised by Shen Sijia's arrival. Could it be that Qin Xiaoyang and she had truly? He glanced at Qin Xiaoyang and then at his daughter, deciding to wait for an opportune moment to inquire about the situation. After the customary greetings and introductions, they entered the living room. Huang Guangyan's daughter had a melodious name, Huang Ying, and a charming voice. Another woman in the villa, in her 50s, was obviously Huang Guangyan's wife, Guan Xia, the daughter of Guan Yuha. You must be my father's newly accepted disciple, Qin Xiaoyang. Guan Xia approached him as soon as he entered. Hello, senior sister. Qin Xiaoyang felt a bit embarrassed calling her that. Considering she was over 50, by age, he should address her as auntie. Ha! Guangyan, don't you think being called senior sister makes me feel much younger? Huang Guangyan urged him to sit down. Sijia is here too. You two are dating, right? Guan Xia spoke rather bluntly, making Shen Sijia blush and sneak a glance at Qin Xiaoyang. Huang Guangyan quickly nudged Guan Xia with his elbow, realizing her question was somewhat abrupt. She excused herself to wash some fruit. Xiaoyang, can you tell me about the origins of the 3 items you purchased yesterday? Huang Guangyan asked. Qin Xiaoyang found the question amusing. Huang Guangyan's passion for antiques was exceptionally intense. Brother Nian, the first item is called Yingqing porcelain, also known as Yingqing, Qingbai porcelain, etc. Its estimated market value is around 2 million. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyang eloquently detailed the 3 pieces he had acquired. Are you saying that you spent 300,000 last night on 3 items worth over 10 million? Huang Guangyan became quite agitated. With Qin Xiaoyang's knack for finding bargains, it would be difficult not to prosper. Brother Nian, finding bargains depends on luck. For instance, this exchange meeting occurs only once a year, where people sell uncertain items. Moreover, uncertain items don't necessarily guarantee good finds. Most are fakes. Making money in the antique business isn't overly difficult, but getting rich is another matter altogether. There aren't that many bargains to be found. Huang Guangyan nodded, acknowledging the truth in Qin Xiaoyang's words. The prime era for finding bargains had long passed. Even 20 years ago, or even 10, when antiques weren't as popular, it was far easier to find good deals. Nowadays, people are shrewd, and few are naive. Xiaoyang, what are your plans next? How about opening an antique shop? I can help look after your business. Qin Xiaoyang was left speechless. If he opened an antique shop, Huang Guangyan would likely purchase everything in it. I haven't made any decisions yet, but I plan to open a bonsai shop. I will need your assistance with the business. Huang Guangyan was taken aback. With Qin Xiaoyang's abilities, he should at least dabble in jade or something similar, not open a bonsai shop. Xiaoyang, how much can you earn from a bonsai shop? Let me tell you, an antique shop is definitely a lucrative venture. Haven't you heard the saying? 3 years without opening. But once opened, it can sustain for 3 years. This shows just how high the profit margins are. Huang Guangyan took on the role of a political teacher for Qin Xiaoyang. Meanwhile, Shen Sijia was outside the villa with Huang Ying. They were familiar with each other, and with girls together, their conversation flowed freely. Eventually, the topic turned to Qin Xiaoyang. Sijia, how did you meet Qin Xiaoyang? Shen Sijia reflected for a moment before recounting the events of the past, while omitting certain details. Don't underestimate him. He is quite capable. Whether it's antiques or raw jade, he has never made a mistake so far. However, he is quite lecherous. Shen Sijia subtly tarnished Qin Xiaoyang's reputation. Lecherous? That can't be true. My father says he is quite upright. Huang Ying was unaware that Shen Sijia was intentionally disparaging Qin Xiaoyang. You don't understand. He is indeed lecherous. He currently shares a room with 3 women, cooking for them, doing their laundry, and cleaning. If he weren't lecherous, why would he do all that? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 38. The Yellow Warbler. Moreover, there is my company's female secretary. Qin Xiaoyang frequently attempts to engage her in conversation, whether there is a matter at hand or not. Additionally, his previous romantic interest remains a murky affair between them. In any case, he possesses certain abilities, yet his flaws are equally numerous. Henceforth, you ought to be wary of him. Shen Sijia, with a guilty conscience, cast all the blame upon Qin Xiaoyang, and surprisingly, Huang Ying began to believe her words. Sijia, are you not concerned that he might take advantage of you, considering you are still seeing him? To this inquiry, Shen Sijia had her own justifications. Alas, I am left with no choice. Currently, I am managing the business in Jinling City, and recently, the supply of jade has been quite scarce. Thus, I must collaborate with him. Moreover, he is notoriously stingy. The last time he drove me somewhere, can you guess what happened? He even asked me to reimburse the fuel costs. Shen Sijia rambled on, determined to instill a negative impression of Qin Xiaoyang in Huang Ying's mind. Huang Ying found herself convinced. While there was no direct evidence for other claims, the notion of stinginess resonated with her. After all, when Qin Xiaoyang visited, he brought no gifts other than 2 pots of orchids. Was that not the very definition of stinginess? While chatting with Huang Guanyin, Qin Xiaoyang unexpectedly sneezed twice. Xiaoyang, you are not coming down with a cold, are you? Qin Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. It is summer, and there has been no rain. How could I possibly catch a cold? Oh, by the way, those 2 pots of orchids are not ordinary orchids. After lunch, Qin Xiaoyang departed from Huang Guanyin's villa, accompanied by a check for 10 million. In truth, Qin Xiaoyang did not intend to sell the 3 items. Yet Huang Guanyin's relentless pursuit left him no choice. Sijia, have you been speaking ill of me to Huang Ying? I can't shake the feeling that she harbors some resentment towards me. As Qin Xiaoyang drove, he reflected on the lunchtime interactions. Clearly, Huang Ying was not fond of him. Every time he reached for the dishes, she would subtly rotate the serving platter away from him. Once or twice could be mere coincidence, but as it happened repeatedly, Qin Xiaoyang naturally took note. Shen Sijia stifled a laugh, fully aware of the situation but unwilling to divulge the truth. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Huang Ying, what is the matter with you today? Qin Xiaoyang came over for a meal, and you made a point to target him. Once Qin Xiaoyang had left, Huang Guanyin began to chastise her. If Qin Xiaoyang noticed Huang Ying's hostility, surely Huang Guanyin would as well. Dad, I did no such thing. Huang Ying adamantly denied. Huang Ying, this time I shall not defend you. Your father is right. Qin Xiaoyang is your grandfather's disciple, which means you ought to address him as uncle. It is quite rude to behave in such a manner during his first visit for lunch. Do you understand? Guan Shuang also joined her husband in reprimanding their daughter. Dad, Mom, this Qin Xiaoyang might not be a good person. The moment those words escaped her lips, the couple exchanged glances, wondering if there was some secret they were unaware of. They quickly pressed her for details. Huang Ying recounted Shen Sijia's remarks and her own suspicions in brief. Huang Guanyin found himself amused by his daughter's naivety. How could she possibly compete with Shen Sijia? Huang Ying, I often tell you, when assessing a situation, do not rely solely on hearsay. Sometimes you must observe with your own eyes, as appearances can be deceiving. Consider this. If Qin Xiaoyang truly were as Shen Sijia described, would they collaborate at all? If his character were truly questionable, would your grandfather be oblivious? Huang Ying began to see her father's point. Yet she clung to her preconceived notions. I heard from Sijia that their collaboration is solely due to Qin Xiaoyang's capabilities. Sijia has never denied his abilities, only questioned his character. Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in his stinginess. Huang Guanyin felt exasperated by his daughter's reasoning. Initially, he had hoped to foster a relationship between them, but now it seemed it was an impossible dream. Alas, you were so misguided. I should never have allowed you to study so much. I should have sent you out into the world to gain experience, to avoid remaining so innocent and naive. He decided to cease his admonishments, as the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Dad, this has nothing to do with education. I admit I was in the wrong during lunch today, but he showed us no respect either. It was his first visit to our home for a meal, and he ought to have brought a gift. This is not about being materialistic. Even if he came empty-handed, no one would have said anything. But look at him. He only brought 2 pots of orchids. Is that not insulting? Thus, I believe Sijia is correct. Qin Xiaoyang is both lecherous and stingy. The mention of orchids sparked a thought in Huang Guanyin's mind. Do you have any idea how much those 2 pots of orchids are worth? Huang Ying shook her head. Without further explanation, Huang Guanyin picked up his phone and made a call, speaking a few words before hanging up. After approximately half an hour, a middle-aged man in his 50s arrived. Old Li, I apologize for troubling you to come all this way. The newcomer was surnamed Li, his full name being Li Xinghe. He and Huang Guanyin had been college classmates and had known each other for decades. Li Xinghe, unlike Huang Guanyin, had a passion for potted plants and possessed considerable knowledge in this area. Uncle Li, hello? Upon seeing Li Xinghe, Huang Ying hurried out to greet him. Huang Ying, you're back. Have you completed your graduate studies? Huang Ying nodded in response. Old Li, could you assist me in estimating the value of these 2 pots of orchids? Indeed, Huang Guanyin had summoned Li Xinghe to appraise the orchids. Li Xinghe nodded, lifting 1 pot of orchids. Upon examination, his expression shifted dramatically. He then picked up the 2nd pot, and his reaction was no different. Wow, old Huang, where on earth did you find such treasures? You must have summoned me here to show off, right? But wait, you are only interested in antiques. When did you develop an interest in potted plants? Li Xinghe scrutinized the orchids for over 10 minutes before gently placing them back on the ground, teasing Huang Guanyin in the process. Old Li, stop worrying about where I acquired these plants. Just tell me how much they would fetch if sold. Li Xinghe stroked his chin thoughtfully. Orchids come in many varieties, and potted ones are quite common. The cheaper ones can be found for a few dozen or a couple of hundred. Higher-end varieties can reach thousands or even tens of thousands. Of course, the best can be worth millions, though I have never encountered such. As for your 2 pots, both their appearance and variety are quite rare, and since they correspond with each other, their value escalates further. Huang Guanyin was growing impatient. I do not care about your classifications. Just tell me how much they are worth. End of chapter. Chapter 39. Wow, how impressive. Fortunately, Li Xinghe did not keep them in suspense for too long. Old Huang, let me put it this way. These 2 pots of orchids, if sold separately, would fetch no less than 100,000 yuan each. If sold together, the price should be even higher. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangyin's family gasped in astonishment, particularly Huang Ying. Uncle Li, you must be mistaken. Li Xinghe shook his head. If it were something else, I might be misled, but when it comes to orchids, I am absolutely certain. So, old Huang, what do you think? Will you give me 200,000? Ultimately, Li Xinghe departed, and Huang Guanyin chose not to sell the orchids. Instead, he carefully placed the 2 pots on the balcony, as he was not in need of money. Had it been someone else, they might have sold them at once. Huang Ying, do you call this stinginess? At that moment, Huang Ying found herself at a loss for words. After all, the reality was evident, leaving her speechless. However, this did not seem to prove anything, as she simply found Qin Chaoyang unlikable. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoyang drove to the street where raw jade was sold. Indeed, he was prepared to make a purchase today. He intended to open a potted plant shop, but he hesitated to part with his money, feeling somewhat like a miser. Thus, he resolved to earn a little more money that afternoon. The 2 of them returned to the original shop, Jade Full Hall, as Qin Chaoyang had not completed his inspection last time. Moreover, his ability to see through objects had not yet advanced. Today, he wished to experiment with whether he could extract data from the raw jade. If he could convert jade into data, then the so-called expertise would become worthless. Just like collecting antiques, he would merely need to select the profitable pieces. Perhaps having just finished lunch, business was slow in the shop. Boss Chun of Jade Full Hall was reclining in a chair, resting. Upon seeing Shun Sijiao arrive, he hurriedly stood to greet her, knowing that her arrival meant he would earn a substantial profit today. Miss Shun, have you had lunch? Shall I treat you? Boss Chin's words were merely formalities, as it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Having just eaten, she primarily came to purchase some stones. Qin Chaoyang ignored their conversation and began his experimental process. Item name, raw jade. Origin, jade country. Value, none. This simple information brought Qin Chaoyang great joy. Just as he had hoped, it was indeed data-driven. Suppressing his excitement and trembling hands, he began examining each piece. Item name, raw jade. Origin, jade country. Value, 3 million. Qin Chaoyang felt a surge of happiness and promptly began inspecting the internal structure of the jade. He noticed a piece of jade about the size of an adult's fist in the center, presenting a greenish hue. This was green jade, though regrettably not imperial green. Otherwise, the price. Qin Chaoyang chuckled to himself, wondering where in the world one could find so much imperial green. The entire selection process for raw jade lasted about an hour. This time, Qin Chaoyang did not choose too many pieces. He selected only 7 raw stones. Based on their estimated prices, the total came to over 2 million. Boss Chen generously rounded down the total and arranged for delivery. Xiaoyang, how much do you think we'll make today? Once in the car, Shen Sijia inquired. If previously there had been some uncertainty, this time she felt confident. Or perhaps her confidence stemmed from trust in Qin Xiaoyang. We'll find out once we return. But I can give you a hint. Even though we only have 7 stones this time, their value far exceeds last time. Qin Xiaoyang was not making empty claims. The last time, without data, he merely purchased based on the size of the jade within the stones, disregarding quality. This time, however, he focused solely on the final price, refusing to purchase anything below 3 million. Upon hearing that the price would not be lower than last time, Shen Sijia's face lit up with joy. After all, not only would she profit, but if Qin Xiaoyang made money, it would ultimately be akin to her own earnings. Indeed, Shen Sijia's calculations were quite astute. They returned to the same warehouse, using the same cutting machine, as Qin Xiaoyang did not intend to cut the stones himself. He would merely mark the lines and let Shen Sijia find workers for the cutting. After all, cutting stones creates a lot of dust, which could be harmful to health. Not to mention it is quite messy and tiring. The first stone to be cut was the one Qin Xiaoyang believed in the most, and it was also the largest. As the roar of the cutting machine began, the outer layer of the raw stone was gradually removed. Green, green. Shen Sijia yelled excitedly from the side. Qin Xiaoyang frowned. Could you please refrain from shouting? Where's the green in this? Shen Sijia was taken aback. No green. Does that mean we overpaid for this stone? Just then, the sound of the cutting machine ceased, and the cutter, Xiao Zhang, quickly scooped a handful of water to wash the cut surface. Nothing appeared. Xiao Zhang awkwardly glanced at Qin Xiaoyang. What are you looking at me for? Just wipe it and see. Reluctantly, Xiao Zhang began to wipe the edge. Red jade. Shen Sijia's eyes were fixed on the cut surface, and when a hint of red emerged, she gasped. Xiaoyang, it's actually red jade. You're amazing. Shen Sijia was so thrilled that she jumped up and down, and while Qin Xiaoyang was distracted, she planted a kiss on his cheek. All right, it's just excitement. Continue cutting along the lines I marked. Qin Xiaoyang was also elated. The price for this piece of red jade was indicated as 80 million. Even if they split it evenly, he would still receive 40 million. What does 40 million represent? After deducting the cost of purchasing a villa, this amount already exceeded his net worth. Of course, there were other stones too. Xiaoyang, we have struck gold. Shen Sijia was still in the throes of excitement. This enthusiasm was understandable. Regardless of whether the company profited or lost on purchased raw jade, it was all corporate assets. However, this was different. Shen Sijia had personally financed this purchase. If there were losses, they were hers. If, like last time, there were profits, that would be her personal gain. After all, Shen's group had many shareholders, and she was not foolish enough to share such substantial profits with the company. Last time, the purchase was made in the company's name. But this time she had learned to be clever, or perhaps it was a testament to her trust in Qin Xiaoyang. For instance, if this piece of red jade were indeed worth 80 million, splitting it with Qin Xiaoyang would yield them 40 million each. They could then sell the jade to Shen's jewelry at market price. This approach could be considered legitimate. She was using her own funds to gamble on jade, without involving the company's accounts. Thus, any profits would naturally belong to her, and conversely, any losses would also be her own. Wow, how impressive. End of chapter. Chapter 40. A trouble caused by a Miss Qin Xiaoyang felt a sharp pain in his arm, as he had been pinched by Shen Sijia. Hey, sister, that hurts. Shen Sijia, caught up in her excitement, was instantly deflated by Qin Xiaoyang's exclamation. Did you just call me sister? Qin Xiaoyang realized he had made a grave mistake and hastily corrected himself. No, I meant miss. Oh no, this was even worse. Qin Xiaoyang, I'm going to get you for this. Go die? After unearthing only one of the 7 jade raw stones, Qin Xiaoyang decided to leave. He had no choice. He could see Shen Sijia barefoot and chasing after him, holding 2 high-heeled shoes in her hands. Qin Xiaoyang felt utterly despondent. He had originally planned to make some money that afternoon to open a potted plant shop, but instead, smack, Qin Xiaoyang slapped himself hard across the face. It was a genuine strike. Who told him to have such a loose tongue? Calling her sister was bad enough, but to call her miss? Wasn't he that just asking for trouble? After departing from Shen's jewelry company, Qin Xiaoyang contemplated the idea of opening a shop. He aimed to establish a stable business first, and then bring his parents and younger sister to live with him. Typically, such shops are concentrated in specific areas, like flower and bird markets. Qin Xiaoyang had the same intention and drove directly to the flower and bird market. He had been there that morning, so he was somewhat familiar with the area. After parking his car, he began to wander around. However, after thoroughly searching, He found no vacant storefronts or signs indicating rental opportunities. This left him in a state of distress. Mr. Chin. Just as he was pondering his next steps, he heard a woman's voice. Turning around, he saw a woman in her 30s, somewhat plump but quite attractive. She possessed the aura of a noble consort, scoring around an 80 out of 100 in looks. Qin Xiaoyang recognized her. She was one of the wealthy individuals from the antique exchange event, though he did not recall her name. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here. Though he couldn't remember her name, he awkwardly greeted her. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fangya. Sensing his forgetfulness, Fangya promptly introduced herself. This was understandable, given the large number of people present that evening. In the brief conversation they had shared, it was normal for him to forget her name. As for Fangya remembering his name, that was not surprising. After all, he was a disciple of Guan Yuha. Hello, Miss Fang. There were so many people that night, so Qin Xiaoyang began to explain. But Fangya waved her hand, indicating that she understood. Mr. Qin, what brings you to such a place? In response to Fangya's inquiry, Qin Xiaoyang candidly shared his aspiration of opening a potted plant shop. Mr. Qin, do you have some knowledge about potted plants? Fangya inquired, intrigued. Just a bit. Mainly, my parents have been idle at home, and I thought it would be nice to open a shop for them to manage. Whether it makes money is secondary. I just want to keep them engaged. At their age, they shouldn't be sitting idle at home. Caring for plants is a good way to pass the time. Surprisingly, Qin Xiaoyang's explanation was quite reasonable, and Fangya agreed with him. After all, a capable person like Qin Xiaoyang would not open a flower shop solely for profit. Mr. Qin, I can assist with the issue of the storefront. She pointed towards 4 storefronts nearby. These are all part of my property. If you need, I can make 2 available for you. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. He had inquired earlier and knew that the 4 storefronts were typically rented out as a whole and not individually. Since he did not require such a large space, he was hesitant. Miss Fang, that might not be appropriate. Fangya smiled and replied, it's no trouble at all. I initially thought it would be difficult to rent them all at once. Since Mr. Qin needs them, it works out perfectly. The remaining 2 will be easier to rent later. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, not wishing to appear overly pretentious. All right then, how much is the rent, Miss Fang? I'll transfer the payment directly to you. Fangya chuckled, revealing that she was not particularly concerned about the rent, to put it bluntly. She wasn't lacking in money. Her overture to rent the storefronts to Qin Xiaoyang was more about forming a connection. Fangya was an unusual woman. Unlike most women who enjoyed shopping, dressing up, or doing yoga, she had a passion for antiques. It was rare to find a woman with such interests, possibly influenced by her father. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyang's identity as a disciple of Guan Yuha made him someone she wanted to befriend. Mr. Qin, we are all part of the same circle. What does money matter? If you need it, feel free to use it. I'm not lacking in funds. She casually referred to herself as sister. Qin Xiaoyang was not naive. He understood that such unsolicited kindness often harbored ulterior motives. Having only met her once, her eagerness to offer him a storefront was suspicious. Did she desire something from him? That seemed unlikely. The most probable reason was his connection to Guan Yuha. Having come to this conclusion, Qin Xiaoyang decided to drop the pretense. Fangya produced a key and opened the store door. The interior was unrenovated but clean. It was previously used for an unknown purpose. The 2 storefronts were complemented by 2 additional rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Mr. Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Just don't tear down my shop. You can do as you please. Fangya understood it was time to go. Being overly enthusiastic could be counterproductive. All right then, once my shop is up and running, I'll treat you to a meal. Miss Fang. Qin Xiaoyang politely saw her off and then began to consider how to arrange the 2 storefronts. Since he intended to open a potted plant shop, his first thought was about shelving. Additionally, it would be wise to install mirrors on the walls. This would enhance the lighting and create an illusion of spaciousness. Just as Qin Xiaoyang was preparing to purchase materials, his phone rang. Upon glancing at his phone, his expression turned peculiar. End of chapter. Chapter 41. The call was naturally from Shin Sijia. Qin Xiaoyang hesitated to answer and instead silenced his phone, tucking it into his pocket. He turned to the outside to purchase a measuring tape and began to assess the height and width of the walls. Being a decisive individual, Qin Xiaoyang understood that once he chose to open a store, immediate action was necessary. After a little over an hour of bustling about, he locked up the store and sought out a glass shop, commissioning several mirrors tailored to his specifications, which turned out to be rather costly, totaling over 10,000 yuan. He then arranged for a few shelves and finally visited a flower pot vendor, ordering 200 pots in various sizes. By the time all tasks were completed, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Upon checking his phone, Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback to find dozens of missed calls, all from Shin Sijia. Gritting his teeth, he called her back. Shin Sijia was quite upset this afternoon. Her mood had initially been bright. But Qin Xiaoyang's casual use of Big Sister and Miss had left her feeling uncomfortable. Referring to her as Big Sister implied she was old, while Miss seemed outdated. She pondered when the term Miss, once a term of endearment, had morphed into a derogatory expression. Despite having glimpsed Qin Xiaoyang's ID, which indicated she was indeed slightly older, she felt it was only marginally so. Fortunately, Shin Sijia wasn't truly angry when the 7 rough stones were finally revealed. Her first thought was to share the joy with Qin Xiaoyang. Yet, he had the audacity to ignore her calls. After several attempts to reach him, Shin Sijia began to reflect. She recalled Qin Xiaoyang had mentioned a preference for gentler, more demure women. Could it be that she had come across as too brash? Perhaps there was some truth to that. Just then, her phone rang, and upon seeing Qin Xiaoyang's name, she momentarily forgot her earlier thoughts. Where have you been this afternoon? I called to greet you, and you didn't answer. Were you caught by the police for soliciting? Qin Xiaoyang held the phone at a distance, at least 10 centimeters from his ear, waiting for the tirade to subside before he replied. I was busy this afternoon. My phone was in the car, and I didn't hear it. I just saw your call and returned it. With Qin Xiaoyang's explanation, Shin Sijia's ire dissipated, prompting her to soften her tone. Well, I've finished work. Come pick me up. Let's go eat. I'll be waiting for you. Qin Xiaoyang shivered, goosebumps prickling his skin. Frankly, he found it difficult to adjust to Shin Sijia's manner of speaking. If it were Bao Xiao Xiao, it would have seemed normal. But Shin Sijia speaking this way was decidedly unusual. After hanging up, he drove and soon arrived at the company. As he parked, he saw Shin Sijia and Li Wenjing emerging from the elevator. He observed an undeniable truth. Comparisons were futile. Li Wenjing, petite and charming, had her own merits. Yet when standing beside Shin Sijia, the contrast in appearance and aura was stark. Particularly regarding temperament, some individuals possess an innate quality. Beauty does not equate to grace. But grace is indeed a form of beauty. Upon spotting Qin Xiaoyang's car, Shin Sijia and Li Wenjing parted ways, with Shin Sijia promptly taking the passenger seat. Xiaoyang, guess how much we made? She exclaimed upon entering. She awaited Qin Xiaoyang's inquiry, ready to unveil the figure and surprise him. I estimate about. Just as Qin Xiaoyang was about to venture a guess, he caught the glimmer of expectation in Shin Sijia's eyes and realized that if he stated a figure, she would be displeased. Thus, he opted for cooperation. Approximately 100 million, he casually declared. To his delight, Shin Sijia beamed with joy. Incorrect. I had it appraised. It's at least 150 million. Surprised, aren't you? Qin Xiaoyang played along, feigning ignorance. How much did you say? At that moment, Shin Sijia felt a profound sense of satisfaction. 150 million meant they could each claim 75 million. I'll transfer you 500,000 now, and I'll keep the rest safe for you. With a sudden jolt, Qin Xiaoyang slammed on the brakes. 150 million, and you only give me 500,000? Shin Sijia frowned at his reaction. I'm merely safeguarding it for you, to prevent any reckless spending. It's not that I'm withholding it. Why are you so anxious? She cast him a look that seemed to say you're being stingy. No, the 150 million gets split in half, and you're keeping the other half? On what grounds? You are my boss, not my partner. I must receive my share, or our collaboration is off. He jested, knowing that 75 million surpassed his total assets. Shin Sijia appeared displeased, yet Qin Xiaoyang's argument held merit. Their relationship was one of employer and employee, not anything more. Shin Sijia lapsed into silence, leaving Qin Xiaoyang with no choice but to resume driving. 500,000 it is, for now. I need it for the store. Ultimately, Qin Xiaoyang capitulated. You've opened a store? When did this happen? Shin Sijia promptly shifted the conversation to his new venture, realizing that his 500,000 might vanish. Qin Xiaoyang drove Shin Sijia to his shop and began explaining his plans. You truly intend to open a potted plant store? Wouldn't it be quicker to earn money through stone gambling? Shin Sijia regarded him with confusion. You can't gamble on stones every day. I need to keep myself occupied. Opening an antique shop isn't practical at this moment. Most antique shops have been established for decades, if not longer. You can't just set up a shop and call it an antique store. Shin Sijia nodded, finding merit in his reasoning. Then who will watch the store? It's easy to open a shop, but difficult to maintain one. Can you guarantee you'll be there daily? Qin Xiaoyang had pondered this dilemma. With 3 women sharing his rental space, he figured one of them could assist in managing the store. He could always offer them a bit more in wages, after all. He wasn't short on funds. The most crucial aspect was that they were pleasing to the eye. End of chapter. Chapter 42. The disdain of the Oriole. Upon observing the smirk on Qin Chaoyang's face, Shen Sijia could intuitively sense that he was conjuring something unsavory in his mind. Indeed, it was evident that he was not contemplating benevolent matters. Qin Chaoyang refrained from offering any explanation, as he deemed it unnecessary to discuss his business with others. After departing from the location and enjoying dinner, he escorted Shen Sijia home before driving off to seek out Pu Meiqi and the other two women, inquiring who among them would be willing to manage the store. As he passed by a KFC, he purchased a family bucket meal to take back with him. The moment the three women laid eyes on the meal, their spirits soared with joy. "Cousin, have you struck it rich again?" Pu Meiqi inquired, savoring a fried chicken leg. "Not exactly rich, just earned a bit," he replied. "By the way, how have you three been faring at work lately?" "Not too bad, except my boss is quite lecherous. Otherwise, all is well," Pu Meiqi remarked. "I'm doing fine as well. The job isn't exhausting, and I can play on my phone during work, which is quite pleasant." Chimed Su Xiaoro. "Don't even get me started. I'm nearly at my wit's end. A new manager has started, and he keeps piling on tasks, making us stay late for over an hour tonight. Plus, he's insatiable lecherous," complained Bao Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, how much do you take home each month?" Qin Chaoyang inquired cautiously. Bao Xiaoxiao began to calculate while munching on fries. "After deducting social security contributions, I take home around 4,000 yuan. Qin Chaoyang nodded. For a young woman, earning 4,000 yuan a month was commendable, certainly an improvement from his previous earnings. "How much can you save each month?" he pressed. At the mention of savings, Bao Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat embarrassed. "About 1,000 yuan, I suppose." "What? Only 1,000 from 4,000? Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Such expenditures seemed excessive. No need to be shocked. Girls tend to have high expenses: daily transportation, snacks, cosmetics, clothing, shoes, rent, and so forth. Saving 1,000 yuan is quite an achievement. Chi-Chi is practically living paycheck to paycheck." Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang turned his gaze to Pu Meiqi, who shrugged nonchalantly. "Xiao, I'm considering opening a flower shop. Would you like to manage it? I could offer you 6,000 yuan a month. What do you think?" Qin Chaoyang proposed, the amount inclusive of social security. With newfound wealth, he was generous. "Cousin, you're opening a shop? Can I join? I'm utterly exhausted with my current job." Before Qin Chaoyang could finish his thought, Su Xiaoro began her lamentations. "Xiaoro, wait a minute. Didn't you just say your job was quite good and you could even use your phone?" Qin Chaoyang queried skeptically. "Did I say that?" He nodded seriously. Su Xiaoro's eyes sparkled with mischief. "I was merely putting on a brave face, not wanting to burden you with my troubles. Plus, my manager is a total creep. He not only leers at me, but also tried to touch me yesterday." Her exaggerations grew. "Wait, isn't your manager a woman?" Bao Xiaoxiao interjected. Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily clarified. "So what if she is? Women can be lecherous too. What if she is a lesbian?" Qin Chaoyang was left speechless. She was determined to vilify her manager. "Well, you two can look out for each other," Qin Chaoyang concluded, feeling that adding another person to the mix wouldn't be a burden. "Cousin, if you're taking both of them, why not include me as well? I'm an expert in business and can guarantee a minimum 20 increase in profit each month. With them managing the store, you'll need a leader. I could be the store manager. How does that sound?" Pu Meiqi boldly declared, even outlining her prospective role. Just then, as Qin Chaoyang was about to acquiesce, his phone rang. It was Huang Guangyan. Half an hour later, Qin Chaoyang drove into Huang Guangyan's villa, greeted at the door by Huang Guangyan's wife, Guan Shuya. "Chaoyang, you've arrived. Please, come in." Qin Chaoyang promptly returned her greeting, entering the home where Huang Guangyan awaited him. "Chaoyang, you've finally come." "Huang Ying, prepare some tea for Chaoyang." Huang Ying, engrossed in her television program, responded with a casual acknowledgement before heading to brew the tea. "Chaoyang, take a look at this painting. I believe it's authentic, yet something feels amiss." Qin Chaoyang approached the table, where a landscape painting lay. It depicted mountains, water, and a small boat with a figure fishing. Unable to discern its authenticity, he activated his perception ability. A replica of a fishing scene from the Republic of China, containing hidden profundities. Qin Chaoyang squinted. Could there be more to this painting? Was it a painting within a painting? His first thought was dismissed upon feeling the paper's thickness, which was insufficient for such a notion. Although it was indeed a replica of a fishing scene, what did hidden profundities imply? For a moment, he found himself puzzled. "Here is your tea," Huang Ying announced, presenting a cup to Qin Chaoyang. He thanked her, dismissing her lack of courtesy before taking a sip. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, or the painting would have been ruined. Lowering his gaze at the teacup, he noted an excessive amount of tea leaves, which imparted bitterness instead of the intended aroma. He had been caught off guard by the bitterness, resulting in his spitting it out. At that moment, Huang Guangyin glanced at Qin Xiaoyang's cup, his expression darkening as he shot a fierce glare at Huang Ying. She feigned ignorance and skipped back to watch television. Qin Xiaoyang was puzzled by Huang Ying's apparent animosity towards him, but chose not to dwell on it out of respect for Huang Guangyin. Xiaoyang, the tea leaves are too plentiful. I will get you another cup. Just as Qin Xiaoyang was about to examine the painting, he heard Huang Guangyin's remark regarding its weight. To be continued. Chapter 43. What's amiss? Huang Guangyin promptly inquired. Qin Xiaoyang, without uttering a word, commenced dismantling the scroll. These calligraphies invariably possess scrolls, typically hollow. While this is generally unremarkable, this particular scroll felt unusually heavy and thick. Upon closer inspection, a subtle disproportion became apparent. As the scroll unfurled, Qin Xiaoyang thrust a finger within, his eyes gleaming with discovery. Indeed, something lay concealed within. Huang Guangyin, hitherto engrossed in television while surreptitiously observing Huang Ying, sensed an anomaly. Abandoning the television, he drew closer. Presently, Qin Xiaoyang extracted another painting from within the scroll, a painting within a painting. Huang Guangyin exclaimed with delight. Qin Xiaoyang demurred, elucidating. In a sense, this is not truly a painting within a painting. The essence of a painting within a painting lies in employing one painting to conceal another. As for this, what is its monetary value? Qin Xiaoyang, poised to flaunt his erudition, was met with an awkward silence. Huang Guangyin exhibited no inclination to listen, instead directly inquiring about the painting's worth. To Qin Xiaoyang's further dismay, the painting had only just been unveiled, its artist and era yet to be ascertained. How could one possibly determine its price? Abandoning any attempt to expound on the concept of a painting within a painting, Qin Xiaoyang promptly commenced scrutinizing the artwork for clues. Rather than a painting, it resembled a calligraphy piece. At its base lay a seal, bearing the characters Zizhen. Who is Zizhen? Qin Xiaoyang was perplexed, yet undeterred, for he possessed a trump card. Late Qing Dynasty Zizhen calligraphy, authentic. Market price, 2 million. Zizhen, originally named He Shaoji, was a poet, painter, and calligrapher. Who is He Shaoji? Qin Xiaoyang mentally posed the question, for the name was unfamiliar to him. Xiaoyang, who is this Zizhen? Huang Guangyin inquired, undeterred by Qin Xiaoyang's ignorance. Qin Xiaoyang lifted his teacup, intending to take a sip and gather his thoughts. However, he discovered the cup brimming with tea leaves, rendering the prospect unappealing. Huang Guangyin subtly glared at Huang Ying, who responded with a playful pout. Zizhen, originally named He Shaoji, was akin to roast chicken, a relative of Hishen. Qin Xiaoyang's explanation was abruptly interrupted by Huang Ying. In fairness to her, the name He Shaoji bore a phonetic resemblance to roast chicken. He Shaoji, courtesy name Zizhen, was a late Qing dynasty poet, painter, and calligrapher, particularly renowned for his cursive script. This calligraphy piece is an exceptional example of his work. In concise terms, Qin Xiaoyang elucidated the painting's provenance and origins. Xiaoyang, what is your assessment of its value? Huang Guangyin was inwardly elated, considering this one of his rare instances of serendipitous discovery. His joy was palpable, for the tale of his good fortune would undoubtedly circulate within Jinling's antique circles for weeks to come. Given its pristine condition, its market value should hover around 2 million. Huang Guangyin beamed. A calligraphy acquired for a mere 10,000 had transformed into a $2 million windfall, a veritable coup. Xiaoyang, I am indebted to you. Who would have suspected a hidden painting within? It is customary to share such finds. I shall transfer 1 million to you. In the antique trade, it is customary to compensate those who assist in appraising artifacts. Furthermore, intermediaries who facilitate the sale of items are entitled to a commission. Typically, a minimum guaranteed price exists, ensuring a baseline value regardless of the item's worth. Should the price exceed this minimum, the commission is calculated based on a predetermined percentage, typically 10%. In this instance, Qin Xiaoyang's mere authentication of the piece would warrant a fee of 100,000. If genuine, as in this case, a 10% commission would amount to at least 200,000. However, Huang Guangyin, being affluent, sought the thrill of discovery more than financial gain. Sharing the spoils was a matter of generosity, not a mere commission. Brother Nian, you jest. How could I possibly accept such a sum? It would be an insult. Moreover, you have been consistently supportive of me. I cannot possibly accept this. Perhaps, next time, fewer tea leaves would suffice, or even plain water. Qin Xiaoyang's final remark was a jest, a subtle jab rather than a direct affront to Huang Guangyan. Huang Ying flushed crimson, recognizing the veiled criticism. Miser, she muttered. You cannot even tolerate a jest. Qin Xiaoyang disregarded her remark. Glancing at the time, he bid farewell and departed. I am inordinately pleased today. As Qin Xiaoyang departed, Huang Guangyan, humming gleefully, retrieved his mobile phone and commenced taking photographs, intent on broadcasting his triumph on social media. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaoyang, mindful of potential misunderstandings, deliberately illuminated the living room. Fortunately, the apartment was unoccupied. Detecting a faint odor of perspiration, he promptly sought fresh clothing and showered. After laundering and drying his clothes, he reclined on his bed and reached for his mobile phone. Upon unlocking it, he noticed a notification dated around 7 o'clock p.m., corresponding to the time of his departure from Shun Sijia's villa. He idly tapped on the notification, revealing a bank deposit of 75 million, precisely as promised. Qin Xiaoyang was bewildered. Hadn't Shun Sijia indicated that the funds would be withheld temporarily? What did this signify? He captured a screenshot of the transaction and forwarded it to Shun Sijia via WeChat, accompanied by 3 question marks. Mere seconds elapsed before a response arrived. Debts must be honored. Qin Xiaoyang was speechless. We are engaged in a fair partnership. Am I not entitled to my due? Qin Xiaoyang was vexed, suspecting that this arrangement would be short-lived and that he would soon need to seek a new patron. Meanwhile, Shun Sijia, having dispatched the message, anxiously awaited Qin Xiaoyang's reply. Enduring several agonizing minutes, Shun Sijia began to ruminate, wondering if Qin Xiaoyang was offended. Admittedly, her words had been somewhat imprudent. In truth, Shun Sijia should not have withheld Qin Xiaoyang's funds, given their ostensibly collaborative relationship. Just then, a notification appeared. Shun Sijia eagerly tapped on it. End of chapter. Chapter 44. Be the manager for me. The message was sent by Qin Xiaoyang, and it was rather lengthy. The gist conveyed was, no theft, no robbery. Rational cooperation, clear payment. In times of hardship, one should not discuss grand ideals. Survival is paramount. In adversity, sentiments are irrelevant. Practicality is fundamental. The foundation of anyone's confidence lies in their economic strength. Wealth can indeed alleviate all insecurities. Even the smallest of individuals deserve a salary. I see nothing wrong in that. The future is long, although it may not be as lengthy as one hopes. Upon reading this, Shun Sijia felt a pang of guilt, as if she had been petty. The saying goes, fallen flowers have intentions, while flowing water is indifferent. With that thought, she exited the chat, plugged in her charger, closed her eyes, and drifted into sleep. After sending the message, Qin Xiaoyang felt it was inappropriate and hastily retracted it. However, the message had already been seen by Shun Sijia. The next morning, Qin Xiaoyang drove to Shun Sijia's villa. She, as if nothing had happened, took her place in the passenger seat, remaining silent. After dropping Shun Sijia at her company, Qin Xiaoyang exchanged a few words with Li Wenjing before taking his leave. As soon as he departed, Shun Sijia emerged. Where's Qin Xiaoyang? She inquired. Li Wenjing pointed outside. He received a call and left. It seemed to be from a woman named Xiao Xiao. It was undoubtedly Bao Xiao Xiao. Shun Sijia refrained from commenting and returned to her office. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang arrived at Bao Xiao Xiao's company and spotted her waiting at the entrance. Cousin, I've resigned, so you'll have to support me from now on. This statement bore an ambiguous tone. I cannot afford to keep a cow. Qin Xiaoyang replied with a smirk before speeding off. Bao Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the playful grin on his face, she understood. Cousin, you're so naughty. I really like it. This remark echoed a line from a viral video. Qin Xiaoyang then took Bao Xiao Xiao directly to his store. Xiao Xiao, you will work here from now on. Just help with watering the plants and such. I will set a price for each potted plant, and you will receive a 10 commission on anything above your base salary. Bao Xiao Xiao acknowledged this, but did not dwell on the commission. After all, how much could the earnings from potted plants really be? Qin Xiaoyang asked her to tidy up while he went to the market to purchase supplies. His first stops were for seeds and nutrient soil, along with some aesthetically pleasing pots, all reasonably priced. After over 2 hours of shopping, he returned to find workers installing mirrors, an unexpected yet impressive efficiency. Once the mirrors were in place, the 2 shops appeared spacious, just as he had envisioned. Noticing the time, Qin Xiaoyang took Bao Xiao Xiao out for a meal, completely forgetting about Shun Sijia. As she glanced at the clock, her frustration boiled over. This driver is utterly incompetent. Deciding to regard Qin Xiaoyang merely as her chauffeur, she stormed out of the office, climbed into her neglected car, and headed toward the flower and bird market, certain that Qin Xiaoyang would be there. At that moment, he was in the store, filling pots with nutrient soil, planting seeds, and watering them, while Bao Xiaoxiao assisted nearby. It was summer, and the heat intensified the atmosphere. Crucially, Bao Xiaoxiao wore a V-neck t-shirt, and as she crouched down, her attire revealed an alluring expanse of white skin, causing Qin Xiaoyang to swallow hard. "Cousin, is this pot a bit small?" Bao Xiaoxiao queried, referring to the flower pot. "It's not small at all. In fact, it's the largest I've ever seen." Her doubt grew as she noticed Qin Xiaoyang's intense gaze, nearly drooling. Oblivious to her own exposure, Bao Xiaoxiao blushed and instinctively covered herself. "Where are you looking? You're such a pervert." Just as Shen Sijia entered the store, she overheard Bao Xiaoxiao's remarks and quickly assessed the situation. A discreet glance at her own chest revealed that while she was not lacking, there was indeed a notable difference compared to Bao Xiaoxiao. Shen Sijia seethed with anger. Qin Xiaoyang was an unabashed lecher. "Why not look at me instead?" "Ms. Shen, you're here," Bao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, noticing Shen Sijia and hurriedly greeting her. "Yes, I just came to take a look." "Xiaoxiao, refrain from wearing such clothing in the future. There are many predators out there, especially those who target nearby women. They may not be handsome, but their intentions are far from innocent." Qin Xiaoyang recognized that Shen Sijia was undoubtedly scolding him, yet he had no proof. "Surely, there are no other men around besides my cousin." Shen Sijia was speechless. Bao Xiaoxiao's naivety was astounding. She had clearly been referring to Qin Xiaoyang. However, Shen Sijia was too annoyed to clarify. After all, it was not her who was being taken advantage of, and a few glances wouldn't cost her anything. "Xiaoyang, you need to install a central air conditioning unit, and this door should be modified to a sliding door. It cannot remain wide open. The indoor temperature must be maintained at a constant level. Additionally, you need to create a sign and some business cards." Shen Sijia immediately began offering her insights upon arrival. Qin Xiaoyang paused, then took out paper and pen to jot down her suggestions. Her points were indeed critical. For instance, without a sign, your store cannot thrive. Furthermore, the current roll-up door is fine for summer, but come winter, the northwest winds could freeze the plants. Air conditioning is also essential, especially in winter when temperatures drop significantly here near the Yangtze River. That's all for now. By the way, I'll help you register a website later. Send me some quality photos, and we can also take orders online. What else with your gaze?" Shen Sijia noticed Qin Xiaoyang staring intently at her, feigning surprise while secretly reveling in the attention. "Sijia, you're quite capable. I believe it would be a waste for you to be merely a general manager. How about becoming my store manager?" The chapter concludes. Chapter 45, The Test Buffed. Shen Sijia burst into laughter. When the general manager condescends to become the manager of such a modest store, is that not a sign of degradation? It is likely that only Qin Xiaoyang, with his audacious demeanor, could utter such a statement. "All right then, how much are you offering me per month?" Qin Xiaoyang jested, and Shen Sijia played along. "A monthly salary of 6,000, with the usual 5 insurances and 1 fund covered by yourself." At this, Shen Sijia nearly laughed again. "How about I invest in this venture, and we can run it together?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang quickly shook his head. "That's absurd. This shop is meant for profit, and it's a guaranteed success with low capital and high returns. Why would I share it with anyone? My mind isn't addled by a bump on the head. Don't even think about it. This shop is my sister's dowry for the future." Shen Sijia pouted, showing her disinterest. Just then, the shelves Qin Xiaoyang had ordered arrived, giving the store a semblance of structure. Once everything was nearly in place, Qin Xiaoyang, following Shen Sijia's suggestions, prepared to seek out people for tasks like installing the central air conditioning and moving doors. After observing for a while, Shen Sijia took her leave, as she had her own affairs to attend to. "Cousin, that general manager Shen seems to have an interest in you." After Shen Sijia departed, Bao Xiaoxiao nudged Qin Xiaoyang with her elbow. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback and replied, "Have you become addled in this summer heat? Even a fart smells burnt." "Who is Shen Sijia?" "The daughter of the Shun Group's chairman and the general manager of the Jinling branch of Shen Jewelry. She possesses a prominent family background, an enviable physique, and striking looks. What interest could she possibly have in someone like me, a mere pauper?" He gestured to himself. Bao Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. If she had no interest, why would she come all the way here on such a hot afternoon? To buy flowers? I would rather be mistaken, but alas. With that, Bao Xiaoxiao fell silent. Qin Xiaoyang stroked his chin, pondering. Upon reflection, her analysis did hold some merit. Perhaps the ones involved are oblivious, while the observers see more clearly. In the days they had spent together, Shin Sijia had indeed exhibited some peculiar behavior. Qin Xiaoyang resolved to test the waters. If Shin Sijia truly harbored feelings for him, why would he need to run a shop? Why not simply enjoy a life of ease? The thought tempted him, and he decided to invite Shin Sijia to dinner. He handed the store keys to Bao Xiaoxiao, saying, "Starting today, you are officially on the job. I have some matters to attend to these next few days. So keep an eye on things here. Someone will come to install the moving doors and central air conditioning around tomorrow morning. Just give me a call when it's done." Bao Xiaoxiao agreed, and Qin Xiaoyang drove off. His first stop was the bank, where he opened a new account and transferred 100 million into it, leaving over 10 million in the original account for liquidity. Noticing the time, he hurried to the Shun Jewelry Company. He waved at Li Wenjing as a greeting and, without knocking, entered Shin Sijia's office. Shin Sijia had already seen him on the surveillance camera. It seemed he had no habit of knocking. "Sijia, I've booked a private room. Let us go out for dinner together, my treat." Shin Sijia was taken aback. Usually, she was the one footing the bill, and this was a surprising turn of events. Why would he treat her without cause? "You have some good ideas from this afternoon, and I found them quite practical, so I thought I'd show my gratitude." As Qin Xiaoyang spoke, Shin Sijia had already opened the office door. "If you're going to treat me, hurry up. What are you lingering for?" With that, she exited the office, and Qin Xiaoyang quickly followed. To ascertain whether someone harbors feelings for oneself, the first step is to invite them to dinner. If they decline, there is no further possibility. However, if they accept, as in this case, it indicates at least a certain level of interest, at the very least. They do not find it unpleasant. This was Qin Xiaoyang's belief. The second step involved choosing a modest eatery. If the other person is intrigued by you, they wouldn't mind dining at even a simple barbecue stall. Thus, he selected a rather unpretentious restaurant. Upon arriving at the private room, Shin Sijia took some napkins, wiped the chair, and then the table before sitting down, her expression revealing no clear signs of distaste. Next was the third step, allowing the other person to order and observing if they remembered what you like. Qin Xiaoyang took the menu from the waiter and passed it to Shin Sijia. She was not the type to be shy. She opened the menu and began to order. For dishes and a soup, 2 of the dishes were Qin Xiaoyang's favorites, and the other 2 were hers. This demonstrated her attentiveness, particularly the spicy stir-fried intestines, which was Qin Xiaoyang's absolute favorite. The fourth step was upon them. "Sijia, I believe you were right when you said that when a man has too much money, he can easily go astray. Thus, after much thought, I believe it is best for you to keep this card." He handed her a newly opened card containing a substantial sum, while he retained over 10 million in his previous account for temporary use. "Please hold on to it for me, and when I need it, you can return it." Shin Sijia was elated upon hearing this, but she maintained a composed exterior. "All right, I will keep it safe for you. However, I must clarify that I am merely acting as a friend in this matter. You need not share the password with me." After saying this, she accepted the bank card and placed it into her purse. With this, the majority of the test had been completed, leading Qin Xiaoyang to conclude that Bao Xiaoxiao's insights might indeed hold some truth. As for the final stages, holding hands, sharing kisses, and more intimate encounters, those could wait for another day. "Xiaoyang, didn't you mention returning to your hometown? When do you plan to go back? Also, could you tell me about your family situation?" Shin Sijia asked, seemingly innocently. Yet, it felt like an attempt to probe deeper. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious. In truth, there was too much to say. My family is rather ordinary. Perhaps another day I can introduce you to them." End of chapter. Chapter 46. The Transformation of Shin Sijia. Great. When shall we return? What gifts should I prepare, considering this is our first meeting? By the way, does Uncle smoke or drink? What brand of cosmetics does Auntie prefer? And what about my little sister? Qin Xiaoyang found himself struggling to keep pace with Shin Sijia's rapid changes. It seemed he had merely spoken these thoughts aloud, but, well, that was inconsequential. The two appeared to have established a romantic relationship, yet it remained ambiguous. Logically speaking, having entrusted his salary card to Shin Sijia for safekeeping and mentioning introducing her to his parents suggested a romantic connection. However, with no pursuit on his part and no affirmation from her, an air of uncertainty lingered. Nevertheless, this nebulous feeling was rather delightful. "Xiaoyang, my aspirations now lie in swiftly amassing wealth, not by opening a plant shop or an antique store. Recently, I have been in contact with some people, planning a trip to northern Myanmar. I've heard that the prices for jade rough stones there are astoundingly low. Once a route is established, it would be akin to picking up money off the ground." Shin Sijia spoke animatedly, completely oblivious to the change in Qin Xiaoyang's expression. "Xiaoyang, why are you looking at me like that?" At last, Shin Sijia noticed the peculiar look on his face. Qin Xiaoyang set down his chopsticks and said earnestly, I truly cannot comprehend why, in this day and age, when the entire internet is abuzz with news about northern Myanmar, including national news and short video platforms that repeatedly emphasize the dangers of that region, there are still individuals willing to risk their lives to go there. Shen Sijiao paused, casually inquiring why? Because of the lure of profit, high-paying jobs, free travel, and so forth. The potential gains are so substantial that many people, including you, are willing to overlook the risks. First and foremost, northern Myanmar is part of the Golden Triangle, a thoroughly lawless area. There is no legal framework, no moral code. Here. Might makes right. Clubs, knives, and guns are the law. Shen Sijia shuddered. It can't be that severe, can it? Qin Xiaoyang glanced at her and replied, There is no most severe, only more severe. I tell you, whether you are male or female, young or old, beautiful or plain, if you go there, it is a one-way ticket to death. Perhaps death is the best outcome. Beatings with electric batons are merely the beginning. Sexual assault, murder, organ trafficking, such horrors are commonplace. I've heard that killing someone there, even in the street, is as simple as slaughtering a chicken. This is no exaggeration. Can you imagine? Do you believe it? But this is the stark reality. In summary, this place is ruled by darkness, with light never having appeared. You may research it yourself. It would be wise to look at official reports. In that region, not only you and I, but even the mighty King Kong would have to toil. Even Sun Wukong would have to perform monkey tricks. And Laozi would have to stoke the furnace. Even Neza would have to endure hardship. Even Optimus Prime would have to dismantle parts to sell. And even Yama would have to consult the Book of Life and Death. If Tang Sung went, he would likely take the green path straight to the west. Clatter. Shen Sijiao was taken aback by Qin Xiaoyang's words, her hand trembling, causing the plate to fall to the ground. Xiaoyang, don't frighten me. I'm scared. Shen Sijiao was genuinely frightened, as she had indeed contemplated going. Qin Xiaoyang took her small hand, signaling her to calm down. No need to fear. Simply don't go. That place is not our homeland. We are safe here in China, ranked first in global safety. There is nothing to worry about. Qin Xiaoyang's words seemed to have a soothing effect, as Shen Sijia's fear began to dissipate. What made you suddenly want to go to northern Myanmar? Qin Xiaoyang casually asked. Shen Sijia retrieved her phone, unlocked it, and opened a message for Qin Xiaoyang to see. This is from a high school classmate I haven't contacted in years. A few days ago, he somehow obtained my number and added me on WeChat. He told me that the jade rough stones there are incredibly cheap, about only 20% of the prices here in China. He also mentioned that he is doing quite well over there, currently co-owning a jade mine. He said that as long as I go there, he would sell them to me at the same price as 20% here. Qin Xiaoyang began to understand. This was a trap. Xiaoyang, now that you mention it, I feel extremely fortunate. What if I had gone? Should we report this to the authorities? Qin Xiaoyang shook his head. Firstly, we cannot ascertain the truth of this matter. Even if this person is dubious, we possess no evidence. Moreover, he is abroad, beyond our reach. However, you could test him, asking him to send the raw stones to Yunnan. Forget about percentages. We would be willing to buy at 50%. Let us see how he responds. But remember, even if it were offered for free, do not go. Shen Sijian nodded vigorously, affirming that even if it were free, she wouldn't dare to go. Xiaoyang, it's wonderful to have you. I will heed your advice and not go. I don't lack money. There is no need to take risks. Let us eat. After dinner, their relationship seemed to draw significantly closer. Shen Sijia subtly nudged her arm against Qin Xiaoyang's, but he was still preoccupied with thoughts of the plant shop and failed to notice. This left Shen Sijia somewhat exasperated. She believed Qin Xiaoyang to be rather dense, oblivious to her hints. Qin Xiaoyang escorted Shen Sijia back to her villa before taking his leave. It wasn't he that he was averse to romance, but he had matters weighing on his mind that prevented him from focusing fully. Despite having a modest savings, if he lived a normal life without extravagance, it would suffice for a lifetime. Yet, he would never be satisfied. When one earns 3,000 a month, they dream of 5,000. Upon earning 10,000, they yearn for an annual salary of 1 million. When they finally achieve that million, they ponder why they should work for others and not become their own boss. Thus, human nature is inherently flawed, except for the foolish and the naive. Qin Xiaoyang was currently fixated on establishing a shop, at the very least. He needed an enterprise before he could venture to Yunnan to gamble on stones and strike it rich. Upon returning home, Qin Xiaoyang found himself momentarily stunned, for the chapter concludes. Chapter 47. The outburst of Pu Meichi cousin, you're back. Qin Xiaoyang was somewhat bewildered, as there were at least a dozen individuals in the room, both men and women. What is going on here? He inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Pu Meiqi approached with a smile, stating, "Today is my birthday, and I've invited some friends and colleagues over to celebrate. But enough about that. Let me introduce you." Qin Xiaoyang was not particularly fond of such gatherings, especially when everyone was unfamiliar. However, since it was Pu Meiqi's birthday, he felt it would be impolite to dampen the festivities, so he greeted everyone with a smile. He then intended to retreat to his room, only to be seized by Pu Meiqi, who insisted he sit down. "Cousin, we're all friends here, so there's no need to be reserved. Come, let us drink together." Having had a bit too much to drink, Pu Meiqi staggered slightly. While Qin Xiaoyang had no objections to women enjoying a drink, he was uncomfortable with them overindulging. After all, women are often vulnerable, even when sober. They can find themselves at a disadvantage, let alone when inebriated. He glanced at Bao Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoro, who merely shrugged and gestured that it was not their concern. Checking the time, it was already 9:30 p.m. Qijia, it's getting late, and everyone seems to have had enough. We should wrap it up since we have work tomorrow. At this, Bao Xiaoxiao quickly stood to support him. "Yes, Meiqi, perhaps we should call it a night." Su Xiaoro chimed in as well. "It's all right. Tomorrow is Saturday. We don't have to work. We're celebrating." Pu Meiqi dismissed their concerns, raising her glass for another drink. Qin Xiaoyang's brows furrowed, and he seized her drink. "Enough. You've had too much to drink. It's late, and everyone should go home and rest. We can gather another day." Qin Xiaoyang was clearly pushing for everyone to leave. Some recognized it was indeed late and decided to depart. However, others were displeased, as such an occasion was rare, and with so many beautiful women present. How could they bear to leave? "Cousin, we are Meiqi's friends. The host hasn't asked us to leave, so why should you?" "Exactly. Those who know you are cousins might think otherwise." Qin Xiaoyang's expression darkened, his smile fading. "I insist you leave now. You are not welcome here," he declared firmly. "What gives you the right? This isn't even your house." He no longer wished to engage with such individuals, and Pu Meiqi felt a twinge of disappointment. She had never expected to act so recklessly, calling into question the company she kept. However, her immediate response brought Qin Xiaoyang some comfort. "Get out. Who do you think you are to speak to my cousin like that? Do you want me to throw you out myself?" Pu Meiqi's anger silenced the room, and those individuals glared at Qin Xiaoyang before retreating in defeat. "Cousin, let me tell you, one must not be overly honest when the moment calls for it. One must be resolute," she continued. "If they hadn't left so quickly, I would have just then." She appeared to be on the verge of vomiting. Qin Xiaoyang, quick to react, scooped her up and dashed to the bathroom, swiftly lifting the toilet lid. As he watched Pu Meiqi hunched over the toilet, he momentarily entertained the thought of giving her a playful smack. A sudden idea struck him, and he grabbed his phone to record the spectacle. "Hurry, show me," Bao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, noticing Qin Xiaoyang filming. "Don't worry, I'll send it to everyone." Unbeknownst to Pu Meiqi, her dignity had just been irreparably tarnished. After Bao Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoro helped her clean up and returned her to her room, Qin Xiaoyang was left to tidy the chaos. Later, as he settled into bed, he noticed several messages from Shen Sijia, including a selfie of her in pajamas. He had to admit, she looked quite lovely. Perhaps if she loosened a couple of buttons, it would be even better. The last message from Shen Sijia inquired why he hadn't responded. Qin Xiaoyang briefly explained the situation before sharing the video he had just recorded. Initially, Shen Sijia felt a tad displeased, but upon seeing Pu Meiqi's disheveled state, she burst into laughter. This confirmed that Qin Xiaoyang had indeed been truthful about dealing with the aftermath of the evening. "Xiaoyang, what are we doing tomorrow, Saturday?" she messaged. He promptly replied, "In the morning, I'll take you to the antique street for some treasure hunting, and in the afternoon, we'll head to the store." Shen Sijia quickly responded with an okay and sent a picture of her waiting for him. After their conversation concluded, Qin Xiaoyang drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Pu Meiqi stirred awake, largely due to thirst. Without turning on the lights, she grabbed her phone and stepped out of her room to fetch a drink from the refrigerator. Feeling a bit unwell, she found herself squatting over the toilet. After a moment of relief, she opened her phone to discover a video message from Qin Xiaoyang. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on it and was instantly engulfed in fury, nearly forgetting to tend to her more pressing matters. "Qin Xiaoyang, come out here." As Qin Xiaoyang slept soundly, he dreamt of Shen Sijia and Bao Xiaoxiao, clad in swimsuits, splashing about in a pool. The scene was tantalizing, and the women beckoned him with alluring gestures. Just as he was about to pounce, a loud shout startled him awake, and he tumbled onto the floor with a painful thud. "Qin Xiaoyang, come out. Don't be a coward. Do you dare to face me?" Realizing he was in trouble due to the video, he called out, "Meiqi, Why are you up at this hour? Is it true that cousin spied on you while you were in the bathroom? Su Xiaoro chimed in. Bao Xiao, recalling a previous incident where Qin Xiaoyang had caught her in a compromising position, added, what a despicable act. Fuming, Pu Meiqi vowed to make him pay for the video he had taken of her. And you two better delete that video. If this gets out, I will have my revenge. At that moment, there was no way Qin Xiaoyang would open the door. Doing so would be utterly foolish. Yet, the video was indeed deleted. For Pu Meiqi was not to be trifled with. Meiqi stopped shouting. I think cousin has left the house, right, Xiao? Su Xiaoro remarked. Right. He must have taken a call and stepped out. Bao Xiao quickly concurred. End of chapter. Chapter 48. Accompanying the beauty to seek bargains early the next morning. Qin Xiaoyang rose with great haste, fearing that he might be caught by Pu Meiqi. He washed his face and brushed his teeth in under a minute, then grabbed his keys and slipped away. After purchasing breakfast for two downstairs, he drove directly to Shun Sijia's villa. Although Shun Sijia had asked him to arrive early, she was still sound asleep at that moment. The incessant ringing of the doorbell roused her from her slumber. Groggily glancing at her phone, she noted it was only 7:30. Yawning, she shuffled to the door in her slippers. As she opened the door, Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain if he had arrived at the right place. Shun Sijia appeared disheveled, her hair tousled, with only 2 buttons of her sleepwear fastened. She wore no bottoms, perhaps just a pair of panties concealed beneath her nightgown. On her feet were mismatched slippers, and her toenails bore vibrant polish. What did that signify? If she wished to paint her nails, why opt for such an array of colors? As Shun Sijia yawned and peered outside, she caught sight of Qin Xiaoyang staring intently at her chest, his throat visibly swallowing. Confused, she glanced down and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. In truth, she had a habit of sleeping in the nude. And the previous night, she had donned her sleepwear solely for a selfie. Rarely did anyone visit her, in nearly a year of living there. Apart from Li Wenjing's occasional visits, Qin Xiaoyang was the only one. Have you seen enough? Shun Sijia, composed and unfazed, asked. Unlike other women who might have reacted with outrage. By the way, I bought you breakfast. She cast a side glance at the food in Qin Xiaoyang's hands before calmly retreating into her room. Once inside, she swiftly closed the door, a hand brushing her warm cheek. Did he truly see everything? Qin Xiaoyang had indeed glimpsed a few things, yet he would never confess to it. He set the breakfast on the table and began surveying the villa, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled Shun Sijia's renovation proposal from a few days prior, which seemed to mirror this villa almost perfectly. Is my villa under renovation? He inquired tentatively. Yes, it's already begun. The workers started 2 days ago. Also, your transfer paperwork is nearly complete. Just sign next Monday. As she spoke, Shun Sijia emerged from her room, having changed clothes with impressive speed. Today, she wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and a form-fitting skirt, accentuating her long, slender legs clad in stockings. A woman's allure often lies in her lower half. As long as her legs are long, her figure is undoubtedly appealing. Grooming takes considerable time, and by the time they exited the villa, it was already 9 o'clock. Qin Xiaoyang finally comprehended the irony in women's words. Despite her insistence on waiting for him the previous night, he had ended up waiting over an hour. By the way, if we encounter something valuable, you need to play along with me, Qin Xiaoyang instructed as he drove. Of course. How should I cooperate? Shun Sijia asked. Qin Xiaoyang pondered briefly, then explained, if I spot something of value but the seller demands an exorbitant price, I will give you a discreet signal. And you should oppose my purchase, even urging me to leave. Understanding dawned on Shun Sijia. What will the signal be? As they discussed this, they soon arrived at the antique street. After parking, they began to peruse the stalls. Shun Sijia seized the opportunity to link her arm with Qin Xiaoyang's, making them appear like a couple. Although they claimed to be hunting for bargains, it was more of a fortunate expedition. In today's market, both buyers and sellers are astute. Truly stumbling upon a gem is no simple feat. The first stall they approached was run by the same man from whom Qin Xiaoyang had previously asked Bao Xiao to purchase a plate. The vendor was rather unscrupulous, causing Qin Xiaoyang to stop mid-stride and glance at Shun Sijia, relieved that her attire was modest today. Being a Saturday, the antique street bustled with activity, and this particular stall had 2 other customers browsing. Qin Xiaoyang crouched down, inspecting various items, each one a mere imitation or craft work. After about 5 minutes, he stood and led Shun Sijia to the second stall. This stall also had customers negotiating a price. Qin Xiaoyang remained silent, merely listening. This is a genuine piece from the Qianlong period. You can take it for 20,000, exclaimed the vendor. Qin Xiaoyang cast a glance at the item. A rather appealing brush holder. 20,000 for this? Why not claim it's from the Ming dynasty? 500. If you're willing to sell it to me at that price, I'll take it. A well-mannered man in his 40s countered. 500? Are you joking? If you're sincere, I want to sell it for less than 10,000. The vendor retorted. Qin Xiaoyang grew anxious, fearing the man might accept that low offer and snatch up the genuine article. 10,000. Why not go rob a bank? I'll offer you 800. Take it or leave it. Just as the vendor seemed ready to concede, a voice interrupted. Lao Huang, back for more shopping? Have you found anything good? The man who had countered turned to find a familiar face, eagerly engaging in conversation. Qin Xiaoyang's mind raced. He needed to seize this opportunity. In the world of antiques, a strict etiquette forbids interrupting negotiations. Only when one party abandons their pursuit may another step in. Clearly, this was the moment he had been waiting for. End of chapter 49. A bit unconventional boss. Is this 1,000 yuan for sale? Qin Xiaoyang directly picked up the pen holder he had just seen and inquired. Since Qin Xiaoyang and his companion had been nearby, the stall owner naturally recognized that their previous conversation had been overheard by Qin Xiaoyang. He felt a surge of joy, thinking he could make an extra 200 yuan. However, no one ever complains about excess money. Young man, I can see you have an eye for valuable items. If you offer 2,000, it's yours. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head, rubbing his nose. This was a signal for Shin Sijia. Dear, let's not buy it. That person just offered 800, and you've already purchased several that turn out to be fake. We should save some money for the baby's formula, Shin Sijia stated while gently caressing her belly. Qin Xiaoyang was nearly struck dumb. He hadn't intended for her performance to be so convincing. They were expecting a child, after all. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, placing the pen holder back where it belonged, preparing to leave. Wait, young man. You are my first customer today. I'll let it go for 1,000. Just to start the day? Under Shin Sijia's disapproving gaze, Qin Xiaoyang completed the payment via QR code and took the pen holder as he departed. The stall owner felt a sense of pride. Even if no more sales were made that day, he had covered his costs. Meanwhile, the man named Huang, who had earlier been engaged in conversation with a friend, returned to the stall. Boss, if you sell it for 800, I will, he began, only to notice the pen holder was gone. Where's the pen holder? Naturally, it was in Qin Xiaoyang's possession. Xiaoyang, how much is this worth? As soon as they stepped away from the stall, Shin Sijia eagerly asked. Qin Xiaoyang glanced around before lowering his voice. This is a pen holder from the early Qin dynasty. Based on current market prices, it should be worth around 500,000. Shin Sijia's eyes narrowed. A mere turn could yield 500,000. The antique trade truly was profitable. Xiaoyang, let us continue. Young man, wait. Just as Shin Sijia was pulling Qin Xiaoyang towards another stall, a shout came from behind. They turned to find the same man, Huang, who had been haggling earlier. Qin Xiaoyang felt a flicker of confusion. Was this man seeking trouble? He had not broken any rules. The item had been placed on the stall by the vendor himself, who had then walked away. Is there something I can assist you with? Qin Xiaoyang asked casually. Young man, that pen holder was initially of interest to me. I was just exchanging a few words with a friend when the man spoke hesitantly. Sir, you should be familiar with the customs of the antique trade, correct? Qin Xiaoyang probed, primarily to gauge the man's understanding. Rest assured, I understand the rules. I simply have a fondness for that pen holder. I intended to gift it to an old friend. Now that you have acquired it, might you be willing to part with it? As he spoke, Huang subtly glanced at the pen holder in Shin Sijia's hands. Oh, I see. What price would you be willing to offer? Qin Xiaoyang asked, genuinely interested in selling, as he had only purchased it for profit and was not an avid collector. How about this? I'll give you 10 times the price. I truly do like this pen holder. What do you say? Qin Xiaoyang realized this man had undoubtedly recognized the pen holder's value and was now testing whether he understood its worth. If Qin Xiaoyang was merely drawn to it for amusement or aesthetics, he might be persuaded to sell at 10 times the purchase price. Not interested. I think I'll keep it for myself, Qin Xiaoyang declared, turning to leave. Wait, what price would be suitable for you? I genuinely like this pen holder. Qin Xiaoyang saw through the man's intentions. He was clearly aware of the pen holder's true worth, but was reluctant to state a price, hoping Qin Xiaoyang would undervalue it. Well, if you truly desire it, 50,000. Qin Xiaoyang proposed, not asking for much, as he believed it was worth that amount. Moreover, he felt a twinge of guilt for the circumstances surrounding this transaction. Upon hearing 50,000, the man was taken aback. Given Qin Xiaoyang's youth, he assumed he might not comprehend the antique world. Was he merely making an exorbitant demand? Come now, young man, you jest. It's just a pen holder. Offering 1,000 is already quite generous, especially since I admire it. Qin Chaoyang was now certain this individual was attempting to take advantage of him. His conflicting statements about gifting it to someone and then claiming a personal fondness were contradictory. However, that had no bearing on Qin Chaoyang. If a pen holder crafted by Wu Bangzhou were worth less than 50,000, who would believe such a claim? Once he voiced this, Huang recognized that Qin Chaoyang was indeed knowledgeable. Identifying an antique-s era was something many enthusiasts could do, but naming the original owner was not common knowledge. Impressive, young man. Well, since you are aware of the pen holder's provenance, I shall not say more. I will purchase it for 50,000. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Chaoyang and Shen Sijia continued towards the next stall. Chaoyang, I contributed to this antique acquisition. How do you intend to reward me? Shen Sijia quickly began to assert her contributions, never once considering releasing her hold on Qin Chaoyang's arm. Qin Chaoyang acknowledged her point. As the saying goes, one should share the spoils. He felt it was only right to give her a portion. However, knowing Shen Sijia was exceptionally wealthy, directly offering her half might not sit well with her. How about this? I'll accompany you shopping this afternoon. Buy whatever you wish. And I'll cover all the expenses. Does that sound fair? A radiant smile spread across Shen Sijia's face. That is what you said. I want to buy a handbag, and I also need clothes and shoes, plus. As they conversed, they approached the next stall. End of chapter. Chapter 50. It turns out we all know each other. Perhaps fortune is a finite resource. In the hour that followed, Qin Chaoyang failed to uncover anything of remarkable value. Merely acquiring a small trinket, a snuff bottle, worth approximately 30 to 20,000. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearing 11:30, prompting him to consider lunch. Just then, his phone rang, revealing a call from Guan Jingya. Shen Sijia cast a furtive glance at the name on the screen. It was evidently a girl's name. Hello. Yes, I'll be there shortly. All right, we'll discuss further upon meeting. After ending the call, Qin Chaoyang felt an inexplicable urge to explain, my master asked me to drop by. The caller was his granddaughter, Guan Jingya. Shen Sijia responded with a simple acknowledgement, and that was the end of the conversation. Since becoming an apprentice, Qin Chaoyang had yet to present a formal gift to his master. He recalled Huang Guangyan mentioning that Guan Yuha enjoyed a good drink. Thus, he took Shen Sijia to the supermarket, procuring 2 fine bottles of wine and some fruit before setting off. Meanwhile, at Guan Yuha's residence, an unexpected guest had arrived. Had Qin Chaoyang been present, he would likely have exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. The visitor was none other than the man who had recently purchased a brush pot from him for 500,000. This gentleman, surnamed Huang, was named Huang Yunfei, a well-known antique enthusiast in Jinling City. Unlike other collectors, he possessed genuine skill. He had recently returned from a trip to Xi'an. Otherwise, he would not have encountered Qin Chaoyang at the wine gathering. Yunfei, my new apprentice will be arriving shortly. You two should engage in discussions once he arrives. He is an exceptional talent, though he currently lacks theoretical knowledge. However, his discerning eye is quite impressive. Guan Yuha spoke of Qin Chaoyang with evident satisfaction. Just yesterday, he had seen Huang Guangyan's social media post and learned that Qin Chaoyang had unearthed the secret behind a scroll. A capable apprentice naturally brings pride to a master. And Huang Guangyan had also shared Qin Chaoyang's insightful analysis from the wine event. Old Guan, I have great faith in your judgment. I am quite eager to meet your disciple. I actually encountered a remarkable young talent today, Huang Yunfei remarked. Intrigued, Guan Yuha began to inquire further. Huang Yunfei pointed to the brush pot on the table and recounted the events of the day. Is that so? You could discern the origin of the brush pot with just a casual glance. Guan Yuha expressed surprise. He was well aware of the prominent collectors in Jinling City and had yet to meet any talented young collectors aside from Qin Chaoyang, which piqued his curiosity. At that moment, the sound of an approaching vehicle was heard. They have arrived. Let us go downstairs to greet them, Guan Yuha declared as he led Huang Yunfei downstairs. Uncle. Guan Jingya greeted with no hint of embarrassment, despite the fact that Qin Chaoyang was only 2 years her senior. Yet, addressing him as uncle felt entirely natural. Jingya. Allow me to introduce you. This is. Qin Chaoyang briefly introduced Shen Sijia and Guan Jingya, just as Guan Yuha descended the stairs. Master. Qin Chaoyang quickly approached to pay his respects. Chaoyang, the reason I called you here today is to introduce you to someone. I hope you both will maintain contact. Guan Yuha gestured towards Huang Yunfei. This is my new apprentice, and he is. It's you. Both Qin Chaoyang and Huang Yunfei exclaimed simultaneously. You two know each other? Guan Yuha asked, perplexed. Huang Yunfei, bemused, began to clarify the situation. Qin Xiaoyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had inadvertently snatched a familiar face from under Huang Yunfei's nose. Ha! Guan Yuhe burst into laughter upon hearing the entire story, and even Guan Jingya stifled a giggle. Yunfei, you've certainly met your match. With Guan Yuhe's comment, Huang Yunfei had no retort. After all, they were strangers at the time, and in the world of antiques, it was customary to leave an item unattended when stepping away to converse with others. Even if it were someone else who had discovered the treasure, they would not let the opportunity slip by. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they ascended the stairs together. Guan Jingya hurriedly prepared tea for everyone. Uncle, my dad forbids Grandpa from drinking. You better watch out, or my dad will scold you for bringing alcohol. Unless you offer me something enticing to keep my lips sealed, I may just spill the beans. Qin Xiaoyang understood he was being playfully threatened by Guan Jingya. Jingya, behave yourself, Guan Yuhe admonished. Xiaoyang, next time, don't bring gifts. When you come here, it's like returning home. If you do this again, I might just get upset. Qin Xiaoyang nodded in compliance, promptly producing the snuff bottle he had recently acquired, presenting it to Guan Jingya. This is for you. Consider it my greeting gift. Remember to keep it a secret. Unlike other girls, Guan Jingya was not one to seek personal gain. She merely found her young uncle amusing and intended to tease him. To her surprise, Qin Xiaoyang had genuinely prepared a gift. Thank you, uncle. Unlike most girls, Guan Jingya was well-versed in antiques, thanks to her grandfather, father, and relatives, including her uncle Huang Guangmian, who were all deeply entrenched in the world of antiquities. Thus, upon seeing the snuff bottle, she recognized its value instantly. Let me take a look. Guan Yuhe reached out, taking the snuff bottle from Guan Jingya's hands. After donning his reading glasses, he scrutinized it closely. This is a snuff bottle from the Xianfeng period. How much did you spend on this? Master, 500. The heat was too oppressive to haggle. His words elicited laughter from everyone. Qin Xiaoyang's intention was clear. It was a jest, implying that the sweltering weather had dissuaded him from bargaining. Otherwise, he could have negotiated a lower price. Uncle, this seems too extravagant. Why not choose something else? Guan Jingya, though lively, was not one to take advantage. Upon learning that it was a snuff bottle from the Xianfeng era, worth several tens of thousands, she felt unworthy of receiving such a precious gift. Just accept it. It's not like I'm trying to gain anything. Guan Yuhe shot a disapproving look at his granddaughter, then handed the snuff bottle back to her. He understood Qin Xiaoyang's character, evidenced by the $1 million check he had previously offered without hesitation. If he were reluctant to part with the snuff bottle, he would not have gifted it. Xiaoyang, Yunfei has brought something peculiar. You should take a look. End of chapter. Chapter 51. The peculiar object. Upon encountering the so-called peculiar object, Qin Xiaoyang's first reaction was simply, how strange. To elaborate, this item bore an uncanny resemblance to the treasure lamp held by Yang Jian and Chun Xiang from the classic tale, The Lotus Lantern. However, it was decidedly less aesthetically pleasing, short and stout in form. The upper portion featured a wider opening adorned with lotus petal shapes, crafted from bronze. Its surface and interior were marred by considerable verdigris. Qin Xiaoyang surmised that Guan Yuhe intended to test his discerning eye. Thus he relied solely on his ability to perceive beyond the ordinary. Item name, Lotus Incense Burner, also known as Bronze Incense Furnace, Era, Han Dynasty. Value, 100,000. Collectible value, average. What have you discerned, Xiaoyang? Guan Yuhe observed the changes in Qin Xiaoyang's expression, noting his initial frown of skepticism transform into one of realization. In response to Guan Yuhe's inquiry, Qin Xiaoyang refrained from providing a definitive identification of the object, as such certainty might raise suspicions. After all, Huang Yunfei would undoubtedly struggle to accurately assess its value, and the description of it as a strange object implied its rarity. Acknowledging this, Qin Xiaoyang knew he must tread carefully. Master, this item is undoubtedly a piece of bronzeware, a type that was prevalent during the Han Dynasty or even earlier. Hence, I conjecture it to be an artifact from that period. Furthermore, the verdigris present suggests it has a considerable history. Judging by its shape, it resembles an incense burner. However, as bronze artifacts are frequently unearthed, their inherent value tends to be rather modest. Particularly, bronze swords and similar items are common, as soldiers predominantly wielded them prior to the Han era. Thus, I deduce that this object is unlikely to exceed a value of 300,000 and might even be lower. Though Qin Xiaoyang's response lacked absolute certitude, it conveyed a wealth of information. Guan Yuhe nodded in agreement. The ability to glean so much from mere observation was indeed commendable. Could this truly be an incense burner? Huang Yunfei questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. He had purchased it for a mere 30,000 yuan in Xi'an, believing he had stumbled upon a great treasure. His primary motive for visiting was to have Guan Yuha authenticate it, with a hint of boasting in mind, though not in front of Guan Yuha, but rather among his peers in Jinling. Now, with Qin Shouyang identifying it as an incense burner, Huang Yunfei felt a growing disbelief, especially given his estimated value of around 3 million yuan, contrasting sharply with Qin Shouyang's appraisal of potentially below 300,000. Guan Lao, what do you think? Huang Yunfei finally turned to Guan Yuha, his reliance on the elder's expertise evident, for Qin Shouyang's youth and ambiguous statements left him uncertain. Guan Yuha chuckled softly. Yunfei, what Shouyang has articulated is largely accurate. It is indeed an incense burner, or an incense furnace, if you prefer. There exists a similar piece in the museums of the capital, discovered last century, which took experts over a decade to classify and understand its purpose. However, your incense burner is clearly a product of a folk kiln, and its preservation is lacking, with significant corrosion. If meticulously restored, it might fetch around 80,000 to 100,000 yuan, considering the nature of bronze artifacts. As Guan Yuha elaborated, Huang Yunfei's heart sank further. His anticipated treasure, which he believed would elevate his status, was now reduced to a mere trinket. The realization that his investment of 30,000 yuan, coupled with the expenses incurred during his journey, might lead to a loss was disheartening. Yet, he was not overly concerned about potential monetary loss. Rather, it was the stark disparity between expectation and reality that troubled him. Despite his disappointment, Huang Yunfei maintained a degree of equanimity. At least he had acquired a peculiar object to boast about. He had initially intended to treat everyone to a meal, but Guan Yuha declined, and Qin Shouyang had his own commitments. After exchanging contact details, Qin Shouyang departed with Shen Sijia. Following lunch, which extended past 1 p.m., Qin Shouyang contemplated visiting his shop when Shen Sijia expressed her desire to go shopping, a promise he had made. Thus, they set off to explore the shops. For many men, shopping is a dreaded endeavor, and accompanying a woman only amplifies the torment. Shen Sijia insisted on entering every store, whether lingerie, outerwear, women's or men's clothing, even toy stores. The most exasperating part was her trying on clothes in his presence, which was utterly unbearable. Qin Shouyang prided himself on being somewhat lecherous, yet he did not consider himself lascivious. However, he conveniently overlooked his previous nightly antics of feigning distraction to use his ability to see into the bathroom. By the time they had finished browsing, it was already late afternoon. If there was a shop they had yet to visit, it was likely a lingerie store. Exhausted, Shen Sijia exclaimed upon returning to the car. Qin Shouyang placed the numerous shopping bags into the back seat and retorted, "And you dare complain? You were practically energized throughout the shopping spree. The real fatigue belongs to me." At his complaint, Shen Sijia stuck out her tongue. "Well, I did buy you some clothes," she chirped. "So where to next? How about dinner first, then a movie?" Qin Shouyang longed to express his disinterest in the movie, but just then, his phone chimed again. The chapter concludes. Chapter 52. Bringing Shen Sijia home. The call came from Bao Xiaoxiao, who informed that the shop was scheduled for the installation of central air conditioning and a sliding door. The installation of the sliding door was straightforward, having measured the dimensions the day before, and it was only reasonable for it to be completed today. However, the air conditioning installation was a different matter altogether. It required time, given that the central unit needed to be positioned in the ceilings, along with the necessary wiring and ventilation openings. It would likely take at least a day or two to complete. The purpose of Bao Xiaoxiao's call was straightforward. She needed payment for the sliding door installation. Qin Shouyang, feeling somewhat uninterested in rushing over, promptly transferred the funds to her. Just as he was about to take Shen Sijia out for dinner, his phone rang again. This time, it was his mother. Upon seeing her name flash on the screen, a wave of unease washed over him. "Hello, Mom. What? You've broken your leg? How did that happen?" "All right, I understand." After hanging up, his expression shifted dramatically. "Shouyang, what's wrong?" Shen Sijia inquired as they got into the car. "My father accidentally broke his leg. I need to return home immediately. I'll drop you off first." As he spoke, Shen Sijia's eyes darted around. "Shouyang, didn't you say yesterday that you would take me home? Since I have nothing to do these days, I might as well accompany you." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shouyang agreed. "All right, but my family's circumstances are not great, so please don't be disappointed." Shen Sijia shot him a look of disdain, internally muttering to herself that if she were to be disappointed, it would be due to him as a person, though she kept this thought to herself. "Let us hurry and have dinner first, then we can buy some things." After all, it's my first visit. I can't go empty-handed. They soon found a restaurant for dinner before heading to the supermarket for shopping. While shopping, Shen Sijia displayed a penchant for expensive items, choosing luxury brands over practicality. For instance, she opted for 2 cartons of premium cigarettes, despite Qin Shouyang's rationality eventually persuading her to forego such ostentation. In the end, she still managed to spend over 10,000. Is it really appropriate to buy such lavish gifts with your father just having broken his leg? Qin Shouyang casually asked as he drove. It was then that Shen Sijia voiced her suspicions. Xiaoyang, are your parents constantly pressuring you to return for a blind date? Qin Xiaoyang nodded, though he was puzzled by the relevance of her question at that moment. Xiaoyang, if I'm not mistaken, your father hasn't actually broken his leg at all. Think about it. If he truly had, he would have been taken to the hospital immediately, rather than calling you. It would only make sense if he called you after being admitted. Qin Xiaoyang brought the car to a halt at the roadside, pondering her words. It occurred to him that she might be right. The motive behind such an act would likely be to coax him into returning for a blind date, especially since his mother had recently insisted he do so. Perhaps I should call my sister Xiaodai. Her name is Qin Yudi. He reached for his phone, but Shenxi just stopped him. Don't call. You mentioned you were planning to go back anyway. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I have time. It would be good to visit. He reconsidered, placing his phone back down. This indeed presented a unique opportunity to bring Shen Sijia along, thus alleviating his parents' pressure for him to date. However, he needed to communicate this plan to her first. Sijia, would you consider being my girlfriend? I mean, just to pretend for my mother's sake. Shen Sijia shot him an incredulous look, clearly displeased. Why pretend? Am I not worthy? Qin Xiaoyang's home was not far from Jinling City, a 2-hour drive. Upon arrival, his father, Qin Dafu, mother, Li Guilan, and sister, Qin Yudi, were gathered at the dinner table. It was past 8 in the evening, and they had usually finished their meals by now, but today was special as they awaited Qin Yudi's return after her college entrance examinations. Qin Dafu, who enjoyed sipping on cheap liquor, was a tall man, and Qin Xiaoyang had inherited much of his stature. Li Guilan was of average height, similar to Su Xiero, while Qin Yudi, too, was quite tall, standing around 1.7 meters, a remarkable height among women, reminiscent of her brother. Mom, if you trick him into coming back like this, what if he gets angry and decides not to return? Qin Yudi remarked casually while eating. That won't happen. If he sees the girl we've chosen for him, he'll be thrilled, Li Guilan replied, referring to the prospective match for Qin Xiaoyang. But, brother, Xiaodai, trust your mother. You need not worry. Qin Dafu chimed in as he continued to eat and drink. At 25, look at all your peers who are already married. Just take Da Xiang, for example, his wife. Li Guilan's sentence trailed off when she noticed the lights of a car illuminating their yard, followed by the vehicle entering. The three exchanged curious glances, and just then, Qin Xiaoyang emerged from the car. It's my brother. Brother, Qin Yudi exclaimed, hastily putting down her bowl and rushing outside. Qin Dafu set down his drink and followed Li Guilan out. Xiaoyang, why did you come back tonight? Didn't I say to return tomorrow? As Qin Xiaoyang prepared to greet everyone, his expression darkened upon seeing Qin Dafu standing there in good health. Shen Sijia, seated in the passenger seat, opened the door and stepped out. Xiaoyang, is this your uncle and aunt? Hello, uncle and aunt. Hello, Xiaodai. I'm Xiaoyang's girlfriend. Shen Sijia introduced herself confidently, showing no signs of embarrassment. Qin Xiaoyang found it difficult to express his annoyance, hastily introducing her. Mom, Dad, this is my girlfriend, Shen Sijia. You can just call her Sijia. Initially taken aback, the parents exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. However, Qin Yudi quickly regained her composure. Wow, so this is my sister-in-law. She's truly beautiful. Come inside. Li Guilan soon followed suit, realizing the situation. Yes, come in. The house is a bit messy. Xiaodai, quickly bring some water. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 53. Liang Minghuan dinner was forgotten as the table was hastily cleared. Overall, Qin Xiaoyang's home was quite pleasant. Although situated in a rural area, the conditions were not lacking. With the development of the market economy, even rural life had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to the past. Qin Xiaoyang's house was a 2-story building, constructed for his marriage. Adjacent to it were 3 additional rooms, a kitchen combined with a dining area, a room for his elderly parents, and another room cluttered with various items. Qin Yudi resided on the 2nd floor, though she seldom returned home, typically staying at school. She came back only once or twice a month. The 2 rooms upstairs were designated for Qin Yudi and Qin Xiaoyang. Of course, if Qin Xiaoyang were to find a girlfriend and marry, Qin Yudi would no longer be able to stay there. After all, this house was meant as a marital home for Qin Xiaoyang, and it would be inappropriate for his younger sister to reside there. Why did you deceive me into coming back? Qin Xiaoyang's demeanor was a bit brusque, primarily due to his hurried return and growing anxiety, which had resulted in this awkward situation. His parents exchanged glances, unsure how to explain. If it weren't for Shinxijia, everything would have been straightforward. However, the presence of another person complicated matters. It was impossible to admit in front of Shinxijia that he was tricked into returning for a blind date. Shinxijia nudged Qin Xiaoyang, beginning to scold him. Xiaoyang, how can you speak like that? You haven't been back in nearly 6 months. Uncle and Aunt miss you. What's wrong with coming back to see them? Why are you putting on such a sour face? Uncle, Aunt, don't mind him. Xiaoyang has been a bit arrogant lately because he has made some money. Shinxijia was adept at navigating social situations, first providing a suitable excuse for the elderly couple, then chastising Qin Xiaoyang, thus successfully establishing her image as a dutiful daughter-in-law. Finally, she subtly highlighted Qin Xiaoyang's recent financial success, paving the way for him to discuss his endeavors, such as purchasing a car. In a certain sense, high intelligence does not equate to high emotional intelligence. Shinxijia possessed both, with her emotional acumen significantly surpassing that of Qin Xiaoyang. Indeed, Xijia makes a valid point. You've been away for half a year, and you didn't even inform us about your girlfriend. Isn't it easy for us as parents? Li Guilin began to lecture, her words flowing rapidly. Qin Xiaoyang found himself increasingly at a loss for words. Aunt, you can't blame Xiaoyang entirely. He has been exceedingly busy lately. We originally planned to return in a few days to bring you both to stay with us. Xiaoyang is purchasing a car and a house. You can look forward to enjoying life. Finally, Shinxijia managed to steer the conversation in that direction. It was only then that Li Guilin realized Qin Xiaoyang had driven back. Xijia, what has Xiaoyang been up to lately? Did he really buy a car? That must have cost quite a bit. I estimate around 100,000. Shinxijia refrained from disclosing the car's actual price. 40,000 was indeed a substantial sum for them, yet to her, it was merely a moderate expense. Aunt, Xiaoyang and I have been engaged in some business ventures, and we have also opened a shop. We've made some money, and the house is currently being renovated. We had planned to return once the renovations were complete, but here we are, a bit earlier than expected. Oh, by the way, I brought some gifts for you both. Xiaoyang, go fetch them. Shinxijia unhesitatingly directed Qin Xiaoyang before his parents, and remarkably, this dynamic felt entirely natural in the Qin household, as his mother had always been the decision-maker. And now it was Shinxijia's turn. Qin Xiaoyang shot Shinxijia a glare before going to retrieve the gifts, while Shinxijia cheekily made a face behind his back. Qin Yudi followed Qin Xiaoyang outside. Brother, do you know why my mom tricked you into coming back? It's to introduce you to a girlfriend, and now you're in trouble. Qin Xiaoyang promptly gave Qin Yudi a playful smack on the head. Just relish your schadenfreude. I was planning to buy you a laptop, but now. Upon hearing laptop, Qin Yudi's eyes lit up. Brother, I was wrong. I want an Apple one. Qin Xiaoyang cast a glance back into the house, where Li Guilin was holding Shinxijia's hand, chatting happily. Who is the person Mom is introducing me to? Do you know? Qin Yudi smiled mysteriously. Brother, it's someone you know. It's Liang Minghuan, from teacher Liang's family. Wow, Qin Xiaoyang exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Mentioning Liang Minghuan brought back memories far from pleasant for Qin Xiaoyang. Liang Minghuan's mother was his middle school homeroom teacher during their middle school years. Liang Minghuan was more boyish than most boys. For 3 years, she had driven Qin Xiaoyang nearly to madness with her antics. From placing toy snakes in his backpack to drawing turtles on his back, these were the trivialities. The true terror came during one gym class when he had to use the restroom. The school's toilets were rudimentary, consisting merely of concrete pits that connected to a large tank behind the school. After suffering from a stomach upset, Qin Xiaoyang had to visit the restroom repeatedly. While Liang Minghuan exhibited her notorious mischief, she lit a firecracker and tossed it into the tank, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that covered Qin Xiaoyang in filth. This incident led to him being the subject of ridicule for 2 years. Of course, Liang Minghuan had committed many similar pranks, such as putting salt in Qin Xiaoyang's water bottle, which was a frequent occurrence. Thus, the mere mention of Liang Minghuan sent shivers down Qin Xiaoyang's spine. Is she still unmarried? And what made them consider setting her up with me? Qin Yudi glanced at the living room and lowered her voice. This is a long story, and I can't explain it all in a few words. Just brace yourself. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Do not mock me. When Qin Xiaoyang returned to the room, he nearly dropped what was in his hands. The address was the issue. Mom, regarding the matter of marriage, it primarily depends on Xiaoyang's wishes. I have no objections. Indeed. In a matter of 2 brief minutes, the form of address transformed from Annie to Mom. The speed of this transition was nothing short of astonishing, rivaling that of a rocket. Cough, cough. Well, I'm a bit tired from driving. Let's discuss this tomorrow. Rain Dai, please take Si Jia to bathe. You two will share a room tonight. Qin Xiaoyang immediately began organizing the evening, as the conversation was growing increasingly awkward. Fortunately, they had spent the entire afternoon shopping, so there were clothes available in the car, making things easier. Since there was no water heater at Qin Xiaoyang's home, bathing involved boiling water and using a large wooden basin. Qin Xiaoyang opted to bathe directly in the courtyard. By the time he finished tidying up and got into bed, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. He picked up his phone to find numerous messages awaiting him, some from Xiao Xiao, others from Huang Guangyan. Qin Xiaoyang replied to explain the situation. Just as he plugged in his charger, preparing to sleep, a friend request popped up on WeChat. He casually accepted it. Qin Xiaoyang sent an image of confusion to inquire about the person's identity. After a brief pause of approximately 3 seconds, a message arrived. Are you Qin Xiaoyang? Upon seeing this, he recognized that the sender was familiar with him and quickly replied, yes. Then it settled. I am Liang Minghuan. A chill ran down Qin Xiaoyang's spine, causing his phone to slip from his grip. This was a case of fear manifesting. Hello, classmate Liang. How did you manage to add me on WeChat? This time, the reply took a whole minute to arrive. Let's keep the addition a secret for now. Qin Xiaoyang, are you afraid of me? We were quite young back then. Please don't dwell solely on my past mistakes. You could also consider my good qualities. Qin Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. Did she truly have any redeeming qualities? Classmate Liang, I already have a girlfriend, and my family is unaware of this, so I must apologize. He had no intention of engaging in idle conversation, opting instead to be forthright about his stance. The silence stretched on longer this time, and Qin Xiaoyang began to wonder if she was angry enough to block him. Just then, Liang Minghuan's message came through. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. However, my family is pressing me, and I have no choice. How about this? We meet tomorrow, and I can provide some explanation when I return home. We can just say we're seeing how things go. After some time, if it doesn't feel right, we can part ways. What do you think? Initially reluctant to agree, Qin Xiaoyang found himself unable to refuse her request to meet. He eventually consented to meet the following morning in town. Liang Minghuan promptly sent an okay gesture along with the time and place, effectively concluding their conversation. Qin Xiaoyang prepared to head to the restroom before calling it a night. In rural homes, there are often no bathrooms inside. Older generations typically place a toilet in the room, which eventually transforms into a spittoon. However, Qin Xiaoyang had never developed the habit of relieving himself indoors. Dressed in loose shorts, he opened the door to head downstairs. As luck would have it, the door next door swung open simultaneously, revealing Shen Sijia, clad in pajamas and using her phone as a light source. Shen Sijia was equally surprised to find Qin Xiaoyang emerging from his room. Where are you going? He casually inquired. I'm heading to the bathroom. The big one. Understanding her intent, Qin Xiaoyang realized Shen Sijia was off to relieve herself. Let us go together. I need to go too. Shen Sijia replied with a simple and followed him downstairs. In rural areas, bathrooms are typically located outside, often against a wall. For instance, the toilet at Qin Xiaoyang's home was situated behind 3 flat-roofed houses, lacking any gender distinction. However, there was a door, and once inside, one could secure it with a bolt. The restroom was equipped with a light, and Qin Xiaoyang gestured for Shen Sijia to enter, turning on the light for her. Men, after all, do not typically concern themselves with modesty in such situations, especially in the dark. Xiaoyang, are you still there? Shen Sijia asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Don't be scared. I'm right here. Hearing Qin Xiaoyang's reassurance calmed her nerves. He gazed up at the sky, noting the absence of stars, indicating an impending change in weather. Slap. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang heard a sharp sound. It turned out there was a mosquito in the restroom, and it had been biting Shen Sijia, prompting her to swat it away, resulting in the crisp sound. After realizing what had happened, Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed crimson. Women tend to be more hygiene-conscious than men, at least in general. Once he finished in the restroom, Qin Xiaoyang intended to head upstairs and sleep. However, Shen Sijia re-entered the bathroom for another thorough wash, her cheeks still flushed as she followed him upstairs. Do not mock me. This was Shen Sijia's statement before she entered her room. Qin Xiaoyang initially found nothing humorous about the situation, but her words prompted a chuckle. Returning to bed, he sent her a message. Does your backside still hurt? Shen Sijia's reply was instantaneous. You can die? The night passed in silence. And the next morning, As Qin Xiaoyang descended the stairs while stifling a yawn, he found Shen Sijia tying on an apron, following her mother, Li Guilin, busily preparing breakfast. Whether she was genuinely helping or merely causing chaos was likely known only to Li Guilin. However, sometimes the act of helping is less significant than the attitude behind it. At the very least, Li Guilin seemed pleased. "Shall I, after breakfast, take Sijia for a stroll? I'll head to town to buy some groceries." Qin Xiaoyang's reason for shopping was a mere pretense. The truth was that he intended to meet Liang Minghuan. "I'll go with you." As soon as Shen Sijia spoke, Qin Yudi chimed in. "Brother, I want to go too. You promised to buy me a notebook last night." "Sister-in-law, let me take you to see the school my brother attended." The two women harmonized their pleas, much to Qin Xiaoyang's dismay, as he desperately signaled to Qin Yudi. But she remained oblivious. "Actually, I just remembered," he exclaimed. "Shall I take Sijia to the town for a stroll and pick up some groceries on the way back? I have some matters to attend to." Shen Sijia cast a suspicious glance at Qin Xiaoyang, sensing he had something on his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Blind date and surveillance. Due to the presence of Qin Xiaoyang's parents, Shen Sijia refrained from inquiring further, though she remained vigilant. After breakfast, Shen Sijia and Qin Yudi ventured into town. Upon their arrival, Shen Sijia quickly pulled Qin Yudi into a discreet spot. "Sister-in-law, what are you up to?" Qin Yudi asked. Her curiosity piqued. Stealing a glance back at the path they had just taken, Shen Sijia explained, "Shall I suspect your brother is hiding something from us. So I intend to follow him discreetly." A pang of concern struck Qin Yudi as she recalled the incident involving Liang Minghuan. Sister-in-law, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" She firmly sided with Qin Xiaoyang. After all, they were siblings sharing the same mother. A brand new MacBook and the latest smartphone. Shen Sijia revealed her bargaining chips with enthusiasm. Instantly, Qin Yudi's priorities shifted. Who cares if they share the same mother? A laptop is far more significant. Not to mention the latest phone. "Sister-in-law, whatever you decide. I'm on board." Qin Yudi promptly declared her allegiance, leaving Shen Sijia quite satisfied. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yudi was discreetly sending a message. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang arrived in town, making his way to the park where he had arranged to meet Liang Minghuan. Just as he prepared to check his phone for notifications, a voice called out, "Qin Xiaoyang, over here." He stowed his phone and turned to see a woman standing a short distance away, approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall. With shoulder-length hair and a refined face framed by purple-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of elegance. Dressed in a casual dress and carrying a handbag, her initial impression was one of beauty and poise. However, Qin Xiaoyang held a different view. "Hello, Liang," he greeted while extending his hand. Liang Minghuan appeared surprised, but shook his hand nonetheless. "Shall we talk over there?" she suggested, pointing to a shaded area in the park, where several large trees provided respite from the impending summer heat. Agreeing, they settled onto a bench, entirely oblivious to the two eavesdroppers lurking behind a nearby shrub. "Liang Minghuan, first and foremost, I must apologize for the blind date situation. I truly had no knowledge of it. It was orchestrated by my mother. However, I bear some responsibility. So I sincerely apologize," Qin Xiaoyang said, shifting slightly to maintain a respectful distance, aware of her unpredictable nature. "It's been nearly 8 or 9 years since we last met, and you've changed quite a bit. You needn't fear me. I was rather troublesome back then, but we were just children," she reassured him. "As for the blind date, rest assured, I'm merely going through the motions. By the way, I heard you are working in Jinling City. What do you do there?" Qin Xiaoyang exhaled a sigh of relief at this. "Yes, I work in Jinling City, though I feel a bit embarrassed to share my occupation." Her curiosity piqued. Liang Minghuan prodded. "What is there to be embarrassed about? All professions have their merit. So do tell." Qin Xiaoyang hesitated, not wishing to delve deeper into their connection. "I'm an apprentice at an antique street, earning 500 a month with no days off." Liang Minghuan nodded, observing, "That salary seems rather meager. How about this? Come and assist me as my aide." Confused, Qin Xiaoyang inquired, "What do you do exactly?" Instead of answering directly, Liang Minghuan retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to him. As he examined it, he read, "New Era Advertising Limited Liability Company. What exactly do you specialize in?" She explained, slightly bashful, "We create custom signage, light boxes, and other promotional materials. I studied advertising design in college and opened this shop after graduation. Business is going well. Would you be interested in joining me? I can offer you an assistant position with a salary of 6,000 a month. What do you think?" Qin Xiaoyang replied, "I'll think it over and get in touch. By the way, it's getting late. If I return home too late, my girlfriend will be upset." Let us plan for another day when I'm in Jinling City, and I'll treat you to a meal, he added, signaling the conclusion of their meeting. All right, we'll chat again when we have the chance, Liang Minghuan agreed as they departed, and Qin Xiaoyang hurried homeward. Only after he left did Shen Sijia and Qin Yudi emerge from their hiding spot. A smile graced Shen Sijia's lips, indicating her approval of Qin Xiaoyang's demeanor, particularly his mention of his girlfriend. Once Qin Xiaoyang had exited the town, he finally felt a sense of relief. Liang Minghuan had indeed transformed significantly, at the very least. She was no longer bothersome. Checking his phone, he noticed a message from Qin Yudi. Well, it was unlikely that Qin Yudi would genuinely betray her brother for a laptop and a phone. He then briefly relayed Shen Sijia's intentions to follow him, hoping to alert Qin Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, the message was received too late. Just then, Qin Xiaoyang's phone rang. It was Shen Sijia. He quickly answered. Hello, Sijia. I'm on my way home. I just met an old classmate, one my mother insisted I go on a blind date with, he explained. Yes, I made my position clear. I told her I have a girlfriend, he added. On the other end, Shen Sijia's smile widened. This call was merely a test to gauge whether Qin Xiaoyang would deceive her. The outcome was quite favorable, as she was pleased with his response. Unbeknownst to Shen Sijia, had Qin Xiaoyang not seen the message from his sister, his response might have been entirely different. You have a girlfriend? Who is she? I would love to meet her. Shen Sijia feigned ignorance while casting a glance at Qin Yudi, who was busy shopping for groceries. Shen Sijia awaited Qin Xiaoyang to declare, You are my girlfriend, followed by her teasing retort, How dare you? I haven't agreed to that yet. Instead, Qin Xiaoyang replied, My girlfriend is still at her mother-in-law's, waiting for the day I earn enough. Frustrated, Shen Sijia abruptly ended the call, exclaiming, What a dense fellow. End of chapter. Chapter 56. The Wangwali armchair. Qin Xiaoyang hung up the phone and noticed the business card in his hand. Remembering that he had yet to create a sign for his store, he snapped a photo of the card and sent it to Bao Xiaoxiao. He conveyed a simple message, essentially suggesting that she go to that particular establishment for the sign. It was a way to support an old classmate's business. Upon returning home first, Qin Xiaoyang found his mother engaged in the task of pickling vegetables. This reminded him of his earlier intention to visit his hometown to see if he might come across any antiques. So, he glanced into the pickling jar with a sense of curiosity. What he discovered was remarkable. This pickling jar would undoubtedly be considered an antique in a few centuries. As a jest, he recalled that it was bought shortly after his parents' marriage, a mere 20 years ago. If it remained intact, it could very well be regarded as a folk antique worth a considerable sum in the years to come. Mom, do we have any old items? Something passed down from our ancestors? He inquired. Li Guilin replied with a hint of irritation. What old items could we possibly have? When your father and I married, we were utterly broke, with just 3 dilapidated houses and a few pickling jars. Where would we find antiques? Well, there is a shoehorn that your grandmother left behind. Does that qualify? Qin Xiaoyang felt a bit at a loss. A shoehorn hardly constituted an antique. Yet he remained undeterred and started to search the kitchen, ultimately concluding that the copper spoon used for feeding pigs was over 30 years old. Mom, who in our village might possess any old items? He persisted. Li Guilin, aware of Qin Xiaoyang's past as an antique apprentice, responded without much surprise. Most families in our village have moved here from elsewhere. There is hardly anything valuable. A few years ago, some dealers came looking to buy old items at high prices, but they found nothing worth their while and left. I did hear, however, that old Zhao's family has 2 chairs that are antiques. Someone once offered 20,000 for them, but old Zhao refused to sell. Now that he has passed away, who knows? Before Li Guilin could finish her thought, Qin Xiaoyang had already vanished. This child, Li Guilin muttered, returning to her pickling. Most people barely remembered old Zhao's name, and Qin Xiaoyang was no exception. However, he was familiar with Zhao Gang, old Zhao's great-grandson, with whom he shared a good relationship. Unfortunately, Zhao Gang had faced legal trouble a few years prior. Uncle Zhao, are you home? Qin Xiaoyang called out as he entered the yard. Is that you, Yangzi? When did you return? It was Wang Suihua, Zhao Gang's wife, who responded, as Zhao Xiaobei, Uncle Zhao's son, was not home. And I returned last night. Where's Uncle Zhao? Qin Xiaoyang asked while surveying the modest decor of their home. The economic conditions seemed strained, likely worsened by Zhao Gang's troubles. Your uncle went out to do some temporary work. Come inside, Wang Suihua urged. Qin Xiaoyang hesitated. In rural areas, it was generally inappropriate to enter a home without a male present. Aunt, I won't sit down. I heard you have 2 chairs that are quite old, so I wanted to take a look. Wang Suihua's expression soured at the mention of the chairs. A few years ago, someone offered 20,000 for them. but the old man wouldn't sell. Now that he's gone, it seems no one wants to buy them. They've become a burden. We can't bear to throw them away, especially knowing someone once offered such a price. But keeping them just takes up space, and frankly, they're quite unsightly. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up upon hearing her words. As long as they hadn't been sold, there was hope. Aunt, may I see them? If they are indeed valuable, I would like to purchase them. We can discuss the price later. Wang Suihua's face brightened at this suggestion. Now, she wouldn't hesitate to sell them, even for 2,000. Wait here. I'll go get them. When Qin Xiaoyang laid eyes on the two chairs, his excitement was palpable. Item name, Late Qing Wang Wali armchair. Origin, Guangzhou. Price, 2 million. The price for one chair was astounding. Together, they constituted a set worth no less than 5 million. Aunt, I'll take these chairs. What price do you have in mind? He inquired eagerly. Wang Suihua, thrilled by his interest, asked, how about this amount? She held up a hand, indicating 5,000, which Qin Xiaoyang misinterpreted as 50,000. Given the previous offer of 20,000, asking for 50,000 seemed reasonable. All right, 50,000 it is. However, I don't have that much cash on me. Aunt, would you mind holding on to the chairs for me while I go to the town to withdraw the money? Oh, do you have WeChat? I could transfer the money that way as well. Wang Suihua's mouth fell agape. She had clearly stated 5,000. Yet Qin Xiaoyang was suggesting 50,000. How could she refuse such a generous offer? Knowing that the opportunity might slip away if she hesitated, she agreed. Yes, WeChat transfers are fine. But are you certain you want to buy these two chairs for 50,000? She asked, still a bit uncertain. Qin Xiaoyang reassured her. And after adding each other as friends, the transfer was made. To avoid any complications, he asked Wang Suihua to write him a receipt. He then used her tricycle to transport the two chairs back home. Xiaoyang, where on earth did you find these two shabby chairs? As soon as he returned, Shen Sijia bombarded him with questions. Shabby chairs? I worry they might frighten you. Come, help me carefully take them down. We mustn't damage them. They all worked together to lower the chairs, and Qin Xiaoyang quickly fetched some old clothing to wrap them securely. After half an hour of meticulous packing to prevent any damage during transport, he turned to Qin Yudi. Yudi, today you must do nothing but keep an eye on these two chairs. If you manage this task well, I promise to gift you a car for the new year. Qin Yudi, elated by the prospect, jumped with joy. Brother, you can't be lying to me. If you do, I will. Qin Xiaoyang playfully interrupted her with a light tap on the head. What will you do? Sticking out her tongue, Qin Yudi rushed back inside to fetch a stool. Sitting beside the two chairs to guard them, Qin Xiaoyang rode off again on the tricycle, needing to return it. Glancing at the sky, he noted that rain seemed imminent. Upon arriving at Wang Suihua's home, he was taken aback. End of chapter. Chapter 57. The ground acquisition. Yangzi has arrived. Yangzi, I have heard that you are collecting antiques. Is that correct? I have quite a few old items at home. Perhaps you could come and take a look? Yes. I also have some. Yangzi, do come and see. In no time, Qin Xiaoyang found himself surrounded by a throng of women. Such is the nature of women. They cannot contain their excitement. In just a short while, news of this affair spread like wildfire. If this had involved men, they would typically refrain from speaking so freely. There is a saying, wealth should not be flaunted. However, women are different, as exemplified by Wang Suihua. As soon as Qin Xiaoyang departed, Wang Suihua hurried back to her maternal home, which coincidentally is the same as her team. She shared the news with her sister-in-law, and the situation escalated rapidly. Like a splash of cold water into a hot pan, the story spread effortlessly. Soon, groups of women gathered at Wang Suihua's home, inquiring about the details. This is the scene Qin Xiaoyang encountered upon his return. Of course, this was fortuitous for Qin Xiaoyang, who was in search of a way to commence his acquisition endeavors. It would have been impractical to visit each household individually. Now, they had congregated. Dear ladies, please do not rush. Whether these items are truly antiquities cannot be determined by mere words. I must see them myself. There is no need for haste, as dinner will be served shortly. After the meal, please bring all the items you believe to be antiques to me. I will assist you in appraising them, and if they are indeed valuable, I shall purchase them. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it quite reasonable, realizing that mingling aimlessly served no purpose. All right, I shall heed Yangzi's advice and return home to gather my treasures. In a short while, the crowd dispersed. Xiaoyang, I truly apologize. It's all my fault for being so talkative, causing you trouble. Wang Suilan felt somewhat guilty, as she had inadvertently brought Qin Xiaoyang considerable hassle. Little did she know. He was actually quite pleased. Auntie, how could I ever blame you? I am grateful for your help. Qin Xiaoyang replied earnestly. Could you assist me with one favor? If you do, I shall compensate you generously. Wang Zuolan's eyes lit up at the mention of compensation, prompting her to inquire further. In truth, this was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Qin Shuyang, suggesting that Wang Zuolan promote his acquisition endeavors in the neighboring team. Anyone with antiques could bring them to Qin Shaoyang for appraisal. The compensation he referred to was simple: for every item he acquired, regardless of price, he would provide Wang Zuolan with a reward of 1,000 yuan. How could Wang Zuolan refuse such a lucrative proposition? It was an extraordinary opportunity. So she abandoned her lunch preparations, locked the door after Qin Shaoyang's departure, and set off on her bicycle. Upon returning home, Qin Dafu had just arrived from the fields, fortunate enough to carry a wild hare. Noticing 2 chairs in the yard, he inquired about them. Qin Shaoyang explained the situation. Yangzi, have you lost your mind? You spent 50,000 on 2 wooden chairs? Qin Shaoyang smiled. Father, do not be misled by the price I paid. Once I take them to the city, I can easily sell them for at least another 0 added to that. He was referring to 500,000, primarily concerned that his father would not believe him or would be alarmed. 500,000. Qin Dafu's jaw dropped in shock. Shoo, keep your voice down. This matter must not be disclosed to others. After Qin Shaoyang's explanation, the others finally grasped the significance. Shijia, I may not return for a few days. The news of my antique acquisitions has spread throughout the village, and I anticipate many visitors in the coming days. I estimate it will take about 3 to 4 days. How about this? Let me call for a vehicle to deliver these 2 chairs to Jinling, and you can return with the driver. I am uneasy leaving these chairs here alone. Once you reach the city, please store the chairs in your villa. Remember to take great care not to damage them. Shun Shijia readily agreed, as she had every reason to support him. After all, the money Qin Shaoyang earned would ultimately benefit both of them. Indeed, Shun Shijia had already intertwined her fate with Qin Shaoyang's. The lunch served was quite sumptuous, as the elderly couple treated Shun Shijia exceptionally well, offering her the finest parts of chicken, pork ribs, and wild hare. In the end, Qin Shaoyang ended up savoring the leftovers. After the meal, Qin Shaoyang hired a small truck to transport the 2 chairs, covering them with a tarpaulin in anticipation of rain. After bidding farewell to Shun Shijia, his parents, and his sister, he resumed his busy schedule. Many villagers had gathered, forming a long line, each holding various items. These ranged from old chairs and benches to even pickling jars from their homes. Qin Shaoyang sat in the yard, examining each item enthusiastically. But his spirits began to wane after evaluating several pieces. For instance, a statue of the god of wealth, modern and valued at merely 20 yuan, was brought to him, truly disheartening. Just as disappointment settled in, a particular incense burner caught his eye. Item name: incense burner from the Ming Dynasty, Xiande period, damaged, but reparable. Qin Shaoyang's spirits lifted. Generally, he could not discern additional details about broken items through his enhanced vision. However, knowing it was a Ming Dynasty incense burner, it held considerable worth regardless of its damaged state, as it could be restored. I shall take this incense burner. Aunt Kong, what price do you think it could fetch? Qin Shaoyang usually preferred not to set prices himself, opting to allow others to do so. As long as their offer was reasonable, he would accept it, alleviating any psychological burden. Yangzi, would 500 be acceptable? Aunt Kong asked, somewhat uncertain. She had brought 3 items, but Qin Shaoyang had passed on the other 2, leaving only the damaged incense burner. Aunt Kong, although this incense burner is broken, it still possesses value. I will offer you 1,000. End of chapter. Chapter 58. The large red stamp. Upon hearing the sum of 1,000, Aunt Kong's heart filled with joy. This dilapidated incense burner, rusted and worn, would have gone unnoticed had she not been searching for something today. All right, I shall sell this incense burner. By the way, do you not want these 2 items? Aunt Kong referred to the 2 objects previously dismissed by Qin Shaoyang. Well, if you have no use for them, you might as well take them back, she said. Next, please. At that moment, Qin Dafeng, his wife, and sister were all watching Qin Shaoyang, bewildered by his actions. They could not fathom whether their son had lost his senses. Spending money on such trinkets was one thing, but offering 1,000 when others only asked for 500 was quite another. Qin Dafeng attempted to intervene, but was stopped by Li Guilin. The antiques continued to be collected, with each new person presenting their items. Xiaoyang, do you think this can fetch a good price? Asked an elderly teacher from the village, Mr. Jiang Yezhong, who was over 60 and no longer possessed the vigor of his youth. Qin Shaoyang recalled the times he had been reprimanded by Mr. Jiang during his primary school days. Unlike today's students, who were shielded from physical punishment, Qin Shaoyang had experienced genuine corporal punishment back then. Mr. Jiang, do you still remember me? Qin Xiaoyang stood up hastily, offering a cigarette to Mr. Jiang. Of course. How could I forget? By the way, would you care for these items? Mr. Jiang replied, opening a burlap sack filled with numerous comic books. These comic books were familiar to those born in the 70s and 80s, but were rarely seen by later generations. Qin Xiaoyang's lips twitched. It was evident these books were confiscated from students and had now ended up here. Technically, they could be considered antiques. But Qin Xiaoyang knew their worth. If complete sets were available, they might hold some value. However, individual volumes would likely sell for only 10 or 20 yuan each. He considered purchasing a few hundred yuan worth, just to show goodwill towards Mr. Jiang. Just then, Qin Xiaoyang spotted something, a stamp. Item name, large red 8-cent stamp. Item description, the large red stamp possesses immense collectible value. Market price, 8 million. Qin Xiaoyang gasped. He was taken aback by the unexpected worth of such a small stamp. However, this was not the only one, for several more were nestled within a comic book. He composed himself, reminding himself to remain calm and collected. Mr. Jiang, I would like to purchase these items. I have a particular interest in them. How much do you wish to sell them for? Xiaoyang, why not give me 1,000 as well? You offered 1,000 for that shabby incense burner. Surely. Asking for 1,000 for all these comic books isn't unreasonable? Qin Xiaoyang nodded, though he believed that without those stamps, even 200 would be excessive. Clearly, Mr. Jiang was leveraging his seniority or status in this negotiation. Nonetheless, Qin Xiaoyang felt elated inside. Very well. 1,000 it is. After all, you are my teacher. I will transfer the funds. With a flurry of swift actions, Qin Xiaoyang completed the transaction in no time. Everyone, I shall return shortly after a drink of water, he announced, carrying the burlap sack in one hand and the battered incense burner in the other as he retreated indoors. Xiao Dai, would you like to consider purchasing a nicer car? Qin Yudi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded. If you keep these items safe for me, I might buy you a car worth around 500,000. How does that sound? Qin Yudi was momentarily stunned. A car worth 500,000 for a student like her? Xiaoyang, don't be foolish. Xiao Dai is still young. Why would she need such an extravagant vehicle? Their mother interjected, a common response as mothers often favor their sons. Mom, girls should be raised with wealth. It's the only way they can captivate others in the future, Qin Xiaoyang jested before resuming his collection efforts. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and rain began to pour, interrupting his antique gathering. He instructed everyone to wait until the rain ceased before resuming. Feeling fatigued, Qin Xiaoyang realized he had overexerted his perceptive abilities, leaving his eyes strained. Secluding himself in a room, he set the incense burner aside, lacking the energy to restore it. There were a few other items worth a mere 10 to 8,000, but he chose to disregard them. His primary concern lay with the stamps. He carefully extracted the comic books from the burlap sack, locating the one featuring the feathered letter. As he gently opened it, several stamps came into view. In addition to the large red stamp, there were 2 commemorative 94 May Lanfang miniature stamps, along with several others of commemorative significance. The total value of these few stamps exceeded 10 million. This was a significant profit, a veritable windfall. With great caution, Qin Xiaoyang placed the stamps back into the comic book and set it aside. He continued to search through the other comic books for any additional stamps. However, it soon became apparent that he had been overly optimistic. After placing the comic books aside, Qin Xiaoyang began to formulate his next steps. At this rate, he could indeed accumulate a considerable collection in a short time, prompting him to seriously consider opening his own antique shop. At that moment, a notification chimed on his WeChat. Someone had sent him a video call. Upon opening it, he discovered it was Shen Sijia, and he quickly answered. Shen Sijia was already at his villa, dressed in different attire, likely having showered after sweating earlier. Now clad in a nightgown, she wandered the living room with her phone. As soon as the video connected, she settled onto the sofa, casually draping her long, fair legs over the coffee table. Xiaoyang, I'm home now. How about you? Did you find anything good? Qin Xiaoyang held up the incense burner towards the camera, then lifted the comic book to show her the stamps. The haul is quite satisfactory, though it's unfortunate that it started to rain. What about you? I hope my 2 chairs are unharmed. The once cheerful Shen Sijia's mood dampened at the mention of the chairs. It seemed she was more concerned with furniture than appreciating the beauty before her. Xiaoyang, what do you think of my nightgown? Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. The conversation had shifted unexpectedly. He replied somewhat flippantly, the nightgown looks lovely, though it would be even more appealing without it. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Morning sun blooms. The relentless downpour showed no sign of abating, promising to persist until the morrow. Qin Xiaoyang, seizing a rare moment of respite, engaged in casual conversation with Shin Sijia, who reciprocated with subtle allure, occasionally executing graceful bends. Having just emerged from her bath, she had foregone her undergarments, opting instead for a simple negligee. The garment's plunging neckline inadvertently offered tantalizing glimpses of her alabaster skin. Testing Qin Xiaoyang's composure. Fortunately, Qin Yudi's summons from downstairs provided a timely reprieve, prompting him to hastily end the call. Shin Sijia's cheeks flushed crimson, the motivation behind her earlier actions remaining elusive even to herself, save for a pervasive sense of bashfulness. Recalling Qin Xiaoyang's establishment, Shin Sijia resolved to pay it a visit, considering it would soon become an integral part of their shared lives. After changing, she embarked on her journey. Meanwhile, Liang Minghuan, having parted ways with Qin Xiaoyang, returned to the city and her company, which comprised a modest collection of storefronts. The business appeared to be thriving. A cursory glance revealed two workmen diligently crafting a sign and light box. The name emblazoned upon the sign resonated with her. Morning Sun Blooms, it read. Whose establishment is this? Liang Minghuan inquired casually. One of the workmen promptly responded, Madam, it's for a newly opened potted plant shop in the flower and bird market. They contacted us this morning to place the order. I inflated the price by 20%, so I intend to finish it today and install it directly. Liang Minghuan nodded, attributing it to mere coincidence. However, she couldn't resist posing another question. Was the contact a man or a woman? The workman paused to recollect, then replied. A woman placed the call, but she mentioned that their boss had commissioned it. Whether their boss is male or female remains unknown. Liang Minghuan refrained from further comment, but driven by idle curiosity, she considered visiting the shop, exploring potential business opportunities. After all, commerce was ubiquitous, contingent only on one's willingness to seek it out and capitalize on it. Shin Sijia arrived at Qin Xiaoyang's flower shop at approximately 4:00 p.m. The installation of the sign and light box was already underway. Her gaze fell upon a familiar figure, Liang Minghuan, whom she had encountered earlier that day. Liang Minghuan, however, remained oblivious to Shin Sijia's presence, having observed her only from a concealed vantage point. The sight of Liang Minghuan elicited a pang of unease within Shin Sijia. What was the woman doing here? Had Qin Xiaoyang secretly rekindled their connection? Displeased, Shin Sijia prepared to seek clarification from Bao Xiaoxiao. Manager Shun. Bao Xiaoxiao was engaged in conversation with Liang Minghuan, who had been about to inquire about the shop's proprietor. Shin Sijia's arrival interrupted their exchange. A brief exchange of glances and polite nods served as acknowledgement. Xiaoxiao, how is everything progressing here? Shin Sijia inquired, casting a casual glance around. The shop is nearing completion. Only the central air conditioning remains to be addressed, along with the sign. It should all be finished in a couple of days. My cousin mentioned a grand opening on July 1st, Bao Xiaoxiao replied dutifully. Liang Minghuan listened intently, growing increasingly perplexed. First, the young woman, Bao Xiaoxiao, was identified as an employee, a fact Liang Minghuan had already gleaned from their brief conversation. Then, Bao Xiaoxiao addressed the newcomer as Manager Shun. This suggested that the shop might belong to the beautiful woman before her. However, the mention of a cousin further complicated matters. What was the significance of this cousin? If the shop belonged to him, what was the nature of his relationship with the woman? If they were a couple, Bao Xiaoxiao would not have addressed her as Manager Shun. In short, Liang Minghuan was thoroughly bewildered. Shin Sijia approached Liang Minghuan, extending her hand in greeting. I'm Shin Sijia. You must be Miss Liang. Liang Minghuan was taken aback, but her years of experience in the business world allowed her to recover quickly. Manager Shin, it's a pleasure. I'm Liang Minghuan. I'm curious as to how you know me. They shook hands briefly before releasing their grips. Shin Sijia gestured for Bao Xiaoxiao to attend to other matters, effectively dismissing her. Miss Liang, please don't misunderstand. I've heard Chuyang mention you. He said you were classmates, so. At that moment, comprehension dawned upon Liang Minghuan. Morning Sun Blooms must be Qin Xiaoyang's venture, and the woman before her, Manager Shun, must be his girlfriend. The phrase our Xiaoyang she had overheard earlier confirmed their romantic involvement. However, she sought further confirmation. Manager Shun is Qin Xiaoyang's girlfriend, correct? Manager Shun, you're very beautiful. Shin Sijia smiled demurely. Miss Liang, you're too kind. Xiaoyang can be quite bothersome, like a persistent shadow, constantly pursuing me. I hadn't even agreed to be his girlfriend, but he cunningly spread the word, making it common knowledge. Now, all my friends know about it. I have no choice but to acquiesce. He truly exasperates me. Yang Minghuan offered a polite smile. Manager Shin, I understand. But that's how it should be. If I were him, I would do the same. As the saying goes, a thick skin gets you the meat. One must be bold to win a girl's heart, especially one as beautiful as you. Has Qin Shuyang returned yet? Shin Sijia shook her head. He insisted on returning with me, as if he couldn't bear to be apart for even a moment. However, I felt he should spend more time with his parents, since he rarely has the opportunity. So I gave him strict instructions to stay home for a few more days. That's why I'm here, overseeing things. Regardless of Shun Sijia's intentions, her words were reasonable, leaving Liang Minghuan unable to detect any inconsistencies. Manager Shun, here's my business card. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to contact me. Rest assured my prices are fair. Shin Sijia accepted the card and placed it in her bag. A gesture of politeness. Regardless of the circumstances, Shun Sijia's manners were impeccable. The two women proceeded to engage in casual conversation. By the way, you offer business card services, correct? Could you design a couple of options for us? Chapter 60. It's truly green. 2 days have swiftly passed. Qin Xiaoyang has spent this time at home and indeed received some items. However, nothing as valuable as the postage stamps has come his way since, which is quite reasonable. Initially, Qin Xiaoyang intended to linger at home a bit longer, but Shin Sijia, citing a lack of jadeite rough stones at the company, insisted on summoning him back. Contrary to what Shin Sijia had mentioned to Liang Ming, that Qin Xiaoyang couldn't bear to be away from her, the reality was quite the opposite. With Qin Xiaoyang's villa undergoing renovations, such valuable items must be kept at Shin Sijia's place. It would be unwise to leave them with his cousin, given the presence of 3 young women there, which could pose a risk. This is not to suggest that Bao Xiao and her friends would steal from him, but rather to prevent any potential mishaps with the items. Qin Xiaoyang indeed needed to venture into stone gambling, as he found his talents insufficient, and the most effective way to absorb spiritual energy is through jadeite. As long as he does not absorb too much, it does not significantly impact the jade itself. Knowing Qin Xiaoyang would return today, Shin Sijia opted to stay home instead of going to the office. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyang enter with a burlap sack, she was filled with curiosity. Xiaoyang, why do you look like a beggar? Ignoring Shin Sijia's teasing, Qin Xiaoyang placed the sack on the ground. Please provide me with an empty room. I need to store these items. For now, I do not plan to sell them. Eventually, I intend to open an antique shop, and these items will surely come in handy. In truth, one does not need a vast collection of antiques to establish an antique shop, nor do all items need to be genuine artifacts. Most items in such stores are crafts, with only a few genuine treasures. Shin Sijia pouted, feeling as if Qin Xiaoyang was treating her home like a warehouse. The third room is reserved for you. There are also 2 old chairs inside. If you ever wish to stay, you are welcome here. Shin Sijia's last remark seemed casual. Qin Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement without further comment and carefully placed the items on the shelf in the room. Aren't you going to gamble with stones? Let us go. I need to check on the shop this afternoon. With July 1st approaching, I must prepare for the grand opening. It was still the same street, the same shop, but now there were several individuals discussing a piece of jadeite rough stone. Qin Xiaoyang remained patient, listening intently, with Shin Sijia by his side. Generally, astute women do not dominate the conversation. While they can be assertive at home, they tend to adopt a more demure demeanor in public, especially when accompanying their partners. Thus, Shin Sijia typically refrains from overshadowing Qin Xiaoyang, despite their relationship remaining unconfirmed. Nonetheless, for Shin Sijia, her feelings were already established. What a pity, Boss Chen. Such a beautiful stone has a crack. It's truly unfortunate. As the saying goes, a large crack is less feared than small fissures. It is a shame that such a visually appealing rough stone, which would most likely yield exquisite jade, has this flaw. Boss Chun could only smile bitterly. He had purchased this rough stone just the day before, oblivious to the defect until today. It was a guaranteed loss. With cracks, the odds were heavily stacked against him. An analogy would be that jade with cracks is akin to tempered glass that has shattered. The interior resembles a spider web of fissures. Everyone, I bought this rough stone for 2 million. If anyone is willing to take a gamble, I'll let it go for 500,000. Boss Chin was looking to cut his losses, hoping to recoup at least some costs. However, it was evident that no one was foolish enough to take the bait. After all, gambling typically results in losses. Anyone seeking a bargain is simply naive. Yet, there are always those who are willing to take risks, such as, I'll take it for 500,000. The crowd turned to see Qin Xiaoyang. They also noticed Shin Sijia. While the others did not recognize her, Boss Chen did. Ah, it's President Shun. Seeing Shun Sijiao arrive, Boss Chen felt a surge of joy, as it appeared that today's loss might be salvaged. Xiaoyang, this stone has cracks, perhaps. Shin Sijia, knowledgeable in this field, understood that while the stone was worth only 500,000, One must be prudent in financial matters. Do you not trust me? Qin Xiaoyang glanced at Shen Sijia, casually asking. Not at all. I believe 500,000 is too low. We shall take it. Shen Sijia abruptly shifted her stance, prompting Qin Xiaoyang to nod in satisfaction. One must not indulge such a woman. Boss Chun, I'll take this stone. Upon hearing that a willing buyer had emerged, Boss Chun was elated. This young man exhibited courage. After all, gambling on stones is all about luck. Perhaps this rough stone merely has superficial issues. With a bit of fortune, it could yield an exquisite imperial green jade. Qin Xiaoyang smiled but remained silent, gesturing for Shen Sijia to proceed with the payment. Only after the transaction is complete can the stone truly belong to him, as unforeseen complications can easily arise otherwise. Shen Sijia settled the payment, received the invoice, and Qin Xiaoyang prepared to leave with the stone. Indeed, purchasing this rough stone was sufficient for today. However, as he attempted to exit, others were reluctant to let him go. Why not unveil the stone here? Let us all witness the unveiling. Yes, we are eager to see if it reveals imperial green. The onlookers began to encourage this spectacle. Qin Xiaoyang understood that these individuals had no good intentions. Most merely wished to witness a spectacle. Very well, let us unveil it here. The stone was substantial, requiring 2 individuals to lift it. Under normal circumstances, such a high-quality rough stone would not be priced below 3 million. However, due to the cracks, it was available at a bargain. Qin Xiaoyang didn't bother with formalities. He rolled up his sleeves and began the unveiling process. After cutting approximately 1/3 into the stone, a crowd gathered closely, their eyes fixated on the rough stone, all anticipating the moment it would be revealed. Hoping for a piece of exquisite imperial green, only to be met with cracks all over. Thus, they could revel in their snide remarks or offer hollow reassurances. As the cutting blade spun rapidly, the jadeite rough stone was gradually unveiled. It's green, it's truly green. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 61. Another imperial green. Qin Xiaoyang paid no heed to the crowd around him, engrossed in the task of unveiling the stone before him. Although hints of green emerged, the clarity remained elusive as Qin expertly maneuvered his tools. The cutting blade traced the edges with precision, revealing a delicate layer of stone skin that concealed the jade within. Let us wipe it down and see what variety we have, someone suggested, but Qin merely smiled, choosing instead to shift his focus and continue his meticulous work. Shen Sijia observed him intently, captivated by the charm of a man wholly absorbed in his craft. While others scrutinized the rough stone, her gaze remained fixed on Qin Xiaoyang, whose concentration and charisma were undeniable. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look here. This side has green too. This piece of jade is certainly substantial. And notice how the fissure hasn't penetrated deeply." Many in the crowd lamented, "If only I had known, I would have bought it for 500,000. The air buzzed with speculation. The size of the jade indicated that it was bound to yield significant returns, regardless of its quality. Oblivious to the murmurs around him, Qin continued to work undistracted. After half an hour, he finally unearthed the entire jade piece. The next step was to polish it. He gently selected a surface and began to rub it against the grinding wheel. Instantly, the true beauty of the jade revealed itself. My goodness, this is imperial green. I heard just days ago that someone unearthed a piece here, and now another one has surfaced. The crowd erupted in chatter. Is it possible that imperial green has become so undervalued? They pondered, unaware that both pieces had been revealed by the same individual. Shen Sijia was equally astonished. This piece of imperial green was at least 3 times larger than the previous one. If the last had been valued at over 30 million, this one promised an even greater worth. Sometimes, the value of something can exceed expectations, and this particular piece was indeed of extraordinary worth. Young man, is this jade for sale? I'll offer 100 million. Finally, someone, recovering from their shock, began to bid. This sparked a chain reaction, and others quickly recognized the jade's immense value. I'll bid 150 million. I can pay via bank transfer or cash. The competition intensified as several voices clamored to outbid one another. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize, but this piece of imperial green is not for sale to the public. It will be retained within the Shen Group. Shen Sijia's declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. Who are you? Someone finally inquired, realizing her significance. Initially, many assumed she was merely Qin Xiaoyang's assistant or girlfriend. Everyone, this is Miss Shen Sijia, the heiress of the Shen Group. Miss Shen often visits my shop to purchase rough stones, and each time, her acquisitions are spectacular. Today the shop owner, Mr. Chen, seized the opportunity to promote his store. Acknowledging that despite the day's losses, he could not afford to retract. After greeting the crowd, Shen Sijia took Qin Chaoyang's arm and departed. We can't linger. The crowd is growing. They hopped into a car and sped off towards the Shen Jewelry Company. Chaoyang, you are incredible. That was amazing. Shen Sijia exclaimed excitedly as soon as they were inside the vehicle. Anyone overhearing her might misinterpret her enthusiasm. What could possibly be so extraordinary? Please, keep still. I'm driving. Qin replied, it's just imperial green. One must learn to remain composed. Once you've encountered it frequently, you'll become desensitized. Soon enough, I could wrap you in imperial green without a second thought. Qin's bravado was somewhat exaggerated. In truth, his hands trembled slightly upon the steering wheel. When he had used his insight to discern the stone's value, he had nearly shouted in disbelief, but he had managed to restrain himself. I refuse. That is a matter for you men. I have no interest in such things. By the way, what do you estimate this imperial green is worth? When Shen Sijia inquired, Qin smiled and shook his head. Even if he had a figure in mind, he wouldn't divulge it. You can have it appraised once we're back at the company. And from now on, when I'm selecting rough stones, you'll have to watch quietly, understood? He jested. But to his surprise, Shen simply acknowledged him with a soft "oh," appearing quite obedient, much like a docile cat. Chaoyang, now that we have this money, we can invest. I heard the bids reach 200 million. Thus, I suspect this piece of imperial green must be worth at least that much, which means as she rambled on. Qin attentively listened. Before long, they arrived at the company. Shen Sijia instructed Qin to wait for her so they could dine together. She then took the imperial green and left. Seizing the opportunity, Qin approached his secretary, Li Wenjing, for a brief chat. However, the conversation felt rather lackluster. As she barely spoke, yes, okay, really? The exchange revolved around those few phrases. Initially, Qin believed Li was merely reserved, but as time passed, her brevity suggested a sense of indifference, possibly stemming from her view of him as merely a chauffeur. After all, very few knew Qin Chaoyang's true worth. And it was likely Shen Sijia hadn't disclosed it to her either. Yet, her lack of disdain during their interaction left Qin puzzled. Eventually, he wrapped up the conversation and decided to wait in Shen Sijia's office. Just then, his phone rang. It was Huang Guangyan. Chaoyang, hurry and bring your stamps for me to examine. Oh, and I'm at your master's place. Come quickly, Huang said before hanging up. Qin couldn't help but chuckle, having said nothing throughout the call. To be continued, Chapter 62. What I desire, it was somewhat his own fault. The night before, Huang Guangyan had called, asking Qin to help him appraise an item. Qin had mentioned his plans to return home and discussed his acquisitions, particularly bringing up the stamps. This had stirred a hornet's nest. Huang was as obsessed with antiques as Elbu was with Diao Chan. Had he not had a board meeting that morning, he would have rushed to Qin's home the night before. Now, after the meeting, he immediately called Qin. The call ended, and Qin noted the time. It was nearly 11. He decided to ring Shen Sijia, suggesting they go together and perhaps grab a bite to eat. The phone rang only twice before it was abruptly disconnected. Qin Chaoyang speculated that Shen Sijia might have found it inconvenient to take the call at that moment, hence he did not attempt to call her back. After exchanging a few words with Li Wenjing, he retrieved the keys that Shen Sijia had left in her office bag and departed in his car. Upon arriving at Shen Sijia's villa, he picked up the comic book and headed towards Guan Yu's residence. Meanwhile, at Guan Yu's home, Guan Jingya and Huang Ying were both present, eagerly awaiting Qin Chaoyang's arrival with the stamps. Naturally, the two young women could not simply wait idly. They ventured downstairs to engage in casual conversation. Huang Ying, it seems you've been deceived by Shen Sijia. Qin Chaoyang is genuinely a good person. The notion of him being stingy is utterly unfounded. You know, when he became an apprentice, he presented a check for 10 million. Even his casual gifts start at several thousand, she remarked. Huang Ying, feeling the weight of these words, realized that her close relationship with Shen Sijia had influenced her opinions. Not only had her parents praised Qin Chaoyang, but even her grandfather and cousin, Guan Jingya, spoke highly of him. The conclusion seemed inevitable. Shen Sijia was deliberately belittling Qin Chaoyang in her presence. But for what purpose? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck Huang Ying. Perhaps Shen Sijia had feelings for Qin Chaoyang and feared that Huang Ying might develop an affection for him as well. Although Huang Ying was not foolish, she was rather naive. With this newfound perspective, the previously illogical aspects began to fall into place. If she reversed all the negative remarks Shen Sijia had made about Qin Chaoyang, it would likely reveal the true nature of his character. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance. As the door swung open, Qin Chaoyang stepped out. "Uncle Master," Guan Jingya called out, her tone becoming increasingly familiar. Qin Xiaoyang, unfazed, was not one to be bothered by such familiarity. Qin Xiaoyang, it's nice to see you again. Huang Ying greeted him as she rose from her seat, surprising him, as this was their third encounter, and the previous meetings had not been particularly pleasant. Hello, Miss Huang, he responded politely, handing a small gift to Guan Jingya. This is for you. Next time you address me, please add little before uncle, so I might feel younger. Guan Jingya playfully stuck out her tongue and accepted the gift. Thank you, little uncle. My uncle and grandfather are upstairs. You can head up now. Qin Xiaoyang nodded and acknowledged Huang Ying before ascending to the second floor. Huh, another gift received. Guan Jingya exclaimed, giggling as she scampered off to unwrap it, with Huang Ying trailing behind. Inside the box lay a commemorative coin from the Republic of China era. While its monetary value was modest, approximately a few thousand, it was a substantial gift nonetheless. Jingya, he treats you quite well, Huang Ying remarked, a hint of envy coloring her tone. Indeed, he is quite remarkable. I intend to keep it safe, Guan Jingya replied. After she left, Huang Ying cast a glance upstairs. Recalling a detail she had noticed earlier, when Qin Xiaoyang was about to ascend, he had nodded at Guan Jingya, then paused to acknowledge her as well. It was a subtle gesture, yet it revealed his character. Little did she realize, Qin Xiaoyang had nodded in deference to Huang Guangyin's presence. As Qin Xiaoyang reached the staircase, he spotted Guan Yuha and Huang Guangyin waiting for him at the top. Master, Brother Yin, Guan Yuha greeted with a smile, but Huang Guangyin interjected eagerly, Xiaoyang, come up and show me the stamps. Qin Xiaoyang, unpretentious, climbed to the second floor and approached the table where Guan Yuha often appraised antiques, gently pushing the comic book towards him. Upon opening the comic book, Guan Yuha's eyes narrowed in excitement. He quickly grabbed a magnifying glass and gathered tools such as rice paper, gloves, and tweezers. With the magnifying glass in one hand and the tweezers in the other, he delicately lifted the big red stamp and placed it on the rice paper, turning on the lamp to inspect it closely. If one were to describe Guan Yuha at that moment, the word professional would suffice. In the local dialect, one might say he was exceptionally knowledgeable. Guan Yuha scrutinized the stamp meticulously, examining both sides and even the minute details along its edges. Qin Xiaoyang observed and learned, realizing that the next time he encountered something similar, he would know how to appraise it. The steps, tools, techniques, and methods were invaluable knowledge. Previously, he had merely handled the stamp with his bare hands. However, while Qin Xiaoyang was patient, Huang Guangyin was growing impatient. Dad, what do you think? Is it genuine? Can I take a look? Guan Yuha finally set down the magnifying glass and removed his gloves. What is your hurry? With your level of understanding, you ought to be careful. This is the big red stamp, not some porcelain. Just look, but don't touch. You wouldn't comprehend it anyway. Huang Guangyin was unfazed by his father-in-law's condescension. His focus remained on the stamp. Yet, as Guan Yuha had mentioned, he truly did not grasp its significance. Dad, how much is it worth? He inquired, knowing that his father-in-law would likely not resist selling it, considering his wealth and the bond they shared. This stamp, given its current market value and philately, is likely worth around 10 million, especially one in such pristine condition, kept safely within a book, Guan Yuha explained, his words igniting a gleam in Huang Guangyin's eyes. 10 million is certainly a worthy investment. Huang Guangyin's excitement was palpable as a broad smile spread across his face. Xiaoyang, I want. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 63. The disciple of Guan Yuhua. A single remark from Huang Guangyin sent a shiver through a certain part of Qin Xiaoyang's body. Brother Yin, I assure you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal. Huang Guangyin was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the jest. He burst into laughter, playfully scolding, You rascal, how dare you tease me? But honestly, I want that stamp. I shall transfer the payment right away. As he spoke, he reached for his phone, poised to proceed with the transaction, only to be halted by Xiaoyang. Brother Yin, I actually intend to open an antique shop, so I've been stockpiling goods lately. This stamp isn't for sale. I plan to use it as a signboard for the shop. If you wish to see it, once my house renovations are complete, you are welcome to visit. I have plenty of other treasures to show you. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangyin's eyes lit up. You've finally seen the light. You should have opened an antique shop long ago. If you find yourself short on items for your store, feel free to borrow some of my collection to enhance your display. Such a generous offer was indeed rare. For every piece of antiquity in Huang Guangyin's possession was cherished like a precious gem. Thank you, Brother Yin, Xiaoyang replied, then turned to Guan Yuhua. Master, there are several more stamps here. While they may not hold the same value as this one, I've calculated that collectively they could be worth around 2 to 3 million. Would you care to take another look? Guan Yuhua froze momentarily before regaining his composure, repeating his earlier actions. At that moment, Guan Jingya ascended the stairs, carrying a cup of tea, which she handed to Qin Xiaoyang. Uncle, your phone in the car has been ringing incessantly. Perhaps you should check it. It then dawned on Qin Xiaoyang that he had forgotten to take his phone when he exited the car. He hastily dashed downstairs, opened the car door, and upon glancing at his phone, was astonished to find over a dozen missed calls, all from the same person, Shin Sijia. Due to her obligations in the testing room, she had been unable to answer her phone, so when Qin Xiaoyang called, she hung up. After finishing her tasks and returning to the office, Li Wenjing informed her that Qin Xiaoyang had left for a while. Consequently, Shin Sijia began to call Qin Xiaoyang repeatedly, only to be met with unanswered calls. Frustrated, she put her phone down, but just then, it rang. It was Qin Xiaoyang calling. Initially intending to answer, she paused and decided to let it ring. She wanted Qin Xiaoyang to experience the annoyance of unanswered calls, yet after only 2 rings, he ceased calling. Shin Sijia was incensed. I called you over 10 times. And you only call twice before giving up? In a huff, she redialed, only to hear the disheartening message. The number you have dialed is turned off. Qin Xiaoyang, this isn't over. Shin Sijia seethed, nearly throwing her phone but ultimately restraining herself. She reminded herself to remain composed, gentle, and smiling. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang was equally vexed as he discovered his phone had run out of battery. He plugged it into a power bank to charge before returning to the second floor. By then, Guan Yuhua had completed his appraisal. Xiaoyang, as you rightly said, these stamps are indeed worth around 2 to 3 million. Stamps differ significantly from other antiques. Their value is heavily influenced by their age. For example, when we consider common antiques like porcelain or paintings, their worth generally increases with age. However, we must also account for their provenance and rarity. Take paintings for instance. Not all ancient artworks are valuable simply due to their age. The artist's identity plays a crucial role. For example, works by Tang Bohu, a Ming Dynasty artist, are exceedingly valuable, not merely because of their age, but because they are attributed to him. In contrast, a painting from the Tang Dynasty may have some fame, yet it cannot compete with Tang Bohu's reputation, leading to a stark difference in price. Guan Yuhua gestured toward the stamps on the table. As for these stamps, they belong to a more recent era, which contributes to their high value. The scarcity and significance of a stamp also play pivotal roles. There are countless types of stamps. Those commonly seen on envelopes are generally worthless due to their widespread availability. However, the few we have here are valuable either due to limited issuance or considerable commemorative significance. Qin Xiaoyang listened intently, recognizing that his master was imparting invaluable knowledge. Some wisdom is not easily gleaned through self-exploration, and without guidance, the journey can be arduous. Even if one possesses a keen eye for bargains, lacking an understanding of provenance and historical significance renders one unworthy of respect in the field. As the saying goes, dog meat cannot sit at the banquet table, no matter how delectable. Have you ever seen dog meat served at a celebratory feast? While it may occur on rare occasions, it is certainly not commonplace. Declining the invitation to lunch, Qin Xiaoyang departed with the stamps in hand, intending to visit Shun's jewelry company. As he drove, he powered on his phone, swiftly locating Shin Sijia's number and dialing. Having just descended the stairs, Shin Sijia prepared to enter her car, intending to grab a bite before heading to Qin Xiaoyang's bonsai shop, fully aware that he would be there in the afternoon. Before she could even open the car door, Qin Xiaoyang's call came through. Hello? Who's this? Shin Sijia feigned ignorance. Sijia, it's me. Have you finished work? I'm on my way to the company now. She hesitated, wanting to say, don't come, but the words faltered on her lips. She resolved to be gentle and demure. Yes, I'll be waiting for you at the office. After hanging up, Shin Sijia smiled, then recalled the Emperor Green Jade. Following expert evaluation, it was determined that the piece was worth no less than 250 million. She had sold the Emperor Green Jade to the company and converted it to cash. Should there be a division of profits, she and Qin Xiaoyang would each receive half. However, Shin Sijia chose not to split the profits this time. She even transferred the entirety of her previous share into the account Qin Xiaoyang had provided. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyang, he had yet to check his phone for transfer notifications. He parked his car outside the company instead of driving in. Having spotted Shin Sijia approaching, clad in high heels, black stockings, long legs, and a fitted skirt, Qin Xiaoyang's gaze traveled upward, finally resting on her décolletage. Undoubtedly his favorite view. End of chapter. Chapter 64. Cultivating flowers. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, only snapping back to reality when Shin Sijia approached him. nearly colliding with the large ball. What are you daydreaming about? He finally responded, hastily exiting the vehicle to open the door for her. A driver must possess the awareness of their role. Before he could even unlock the door, Shin Si-ja had already maneuvered around to the passenger side, opened the door, and settled in. Let's go. I'm famished. Qin Xiaoyang promptly started the car and headed toward their usual dining spot. Xiaoyang, where did you go this morning? Shin Si-ja inquired casually, though she was already aware, having overheard Qin Xiaoyang mention to Li Wenjing that he was going to Guan Yuha's place. I just picked up a few things. Huang Guangyin insisted on seeing them firsthand, so I rushed over, Qin Xiaoyang explained, handing Shin Si-ja the key to his villa. By the way, this is the key to your villa. I needed to retrieve something today, and since you weren't around, I took it. Shin Si-ja glanced at the key but did not accept it. You keep it for now. I have a spare in my office, which will make it more convenient for you to retrieve things in the future. Qin Xiaoyang, not wanting to appear overly polite, placed the key in the small compartment beside the gear shift. By the way, my phone was in the car, and I didn't hear your call. Then when I tried to call you back, my phone ran out of battery, he briefly explained. Shin Si-ja nodded, seemingly indifferent. After their lunch, they naturally proceeded to Qin Xiaoyang's flower shop. The shop was nearly ready, with Bao Xiaoxiao busy cleaning. Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyang's car, she hurried over. Cousin, you finally made it. I thought you were abandoning this shop. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Xiaoyang scratched his head. I had some matters to attend to the past few days. Is everything set up inside? Yes, it's all ready, just waiting for your potted plants. By the way, where are the potted plants? Bao Xiaoxiao's question was also one that Shin Si-ja was curious about. Currently, the shop contained only a few bags of nutrient soil and about 100 or 200 flower pots, along with a handful of ordinary potted plants. Selling just these wouldn't be profitable, especially considering the abundance of similar items in the flower market, where prices could be as low as 10 or 20 yuan per pot, or even a couple of hundred for slightly better ones. Selling only these would hardly cover Bao Xiaoxiao's wages. Ahem, you needn't worry about that. There will be plenty come opening day. Today is June 29th. We'll officially open on July 1st. There is not much to do now, so Xiao, I'll give you a couple of days off. You need to rest after these past few days of hard work. Rest assured, your salary won't be affected. Upon hearing about the days off, Bao Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Previously, she had weekends off, but it was likely that wouldn't be the case here. So she intended to make the most of her time off. After she left, Qin Xiaoyang quickly assessed the situation and planned to start working on the potted plants in the afternoon. However, it was clear that Shin Si-ja couldn't stay there, so he needed to take her back. Besides, a shop needs some business to thrive. The phrase opening auspiciously suggests the need for at least a few sales, even if he had to find someone to buy them. Otherwise, it would be considered inauspicious. Si-ja, I'll begin cultivating some flowers this afternoon. Why don't you drive my car to the company? You can pick me up later tonight. Shin Si-ja shot him a disapproving glance, as if saying that a driver should not instruct the boss to come pick him up. Nevertheless, she ultimately agreed, reminding Qin Xiaoyang as she left that the payment had already been transferred to him. Once Shin Si-ja departed, Qin Xiaoyang eagerly opened his phone to check his messages. Indeed, there was a record of the transfer. However, the amount seemed off, as there were two transactions. The first was a staggering 250 million yuan from that morning for the piece of imperial green. The second amount was 56 million. Qin Xiaoyang was perplexed. The first sum was clearly the price for the jade. The latter, being half of the previous dividends he and Shin Si-ja had shared, indicated that this amount belonged to her. Why had she transferred all this money to him? Was she simply overwhelmed by the amount? Or perhaps, unable to decipher her intentions, he quickly called Shin Si-ja. The call connected. Hello, Si-ja. Why did you send me so much money? Oh, that is fine. Drive carefully. After hanging up, Qin Xiaoyang finally grasped her reasoning. She felt it was imprudent to carry such a large sum due to her position as the general manager of Shun's Jewelry in Jinling. Having such a substantial amount in her personal account could raise questions, so she decided to temporarily place it in Qin Xiaoyang's account. Whether this was truly her intention, he could not ascertain. Not overly concerned with the transactions, Qin Xiaoyang's primary focus was on cultivating the potted plants. He set aside the 10 or so pots he had purchased a few days earlier and infused them with spiritual energy. These pots had appealing shapes, but lacked the soul that meticulous care could provide. Now, he was bestowing life upon these potted plants. After completing the infusion, which took him over an hour, he realized these potted plants were indeed valuable, with even the least expensive one worth around 70 to 80,000 yuan. He quickly placed the pots on the shelves, watered them, and proceeded to the next stage, Pruning. He trimmed away excess or unsightly parts, giving the potted plants their final form. Next came the cultivation phase. Qin Xiaoyang had purchased a variety of flower seeds, including roses, orchids, and azaleas. He sowed seeds for each type, watered them, and infused them with spiritual energy until they took root and sprouted. Following this, he set them aside to grow on their own. Although he was satisfied with his work, he felt the quantity of flowers was still insufficient, as he only had a handful of finished pots. Thus, he locked up the shop and began to wander through the flower market. He purchased any items he deemed worthy of cultivation, ending up with several dozen pots. However, he could not continue infusing spiritual energy today as he was nearly depleted. What Qin Xiaoyang needed most at the moment was more spiritual energy. It was evident he needed to enhance his abilities as soon as possible. Just then, Shenxijia arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 65. The altercation. It is an undeniable truth that women are quite diligent when it comes to changing their attire. Shenxijia donned one outfit in the morning, switched to another for lunch with Qin Xiaoyang, and now, after work, she sported yet another ensemble. In a typical household, such a wardrobe would be unthinkable on their salary, barely sufficient to cover even the cost of clothing. As Qin Xiaoyang entered the car, Shenxijia handed him 2 boxes of business cards. These are made by your classmate, Liang Minghuan. You'll find them useful for business dealings in the future. A jolt of surprise coursed through Qin Xiaoyang. How could Shenxijia be aware of Liang Minghuan's existence? The matter of commissioning Liang Minghuan for the lightbox advertisement. Indeed, your classmate not only possesses beauty but also excels in card design. Qin Xiaoyang felt an unease, an instinctive sense that something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what exactly. He accepted the cards and began to examine them. There were 2 cards, one belonging to Qin Xiaoyang and the other surprisingly belonging to Shenxijia. While it was not unusual for him to possess her card from the Shen group, it was curious that her new card bore the name Qiang Florals. Sijia this. Shenxijia averted her gaze, hesitantly explaining, I know many people. Having my name associated with your shop could help attract some clientele. Oh dear, I am absolutely famished. Shall we indulge in some crawfish? Qin Xiaoyang shuddered at her whimsical choice of words, questioning why she resorted to such childish repetition. The renowned Jinling crawfish, while delectable, was not inexpensive. A 3-pound serving cost over 200. In the past, Qin Xiaoyang would never have considered such an expense. However, now, it was hardly a concern, as this amount was trivial to him. They opted for a private room, and while Qin Xiaoyang ordered, Shenxijia excused herself to the restroom. Once the order was placed, he too decided to visit the lavatory. It was then that he overheard Shenxijia's voice. How can you act like this? I have already apologized. What more do you want? A somewhat familiar voice reached Qin Xiaoyang's ears. Beautiful lady, our acquaintance is fate. Why not join me for a drink? Let us forget about the water on my clothes, a drunken man proposed. Shenxijia, disgusted by the lecherous individual before her, intended to bypass him and return to the private room, but 2 others blocked her path. Miss, our brother Kai is offering you a drink as a courtesy. Don't be ungrateful. Indeed, our brother Kai is wealthy. All he asks is your company. Their words grew increasingly offensive, turning Shenxijia's face a deep shade of crimson. Just then, Chen Kai, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? As Chen Kai attempted to reach for Shenxijia's chin, he heard an irksome voice. Turning around, he found it was none other than Qin Xiaoyang. In the past, Chen Kai had never regarded Qin Xiaoyang with any seriousness, but that last encounter had cost him dearly. His father had slapped him several times, and he had lost face. Hey, kid, do you think you can call our brother Kai by his name? Before Chen Kai could respond, his 2 lackeys jumped in to instigate a confrontation. Xiaoyang, let us just go. Shenxijia, not wishing to stir trouble, was not motivated by fear, but with 3 against 1. It was evident that Qin Xiaoyang would be at a disadvantage. The saying a wise man avoids immediate loss applied here. Qin Xiaoyang pulled Shenxijia behind him and addressed Chen Kai, saying, Chen Kai, if you're going to keep dogs, make sure they are of the fierce kind, lest you invite trouble that you cannot handle. With that, Qin Xiaoyang prepared to depart, his words serving as a clear warning. Chen Kai's expression shifted through various shades of confusion, ultimately deciding to remain silent, uncertain of Qin Xiaoyang's connection to the formidable Huang Guangyin from before. Chen Kai's silence did not prevent his 2 unruly companions from escalating the situation. You're asking for it, one of them shouted, swinging a fist toward Qin Xiaoyang's head. The other rushed forward, but just as Chen Kai readied himself to intervene, there was a swift series of thuds. Both raucous aggressors found themselves on the ground, courtesy of Qin Xiaoyang's swift kicks. Qin Xiaoyang, somewhat dazed, realized that his enhanced physique, strength, and speed was far beyond what he had anticipated. Chen Kai, it appears my warning fell on deaf ears. How about we? As he spoke, he loosened the buttons on his shirt, indicating he was prepared for a fight. Don't come any closer. I didn't instigate this, they did. Ah, help. Someone is attacking. The once arrogant Chen Kai now resembled a frightened rat, scurrying away with his hands over his head. In no time, patrons from nearby rooms emerged to witness the spectacle. Even the restaurant owner was drawn to the commotion. It was clear that their plans for crawfish were dashed. Seizing the moment before the authorities arrived, Qin Xiaoyang ushered Shen Sijia away. Xiaoyang, you were so impressive in that fight, she exclaimed. I'll promote you to stone bedding consultant, plus driver and bodyguard. Qin Xiaoyang scoffed, aware that he had yet to receive a single penny of salary. Nor had any fuel expenses been reimbursed. Do you know this person? After her initial excitement waned, Shen Sijia remembered that Qin Xiaoyang seemed to be acquainted with the man. Indeed, Su Maishan was poached by him. So, every time I see him, I'll want to lay hands on him. All right then. Let us find another restaurant to continue our meal. After dinner, Qin Xiaoyang returned Shen Sijia to her villa before preparing to leave. Xiaoyang, I have so many rooms here. Why don't you stay over? Don't misunderstand. I'm worried about your antiques getting lost and you coming to me for compensation. I certainly don't wish to shoulder that responsibility. Recalling the antiques, Qin Xiaoyang remembered he still had an incense burner that needed restoration. Thus, he nodded and followed Shen Sijia into the villa. As he considered mentioning that he had no change of clothes, Shen Sijia spoke first. I came across a clearance sale at the supermarket with many men's clothing items at discounted prices. I intended to buy some for my father, but discovered the sizes were incorrect, so I left them in your room. If you wish to shower, feel free to retrieve them. With that, Shen Sijia entered the house without looking back, gathering a few changes of clothes before heading directly to the bathroom. She did not spare a glance at Qin Xiaoyang. End of chapter. Chapter 66. Incomprehensible. Qin Xiaoyang rubbed his nose thoughtfully before stepping into the room filled with antiques. Inside, he found a spacious bed adorned with blankets, next to which stood a cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, he was astonished to discover it brimming with men's clothing. Underwear, socks, outerwear, shirts, and even 2 suits. If one were to suggest that these items were merely surplus stock, Qin Xiaoyang would dismiss such a notion outright. Most strikingly, these garments appeared to be tailored specifically for him. This young lady certainly held an interest in him, perhaps tonight. Qin Xiaoyang's thoughts wandered mischievously, although they remained just that, thoughts. After bathing, Shen Sijia returned directly to her room, shutting the door firmly behind her. Well, perhaps he was being overly sentimental. He grabbed a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the bathroom. As he entered, a wave of frustration washed over him. Why did these women all behave similarly? The washing machine stood conveniently nearby. Why not toss the washed clothes directly inside? Pu Meiqi, Su Xiaoro, and Bao Xiaoxiao all seemed to share this peculiar habit. Observing the garments strewn across the floor, Qin Xiaoyang sighed deeply, bending down to toss them into the machine. Just as he grasped a rather alluring bra, preparing to discard it, Shen Sijia emerged. Having just returned to her room, she suddenly recalled Qin Xiaoyang's presence and dashed out, intending to retrieve her clothes. Upon reaching the bathroom door, she was greeted by the sight of Qin Xiaoyang holding her pink bra. Her face instantly flushed. Qin Xiaoyang, equally surprised, met her gaze. Sijia, I was about to put this in the washing machine. Would you believe me? Shen Sijia shot him an exasperated look. Her cheeks still crimson as she snatched the bra from his hands and tossed the remaining clothes into the washing machine, saying not a word throughout. Qin Xiaoyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His intentions had been innocent. However, the look in Shen Sijia's eyes conveyed a different message. Now it seemed he could never clear his name. What are you staring at? From now on, do not handle my underwear in such a manner. Moreover, excessive indulgence in such activities is detrimental to one's health. With that, Shen Sijia turned on her heel and retreated to her room. Qin Xiaoyang felt utterly despondent. This situation was akin to falling into a muddy pit. No matter how he explained, it would remain a mess. After his shower, he returned to the antique-filled room. Deciding not to bother with explanations, he picked up a severely damaged incense burner, closed his eyes, and began the restoration process. The task was lengthy, given the extent of the damage and the rust present. After approximately 15 minutes, he finally sighed in relief, drenched in sweat. He had overexerted himself today, and his energy was utterly depleted. Fortunately, the incense burner was now restored. Item name: Ming Dynasty Xuanda Incense Burner. Era: Ming Dynasty. Collectible value: authentic. Extremely high. Market price: 4 to 5 million, Qin Chaoyang chuckled, astonished at the value of the incense burner, which he had purchased for a mere 1,000 yuan. Now, that was what one might call a fortunate find. Setting the incense burner aside, he picked up a pair of shorts, ready to shower again, having thoroughly soaked himself. Just then, he unexpectedly bumped into Shin Sijia, who had emerged for a drink. Upon seeing the shorts in his hands, disdain filled her eyes. Qin Chaoyang chose not to explain, realizing that some matters only complicated the situation further. After showering, he exited the bathroom to find Shin Sijia still seated in the living room. Chaoyang, I understand certain things. I get it, being a man. However, you must exercise restraint. Such excess can be harmful to your health. Qin Chaoyang fumed internally. Shin Sijia, I only took your bra to throw your clothes in the washing machine. What do you expect from a girl who leaves her things lying around? And I was showering because I was drenched in sweat. Upon hearing his explanation, Shin Sijia remained silent, turning to retreat into her room. Qin Chaoyang felt a desire to slap himself. An explanation only served to mask the truth, and he felt as though he were trapped in this predicament. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, after dropping Shin Sijia at her office, Qin Chaoyang drove back to his plant shop. His task for the day was to renovate the potted plants he had purchased yesterday, as well as acquire a computer to enhance the checkout system. After all, who carries cash nowadays? After a busy morning, he refrained from visiting Shin Sijia for lunch. Next, he needed to invite some guests, as it would be rather dismal to open the shop without any patrons. His first thought was of Huang Guangyan, followed by the landlord Fang Ya and his mentor Guan Yuha. Ultimately, he decided to post an announcement on social media. Truth be told, Qin Chaoyang had few friends. Those he had maintained contact with during the first year after graduation had formed a new group by the second year, leaving him feeling like an outsider. By the time he finished these tasks, it was nearly 3 p.m., prompting him to return to his cousin's home. Upon entering, he was met with the usual chaos. 3 women, like exquisite vases, each more beautiful than the last, yet equally lazy. Pu Meiqi and Su Xiao had likely gone to work, while Bao Xiaoxiao was either out or hiding in her room, leaving the living room empty. After tidying up, he prepared to pick Shin Sijia up from work when his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his sister, Qin Yudi. She had seen his social media post about the shop opening and, after informing their parents, decided to visit. With it being summer vacation, she intended to help him at the store. To put it plainly, Qin Yudi was coming to take advantage of the situation. As the saying goes, every girl should have a brother, and every boy should have a sister. Qin Chaoyang found that notion utterly ludicrous. After ending the call, he drove straight to the bus station. Brother, did you miss me? I've missed you so much. Qin Yudi exclaimed, embracing her brother's arm affectionately. Spare me. Did you really miss me? Just so we're clear, it's 3,000 yuan for a month, no more. End of chapter. Chapter 67. A tale of being worse than an animal. Upon hearing that the salary was a mere 3,000 yuan per month, Qin Yudi was displeased, though she refrained from voicing her dissent. After all, she could still exploit her sister-in-law for some benefits. With this in mind, Qin Yudi readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Shin Sijia glanced at the time, noting that Qin Chaoyang was once again tardy. Just as she was about to make a call, she spotted Qin Chaoyang's vehicle entering the company premises. Shin Sijia hastily grabbed her handbag and descended, intending to inquire about Qin Chaoyang's repeated lateness. However, upon seeing Qin Yudi, her countenance underwent an immediate transformation, beaming with delight. Yudi, what brings you here? Your brother really should have informed me, Shin Sijia remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Chaoyang. Sister-in-law, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I only contacted my brother upon arriving at the station, Qin Yudi explained. Shin Sijia then comprehended the reason for Qin Chaoyang's delay. All right, sister-in-law will treat you to a sumptuous meal, Shin Sijia declared, promptly ushering Qin Yudi into the car. Sister-in-law, my brother wants me to manage the store for him, offering 3,000 yuan a month. Upon hearing this, Qin Chaoyang sensed trouble, knowing his younger sister was about to stir up mischief. 3,000 yuan? Chaoyang, how could you even utter such a figure? Just as Qin Yudi was reveling in her triumph, Shin Sijia interjected, why speak of money among family? Yudi didn't come for the money. She's here to gain experience. So we mustn't discuss finances. Qin Yudi was utterly dumbfounded, as the script was not unfolding as she had anticipated. Shouldn't her brother be berated? With a zero added to the 3,000? Qin Chaoyang was ecstatic, never expecting Shin Sijia to be in accord with him for once. The trio arrived at a respectable restaurant, with Yudi given carte blanche to order whatever she desired. Truth be told, Qin Chaoyang's family's financial situation was rather ordinary. though Qin Yudi, being the youngest daughter, enjoyed slightly better circumstances. Nonetheless, they rarely frequented such establishments due to their limited means. Despite Qin Xiaoyang's modest background, his cousin had considerable wealth, being the one who provided Qin Xiaoyang with accommodation. "Brother, with the store opening tomorrow, what will be my primary responsibilities?" Qin Yudi lacked any sense of propriety, incessantly talking while eating, oblivious to the fact that she was essentially a third wheel. "You'll be in charge of the cash register. However, I must emphasize that not a single penny from the store can be touched. This is a non-negotiable rule," Qin Xiaoyang asserted, making his stance clear. "I understand, but I don't have much money on me, and I'd like to buy some new clothes," and Qin Xiaoyang's head was swimming, as his sister relentlessly schemed to extract funds. After dinner, Qin Xiaoyang intended to first escort Shen Sijia home before taking Qin Yudi back to his previous residence, where Qin Yudi could share a room with Bao Xiaoxiao temporarily. However, Shen Sijia objected. Her reasoning was that, nominally, she and Qin Xiaoyang were in a romantic relationship and should therefore reside together. Of course, this was all for Qin Xiaoyang's benefit. As for the veracity of this claim, only Shen Sijia knew for sure. Thus, Qin Xiaoyang reluctantly agreed, bringing Qin Yudi to Shen Sijia's villa. In truth, Qin Xiaoyang was hesitant to come due to the previous night's misunderstanding. "Wow, it's so big and beautiful. Sister-in-law, is this your villa?" Qin Yudi exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she explored the villa like a country bumpkin visiting the city. "Yes, I bought this villa last year. Once you graduate and find a boyfriend, sister-in-law will give you this villa as a gift," Shen Sijia declared. Qin Yudi was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, if you give it to me, where will you live?" Shen Sijia blushed slightly, explaining, "Your brother is having a villa renovated, and will be living there." Shen Sijia surreptitiously glanced at Qin Xiaoyang, only to find him searching for the remote control, engrossed in the television, completely oblivious to their conversation. Shen Sijia was displeased, wondering who even watched television anymore. "You'd rather watch your sister than the TV. Sister-in-law, which room will I be sleeping in tonight?" Shen Sijia, lost in thought, was startled by Qin Yudi's question. She casually pointed to the room Qin Xiaoyang had slept in the previous night. "You can sleep in that room." Qin Yudi responded with an "oh" and promptly opened the door, dragging her suitcase inside. "Sijia, if you let Yudi sleep in my room, where will I sleep?" Qin Xiaoyang inquired, abandoning his search for the remote and moving to enter the room to ask Qin Yudi to switch rooms, only to be stopped by Shen Sijia. "You'll sleep in the same room as me," Shen Sijia declared, realizing the impropriety of her statement and hastily adding, "We're supposed to be a couple, and if we sleep separately, your parents will know we're pretending, and all our efforts will be in vain. But let me make it clear, you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight, and you're not allowed on my bed, or else." Shen Sijia trailed off, unable to articulate the consequences. Qin Xiaoyang was perplexed by the situation. Sharing a room with a woman while being forbidden from getting into her bed reminded him of a joke. A man and a woman were sharing a room, and because there was only one bed, the woman told the man to sleep on the floor. She then warned him not to climb into her bed at night, or he would be no better than an animal. The night passed without incident, and the man remained true to his word, never attempting to get into the woman's bed. The next morning, the woman was admiring the view from the window when a gust of wind blew her handkerchief away, landing it in a tree outside. The man volunteered to retrieve it, climbing the tree and successfully retrieving the handkerchief. However, the woman slapped him, exclaiming, "You can climb such a tall tree, but you can't climb onto such a low bed? You're worse than an animal." The current situation bore a striking resemblance to the joke, presenting Qin Xiaoyang with two options, to be an animal or to be worse than an animal. The question was, should he choose to be an animal? Crash. Just as Qin Xiaoyang was lost in thought, the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the room. Oh no! Qin Xiaoyang realized what had happened and rushed to the room, where he found the remnants of a priceless antique plate, worth over 10,000 yuan, shattered into pieces. "Qin Yudi, you'll pay for this." Qin Yudi was frightened, having simply admired the plate and picked it up for a closer look. As she attempted to put it back, it slipped from her grasp and crashed to the floor. Qin Yudi knew she had caused trouble, as Qin Xiaoyang had previously mentioned that the plate was worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. "Brother, it was an accident," Qin Yudi cried, terrified. "Xiaoyang, what's going on? It's just a broken plate. There are plenty more in the kitchen. Why are you yelling like that? You're scaring Yudi." "Don't worry, Yudi, your sister-in-law has your back." Chapter 68. The temptation. As Shen Sijia spoke, she began to help collect the plates scattered on the floor. She was no fool. She understood that the plate was undoubtedly an antique, but now that it was broken, what could be done? Qin Xiaoyang was furious. However, Upon seeing Shun Sijia wink at him, much of his anger dissipated. "Come on, sister-in-law, let's go take a bath," Shun Sijia said, pulling Qin Yudi out of the room, leaving Qin Xiaoyang to gather the shattered pieces of the plate. Fortunately, with the aid of some strong adhesive, he was able to piece it back together without issue. After restoring it to its place on the table, he refrained from immediate repairs, serving as a warning for Qin Yudi. When Qin Xiaoyang exited the room, the two had already finished their bathing. Qin Yudi stole a glance at Qin Xiaoyang before quickly retreating to her room and shutting the door. "Xiaoyang, Yudi is still young. Don't be too harsh. Besides, it's her first time here," Shin Sijia softly advised after Qin Yudi had gone. In truth, Qin Xiaoyang's anger had long since faded, as the broken item could be mended. However, at that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on Shin Sijia. She was still wearing the same nightgown he had seen before, low-cut, with buttons undone and no undergarments beneath. From his vantage point, it was akin to a lyric. "I see mountains and rivers, one after another." As Shin Sijia animatedly continued her conversation, she suddenly sensed that Qin Xiaoyang's gaze was not quite right. Looking down, she realized she was exposed. "Pervert. What are you staring at? Look again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. You stink. Hurry up and wash," Shin Sijia exclaimed, shooting him a glare before swaying her hips back to her room. Qin Xiaoyang rubbed his nose, and then took his clothes into the bathroom. After his shower, he hesitated, pondering whether to enter her room. After much deliberation, he finally turned the doorknob to Shun Sijia's room. She was initially engrossed in her phone, and upon hearing the noise, quickly tucked it under her pillow and feigned sleep. Qin Xiaoyang turned off the light and used his phone as a flashlight. He noticed a thin blanket and a pillow on the floor. This was the sleeping arrangement Shin Sijia had prepared for him. He plugged in his phone to charge and set an alarm for the next morning as the shop was opening. Once the alarm was set, he lay down under the thin blanket. Yet, it was quite cold, and upon glancing at the air conditioning, he was shocked to see it set at 20 degrees. He would surely freeze. Looking at Shin Sijia, he noted that her blanket was far thicker than his. Was she out of her mind, covering herself with a thick blanket while the air conditioning was on? Wrapping his blanket tighter around himself, he still felt cold and decided to adjust the temperature. However, the remote control lay on the other side of Shin Sijia. Reluctantly, he lifted the blanket and crawled onto her bed. His intention was merely to retrieve the remote. Shin Sijia remained motionless, pretending to be asleep. After grabbing the remote and pressing a few buttons without response, he called out, "Sijia, why isn't this remote working?" Shin Sijia groggily lifted her head. "Maybe it's out of batteries. If you're cold, just sleep next to me, but don't get any funny ideas." With that, she closed her eyes again. Qin Xiaoyang felt a surge of frustration. Finally, he gritted his teeth, deciding to take the plunge, and slid under her covers. Shin Sijia's body slightly trembled, but she continued to feign sleep. Now feeling warmer, Qin Xiaoyang found himself contemplating the implications of sharing a bed with the opposite sex. Physical proximity often ignited unbidden thoughts. Gradually, he turned onto his side and gently placed a hand on Shun Sijia's waist. She did not react. After a moment, Qin Xiaoyang's hand began to wander, slowly slipping beneath the hem of her nightgown, resting on her abdomen. Shin Sijia's breathing quickened, yet she maintained her pretense. In such situations, granting someone an opportunity often translates to granting oneself an opportunity. In a sense, a woman who allows a man to share her room must harbor some feelings for him. After all, no woman would feel entirely secure with a man unless she liked him or had some affection for him. This understanding emboldened Qin Xiaoyang, who continued his exploration with a sense of caution. His hand gradually ventured higher, and at last, it reached its intended destination. Shin Sijia could no longer maintain her facade. As her body's response betrayed her, she swiftly removed Qin Xiaoyang's hand. "Sleep. No fooling around." Qin Xiaoyang discerned that Shin Sijia was not truly angry and attempted again. This time, he lingered longer, but she still managed to push his hand away. "Xiaoyang, no more mischief. We're just acting. Go to sleep," Shin Sijia reiterated. Qin Xiaoyang remained oblivious to the seriousness of her tone and made a third attempt, this time with even greater duration. Shin Sijia struggled against his touch, but after several attempts, Qin Xiaoyang used some force, and her resistance faltered. Eventually, Shin Sijia seemed to resign herself to the situation, allowing Qin Xiaoyang's hand to remain while withdrawing her own. "But don't go too far, or I'll get angry," was her final concession. Qin Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy, understanding the importance of gradual progression in such matters. Thus, they both lay still and gradually fell asleep. This was not due to Qin Xiaoyang being insatiable. Rather, he understood a simple truth. There would be more opportunities in the future. Having crossed one threshold today, he could venture further another day. The following morning, before the alarm went off, Shen Sijiao woke. She gently pulled Qin Xiaoyang's wandering hand from her chest. Her cheeks flushed with satisfaction. Last night had been a test for her. Firstly, to ascertain whether Qin Xiaoyang had feelings for her, and secondly, to gauge his character. Whether he was a beast or less than that mattered little. What truly counted was whether he cared for her. Given that Qin Xiaoyang had managed to restrain his desires, she deemed her sacrifices worthwhile. The chapter concludes. Chapter 69. The opening of the potted plant shop, quietly opening the drawer. He retrieved 2 batteries and installed them in the remote control, finally turning off the air conditioning before leaving the room with a smile. Qin Xiaoyang was naturally awakened by the alarm clock. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that Shen Sijia had already vacated the room. When he stepped out, breakfast was ready. Courtesy of Qin Yudi, with Shen Sijia assisting her. Quickly wash up and eat. Today is the grand opening of the store, and I've ordered several flower baskets to be delivered, Shen Sijia said, handing Qin Xiaoyang his toothbrush and towel. Brother, about that plate. Qin Yudi was still preoccupied with the incident. Be more careful next time. You can't just touch my things. Last night, you broke something worth over 100,000. Qin Xiaoyang replied as he entered the bathroom. His words aimed to educate Qin Yudi. A slight scare or lesson could prove beneficial for her growth. Just like some parents tell their children to be cautious while walking to avoid falling, while others might coddle them and blame the ground, leading to a misguided belief that their missteps are not their fault. The concept of distorted values often correlates with such upbringing. If Qin Xiaoyang reassured Qin Yudi that it was fine since he had money to cover her mistakes, it would instill a false sense of security in her, suggesting that someone would always cushion her blunders. Shen Sijia chose not to interject, agreeing with this approach to education, especially since Qin Yudi was merely 18 or 19. It was crucial for her to develop a proper understanding of society. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Yudi had not said this last night, as she was avoiding the issue. But after a night of contemplation, she recognized her mistake to some extent. Qin Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, continuing to brush his teeth. The matter was in the past, and he did not intend to pursue it further. After breakfast, the 3 made their way to the shop. At that moment, Bao Xiaoxiao had already begun tidying up. She was taken aback upon entering, noticing dozens of beautiful potted plants lining the shop. Even without knowledge of botany, she could tell these plants were exquisite. Xiaoxiao, this is my sister Qin Yudi. Since it's summer vacation, she's here to help. Please assign her tasks as needed, Qin Xiaoyang introduced. And Bao Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement before familiarizing Qin Yudi with the cash register system, as both were exploring it together. Qin Xiaoyang then picked up a label to write prices, with Shen Sijia assisting by hanging each one as he finished. Xiaoyang, these prices seem rather steep, she remarked. Qin Xiaoyang smiled, responding, we are pursuing a high-end market. There's a saying, a shop may remain closed for 3 years, but once it opens, it thrives for 3. Even if we sell just 1 pot a month, we will have made a profit. Once the labels were complete, the flower baskets ordered by Shen Sijia arrived. Due to increased regulations on fireworks, the store was not permitted to launch any celebratory pyrotechnics for the opening. At precisely 8 o'clock, the first customer arrived, Fanya. She frequented the shop daily and was well aware of the grand opening. To celebrate, she brought 2 flower baskets to display at the entrance, feeling it essential to support Qin Xiaoyang's new venture. Mr. Qin, congratulations, she exclaimed as Qin Xiaoyang hurried out to greet her. Thank you, Fang Jie, for your generosity, he replied, then proceeded to introduce his companions. Bao Xiaoxiao was already familiar with Fangya, and she recognized Shen Sijia as well. The only introduction left was that of his sister. After the introductions, Fangya began to examine the potted plants, and her eyes widened in astonishment. The quality of these plants was unparalleled. She had never encountered such stunning specimens before. Yet, the pricing was equally astonishing, with the cheapest orchid priced at 88,000. While this was indeed exorbitant, it was a sum Fangya could manage. The beauty of the flowers compelled her to purchase 2 orchids to take home. Just then, another familiar face appeared, Qin Xiaoyang's classmate, Liang Minghuan. Old classmate, congratulations, she greeted enthusiastically, prompting Qin Xiaoyang to covertly glance at Shen Sijia before reciprocating the greeting. He then began to introduce his acquaintances, recognizing the importance of networking, regardless of future interactions. Xiaoyang. Impressive. If your antique shop opens with this momentum, it will surely thrive, remarked Huang Guangyan, who had not come alone. Several others accompanied him, including Guan Yuha, Guan Jingya, Huang Ying, and a middle-aged man whom Qin Xiaoyang did not recognize. After introductions, he learned the man's name was Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe was the individual who had assisted Huang Guangyan in appraising the 2 orchids Qin Xiaoyang had gifted him. An avid enthusiast of potted plants, Li Xinghe had been brought along by Huang Guangyan to help introduce business opportunities for Qin Xiaoyang. After some conversation, everyone selected their favorite potted plants and made purchases. Bao Xiaoxiao was astonished. Qin Xiaoyang had previously informed her that for each sale, she would earn a 10 commission on the surplus. For instance, if Fanya bought 2 orchids priced at 88,000 each, the total would amount to over 170,000. Although this was the marked price, haggling was typically expected. Qin Xiaoyang would provide Bao Xiaoxiao with a base price, which meant that for the 88,000 orchid, his cost was 60,000. Thus, the additional 28,000 would yield Bao Xiaoxiao a commission of 2,800. Today was a unique scenario. The attendees were here to support, so there was little to no negotiation. Business thrives on such foundations. Once established, prosperity follows. Fanya, Huang Guangyan, and Li Xinghe each possessed their own networks. A simple mention or a post on social media could ensure that business would flow in continuously. Thank you all for coming to support the opening of my shop today. The hour is late, and I have reserved a private room at Tongxin Building. Please allow me to treat you all to a meal as a token of my gratitude. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 70. Lin Qinshu and Qin Xiaoyang treated everyone to a meal as a token of gratitude for their support. After lunch, he returned the money to Liang Minghuan, which was for the potted plants she had purchased. Qin Xiaoyang understood that although Liang Minghuan had some money, she was not a wealthy entrepreneur, and there was no need for her to spend tens of thousands on potted plants. Liang Minghuan looked at Qin Xiaoyang earnestly and asked, "Why did you deceive me, Qiuyang?" Qin Xiaoyang was aware that she referred to their earlier conversation about employment during their blind date in the park. "I did not deceive you at all. Just half a month ago, I was indeed an apprentice at an antique shop, earning merely 2,500 a month, and I worked there without a day off. I simply resigned afterward." Qin Xiaoyang spoke the truth. Some matters did not warrant fabrication. "Your girlfriend is quite affluent, isn't she? Did she help you open this shop? And that car of yours, you just purchased it, correct?" Liang Minghuan's inquiries were sharp and sensitive, questions that most would refrain from asking. Qin Xiaoyang discerned that she was insinuating he was living off a woman. Given his family background, it was clear he could not have started this shop or acquired that car independently. Furrowing his brow for a moment, Qin Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes, she is quite wealthy. She has assisted with this shop, and it was she who took me to purchase the car." He was unsure why he responded this way. Perhaps he simply wished to avoid entanglements with Liang Minghuan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Liang Minghuan remarked, "Then congratulations. You have at least 20 fewer years of struggle than others." Qin Xiaoyang chuckled and glanced at the time. "I have matters to attend to at the shop. We shall continue this conversation another day." With that, he departed. Liang Minghuan watched Qin Xiaoyang's retreating figure, sensing something amiss. His response was too straightforward. Even those who depend on others would feel a hint of embarrassment. Yet Qin Xiaoyang did not. Clearly, there was more to the story. Upon returning to the shop, Qin Xiaoyang found that Xin Sijia had not joined them for lunch, but had ordered takeout. He was greeted by Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi, both bubbling with excitement. "Brother, guess how much we earned this morning?" Qin Yudi had never witnessed such a sum of money and was likely to remain exhilarated for quite some time. Qin Xiaoyang mentally calculated the expenses. Fanya had spent around 170,000, Huang Guangyan 220,000, and Li Xinghe 190,000, while even his master, Guan Yuha, had spent 200,000. Adding Liang Minghuan's 88,000, the total exceeded 800,000. Naturally, he could not disclose that Liang Minghuan's money would be refunded. "Yudi, today doesn't tea count. It's merely friends supporting the business. The real test lies in whether this shop can attract new customers." Just as Qin Xiaoyang concluded his sentence and prepared to check the other flowers, a customer entered the shop. "Welcome." Bao Xiaoxiao immediately assumed her role. "Is this shop newly opened?" Turning to face the voice, Qin Xiaoyang saw a woman in her mid-20s, tall and graceful, with silky black hair and a delicate face. Her eyes glimmering like polished jade. She held a smartphone in her left hand and carried an expensive-looking handbag on her right shoulder. "Hello, beautiful. Yes, this shop just opened today. Please feel free to browse." Qin Xiaoyang endeavored to present himself in an elegant manner. The woman, Lin Qinshuan, nodded, explaining that she was there to purchase potted plants for her grandfather's upcoming birthday, as he adored flowers and plants. After searching the entire flower market without success, she stumbled upon Qin Chaoyang's new shop. Initially, Lin Qianxuan merely cast a glance at Qin Chaoyang and intended to leave after a brief look. After all, he was quite young, and people of that age typically lack knowledge about potted plants, which required years of expertise to cultivate properly. However, upon examining the potted plants on display, she found herself captivated by their exquisite forms and vibrant vitality. "Did you grow these yourself?" Lin Qianxuan inquired curiously. Qin Chaoyang nodded in affirmation. However, Shun Sijia shot him a skeptical look, filled with disbelief. Lin Qianxuan nodded and began searching for the potted plants she liked best. Ultimately, she selected 2 rubber trees, an excellent choice for potted plants, particularly for indoor cultivation, with their elegant shapes, robust trunks, and ability to purify dust from the air. "I'll take these 2. Do you offer delivery?" Lin Qianxuan asked. Just as Bao Xiaoxiao was about to respond, Qin Chaoyang interjected, "Delivery is no problem, but we only deliver within the city. Also, please take a look at the prices. Are you certain about your purchase?" He was subtly reminding Lin Qianxuan that these 2 rubber trees were the most expensive items in the shop. Only then did Lin Qianxuan consider the price of the potted plants, 188,000 each, totaling. It was indeed a bit pricey, yet given their quality, worth the cost. "All right, no problem. Let us proceed with the card payment." Bao Xiaoxiao stood motionless, accepting the card for the transaction. "Miss, I believe you should consider a membership card. With our store's membership, a deposit of 500,000 grants you a 20% discount." At that moment, Shun Sijia interjected. As a businesswoman, she quickly recognized Lin Qianxuan's affluent status and thought, why should a wealthy individual only take advantage of a deal once? Membership card? Lin Qianxuan contemplated this. 500,000 was not an excessive amount, and with the cost of the 2 rubber trees nearing 400,000, she was already close to that figure. Moreover, the discount made it seem incredibly worthwhile. "All right, I'll deposit 1 million then." Shun Sijia hurried to the ATM, nudging Bao Xiaoxiao aside, and took Lin Qianxuan's card and ID to proceed with the transaction. The notion of a membership card had not crossed Qin Chaoyang's mind. It was entirely Shun Sijia's spontaneous idea. "Hello, Miss Lin, I have registered your information. Additionally, for these 2 potted plants, we will apply the 20% discount. The original price was 376,000, and after the discount, it amounts to 308,000. However, since today is our grand opening, I can only register you for now. The membership card will be delivered to you within 3 days." Shun Sijia rattled off the details, leaving Lin Qianxuan a bit bewildered. So, the 1 million had been deducted. Yet the card would not be in her hands immediately? Could this be a scam? Lin Qianxuan pondered. Sensing her apprehension, Shun Sijia quickly reassured her. "Miss Lin, are you concerned about our store's credibility?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 71. Treating the flowers. Miss Lin, you need not worry. Please have a look at our shop. With this decor and these potted plants, it is inconceivable that we would jeopardize our business for a mere few 100,000, is it not? Of course. If you still harbor concerns, we can refund the funds through the same route. In 3 days, we would even be willing to visit you personally to handle the matter. Shun Sijia was employing a strategic retreat, having been ensnared by such tactics before. Lin Qianxuan pondered this and found it reasonable, thus she consented to write a receipt, which could also be deemed as acquiring a membership card. Primarily, Lin Qianxuan was not overly concerned about the money involved. Qin Chaoyang was utterly baffled by Shun Sijia's approach. Is this how business is conducted? Nonetheless, the next step was his responsibility, delivering the goods. Lin Qianxuan's vehicle was a sports car, clearly unsuitable for transporting a potted rubber tree, which is quite a sizable plant. Hence, Qin Chaoyang utilized his own vehicle to load the 2 rubber trees and followed behind Lin Qianxuan. The distance was not substantial. A mere 20-minute drive brought them to her residence. Upon arriving and carrying the 2 potted plants inside, Qin Chaoyang intended to take his leave. Wait, he hadn't yet inquired how to address the proprietor. He introduced himself, and Lin Qianxuan nodded, gesturing towards the 2 camellia pots on the balcony, saying, "Mr. Qin, do you think these camellias can be saved?" Only then did Qin Chaoyang notice that Lin Qianxuan's balcony housed several potted plants, 2 of which were camellias, appearing rather wilted. He crouched down, casually testing the soil, and inhaled the scent. Qin Chaoyang possessed a modicum of botanical knowledge, having grown up in the countryside. "Miss Lin, these camellias are suffering due to overwatering, which has led to root rot and mold. It is not impossible to revive them, given 3 days. I can restore them to their former glory, perhaps even more vigorous than before. However, I must advise against this, as the cost may exceed that of purchasing 2 new camellias. Lin Qianxuan disregarded Qin Chaoyang's latter statement, her concerns solely focused on the initial assurance. You truly have a method to revive these camellias? There was a glint of hope in her eyes. Qin Chaoyang affirmed with a nod. Very well. I entrust these camellias to you. As long as you revive them, the cost will be at your discretion. Qin Chaoyang nodded, since she had expressed such trust. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. He placed the camellias in the trunk of his car. Upon returning to the shop, he found Shen Sijia and Qin Yudi absent. He unloaded the camellias into the flower shop and began inquiring about Bao Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, where have they gone? Bao Xiaoxiao, engrossed in familiarizing herself with the cash register system, quickly responded, they went to arrange for membership cards, supposedly to meet with that Liang Minghuan. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, cautioning, do not sell those 2 camellias, they belong to Miss Lin, and I am tasked with their care. Bao Xiaoxiao acknowledged this, and Qin Xiaoyang proceeded to the back room, where numerous potted plants were just beginning to emerge from the soil. He brought forth the camellias, replacing their soil with nourishing earth before replanting them. He then began to channel his spiritual energy. However, this time, he opted for a gradual approach, intending to treat and transform the camellias over the span of 3 days. Hey cousin, does the commission you mentioned still stand? Bao Xiaoxiao asked, somewhat shyly. Yet she felt compelled to inquire, as this represented a significant sum. With today's sales, her earnings would amount to over 20,000, a sum she had scarcely dared to imagine. Qin Xiaoyang understood Bao Xiaoxiao's apprehensions. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. You shall receive every penny that is rightfully yours. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxiao was elated, nearly jumping for joy. However, this exuberance caused her already ample bosom to tremble even more, nearly leaving Qin Xiaoyang in a state of shock. At that moment, Shen Sijia returned. Initially, she was quite pleased, considering the flower shop a successful investment, and the membership cards were in the process of being made. All that remained was to expand the business continually. However, upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Bao Xiaoxiao bouncing with glee, while Qin Xiaoyang appeared utterly captivated, his eyes nearly bulging. The most alarming aspect was that Qin Xiaoyang was still gulping. Shen Sijia inwardly chastised him for being a lecher. Ahem. Upon her cough, Qin Xiaoyang snapped back to reality. Xiaoxiao, calm yourself. Such exuberance is quite unbecoming. Ah, Sijia, you're back. Are you tired? Allow me to massage your shoulders. I once learned. As he spoke, he guided Shen Sijia to a chair and began to massage her. Well, women are indeed fickle. Just moments ago, she had felt a tinge of jealousy, yet now she was entirely placated. Xiaoyang, our selection of potted plants is rather limited. We must procure more stock, particularly the rubber trees, as they are quite profitable. Shen Sijia remarked, enjoying the massage while offering suggestions. Qin Xiaoyang was well aware that his shop's floral inventory was somewhat lacking. However, the flower market had a finite number of desirable potted plants, most of which he had already acquired, leaving little room for expansion. Sijia, do you know of a larger flower market? Understanding his intent, Shen Sijia replied, you could check online. If I am not mistaken, there is one in Kunming. Just a moment, let me search. As she began her inquiry, she eventually confirmed that a place called Do Nan in Kunming boasted a significant market, along with another sizable one in Guangzhou. Qin Xiaoyang paused his massage, contemplating the feasibility of visiting these locations, noting that it would likely be simple and inexpensive. The primary concerns were the logistics of transporting the plants back, and whether he could spare the time to make the trip. Shen Sijia, displeased by Qin Xiaoyang's distraction, realized he had forgotten to resume her massage. She relished the moment. Sijia, I plan to visit Donan. Ultimately, he resolved to embark on the journey. Very well. Once you decide when to go, let me know, and I will arrange my work to accompany you. Qin Xiaoyang expressed some confusion. Sijia, why do you wish to come? Shen Sijia shot him a glance. Why must you concern yourself? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 72. Shen Sijia's bottom line. The bonsai shop stands apart from others. After 5 in the afternoon, business typically dwindles. Especially in a high-end bonsai store, the average person lacks the financial means to make a purchase. Thus, as the hour approached, Qin Xiaoyang dismissed the staff. He handed Bao Xiaoxiao 5,000 yuan, representing her wages from the previous month. Although Bao Xiaoxiao had only worked a few days, Qin Xiaoyang was pleased with his earnings and was happy to compensate her. After work, the group contemplated their dinner plans, ultimately deciding to buy groceries and prepare a meal at home. What seemed like a mundane task soon turned troublesome. Upon returning home, Bao Xiaoxiao recounted the day's events to Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi, stirring up trouble. Cousin, we share a living arrangement, and you agreed last time. When do you think I could help out at the shop? Pu Meichi asked, even mentioning their cohabitation, a sensitive topic. Su Xiaoro, not wanting to back down, chimed in. Cousin, I want to go too. My job is dirty and exhausting. I've long since lost my desire to continue. Qin Xiaoyang, aware of their intentions, was about to acquiesce when he noticed Shen Sijia giving him a knowing look. Ahem. Well, my shop is quite small. With Xiao Xiao and my sister working there, it's already sufficient. Besides, there isn't much to do at the bonsai shop. You needn't worry. In the future, I might open an antique store, and you can assist then. Additionally, before the year ends, I may consider opening a raw stone shop, which will require more hands. Upon hearing about the raw stone shop, Shen Sijia's eyes sparkled with interest. She believed that a jade raw stone business would be highly lucrative, especially since she could sell the raw stones to the Shen group, thereby mitigating the risk of excess inventory. In contrast, the bonsai and antique shops were minor ventures, hardly yielding significant profits. To Shen Sijia, substantial profit meant earning tens of thousands daily, ideally several million monthly. Pu Meichi and Su Xiaoro felt reassured by Qin Xiaoyang's words. Understanding that the bonsai shop required more manpower for tasks like flower trimming and delivery, whereas an antique shop could operate with minimal oversight, they recognized their initial hesitation to seize the opportunity, unlike Bao Xiaoxiao, who acted decisively. Qin Xiaoyang prepared dinner for the group, which now included 1 man and 5 women. After the meal, he drove Shen Sijia back to her villa. Perhaps due to the previous night's events, Qin Xiaoyang refrained from mentioning their departure. Shen Sijia, too, chose silence, both harboring a hint of anticipation. After showering, Shen Sijia entered her room first, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable 25 degrees. Unlike the previous night's frigid 20 degrees. When Qin Xiaoyang finished his shower and entered her room, he felt a twinge of annoyance at finding a makeshift bed on the floor. The temperature was mild. He had no excuse to linger in bed, so he reluctantly settled onto the floor. Minutes later, Shen Sijia coughed softly, perhaps feeling unwell. Qin Xiaoyang quickly sprang up, shamelessly climbing into her large bed. What are you doing? The air conditioning is neither too hot nor too cold. Get back down. Shen Sijia protested, yet she did not push him away. I heard you cough and wanted to check if you were all right. Besides, the floor is hard, and it's uncomfortable to sleep on. Your bed is spacious, and I promise to occupy only a tiny bit of space. Men's words can often be deceptive, and it would be strange for Shen Sijia to take him at his word. Yet, sometimes, she found herself believing him. Just to be clear, let us sleep properly. Keep your distance and don't touch me, Qin Xiaoyang readily promised, nearly swearing an oath. Shen Sijia fell silent and turned her back to him. Qin Xiaoyang, initially compliant, did not remain so for long. Within a minute, he began to inch closer to her. Shen Sijia continued to feign sleep, while he repeated the previous night's advances. This time, she offered no resistance, seemingly deep in slumber. As Qin Xiaoyang grew bolder, his hand began to wander. Just as he thought he might succeed, Shen Sijia seized his hand, placing it over her heart. He understood this to be her boundary, an invitation to touch, but not to overstep. All right. It seems the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must persevere. Nonetheless, Qin Xiaoyang felt content. It was a rare achievement for Shen Sijia to take such an initiative. However, this predicament troubled Shen Sijia, an innocent woman unaccustomed to such temptations. Xiaoyang, could you refrain from moving? If you enjoy squeezing, go find Bao Xiaoxiao. Hers are larger than mine. Qin Xiaoyang complied, sensing Shen Sijia's irritation. As he settled down, her agitation gradually subsided. She feared losing control, knowing she was not a frivolous girl. Though she was willing, she understood the importance of maintaining some modesty. Gaining too easily would lead to a lack of appreciation. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Xiaoyang took Shen Sijia to her company. As the general manager, she could not afford to take leave every day. The opening of the bonsai shop had already delayed her by a day, and she had responsibilities to attend to. He then dropped Qin Yudi off at the bonsai store. With that, Qin Xiaoyang found himself with free time. Having not visited the antique street for several days, he decided to explore it. Shortly after he departed, Liang Minghuan arrived. She brought membership cards and sought to inquire about the store's progress. After explaining the card's usage to Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi, she began to probe further. Xiaoxiao, are you and Xiaoyang related? Bao Xiaoxiao recognized Liang Minghuan's intent behind the question, primarily due to the term cousin. She smiled and began to explain. Upon hearing Bao Xiaoxiao's account, Liang Minghuan found it both amusing and perplexing that Qin Xiaoyang had endured such an experience, being perceived as a pervert and assaulted by 3 women. So, did he open this shop with his girlfriend as investment? End of chapter. Chapter 73. The mother coin model Biao Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and began recounting the rise of Qin Xiaoyang. Naturally, her knowledge was limited. But it was evident that Qin Xiaoyang's acquisition of a car, a house, and the establishment of this store had no connection whatsoever to Shen Xijia. She even mentioned that Shen Xijia still required Qin Xiaoyang's assistance. This revelation left Liang Minghuan both puzzled and astonished. She marveled at how Qin Xiaoyang could attain such success and wealth. Yet, she wondered why he would admit to being a kept man if everything he had was the result of his own efforts. Was Qin Xiaoyang truly so unbothered by the opinions of others? Was he as carefree as the gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge? Liang Minghuan found it hard to believe. The only explanation that came to her mind was, suddenly Liang Minghuan had an epiphany. Was it possible that she was truly inferior? In that moment, she felt a sense of defeat. Deep down, she understood the reason behind Qin Xiaoyang's actions. It all stemmed from the troubles they had during middle school. Back then, Liang Minghuan had been quite mischievous, far from the typical demeanor of a young lady, perhaps having frightened Qin Xiaoyang in the process. Thus, he developed a fear of her, leaving him with lingering shadows from their past. When she returned home for a blind date, Liang Minghuan had initially been reluctant, but upon learning that it was Qin Xiaoyang, she decided to go. Years had passed, and Qin Xiaoyang had grown taller and more handsome, which stirred some feelings within her. However, he had the audacity to claim he had a girlfriend. Eventually, she did meet Shen Xijia, whom she had inquired about. Wealthy, influential, and most importantly, stunningly beautiful with an enviable figure. In every conceivable way, Liang Minghuan felt she could not compare to Shen Xijia, and the more she thought about it, the more she believed that Qin Xiaoyang was indeed living off her. Hence, her previous words were somewhat unkind, an expression of sour grapes. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang had arrived at the antique street. His purpose today was not merely to hunt for bargains. He primarily sought to absorb spiritual energy. Since his last evolution, the small cauldron within him had shown little change, with the crimson liquid still only a third full. Moreover, in recent days, he had been using it relentlessly, finding it insufficient each time. Thus, he intended to visit other antique shops today, focusing mainly on absorbing the spiritual energy from the antiques. As per his usual routine, Qin Xiaoyang began his exploration at the street stalls, glancing at each one, regardless of whether there was anything of value. After all, one could never predict the hidden treasures that might lie within. However, reality often proved disappointing. Unlike the novels that depicted male protagonists stumbling upon treasures at every turn, Qin Xiaoyang spent over an hour and ended up with merely a single copper coin. Though it was a modest find, it was far from the grand discoveries he had hoped for. After perusing the stalls, Qin Xiaoyang made his way to the antique shop known as Jubiozai. He had frequented this establishment several times and knew it held a considerable number of genuine items. The owner, Mr. Qian, recognized Qin Xiaoyang and squinted as he entered the shop. "Young man, have you stumbled upon any fine treasures today?" Mr. Qian casually inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Qin Xiaoyang, unpretentious, placed the mother coin on the counter. "Mr. Qian, please assess its value and provide me with a fair price." As Mr. Qian examined the coin, he felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing it was merely a copper coin. However, upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. The so-called mother coin was, in fact, a standard model used historically for minting large quantities of currency, serving as a prototype. Essentially, it was a sample, depending on its intended use. Mother coins could be classified into 3 categories: money samples, sculpture mother coins, and casting mother coins. Money samples were meticulously crafted replicas made from materials such as tin, ivory, or redwood, presented to the court for the emperor's approval. In strict terms, these samples could not be considered currency, as they were solely for review and could not circulate. Money samples were intended for imperial evaluation, and theoretically, only one of each type should exist, making them exceedingly rare. As for Qin Xiaoyang's copper mother coin, its value rose further due to its designation as a model from the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, as clearly inscribed on the coin. Once Qin Xiaoyang had absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, Mr. Qian completed his appraisal. "Young man, this mother coin is indeed authentic. What price do you intend to ask for it?" In a jovial mood from the spiritual energy he had gathered, Qin Xiaoyang refrained from setting a fixed price. After all, antique shop owners needed to make a profit. "Mr. Qian, this mother coin should be valued between 100,000 and 150,000. Of course, the latter figure is for selling, so I won't be greedy. If you could offer me 100,000, that would suffice. If you wish to negotiate further down, I advise against it. Mr. Qian paused, then shook his head with a resigned smile. Dealing with knowledgeable individuals in the trade had its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that, like Qin Xiaoyang, they offered a fair price without excessive haggling. The downside was that untrained sellers often tried to drive the price down, complicating matters unnecessarily. Very well. Let us proceed with your price. Mr. Qian was a straightforward man, aware that he could easily turn a profit of 2,000 to 3,000 on this mother coin. Satisfied, he recognized that treasure hunting was not as effortless as some might imagine. After concluding their transaction, Qin Xiaoyang prepared to leave, only to be called back by Mr. Qian. May I inquire how much you acquired this mother coin for? Of course, if it's inconvenient to share, that's perfectly fine. Qin Xiaoyang smiled and raised a finger before turning to depart. Mr. Qian was left in a state of confusion. What did this single finger signify? It certainly could not indicate 100,000. If Qin Xiaoyang had indeed purchased it for 100,000 and was now selling it for the same price, that would be nonsensical. It was far more likely that he had acquired it for 10,000 or perhaps even 1,000. Qin Xiaoyang refrained from elaborating, wary of upsetting Mr. Qian's balance. After all, he had only spent 10 yuan on the mother coin. He had purchased 2 coins, with the other being a regular copper coin meant merely as a decoy. As he glanced at the small cauldron, he noted that the crimson spiritual energy had increased. Just as he was about to head to another antique shop, he suddenly realized something that made him mentally chastise himself. End of chapter. Chapter 74. The damaged plum vase indeed. There was a reason behind Qin Xiaoyang's desire to slap himself twice. If the objective was to absorb the spiritual energy from antiques, why exert so much effort? One could simply visit Huang Guangnian or Guanyuha directly. It is well known that Huang Guangnian possesses a considerable collection of antiques, making it a more expedient option than his current method of perusing items one by one. As for Guanyuha, although his collection may not be extensive, it undoubtedly comprises the finest of the finest. Qin Xiaoyang understood that the older the item, the more spiritual power it contained. Thus, he decided to abandon his shopping and drove towards Huang Guangnian's place. Just as he started the car, his phone rang. It was a call from Fangya. It turned out that Fangya had encountered a treasure the previous afternoon, but hesitated to purchase it due to its steep price and uncertainty regarding its authenticity. After much contemplation, she thought of Qin Xiaoyang. Her gestures of goodwill and the invitation to her shop aimed to solicit his assistance in appraising the item. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyang readily agreed. After all, visiting Huang Guangnian was also a means of absorbing energy, and assisting Fangya would serve a similar purpose. Following the location she provided, he drove directly to her villa, located in the Binjiang community, parking right at the entrance. Before he even had the chance to ring the doorbell, the door swung open. Xiaoyang, I appreciate your help. Fangya, who previously addressed him as Mr. Qin, had become more familiar, hence the change in address. Fangjia, you are too kind. It is but a small effort. Where is the item in question? Fangya gestured for him to enter. In the living room, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, were present. It was evident that they were the sellers. After a brief introduction, Qin Xiaoyang laid eyes on the item Fangya needed him to appraise, a plum vase. He donned the gloves Fangya handed him and began his examination earnestly. Item name, blue and white plum vase. Also known as golden vase. Period, late Yuan dynasty. Condition, due to improper preservation, the base is cracked and has been reassembled using a special technique. It can be restored. Qin Xiaoyang furrowed his brow at this revelation, a subtle gesture that did not go unnoticed by Fangya. Concern welled up in her heart. Xiaoyang, what do you think? Removing the gloves, Qin Xiaoyang did not respond to Fangya, but turned his gaze toward the 2 sellers. This vase is authentic. Upon hearing this, the sellers' faces lit up with joy. However, Qin Xiaoyang's next words brought them back to reality. Nonetheless, it appears that the vase has been damaged and repaired. Upon closer inspection, the signs of restoration are still evident. Am I mistaken? Fangya finally grasped the situation. No wonder the vase was priced so low. This was the underlying issue. You were talking nonsense. This vase has always been in my study. It has never been dropped or bumped. How could the base possibly have a problem? The man spoke vehemently, but before he could fully process his words, the woman beside him reacted quickly, tugging at his sleeve. Yet, it was evidently too late. Mr. Song, it seems that Xiaoyang did not mention the base was cracked, which gives the impression of a guilty conscience. The man, surnamed Song, felt his face flush with embarrassment, and began to argue defensively. That was merely a coincidence. Buy it if you wish, if not, we shall take our leave. With that, he picked up the vase, preparing to depart. Mr. Song, please wait. Old Song halted, casting a suspicious glance at Qin Zhaoyang. Without hesitation, Qin Zhaoyang spoke directly. Mr. Song, this vase is indeed quite remarkable. However, due to the damage to the base, its value has diminished. Nonetheless, I believe it still holds significant collectible worth. If you intend to sell, I am willing to purchase it for 100,000 yuan. Of course, you are free to decline the offer. At that moment, Fang Ye tugged at Qin Zhaoyang's arm. He understood her concern, no matter how skillfully the vase was restored. A discerning expert would easily recognize its flaws. This meant that regardless of its original value, it would not be worth 100,000 yuan. Qin Zhaoyang gave Fang Ye a reassuring glance and continued to observe the man and woman. The man, Old Song, displayed signs of hesitation, while the woman grew increasingly anxious. This vase dated back to the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. If it were intact, selling it for 1.8 million yuan would be a certainty. However, due to the damage, its worth had significantly decreased. Fang Ye had already visited 2 other appraisers before arriving here, meaning they had also identified the issues. Such was the nature of valuable items. Greater scrutiny accompanied greater worth. Like Fang Ye, who hesitated in her judgment, others seeking to purchase would undoubtedly consult experts for authentication. Under the pressure of the woman's subtle gestures, Old Song ultimately decided to sell. Very well. Since you have recognized the issue with the vase, yet are still willing to purchase it, it demonstrates your capability to restore it properly. I shall consent to sell it to you. However, let it be known, once the transaction is completed, I will not acknowledge any issues with this vase. We must draft a written agreement. Qin Zhaoyang nodded, signaling Fang Ye to provide paper and pen, and they began drafting the agreement. Once both parties had signed, he proceeded to transfer the funds via his phone, thus completing the transaction. After the couple departed, Fang Ye appeared puzzled. Zhaoyang, even if the restoration is flawless, the damage will still be discernible. 100,000 yuan is inconsequential, but it's simply isn't justified. Qin Zhaoyang smiled. Fang Jie, you need not worry. I am confident in my ability to restore it to perfection. I shall gift it to you as a token of gratitude for renting the shop to me. Fang Ye shot him an annoyed glance. If you continue to speak like that, I shall become quite upset. Setting aside other matters, had it not been for you, I would have incurred a loss of 600,000 yuan today. As for you gifting me the vase, I think that best be forgotten. Even if it is restored to its former glory, it cannot change the fact that it was once broken. I have a strong aversion to flawed antiques. Very well. Qin Zhaoyang conceded, realizing he had no further argument. Initially, he intended to return the favor to Fang Ye, but since she declined, he would respect her wishes. The vase's potential value could exceed 1 million yuan, with a minimum worth of around 800,000 yuan. Who would ever reject such an opportunity? Thus, Qin Zhaoyang refrained from further objections and turned his thoughts to his second purpose for coming. End of chapter. Chapter 75. A Grand Misunderstanding. Sister Fang, may I take a look at your collection? I find it quite fascinating. Upon hearing Qin Zhaoyang's words, Fang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a plethora of collectibles at her disposal, she pondered whether she might have overlooked any treasures. Given Qin Zhaoyang's exceptional expertise in appraisal, enlisting his help would undoubtedly be advantageous, especially since there would be no service fee involved. This was a win-win situation, and she had no reason to decline. Of course, I'll take you to the collection room on the 2nd floor. Most of my treasures are stored there. As she spoke, Fang Ye led the way upstairs, with Qin Zhaoyang following closely behind. Upon entering the so-called storage room, Qin Zhaoyang was taken aback. He had never encountered such an extensive array of antiques before. His eyes gleamed with envy as he surveyed the room. Without hesitation, he began examining the first piece, absorbing its aura while sharing insights about the antiques. His pace of appraisal was swift, primarily due to his remarkable ability to absorb information. Fang Ye nodded along, as Qin Zhaoyang's descriptions were nearly verbatim. Sister Fang, this piece is a misjudgment, a replica from the Republican era, worth around 20,000 yuan. He continued to scrutinize, unearthing 7 replicas and forgeries by the time he finished. The distinction between replicas and forgeries is fundamentally significant. Forgeries are easily understood as counterfeit products, akin to modern crafts that are artificially aged to deceive. However, replicas can possess considerable value. For instance, if a renowned historical figure, who was also an artist, chose to replicate the works of a predecessor, that too would be classified as a replica, sometimes even exceeding the value of the original. To illustrate, if Tang Bohu were to replicate the work of a lesser-known painter, it is evident that his replica would command a higher price than the original. This situation, while rare, highlights the complexities of time and the artist behind the imitation. The most common type of replica arises when items are imitated during a particular era, which, in essence, can also be deemed a forgery. Yet, due to the passage of time, such replicas gradually evolve into antiques. Many individuals during the Republican period engaged in this trade, and over time, these items too became recognized as antiques, albeit at a lower valuation. The 7 items Fangya had set aside were perfect examples of this. Xiaoyang, you truly are remarkable to possess such knowledge at such a young age. Let me show you some of the forgeries. Qin Xiaoyang found himself in a peculiar situation. The so-called forgeries were merely items that Fangya had discovered to be fake after purchasing and had retained. Had it been Qin Xiaoyang, he would have likely disposed of them long ago. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the sheer volume of forgeries, over 200 pieces. Take your time. I'll brew you a cup of tea. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyang felt a thirst brewing, likely due to his extensive conversation. This time, he refrained from using his X-ray vision and opted to touch the items instead. By merely feeling, he could ascertain their authenticity, as genuine antiques emanate an aura he can detect. As he reached for the nth antique, he paused. It was a toad, holding a copper coin in its mouth. Upon lifting the toad, his eyes narrowed. Item name: treasure-spitting golden toad, replica, contains hidden secrets. Once again, he encountered something that suggested hidden depths. At that moment, his phone rang, an incoming call from Shin Sijia. Qin Xiaoyang realized he had lost track of time during the morning. He quickly answered the call, but before he could speak, Fangya, who had just finished brewing the tea, interjected, "Xiaoyang, there is no water left downstairs. Perhaps you should hold off for a bit. I'll prepare more when it's available." Fangya ceased speaking upon noticing Qin Xiaoyang was on the phone. Her comments were innocuous at best, merely indicating that the tap water had run dry and suggesting he wait for more tea. However, every word was overheard by Shin Sijia. The implication that a woman was present alongside Qin Xiaoyang, especially one uttering such remarks, was enough to kindle her jealousy. She promptly ended the call, leaving Qin Xiaoyang bewildered. This misunderstanding has escalated. "Sister Fang, I have an engagement. I must take my leave. I shall return another day to continue our discussion." As he spoke, he made his way downstairs, only to pause midway and hand the golden toad to Fangya. "If you break open this toad, you will find a delightful surprise." After delivering this cryptic message, he hurried down the stairs, retrieving his plum vase before departing. Fangya, somewhat puzzled, was unaware of the implications of her earlier words. Her curiosity was piqued by Qin Xiaoyang's final statement. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyang drove straight to the Shin Jewelry Company. On the other side, Shin Sijia's face darkened with anger. As closing time approached, and Qin Xiaoyang had yet to arrive to escort her, she recognized that he sometimes lost track of time when engrossed in his work. Thus, she dialed his number. Just as she uttered a greeting, a woman's voice came through, spouting disarrayed comments. Shin Sijia threw her bag to the ground in frustration. She contemplated blocking Qin Xiaoyang on WeChat, but hesitated, feeling that something was amiss. Deep down, she believed Qin Xiaoyang was not the type to engage in such behavior. If he were involved with another woman, he wouldn't answer her call during the day. Surely, there must be a misunderstanding. Shin Sijia held fast to the belief that seeing is believing, yet she also trusted in her own allure. Even if Qin Xiaoyang were to stray, it was improbable he would do so in broad daylight. Unbeknownst to her, there was a reluctance to accept the reality of the situation. Qin Xiaoyang rushed to the company and made his way directly to Shin Sijia's office. Upon entering, he found her engrossed in her work at the computer, appearing quite serious. "Sijia, please don't misconstrue. It really isn't what it seems." Shin Sijia cast a fleeting glance at Qin Xiaoyang before returning to her work, which was, in fact, a game of QQ Do Diju. Unfazed by whether Shin Sijia was paying attention, Qin Xiaoyang recounted the events of the morning in detail, culminating with the water issue. Upon hearing this, Shin Sijia began to believe his words, for he was holding the plum vase in his hands at that moment. End of chapter. Chapter 76. The Rift. However, Shin Sijia still wanted to test whether Qin Xiaoyang truly cared for her. Most importantly, this fellow had already enjoyed her company on several occasions. Yet he had failed to confess his feelings. The ambiguity surrounding their relationship as merely friends left Shin Sijia quite dissatisfied. "Why are you saying so much?" "I haven't said anything at all," she remarked nonchalantly. Of course, if you truly wish to express something, why not smash that vase in your hands? Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. After all, that vase was worth a fortune. Sijia, could you possibly ask for something else? That vase costs over 1 million. Before he could finish, Shin Sijia stood up, clutching her bag, ready to depart. Sijia, you've misunderstood. Bang. Originally, Qin Xiaoyang intended to grab her, but Shin Sijia's resistance was unexpectedly strong. He held onto the vase, but lost grip, shattering it into countless pieces. Both were left wide-eyed in shock. Shin Sijia had not intended for him to actually break the vase. She merely sought a demonstration of his feelings. Little did she know that her provocation had led to its destruction. Qin Xiaoyang was at a loss. What was once a simple repair task now lay in ruins. Not only was it irreparable, but even reconstructing it would take hours. Defeated, he knelt down to collect the fragments, which had splintered into dozens of shards. Sijia, I was just joking. You didn't have to take it seriously. She expressed a hint of remorse. Qin Xiaoyang smiled faintly, remaining silent as he gathered the pieces into a bag. Let us go eat, he declared, stepping out the door first. Shin Sijia followed behind him, behaving like a docile woman. Xiaoyang, what are your plans for the afternoon? She inquired, attempting to break the awkward silence. Qin Xiaoyang, focused on driving, remained silent. Feeling the tension, she added, what else could I do but repair the vase? Women truly are extravagant. That wasn't my intention, Shin Sijia retorted. It's just 1 million or so. What's the big deal? Hearing Qin Xiaoyang's tone, she felt a flicker of annoyance. Thus, the two unhappy individuals fell into a silence, each harboring their grievances. Qin Xiaoyang resented being wrongfully accused, while Shin Sijia felt slighted by his lingering displeasure. This marked the first rift between them. After a hasty lunch, Qin Xiaoyang dropped Shin Sijia off at her company before heading home, specifically to Bao Xiao's place, where he could find the necessary glue for repairs. He began sorting through the larger shards, quickly reconstructing the vase's outline. The smaller pieces proved troublesome, as aligning the intricate patterns was a meticulous task. Before long, night had fallen. Meanwhile, Shin Sijia reflected on her actions, realizing she may have overstepped. Qin Xiaoyang was engaged in serious work, and her jealousy over a few ambiguous words had been unwarranted. 1 million was indeed trivial for Shin Sijia, given her wealthy background, yet for others, it constituted a significant sum. Even for Qin Xiaoyang, such a loss would be distressing. His restraint was commendable. Determined to apologize, Shin Sijia believed that a simple acknowledgement would mend things, perhaps with a little extra affection later that evening. She called Qin Xiaoyang, but his phone, old and worn, had succumbed to battery failure once again. Left with no other options, she decided to purchase a new phone and visited a plant shop, only to discover from Bao Xiao that Qin Xiaoyang had not been there at all. Where could he have gone? The villa? Unlikely. After much contemplation, Shin Sijia concluded he might be at either Guan Yue's place, renowned for his restoration skills, or their former residence. Ultimately, she opted to return to her company, waiting for Qin Xiaoyang to pick her up after work. As dusk settled, Qin Xiaoyang, having completed the repairs, realized he had lost track of time. Rushing to his car, he discovered his phone had died, leaving him no means to contact Shin Sijia. He hastily drove toward Shin's company. Inside her office, Shin Sijia felt a sense of grievance. Qin Xiaoyang often overlooked her, frequently forgetting to pick her up, which felt dismissive. Suddenly, she noticed a flicker of light through the window. Her heart leaped with joy. The headlights of a car. Qin Xiaoyang had arrived. Upon entering the building, he spotted the glowing lights of her office and took the elevator upstairs. Without knocking, he pushed the door open to find Shin Sijia asleep on the sofa, curled up against the chill of the air conditioning. Overcome with guilt, he quickly turned off the air conditioner, lifted her gently, and turned off the lights, heading for the elevator. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Sijia was not truly asleep. With Qin Xiaoyang's newfound strength, carrying her felt as effortless as lifting a doll. He placed her in the back seat of the car and drove back to the villa, with Shin Sijia feigning surprise as she woke up. How did I end up back here? Rain Butterfly, did you bring me home? She asked, her eyes wide with playful deception. Sister-in-law, I just got back too. Didn't you come with my brother? Qin Yudi replied, confused by the exchange. Qin Xiaoyang, too weary to explain, donned an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, reflecting on the day's challenges. The responsibilities of being a man felt overwhelming. Perhaps a trip to Thailand was in order? End of chapter 77. The habit of inappropriate touch before long. The 4 dishes and a soup were prepared. Qin Yudi sensed that there was something amiss between her brother and sister-in-law. After a simple meal, she hurried to wash up and retire for the night. Naturally, Qin Chaoyang had to tidy up the table. Both of them wished to alleviate the tension with conversation, but neither knew what to say. Once the cleaning was done and Qin Yudi emerged from her bath, she was about to enter her room when Qin Chaoyang called out to her. Yudi, was there anything unusual at the shop today? Qin Yudi longed to enter her room, but since Qin Chaoyang had asked, she felt obliged to respond. A few customers came in, and we sold 2 potted plants, one of which was referred by someone named Li Xingha. Qin Chaoyang nodded. It was not uncommon for his shop to go days without sales. After all, the potted plants were worth several tens of thousands, which not everyone could afford. While they conversed, Shun Sijia went to take her shower. Brother, did you and sister-in-law have a quarrel? Qin Yudi probed cautiously. Qin Chaoyang shot her a glare, signaling her to hurry off to bed. Qin Yudi stuck out her tongue and quickly retreated to her room, only to suddenly remember something. She poked her head out again. Brother, the membership card is ready. You can give it to her tomorrow. Qin Chaoyang was feeling quite vexed. He waved his hand dismissively at Qin Yudi and sank into the sofa. Lost in thought about the morrow and the antique shop he was planning to open, so many matters to attend to. Once Shin Sijia finished her shower, she said nothing and retreated into her room. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chaoyang decided to set his worries aside and tackle each task one by one, completing what was at hand before worrying about the rest. Upon entering the bathroom, he was met with a disheartening sight. Shin Sijia had carelessly left her clothes strewn on the floor, most notably her undergarment. He tossed the garments into the washing machine and began his own shower. Afterward, he awkwardly entered Shun Sijia's room, only to be jolted by the frigid air. The air conditioning was set to 18 degrees. More distressing was the discovery that his sleeping space was gone. Qin Chaoyang plugged in his phone to charge and, feeling rather brazen, slipped into bed. Sharing a bed naturally led to physical contact, and to his surprise, he found Shin Sijia was not wearing a top. Although she lay with her back to him, the sensation was unmistakable. Some things need not be articulated. Qin Chaoyang, familiar with the territory, positioned his hand where it belonged. The difference between wearing and not wearing clothing was palpable. This evening, Qin Chaoyang was more direct than in previous nights, where he had gradually worked his way from the lower abdomen, allowing for an acclimatization process. Tonight, however, he dove straight to the matter at hand, causing Shin Sijia to shudder involuntarily. She promptly pushed his wandering hand away. With an inward sigh, Qin Chaoyang realized that Shin Sijia was still upset. He had intended to soothe her, but after an exhausting afternoon, he felt drowsy and succumbed to sleep. Shin Sijia, meanwhile, awaited the return of Qin Chaoyang's hand. But after a considerable wait, all she heard was his soft snoring. Frustrated, she turned over to rouse him, then flipped back, inadvertently guiding his hand to her desired spot. People often grow accustomed to certain comforts, and if one day that comfort is absent, it feels rather unsettling. Shin Sijia was experiencing just that these past 2 nights. She had become accustomed to Qin Chaoyang's wandering hand. His restlessness stirred him awake, and he soon discovered that his hand had found its way back. But that was not the crux of the matter. It had been 3 days. It was time to expand his efforts. Thus, Qin Chaoyang began to explore more freely, touching and squeezing, eventually venturing downward. Shin Sijia trembled slightly, yet this time she did not resist, allowing Qin Chaoyang to reach his destination. Just as he was about to remove her final piece of clothing, Shin Sijia interjected, "Don't go overboard. No further actions, or I will sever your hand." Qin Chaoyang hastily ceased his movements. This was already a significant advancement, and with a few more days, he was certain he would achieve his desires. It seemed the moment to present flowers had arrived. Qin Chaoyang was no fool, nor was he a naive romantic. He had simply been too preoccupied of late. Sensing his cessation, Shun Sijia shifted her body backward, pressing against his chest, primarily due to the chilly indoor temperature. The following day unfolded with familiar routines. After dropping Shin Sijia at her workplace, Qin Chaoyang made his way to the flower shop. He tended to Lin Xianxuan's 2 camellias once more, satisfied with the results. He tucked a membership card into his pocket, placed the 2 camellias in the trunk, and drove toward Lin Xianxuan's villa. The membership card did not contain 1,000,000, but rather 700,000, as he had decided to waive the 30,600. This minor adjustment would leave a favorable impression. While driving, he called Lin Xianxuan. At that moment, she was at work, but upon receiving Qin Chaoyang's call, she quickly drove back. Barely 5 minutes after arriving at the villa, Qin Chaoyang appeared. The sight of the 2 camellias, now vibrant and far more beautiful than before, astonished her. "Mr. Qin, you are truly remarkable. I almost didn't recognize these 2 camellias as mine. How much do I owe you?" Qin Xiaoyang did not reply immediately. Instead, he handed Lin Qianxuan the membership card. Miss Lin, this is the membership card you applied for last time. It has been processed, and I thought to present it to you today. The maintenance cost for these 2 camellias will be waived as a courtesy for being the first to obtain a membership at our shop. Of course, if you could refer some business our way, I would be most grateful. Qin Xiaoyang had his reasons for not charging her. Lin Qianxuan exuded an air of affluence and status. As he had previously mentioned, even a few referrals would outweigh any fees. Lin Qianxuan nodded, not one to take undue advantage. Given the current state of the camellias, their maintenance costs were no less than 100,000. Recognizing a good intention, she saw no reason to turn it away. Very well, thank you, Mr. Qin. I will certainly refer business to you when the opportunity arises. However, I do have a question for you, Mr. Qin, if you would be willing to answer. End of chapter. Chapter 78. Confession. Mr. Qin nodded, signaling Lin Qianxuan to proceed with her inquiry. Mr. Qin, how did you manage to rejuvenate my camellias in just 2 days? Their current state surpasses their initial quality upon purchase, especially with the abundance of new buds. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyang wouldn't disclose the truth. Ms. Lin, I regret to say that I cannot divulge that information. Each individual possesses unique aptitudes and excels in specific domains. These varying capabilities lead to diverse areas of expertise. For instance, Ms. Lin is adept at managing a company, while I am limited to operating a bonsai shop. I wouldn't presume to inquire about your company's operational strategies. And I trust Ms. Lin understands my position. Lin Qianxuan smiled, comprehending that Qin Xiaoyang was alluding to trade secrets. Expertise lies in specialization, and Qin Xiaoyang's proficiency in this domain was not something he would readily reveal. Ms. Lin, I must attend to other matters and shall not intrude further. You are welcome to visit my shop at your leisure. With that, Qin Xiaoyang departed, leaving Lin Qianxuan contemplating her membership card and the 2 camellias. She found him to be an intriguing individual. After leaving Lin Qianxuan, Qin Xiaoyang proceeded to a florist, where he ordered a large bouquet of roses. He pinned a card and arranged for a delivery to Shun's jewelry via a florist assistant. Shen Sijia was in her office, lost in contemplation, replaying the events of the previous night. She couldn't fathom how she had allowed Qin Xiaoyang to take liberties. She blushed at the thought. That rascal is such a lecher. She mused, so refined during the day, yet a completely different person at night. Moreover, she was perturbed by the fact that he had yet to express his feelings despite their intimacy. A knock at the door interrupted her reverie. It was evident that it wasn't Qin Xiaoyang, as he was never one for formalities like knocking. Enter, she called out. Li Wenjing entered, carrying a large bouquet of flowers. Miss Shun, these were delivered for you. Shen Sijia furrowed her brow, accepted the flowers, and casually placed them aside. She then picked up the card, gesturing for Li Wenjing to leave. The card bore a simple message. Sijia, I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend? Shen Sijia's face flushed with elation. Although unsigned, she recognized the handwriting as Qin Xiaoyang's. All the bonsai labels in his shop were written in his hand. Despite his handsome appearance, his penmanship was quite appealing. She set the card aside, picked up the roses, and inhaled their fragrance deeply. Finally, he's come to his senses, she thought. Oh dear, what if I get embarrassed when he comes over to talk about this? Should I accept him or turn him down? Shen Sijia was lost in thought, unable to concentrate on work for the rest of the morning. She kept glancing out the window every 5 minutes. Finally, on her umpteenth glance, Qin Xiaoyang appeared. It was the same car, the same man, but this time he held a single rose. Shen Sijia's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. She heard the door open and quickly returned to her seat, pretending to work. Qin Xiaoyang, experienced in matters of the heart, knew how to achieve his objective efficiently. He walked directly to Shen Sijia, held the rose in his mouth, extended his hands, and pulled her up. Sijia, I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend? He declared as he handed her the flower. Qin Xiaoyang's declaration was straightforward, devoid of flowery language or sentimental verses. It was simple and direct. He had even consulted online resources for touching phrases, such as I adore you like the summer's lingering warmth, tirelessly, and I adore you like the wind that has blown 8,000 miles, never asking when it will return. However, he rejected them all, believing that love either exists or it doesn't. Beautiful verses cannot alter its presence or absence. For those struggling to make ends meet, a loaf of bread is more meaningful than love. For a woman like Shen Sijia, love is about mutual affection, shared joy, and common interests. At their level, the perceived lack of love is often a lack of family. Both Qin Xiaoyang and Shen Sijia were unlikely to have much time for romance. Mutual understanding, candlelit dinners, and after-dinner strolls would suffice. Therefore, if Shinshijia harbored feelings for Qin Chaoyang, his actions would ultimately lead to the same outcome. Success is success, and failure is failure, regardless of the words spoken. As Chun Paisai once said, conscience either exists or it doesn't, it cannot be awakened. The idea is nearly identical. Shinshijia had intended to play hard to get, but Qin Chaoyang's ardent gaze caused her to forget all her prepared lines. When he asked, "Will you be my girlfriend?" she nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I will. But you must pick me up from work on time, and you must cheer me up when I'm down." Also, Qin Chaoyang didn't give Shinshijia a chance to continue, as more words meant more restrictions. He opted for the simplest and most direct approach, a kiss. Shinshijia was taken by surprise, her first kiss gone in an instant. She was stunned and initially wanted to push Qin Chaoyang away, but she found herself succumbing to the sensation and slowly closed her eyes. Just as Qin Chaoyang was about to take advantage of the situation, Shinshijia's phone rang. She quickly regained her senses, blushed, and pushed Qin Chaoyang away. "Rogue. Lecher," she scolded before hastily adjusting her clothes and answering the phone. Qin Chaoyang knew that he had succeeded. Now that the boss had work to do, he had to leave. As he exited the office, he noticed Li Wenjing staring in his direction. He approached her, mainly because he had a question that had been bothering him. Why was Li Wenjing so indifferent to him? Chapter 79. Gao Yalan. Li Wenjing smiled as she noticed Qin Chaoyang's arrival. Qin Chaoyang, ever the extrovert, casually seated himself on Li Wenjing's desk. "Wenjing, may I pose a question to you?" Li Wenjing regarded Qin Chaoyang with a hint of suspicion before nodding in agreement. "Qin, do you harbor any prejudice against me? I can't help but feel you are indifferent towards me, and I assure you, I have not committed any grievous transgressions." Li Wenjing, upon hearing Qin Chaoyang's inquiry, glanced towards Shinshijia's office and whispered, "Brother Yang, I truly do not perceive you as you suggest. It's just that." She trailed off. Casting another glance at Shinshijia's direction, "Manager Shin disapproves of my close association with you. I trust you understand." Qin Chaoyang was perplexed, pondering what she meant. Just then, Shinsijia emerged from her office. He quickly approached her, eager to make a good impression during their honeymoon phase. "Sijia, what would you like for lunch today?" Shinsijia was pleased with Qin Chaoyang's attentiveness. In truth, she yearned to embrace her more feminine side. "It's up to you. I don't eat much anyway. By the way, do you have plans for this afternoon? If not, let us take a trip to Yuanshu Street." Qin Chaoyang contemplated for a moment before responding. "Perhaps we should go tomorrow. I need to visit the flower shop this afternoon since I haven't been there all day." As they conversed, they made their way towards the elevator. Li Wenjing watched them depart, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. She harbored genuine feelings for Qin Chaoyang and was aware of his affections, yet her own boss shared similar sentiments. Shinsijia was different from other women. She was not coy at all. The moment they exited the elevator, she linked her arm with Qin Chaoyang's. Now that they had established their relationship, such actions were entirely natural to her, regardless of others' opinions. After lunch, they shared a brief moment of intimacy in the car, a simple kiss on the lips. "Don't forget to pick me up on time tonight, or you'll find yourself sleeping on the floor," Shinsijia declared, swaying her hips as she entered the elevator. Qin Chaoyang rubbed his nose, feeling overwhelmed with responsibilities. Upon returning to his car, he retrieved his phone card, replacing it with a new phone that Shinsijia had purchased for him, and headed towards the flower shop. Upon arrival, he spotted Lin Xinshuan. Accompanying her was another beautiful woman. "Miss Lin, here again to purchase potted plants?" Lin Xinshuan smiled and pointed to the girl beside her. "Linen, allow me to introduce you to Qin Chaoyang. Mr. Qin, this is my classmate and close friend, Gao Yalan." Qin Chaoyang regarded the fashionable young woman. She appeared to be of similar age to Lin Xinshuan, with flowing waves cascading down her shoulders. Her delicate features were adorned with subtle makeup, and her slightly pouted lips evoked an irresistible desire to kiss. She wore a cream-colored t-shirt paired with a fitted skirt, her long legs accentuated by black stockings, every man's delight. With her arms crossed, she accentuated her curves, undeniably alluring. "Miss Gao, it is a pleasure to meet you." Qin Chaoyang extended his hand courteously. "Hello. I heard from Qinshuan that you can revive potted plants. Is that true?" Qin Chaoyang surmised that Gao Yalan was indeed here for her plants. "Rest assured, Miss Gao, as long as the potted plants are not beyond salvation, I can revive them. However, the cost might be a bit steep." Upon hearing this, Gao Yalan nodded, already informed by Lin Qinshuan prior to her visit. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those in affluent circles tend to associate with similar individuals. Thus, Lin Qinshuan's friends were generally of a similar status. "Don't worry, as long as you can revive my family's potted plants, You may set your price. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback and casually inquired, do you have a passion for gardening, Miss Gao? Gao Yalan shook her head with a wry smile. If I had such a passion, the plants wouldn't be in this predicament. They belong to my grandfather. He has been unwell and went to the capital for treatment. So he entrusted me with their care. Unfortunately, I forgot about them amidst my busy schedule, and by the time I remembered, several were on the brink of death. My grandfather is recovering and may return soon, hence my urgency. She winked playfully. Qin Xiaoyang understood the situation. The plants had been neglected, and with her grandfather's impending return, Gao Yalan was anxious to rectify the situation. Very well, if it's convenient for you. Shall we take a look together? Gao Yalan nodded, pointing to 2 pots of clivia. I'll take those 2 as well. I heard that membership here offers discounts. Could you sign me up? Upon hearing the mention of a membership, the shop attendant promptly began assisting her. At that moment, Lin Xinshuan nudged Qin Xiaoyang with her elbow. Although this gesture was somewhat presumptuous, youth often disregard such formalities. See, I told you, this is a wealthy client. Whether you can handle it is up to you. Lin Xinshuan teased, playfully winking. Qin Xiaoyang felt a bit awkward at her words, but fortunately, the membership process was swift. He placed the 2 pots of clivia into his trunk, essentially delivering them to her doorstep. Gao Yalan, not driving herself, rode in Lin Xinshuan's car, while Qin Xiaoyang followed behind. Curiously, Gao Yalan's grandfather lived not in a villa, but in a modest 6-story apartment building equipped with an elevator. As they ascended to the top floor, Qin Xiaoyang observed numerous potted plants on the balcony. With his semi-professional eye, he recognized their considerable value. Mr. Qin, these plants are nearly dead, and these 2 are completely lifeless. Do you have any remedies? End of chapter. Chapter 80. The jade cicada. Qin Xiaoyang understood why Gao Yalan had purchased 2 potted clivia plants. The deceased ones were indeed clivia. While there was nothing he could do for those that had perished, he believed he could revive the remaining pots, rendering them even more beautiful and robust than before. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoyang's words, Gao Yalan's eyes sparkled with interest. How long will it take? My grandfather treasures these potted plants dearly, and he is expected to return in just over a week. Will that be enough time? Qin Xiaoyang nodded, saying, it is a bit urgent, but I believe I can manage it. However, regarding the price. At this juncture, Lin Xinshuan interjected, rest assured, Lin is quite wealthy. Just tell us how much. Gao Yalan burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Xinshuan refer to her as a little rich girl. In that case, since you are a friend introduced by Miss Lin, I shall not charge excessively. How about 200,000 for all 5 pots combined? Qin Xiaoyang considered this a fair price, though he was open to negotiation. Mr. Qin, does that mean 200,000 for all 5 pots? Gao Yalan asked, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. As Lin Xinshuan had previously mentioned that the treatment of such flowers was exceedingly complex and costly, she had braced herself for a hefty sum, so she was surprised by the quoted price. Qin Xiaoyang was aware that he had set the price low, but it was too late to retract his words. Well, primarily because Miss Gao is a friend of Miss Lin, I couldn't possibly prioritize money over relationships, could I? Besides, given how agreeable Miss Gao is, I cannot in good conscience inflate the price unnecessarily. After all, fortune favors those who are generous, and if Miss Gao could assist in promoting my business in the future, the investment would undoubtedly pay off. Gao Yalan chuckled, amused by Qin Xiaoyang's reasoning. His words were undoubtedly strategic, having stated the price. He could not afford to backtrack without damaging his reputation. Not only would Gao Yalan lose respect for him, but Lin Xinshuan might also think less of him, a consequence too grave to bear. Additionally, this was a way to honor Lin Xinshuan, ensuring mutual satisfaction. Mr. Qin, you aren't harboring feelings for my dear Xinshuan, are you? Gao Yalan jested, which left Qin Xiaoyang feeling somewhat awkward, and Lin Xinshuan equally uncomfortable. Miss Gao, you jest. I am but a humble florist, running a small shop to earn a modest living. Meeting Miss Lin is merely serendipitous. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Very well. I shall take these 5 potted plants and return them to you in about 5 days. Qin Xiaoyang expressed his desire to leave, as he had other matters to attend to. With 2 pots in his arms, he and Lin Xinshuan assisted Gao Yalan with the remaining 3 pots before he waved goodbye and departed. Interesting, Xinshuan. I find Qin Xiaoyang to be quite admirable. Have you considered him? Gao Yalan remarked. Lin Xinshuan rolled her eyes at her friend. There are many good men out there. I cannot simply entertain everyone I meet. Besides, he just mentioned having a girlfriend. Gao Yalan pouted. So what if he has a girlfriend? Is she more beautiful or wealthier than you? In truth, Gao Yalan was mistaken. Shinxijia was indeed wealthier than Lin Xinshuan. As for beauty, that was subjective. Upon returning to his flower shop, Qin Chaoyang's first task was to replace the soil, fertilize, and water the 5 potted plants. He then commenced a healing procedure using his spiritual energy. By the time he finished, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had initially planned to visit Huangguangyin to absorb spiritual energy from antiques, sensing that his own energy was nearing a breakthrough. At that moment, a woman entered the shop, Fangya, the very source of the discord between Qin Chaoyang and Shinxijia. Upon seeing Qin Chaoyang, her face brightened. Chaoyang, after you left yesterday. Yesterday, Qin Chaoyang had discovered something inside a toad, but due to Shinxijia's phone call, he had only mentioned it casually before departing. After he left, Fangya pondered over his words and ultimately decided to smash the toad, knowing it was a counterfeit and not worth lamenting. To her astonishment, upon breaking it, she uncovered a jade cicada. Indeed, a jade cicada was hidden within the toad. Fangya had intended to call Qin Chaoyang to share this discovery, but when his phone was off, she decided to visit him after finishing her errands today. Qin Chaoyang examined the jade cicada and casually handed it back to Fangya, saying, "Congratulations, Fangya, you've struck gold." Fangya felt a bit embarrassed. "Chaoyang, this hardly qualifies as striking gold. If not for your discovery, I might have gifted it to someone as a mere trinket. Could you tell me about its origin and value?" Qin Chaoyang nodded and began detailing the jade cicada's era and worth. This jade cicada dates back to the Han Dynasty. The jade from that period, primarily sourced from the Hetian region, is known for its exquisite quality and craftsmanship. The patina on this piece indicates its considerable age. As Qin Chaoyang elaborated on the cicada's provenance, Fangya's eyes grew wider with excitement. This was indeed a significant find. She had purchased the toad for 50,000 2 years prior, never anticipating that it concealed such a treasure. "So what is its value?" Fangya inquired eagerly. Qin Chaoyang raised a hand. "The market price should not be less than 5 million. Fangya was left astounded. "Chaoyang, your integrity is commendable. I truly admire you. Had it been someone else, they might have kept it for themselves, yet you chose to inform me. As the saying goes, half for the one who finds it. You cannot refuse this." Qin Chaoyang, however, had no intention of accepting any payment. "Fangjia, your words are too generous. What is more valuable, money or friendship? You have treated me as a friend, offering me this space rent-free. I have yet to express my gratitude, and besides, this treasure rightfully belongs to you." Fangya was touched by Qin Chaoyang's heartfelt words, momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, I won't be overly sentimental. I will remember this. By the way, you left in quite a hurry yesterday. Was everything all right?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 81. Candlelight dinner. Qin Chaoyang was not foolish enough to discuss yesterday's events with Fangya and quickly found an excuse to brush it off. After Fangya left, Qin Yudi immediately began to complain about her brother. "Brother, are you silly? That woman clearly is wealth. Why would she refuse to share half with you? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I want it." Qin Chaoyang was amused by her words. "Are you really that short on money? I heard from Sijia that she just gave you 10,000 the other day. You wouldn't tell me you've already spent it all, would you?" Qin Yudi shook her head vigorously. Though Qin Chaoyang was somewhat strict with his only sister, he certainly adored her. "Yudi, money is indeed a valuable asset. But it depends on the nature of the money. Take Sijia, for instance. When she gives you money, it's merely pocket money. You can take it without hesitation. As you are my sister. However, it's different with Fangya. Our relationship is merely that of friends. If I were to accept such a sum, our bond would surely weaken. Over 2 million may seem like a fortune, but in time, you will realize it is merely a number, easily attainable." Qin Yudi pouted, exclaiming, "Brother, it's easy for you to say. I only earn 3,000 a month. If I don't eat or drink, that's just 36,000 a year, and in 10 years, only 360,000. My goodness." The more she calculated, the more it felt like astronomical figures. Qin Chaoyang chose not to elaborate further. After all, Qin Yudi was still young and would understand these matters once she truly entered society. Some things required a perspective to maximize benefits. He ruffled her hair affectionately before beginning to infuse spiritual energy into the potted plants he had previously tended. Checking the time, he took a stroll through the flower market and purchased some valuable flowers he came across. After giving a brief order, Qin Chaoyang drove to the Shun Jewelry Company. He had promised Shinxijia not to be late. Furthermore, their relationship had been clarified, and if he could successfully cheer Shinxijia up tonight, perhaps. As he drove past a Western restaurant, he reserved a private room before arriving at the Shin Group. Shinxijia finished work at 5 in the afternoon. Though her schedule was rather flexible, who would dare to impose rules on her? Upon seeing Qin Xiaoyang's car, she quickly shut her computer, hummed a popular tune, and gathered her belongings before exiting her office. However, instead of taking the elevator down, she waited. She intended to let others see that she had a boyfriend. As Qin Xiaoyang stepped out of the elevator, he spotted Shen Sijia waiting for him. "Good, I'm not late," she praised him, stepping into the elevator and linking her arm with his. "What shall we have for dinner? Should we cook ourselves when we get back?" "It's a secret," Qin Xiaoyang replied cryptically. He remembered that Shen Sijia loved the scent of rose perfume and planned to buy her a bottle the following day. As the saying goes, one can recognize a woman by her fragrance. Those who favor rose scents often possess certain traits: sentimental, emotionally rich, lost in reverie, and captivated by romance, yet weary of struggle and resistant to constraints. Whether or not this was accurate, neither Qin Xiaoyang nor Shen Sijia inquired further. In truth, Qin Xiaoyang was not particularly fond of Western cuisine. He had only dined in such places because Su Meishan enjoyed them. In their private room, a candle holder adorned the center of the table, filled with red candles. Indeed, this was the quintessential candlelight dinner. Shen Sijia felt quite pleased, realizing that Qin Xiaoyang understood romance. "Xiaoyang, you really don't have to go to such lengths. I'm not a woman who craves extravagance, as long as you are here to share a meal with me. I would even be content with pickles. And you claim to like me. Tell me, what do you like about me?" Shen Sijia blushed as she gazed at Qin Xiaoyang. He poured her a glass of red wine, then filled his own, raising his glass in a toast. "Sijia, do you prefer the truth or a lie?" Shen Sijia shot him a playful glare. "What do you think?" Coughing lightly, Qin Xiaoyang began his performance. "Well, you possess a great figure and striking looks. You can be a vase or a temptress, bear children, and be charming, preferably a bit flirtatious at night." "Ah." Shen Sijia had just taken a small sip of wine and inadvertently sprayed it all over Qin Xiaoyang's face. He was momentarily speechless. Licking his tongue, he exclaimed, "What a delightful flavor you have." Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed. "I'm not talking to you anymore. You're so unrefined." However, she was secretly pleased, for Qin Xiaoyang had just complimented her. A great figure and striking looks were certainly flattering, and she conveniently overlooked the latter part of his statement. Qin Xiaoyang sighed with relief. He had anticipated this question from her. As Shen Sijia took out a napkin to wipe the wine from Qin Xiaoyang's face, he seized the moment to plant a kiss on her. She tossed the napkin at him, saying, "You always want to take advantage of me. Clean it yourself. By the way, who has a better figure, me or Bao Xiaoxiao?" Qin Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. She hadn't forgotten that topic. "Of course, your figure is better. For instance, your waist is just the right size, with a bit of softness. That's my favorite kind. Look at Bao Xiaoxiao. She's too large. I bet by 30, she'll definitely sag, and when she walks, she'll bump into her knees." Shen Sijia burst into laughter at Qin Xiaoyang's exaggerated remarks. But as long as it amused her, that was all that mattered. Thus, the candlelight dinner became considerably more intimate, filled with playful feeding of each other. "Sijia, since our relationship has been confirmed, can we take the next step tonight?" Qin Xiaoyang, having successfully cheered Shen Sijia up, boldly broached the subject of his desires. Shen Sijia understood precisely what he meant and what he wished to do. She also recognized that, as circumstances naturally unfolded, since she had already accepted Qin Xiaoyang and shared moments of intimacy over the past 2 nights, progressing further was entirely feasible. Yet, she felt it was not the right time. "Xiaoyang, let us wait a few more days." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang's spirits dampened. Shen Sijia retorted, "What is meant to be yours will eventually be yours. Why the rush? Do you wish to run a red light today?" The chapter concludes. Chapter 82. The New Finds Well. A single remark from Shen Sijia left Qin Xiaoyang utterly speechless. "Wait, you still plan to drink after arriving?" It took Qin Xiaoyang a moment to process her words. Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed as she replied, "This is our first official date. I thought it would be nice to drink a bit less, as a keepsake." Qin Xiaoyang was at a loss for words. What was there to commemorate? "Listen, don't drink too much. Don't focus on the surface and overlook what lies beneath." Before he could finish, Shen Sijia had already tugged at his ear. "You lecher. Do you want to die?" Their dinner concluded joyfully amid playful banter. As they exited the Western restaurant, Qin Xiaoyang's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Huang Guangyan. "Hello. All right, I'll be there shortly." Noticing Qin Xiaoyang hang up, Shen Sijia quickly inquired, "What happened?" As he opened the passenger door for her, he climbed into the car and began to explain. "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems something new has come up." "What do you mean by new?" Shen Sijia asked, puzzled. "New find is our industry lingo. It simply refers to items freshly unearthed. Understanding dawned on Shin Sijia. It meant tomb raiding. The journey to Huang Guangyin's villa was brief, taking less than half an hour. Huang Ying opened the door for them. Qin Chaoyang nodded and walked straight in, harboring no fondness for her. Huang Ying, unsure of what to say, engaged Shin Sijia in conversation instead. Chaoyang, you're here. Come look at this. As soon as Qin Chaoyang entered the living room, Huang Guangyin eagerly pulled him to the table, where two items lay. Chaoyang, I bought these yesterday. But at the time, I didn't pay much attention. It turned out Huang Guangyin had coincidentally encountered two suspicious individuals engaged in a clandestine transaction involving a burlap sack. As someone who frequently dealt with antique dealers, he instantly suspected the sack contained valuable items. After watching the two fail to complete their trade, he hurried over and, after some negotiation, purchased the two items for a mere 800,000 yuan. This would have been inconsequential. But today he learned from the news that a tomb raiding gang had recently excavated a grave and stolen numerous artifacts. The police were currently on the hunt, and the wanted suspects bore a striking resemblance to the two individuals Huang Guangyin had encountered. Though this matter initially seemed unrelated to him, Huang Guangyin's purchase of the two items put him at risk if an investigation ensued. Thus, he decided to report it to the police, but wanted Qin Chaoyang's help in appraising the items first. If they were not from a recent excavation, it would indicate he was overthinking the situation. After listening to Huang Guangyin's account, Qin Chaoyang wasted no time and began his appraisal. Within a minute, he identified the origin of the two items. Brother Nian, you should report this. They are from the Ming dynasty, and their excavation date is less than a month ago. Huang Guangyin nodded and picked up his phone to make the call. After finishing his conversation, Qin Chaoyang exchanged a few words before preparing to leave. But Huang Guangyin stopped him. Chaoyang, if you leave now, I want to be able to explain later. Wishing to avoid any complications, Qin Chaoyang pondered for a moment and said, Brother Nian, just tell the truth, and then. Meanwhile, Huang Ying and Shin Sijia continued their conversation. Sijia, why did you deceive me earlier? Shin Sijia feigned ignorance. What do you mean? You've completely confused me. Huang Ying, being rather naive, was no match for Shin Sijia's wit. You said Qin Chaoyang is a lecher. That is not untrue, is it? Shin Sijia nodded. You also said he cohabits with 3 women. That was your claim, right? Shin Sijia nodded again. Well, that is not an issue. Qin Chaoyang certainly has his vices. But then again, which man doesn't he? Out of 10, 9 are lecherous, and the last one is particularly so. Not being lecherous would be abnormal. Why else do beautiful women adorn themselves if not for men? If there were no men in the world, would women still bother to dress up? They'd probably not even wear clothes. Huang Ying furrowed her brow, realizing that Shin Sijia had a point. Yet something felt amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Then what does it mean that he lives with 3 women? Huang Ying decided to shift her line of questioning. Indeed, he lives with 3 women. Let me tell you about that house. Shin Sijia recounted the details she knew, albeit with slight embellishments. Sijia, after all this time, is this what you meant by cohabitation? Shin Sijia shrugged. What do you think? Oh dear, Huang Ying, don't tell me you thought of it that way. You're so naive. It's said that foreigners have an open mindset. I didn't expect you to change so much after 2 years abroad. Truth be told, Shin Sijia had no intention of deceiving her friend Huang Ying, but the situation involved Qin Chaoyang, and perhaps love is inherently selfish. Sijia, stop joking. I'm a serious person. Just then, Qin Chaoyang's conversation concluded. Sijia, let us head back. Shin Sijia ceased her playful banter with Huang Ying and stood up, naturally linking her arm with Qin Chaoyang's. Huang Ying, though innocent, was not oblivious. Seeing Shin Sijia's demeanor, she began to piece things together. After bidding farewell to Huang Guangyin and the others, Qin Chaoyang drove off without hesitation. Just as the car exited the community, police vehicles entered. Qin Chaoyang let out a heavy sigh. He truly dreaded complications. This incident was initially unrelated to him, but if he were to get entangled, it would surely lead to a myriad of troubles. An inquiry was inevitable, and such delays would consume a considerable amount of his time. Sijia, what were you and Huang Ying chatting about so happily just now? Qin Chaoyang casually asked while driving. Shin Sijia's lips curled into a slight smile. That is a secret among girls. You men shouldn't pry. By the way, when are you moving? Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Moving? To where? This question displeased Shin Sijia, who immediately pouted. What she meant was when Qin Chaoyang would leave Bao Xiaoxiao's place to stay with her. After all, there were 3 beautiful women at Bao Xiaoxiao's, and what if something were to happen? Naturally, her desire to move in with him was of a different nature. How about tomorrow? You can come with me to get my things? End of chapter. Chapter 83. Trouble has arrived upon returning to Shun Sijia's villa. The routine was unchanged, shower and sleep. However, Qin Xiaoyang had become more subdued that night, primarily out of concern for Shin Sijia's feelings. A night passed in silence, and the following day, Qin Xiaoyang did not return to move. Instead, he continued to attend to his own affairs. His first stop was the potted plant store, after which he drove to the antique street. Today, he was not there to seek bargains or absorb energy. Rather, he intended to explore potential store spaces. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyang had decided to open an antique shop. Originally, his plan was to accompany Shin Sijia to purchase jade raw stones that morning and then return to collect his belongings. However, due to an unexpected meeting Shin Sijia had that morning, the plans changed. After a brief exploration, he found no storefronts available for transfer. So he drove back to his residence. There remained a vase to repair, the one he had broken in Shin Sijia's office a couple of days prior. It had been several days since he last returned. Upon unlocking the door, he was taken aback. Since it was Saturday, Su Xiaoro didn't have to work and had indulged in a leisurely sleep-in. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat or Qin Xiaoyang's prolonged absence. Su Xiaoro was dressed rather casually. Essentially, she wore nothing but her underwear. She had intended to use the restroom and then change before heading out shopping. However, just as she exited the bathroom, she encountered Qin Xiaoyang returning home. Su Xiaoro was clad in a pink ensemble, which, due to the summer heat, was rather minimal. This led to an awkward moment as Qin Xiaoyang caught her in full view. Initially stunned, Su Xiaoro quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hurried back to her room. Qin Xiaoyang touched his nose, realizing he had returned at an inopportune moment. He promptly retreated to his own room and began packing, determined to move out. As for the vase, he merely wrapped it in clothing and placed it in the box. He arrived with a box, and now he would leave with one as well. Opening the door, he found Xiaoro and Mei Qi in the living room. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Mei Qi inquired, surprised by the sight of Qin Xiaoyang with the box. "I plan to move out. It's a bit inconvenient here." At this moment, Su Xiaoro realized what was happening and misinterpreted his intentions. She assumed Qin Xiaoyang was leaving because of the earlier incident. Blushing, she said, "Cousin, you don't have to leave. I think it's quite nice for all of us to live together. Besides, it was just a misunderstanding, and I was wearing something." Upon hearing this, Mei Qi sensed a juicy story and began to pry for details. Su Xiaoro then stammered through her version of the earlier incident. "Humph. I thought it was something significant. It was just a glimpse of a lingerie show. What is the big deal? Cousin is family. We're not losing out, right, cousin?" Qin Xiaoyang was left speechless. Such comments should be directed at Su Xiaoro, not him. Regardless of the circumstances, it was not his loss. "Sister Xiaoro, you've misunderstood. It's just that I have a place to stay now, and this location is rather far and inconvenient. So you intend to leave." Mei Qi interjected with a curse. "You can't go, what will we do? With so many wolves around, can you really trust us three girls here alone? I've heard that many perverts have been lurking about, peering in from other buildings with binoculars at night. If you leave, who will protect us?" Qin Xiaoyang was even more at a loss for words now. If there were indeed peeping toms, he was familiar with the concept, having experienced it himself before. The adage rings true, one must beware of those closest to home. They wanted him to stay, effectively inviting danger into their midst. "Cousin, you really shouldn't leave. If you're interested in watching, I wouldn't mind." Su Xiaoro's comment proved most disarming, rendering any reason for moving obsolete. "Very well. If I'm not to move, then so be it. I have little to pack anyway. At worst, I'll just drop by occasionally." At this point, he had to commend Shin Sijia, who had long since prepared his daily necessities and clothing. The items in his current place were inconsequential. Just then, Shin Sijia's call came through. Her meeting had concluded. Originally, there was no meeting scheduled for today, being Saturday, but in large companies, unusual circumstances often arise. Qin Xiaoyang returned the box to his room and drove to Shin Sijia's office. "Quickly tell me, where have you been? Were you spying on beautiful women?" Shin Sijia immediately questioned as she entered the car. "Of course not. I was checking the antique street for rental spaces. I'm preparing to open an antique shop." He refrained from mentioning his earlier intentions to move, wary of provoking jealousy in Shin Sijia. Naturally, Shin Sijia's earlier comment was merely a jest. "Xiaoyang, regarding the antique shop, you'd be better off seeking help from Huang Guangyan. He has more connections in that area. By the way, let us go buy some jade raw stones." Qin Xiaoyang nodded, but just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number and promptly hung up. He generally avoided unknown calls. given the prevalence of phone scams. However, before he could settle, the call came again. Hello? Police Bureau? All right, I'll head over now. Qin Xiaoyang sighed, shoulders slumped. He hadn't anticipated the previous night's events would catch up with him. He knew Shen Sijiao would inquire, so he decided to be forthright. To say the matter was unrelated to Huang Guangyan was accurate. The reason for the call stemmed from Guan Yuha. The police were investigating the case and had recovered some artifacts, but they lacked expertise in identifying them. Thus, their first thought was of Guan Yuha. However, Guan Yuha, being of advanced age, had moved to this location seeking tranquility, and now, faced with such troubles, he instinctively thought of his disciple, Qin Xiaoyang, which led to the call. Sijia, I'll take you to my shop. It's best you avoid that place. Shen Sijia nodded obediently, replying, just remember to return early. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, then. Seizing a moment when Shen Sijia was distracted, he swiftly leaned in to kiss her. This was a surprise attack. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Zhang Yangguo, the tongue, is most acutely aware of its own teeth, instantly recognizing which tooth is obstructed. If there exists another entity with such precise knowledge, it would be the man's roving hand. At the moment of a kiss, a man's hand behaves like a satellite navigation system, invariably finding its designated place with uncanny accuracy. Should one harbor doubts, a mere experiment would yield a flawless result. Shen Sijia was caught off guard by Qin Xiaoyang's sudden advance, momentarily bewildered, only to feel a tingling sensation spread through her body. By the time she regained her composure, his hand had already slipped beneath her clothing. Blushing, she promptly pushed him away and playfully reprimanded, "It's broad daylight. What are you doing? You feigned gentlemanly behavior last night, yet now, in the light of day, you seem utterly unashamed." Qin Xiaoyang chuckled softly in response. Under the weight of Shen Sijia's disapproving gaze, he started the car. Upon arriving at the precinct, nearly at 11 o'clock, he noticed 3 individuals approaching from within. One, appearing to be under 50, had a square face exuding righteousness. Following him were 2 others, one male, around 30, with an unremarkable appearance, and a young woman in her early 20s, who, while her precise age was indiscernible, possessed striking beauty, standing approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall. With short hair, double eyelids, large eyes, and an oval face adorned with a small mole near her heart. As for why Qin Xiaoyang scrutinized her so closely, well, it was primarily because of her beauty and the resemblance she bore to the square-faced man. Mr. Qin Xiaoyang, I am Zhang Guanghua, and this is our criminal investigation team leader, Zhang Yangguo. This is the public security team leader, Song Chao. Qin Xiaoyang promptly extended his hand in greeting. Ah, so you are Director Zhang and the 2 team leaders. I am Qin Xiaoyang. Zhang Guanghua nodded politely and ushered Qin Xiaoyang into the office. Zhang Yangguo prepared a cup of tea for him and stood to the side. Mr. Qin, the reason we summoned you is to assist us in appraising some antiques. As you know, while we excel in solving cases, we are utterly inept in antique appraisal. Initially, we intended to consult old man Guan Yuha, but he has been unwell lately, hence your recommendation. Upon hearing Zhang Guanhua's words, Qin Xiaoyang gleaned 2 vital pieces of information. Firstly, Guan Yuha's illness was likely a ruse, perhaps intended to encourage Qin Xiaoyang to hone his skills. Secondly, Zhang Guanghua held considerable respect for Guan Yuha, indicating his own significant status. Director Zhang, you are too kind. As for being a disciple, it is merely my master's generosity in accepting my humble self as a student. Qin Xiaoyang's response was both scholarly and humble, indirectly affirming his connection to Guan Yuha. You are too modest, Mr. Qin. Currently, based on public reports and our findings, we can ascertain that these individuals hail from Shaanxi province. Coincidentally, a tomb has been discovered there that has been looted, while here we have surfaced new antiquities. According to descriptions from the informants, these individuals likely belong to a tomb-robbing gang from Shaanxi. Qin Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. Such matters were of no concern to him, and logically, they should not involve him. Director Zhang, I am merely an enthusiast of antiquities with some knowledge in the field. As for apprehending criminals, that is your domain and seems unrelated to my responsibilities. Zhang Guanghua smiled and nodded. Indeed, this matter does not directly involve you, Mr. Qin. However, aside from seeking your expertise in appraising these antiques, we also need to travel to Shaanxi to verify whether these items originated from there. Moreover, the stolen items are likely more numerous, and we may require your assistance for further appraisal. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang felt overwhelmed. Director Zhang, while I have an obligation to assist the police in their investigations, I must also consider my own limitations. I am but an ordinary person with my own commitments. Appraising antiques is feasible, but traveling elsewhere may not be possible. Zhang Guanghua appeared to have anticipated Qin Xiaoyang's response, smiling as he said, "Mr. Qin, there is no rush. We can take our time and discuss it later. For now, our primary concern is to ascertain the provenance and age of these items." Qin Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. That was certainly achievable. Team Leader Zhang, it's getting late. Please take Mr. Qin out for a meal. We can discuss the appraisal afterward. Only then did Qin Xiaoyang remember that Xin Sijia had requested he return home early. However, it was evident that returning now was impractical. Director Zhang, may I make a quick phone call? Zhang Guanghua gestured for him to proceed. Qin Xiaoyang left Zhang Guanghua's office and called Xin Sijia, briefly explaining the situation. A few affectionate words quickly won her over. After hanging up, he noticed Zhang Yangguo were standing nearby, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. "Did you eavesdrop on my call?" Qin Xiaoyang asked. Slightly annoyed. After all, no one wishes to be overheard during intimate conversations with their partner. "Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Qin. I just stepped out," she replied. "Let me take you out for a meal. I wonder if you're accustomed to boxed lunches." Her tone carried a hint of teasing. Qin Xiaoyang was uncertain, as he held no particular conflict with Zhang Yangguo. In truth, the boxed lunch was quite satisfactory, certainly better than what he had eaten while apprenticing under Zhou Poppy. "Mr. Qin, are you 25 this year?" As they enjoyed their meal, Zhang Yangguo seemingly asked the question casually. Qin Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that since they sought his assistance, they likely had already conducted thorough research on his background, making her inquiry possibly just a conversational opener. "And how long have you been involved with antiques, Mr. Qin?" The chapter concludes here. Chapter 85. Qin Xiaoyang's appraisal velocity. Less than a year. Is there a problem? Qin Xiaoyang harbored a certain aversion towards this Zhang Yangguo, though he couldn't quite articulate why. "Less than a year?" she queried skeptically. "Then you can. Don't get me wrong," Qin Xiaoyang interjected, his tone laced with impatience. "I've heard that appraising antiques requires a solid foundation, keen eyesight, and a certain innate talent. But your timeline?" Zhang Yangguo's words had effectively extinguished Qin Xiaoyang's appetite. "Madam," he retorted, his voice laced with sarcasm, "firstly, I never claimed to be capable. You were the ones who insisted on my presence. I'm merely providing gratuitous assistance with your case. If you doubt my abilities, I can depart immediately." Zhang Yangguo's mouth gaped open, taken aback by Qin Xiaoyang's peculiar temperament. Was she not even allowed to inquire? An awkward silence descended upon them. "Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand." Song Chao interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Captain Zhang was merely curious. She may be unaware that some individuals possess extraordinary gifts, destined for a particular vocation. Like you, Mr. Qin. Just as Zhang Sanfeng of Tai Chi fame achieved enlightenment in a single day, while others toil for a lifetime without success. It's perfectly normal. With an intermediary present, Qin Xiaoyang saw no reason to bicker with a woman. "I finished eating," he announced. "Take me to see the items." Zhang Yangguo remained silent, leading Qin Xiaoyang to the vault. Several genuine antiques lay on the vault's table. Had Huang Guangyin been present, he would have recognized two of them as purchases he had made. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyang recognized them as well. Donning gloves, Qin Xiaoyang picked up an item and commenced his appraisal. "Cloisonne enamel twined lotus ear censer," he declared, his voice authoritative. "Authentic, dating back to the early Ming dynasty. Market value, approximately 3 million to 3.8 million. Excavated less than a month ago. From the moment he picked it up to the moment he set it down, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed. As he reached for the second item, he noticed that Song Chao and Zhang Yangguo remained unresponsive. "Why are you staring at me?" he demanded. "Take notes." The two finally snapped out of their stupor. "Mr. Qin, is that all?" Song Chao inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. "Others take at least half an hour, if not longer, to appraise a single antique. Yet you simply pick it up, glance at it, and declare its authenticity. Are you not simply fabricating this?" Qin Xiaoyang shrugged, admitting, "I am doing it on purpose." "Were you not looking down on me?" he inquired. "Then I will shock you. Simply record what I say," he instructed. "It will be accurate." Song Chao and Zhang Yangguo exchanged glances before commencing their documentation. Qin Xiaoyang picked up the second item. 5-color fish design lid jar, he announced. Market value, approximately 2 million. Other details as before. Qin Xiaoyang picked up the third item, a puzzled expression etched upon his face. It wasn't that he couldn't discern its authenticity, but rather that this item felt out of place, incongruous with the others. It wasn't a recent find, nor did it even belong to the same era. How did it end up here? Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yangguo and Song Chao, Qin Xiaoyang understood. This item had likely been deliberately placed here to test his abilities. If he couldn't identify it, then his skills were suspect. A smile crept across Qin Xiaoyang's face as he realized the truth. Republic-era Famille Rose porcelain double-eared vase, he declared. A replica, worth 10,000 to 30,000. Decent for displaying flowers, though I wonder which imbecile collected it and allowed it to deteriorate to this state. Qin Xiaoyang's seemingly casual remark carried a sharp sting. He proceeded to examine the next item. Meanwhile, in Zhang Guanghua's office, he observed the scene through surveillance monitors, accompanied by another individual. Had Qin Xiaoyang been present, he would have been astonished to see Guan Yuha. Director Zhang, do you believe me now? Guan Yuha inquired, a hint of pride in his voice. My little apprentice's discerning eye surpasses even that of my other disciples. You doubted me, but now you've been rebuked as an imbecile. Are you satisfied? Zhang Guanghua chuckled wryly. Initially, Zhang Guanghua had indeed sought out Guan Yuha. However, Guan Yuha had, rather than disclose his illness, directly recommended Qin Xiaoyang. Zhang Guanghua remained skeptical, questioning the depth of antique knowledge possessed by someone in their 20s, especially considering the gravity of the case. Nevertheless, Guan Yuha had insisted on Qin Xiaoyang's involvement, driven by a desire to provide his protege with an opportunity to showcase his talent. This case presented the perfect platform to allay Zhang Guanghua's concerns. Guan Yuha had conducted his own appraisal of the antiques before Qin Xiaoyang's arrival. There had been no prior communication or meetings between Guan Yuha and Qin Xiaoyang, ensuring the absence of collusion. Now, Zhang Guanghua was convinced of Qin Xiaoyang's genuine expertise. He resolved to cultivate a rapport with the young antique expert, recognizing his potential for future greatness, perhaps even surpassing Guan Yuha himself. Back in the vault, Qin Xiaoyang removed his gloves. Have you recorded everything? He inquired. Submit the report directly. I have other matters to attend to. If you require further appraisals, feel free to contact me. However, please refrain from calling during lunch or dinner, as it disrupts my dates. With that, Qin Xiaoyang nonchalantly departed. Am I dreaming? Song Chao muttered, bewildered. Is that all? He raised his hand, intending to pinch himself, but hesitated for fear of pain. Why don't we compare it to Elder Guan's appraisal report? Zhang Yongweier suggested, her mind racing. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. No comparison is necessary. It's flawless. Zhang Guanghua entered the room. Guier, he said sternly, be mindful of your words and actions. Do not judge by appearances. You have offended him today. Those with genuine talent often possess eccentricities. You may question his age, but not his appraisal skills. Even if you harbor doubts, keep them to yourself. This case is now in your hands. Cultivate a relationship with Qin Xiaoyang. You never know when you might need his expertise. Would Guan Yuha accept him as a disciple or entrust him with such a significant task if he lacked ability? Zhang Yongweier, still reeling from the shock, nodded dumbly, absorbing her uncle's words. Zhang Guanghua, clutching the replica antique, turned and left. Qin Xiaoyang drove directly to his bonsai shop, eager to reunite with Shen Sijia. Prolonged absence might displease her. Women are complex creatures. Excessive obedience and understanding may diminish a man's appreciation. Conversely, overbearing or domineering behavior may repel him. The ideal woman embodies a blend of gentleness and rebelliousness, resilience and docility. A touch of temperament is essential, adding character, but moderation is key. Occasional displays of affection and pique serve as a life seasoning, provided they are met with appeasement and followed by reasonable requests. Such perfection is fleeting, however. No man will expend endless energy placating a woman. Balance is paramount. Knowing when to yield is crucial to sustaining a man's affection. Chapter 86. The store as empty as Qin Xiaoyang came to a halt. He was taken aback. His potted plant shop was bustling with people, and for a moment, he wondered if he had entered the wrong place or if something untoward had occurred. Peering inside, he observed Shen Sijia engaged in lively conversation with the crowd. Meanwhile, Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi were at the checkout, processing card payments and setting up membership accounts. Although Shen Sijia noticed Qin Xiaoyang, she did not engage him. Instead, she continued to attend to her guests. After eavesdropping for approximately 15 minutes, Qin Xiaoyang gleaned some information. The so-called patrons were all individuals connected to the Shun family or the Shun group in a business capacity. It turned out that Shen Sijia had shared a post on social media earlier, expressing her boredom and announcing her partnership in opening a potted plant store. Subsequently, these individuals flocked to the shop. In a certain sense, these visitors were not genuine enthusiasts of potted plants. At least, most were not. Their sole intention was to ingratiate themselves, cultivate relationships, and support the business. They were indifferent to the cost of membership, be it 100,000 or 200,000. and it was quite likely that even if they acquired a membership card, it would be left neglected in a corner. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was their participation. For Shinseijia, the specifics were even less significant. Ideally, the membership cards would be forgotten and discarded, allowing the balance to become a part of the shop's revenue. After all, they had genuinely received the funds. Once the crowd departed, Qin Xiaoyang was left in a state of bewilderment. His store was entirely devoid of potted plants. Many had left without making a purchase. Yet they had all signed up for membership, promising to return another day. Xiaoyang, am I impressive or what? Come on, praise me. Shinseijia whispered to Qin Xiaoyang when the coast was clear. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyang seized the moment to commend her. Indeed, my wife is remarkable. As a reward, I shall bestow upon you a strawberry, he said, puffing out his lips, attempting to plant a kiss on Shinseijia. She swiftly dodged him, playfully admonishing, not now. Bao Xiaoxiao and Qin Yudi are still here. Don't get any ideas. And who is your wife? Stop being so vain. With a playful roll of her eyes, Shinseijia added, we'll discuss this later. After saying that, she swayed away to check the day's earnings. Qin Xiaoyang realized he would need to make a trip soon, as his store had been completely cleared out, and he wouldn't have to work for the next few days. Nonetheless, he still had a few potted plants from the previous day that he could tend to. Quietly, he retreated to the back to nurture those plants, subsequently placing them back on the shelves. He then began to channel spiritual energy into the 5 potted plants belonging to Gao Yaoan. Considering his recent busyness, he decided to expedite the process and tend to all 5 at once. Yudi, come help. The trio outside, focused on calculating the day's earnings, hurried inside upon hearing Qin Xiaoyang's call. Please move these into my trunk. I intend to deliver them to someone. Be careful not to damage them, he cautioned, lifting 2 pots himself, while the 3 women each handled 1 pot, trailing behind him. As Qin Xiaoyang settled into the car, Shinseijia surprisingly took the passenger's seat. Sijia, I'm off to make a delivery. What about you? He inquired. I'm coming to help you collect the payment, she replied, fastening her seatbelt. In truth, Shinseijia had noticed the 5 potted plants upon her arrival and had begun to ask questions. As a result, Qin Yudi had mentioned Lin Qinshuan and Gao Yaoan. From Qin Yudi's description, these 2 women were attractive and wealthy, prompting Shinsejia's decision to accompany Qin Xiaoyang. He nodded, recognizing that it was reasonable for his girlfriend to assist in the payment collection. As the vehicle started, Qin Xiaoyang recounted his visit to the police station earlier and shared his plans to travel to Do Nan in the coming days. Upon hearing about the trip, Shinsejia's eyes sparkled. Then I shall book a flight right now, she exclaimed, pulling out her phone. However, Qin Xiaoyang interrupted. Sijia, are you really considering coming with me? This round trip will take several days at least. What will you do at the company while I'm gone? Besides, I'm not flying. I plan to rent a cargo van and drive there myself. You know that transporting flowers through a logistics company is unreliable. It's best to handle it personally. After some thought, Shinseijia agreed. It was feasible to be away for a day or 2, but an extended absence would be problematic for the company. She searched online and discovered that the journey was approximately 2,070 kilometers long, and even if they drove nonstop at 100 kilometers per hour, it would take over 20 hours. Xiaoyang, I just looked it up. With such a long distance, can you manage driving alone? Qin Xiaoyang pondered this as well. It would be ideal to have a companion for the journey, allowing them to take turns driving and providing company along the way. Sijia, please help me arrange for a box truck, preferably a blue license plate, as I have a C driver's license, and it should have air conditioning. As for the driver, he would seek assistance elsewhere. Slightly furrowing her brow, Shinseijia noted that they dealt in jewelry and jade, so cargo vans were plentiful. But those with adequate air conditioning were scarce. Why not consider purchasing one? It might come in handy in the future, and besides, such box trucks are reasonably priced. A good one can be had for just over 100,000. Qin Xiaoyang concurred, and they amicably agreed on the matter. The responsibility of purchasing the vehicle would fall to Shinseijia, while Qin Xiaoyang needed to contemplate who could accompany him on the trip. As they conversed, they arrived at Gao Yaoan's grandfather's villa. Qin Xiaoyang called Gao Yaoan, and shortly thereafter, she arrived. Upon seeing Shinseijia for the first time, Gao Yaoan was struck by her beauty, striking figure, and commanding presence. Shinseijia felt similarly impressed. After a round of introductions, the 2 women became acquainted. Qin Xiaoyang proceeded to deliver the potted plants upstairs, and the next step was to address the payment. Miss Gao, please take a look and see if you are satisfied. Gao Yaoan had already inspected the plants and was not merely satisfied. She was exceedingly pleased. Mr. Qin, this far exceeds my expectations. Would you mind nurturing a few more pots for me? Qin Xiaoyang understood her intent, She wanted him to care for the remaining potted plants. Miss Gao, perhaps we should postpone that for a while. I need to make a trip to Donan soon, which will take about 4 to 5 days. If you can wait, we can discuss it upon my return. End of chapter. Chapter 87. A predicament of paper. Gao Yalan nodded in agreement. The next step involved a transfer, a task that naturally fell to Shin Sijia, who had come to collect the payment. The two returned to the shop, where Qin Xiaoyang sent Bao Xiaoxiao home, then took Shin Sijia and Qin Yudi back to the villa. Noticing that the hour was still early, Qin Xiaoyang decided to pay a visit to Huang Guangyan. He felt that his spiritual energy was on the verge of an upgrade, and it would be prudent to achieve this before traveling out of town, as it would enhance both his physical and mental capabilities. After instructing the two ladies to buy groceries, Qin Xiaoyang set off in his car. He called Huang Guangyan to explain his situation, only to discover that Huang was occupied at the office. Initially, Qin Xiaoyang considered postponing his visit until the following day, but Huang mentioned that someone was at home, prompting him to proceed. Aware that he couldn't arrive empty-handed, Qin Xiaoyang purchased a few gifts. Upon arriving at Huang Guangyan's villa, he found only Huang Ying at home. You're here, Xiaoyang. My dad mentioned you wanted to see his antique collection. Come with me. Qin Xiaoyang nodded and followed Huang Ying upstairs. Huang Guangyan's storage room was significantly larger and more filled with items than Fang Ya's, though it also contained a greater number of fakes. The left side is genuine, while the right side is not, Huang Ying casually remarked. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, beginning his examination, while Huang Ying observed quietly, not wanting to intrude. Qin Xiaoyang mistakenly assumed that Huang Ying was watching him closely, but in truth, she was merely curious. She was intrigued by what charm Qin Xiaoyang possessed that could captivate Shin Sijia, the heiress of the Shin group. While Qin Xiaoyang was not exceptionally handsome, he possessed a certain appeal. Moreover, his focus puzzled Huang Ying. She had never understood her father's fascination with inanimate objects. Now, seeing Qin Xiaoyang equally engrossed left her bewildered. How could a man in his 20s find interest in antiques? It was customary for children to adore toys and cartoons, while the elderly found joy in gardening, tea, and chess. Yet, it was perplexing for someone of Qin Xiaoyang's youth to be drawn to such things. After a while, Huang Ying remembered she had yet to prepare tea for Qin Xiaoyang and went downstairs. Qin Xiaoyang paid her little mind, continuing to absorb the spiritual energy from the antiques. In truth, jadeite contained the most energy, which could be absorbed more quickly, but circumstances did not permit frequent visits to raw stone shops. Xiaoyang, would you like some water? Huang Ying offered. Qin Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude, accepting the teacup. He felt a bit parched, but due to previous events, he hesitated, first inspecting the tea. This made Huang Ying feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiaoyang, I apologize for what happened before. I was joking, and I didn't mean to offend you. With her apology, Qin Xiaoyang felt compelled to respond kindly, smiling and waving his hand dismissively before sipping the tea and returning to his examination of the antiques. Huang Ying wished to engage Qin Xiaoyang in conversation to learn more about him, yet it was evident that his mind was solely on the antiques. So she refrained from speaking further. After absorbing energy from over 20 antiques, Qin Xiaoyang ceased, recognizing the familiar sensation of fullness. He understood that it was time for a breakthrough. At that moment, the translucent small cauldron began to spin, gaining speed. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Huang Ying asked. Noticing his unusual expression, Qin Xiaoyang quickly gestured. Where's the restroom? I need to go. Huang Ying understood, realizing he was in need and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. It's right there. Thank you. Qin Xiaoyang exclaimed as he hurried into the restroom. Sitting on the toilet, he began to introspect. The small cauldron continued to spin, and as it did, the red liquid inside began to transform and diminish. After 5 or 6 minutes, the cauldron ceased its motion, revealing that only a third of the liquid remained, now an orange hue. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. Orange? It had started as nearly transparent, then turned red, and now that red had shifted to orange. Would the next transformation be yellow? He mused over the colors of the spectrum, contemplating the possibility of such a progression. In his excitement, Qin Xiaoyang inadvertently released some unpleasantness. Reaching for the toilet paper, he discovered it was empty. Embarrassed and desperate, he realized he had no choice but to seek help from Huang Ying. Are you there? Huang Ying, engrossed in a game, heard his voice. I'm here, what's up? She replied, exiting the game. There's no paper in the restroom, could you? Huang Ying burst into laughter. Indeed, the restroom was devoid of paper, as she had used the last roll during her previous visit. She had intended to replace it afterward, but her father's phone call about Qin Xiaoyang's visit had distracted her, causing her to forget. Just a moment. Huang Ying, well-educated and unembarrassed, understood that running out of toilet paper was a common occurrence. She grabbed a roll and approached the restroom door, knocking lightly. The door opened slightly, and a hand reached out. Huang Ying placed the paper in Qin Xiaoyang's hand, then closed the door. Suddenly, Huang Ying recalled a humorous saying, running out of toilet paper while relieving oneself. What a predicament. The thought made her stifle a giggle. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang emerged, catching sight of Huang Ying laughing, leading to an awkward moment for him. I have something to attend to. I'll be going now, he hastily declared, descending the stairs. He vowed never to be alone with her again. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Lin Xinshuan's thoughts today. Qin Xiaoyang found himself in quite an embarrassing predicament. He fervently hoped that Huang Ying would keep this incident to herself. Otherwise, it would be utterly mortifying. Should he resort to drastic measures? Of course, that was merely a jest. Nevertheless, this upgrade could be viewed as a silver lining, as he could distinctly feel a considerable enhancement in his strength and speed. However, he remained uncertain whether his endurance and other aspects had also improved, especially since Shinxijia was currently indisposed due to her menstrual cycle. What a stroke of bad luck. Meanwhile, Gao Yalan arrived at Lin Xinshuan's office, driven solely by boredom and the desire to pass the time. Lin, did you hear that Mr. Qin is heading to Donan? Lin Xinshuan casually inquired, while simultaneously conducting a search on Baidu for information about Donan. In truth, she had no prior knowledge of Donan's existence. This was the first time she had ever heard of it. Yes, that's what he mentioned, Gao Yalan replied. Oh, why are you asking about this? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Lin Xinshuan chuckled softly and explained, I happen to have some free time lately, so I thought about finding a place to unwind. Donan sounds like a lovely destination. Gao Yalan nodded, albeit non-committally, and then a sudden realization struck her. Xinshuan, you're not thinking of going with him, are you? I must warn you that he has a girlfriend. If you were to accompany him and something were to happen, you would be the one left at a disadvantage. Just so you know, I've looked into his girlfriend. Her name is Shinxijia, the daughter of the chairman of the Shin Group. She is also the general manager of Shin Jewelry at the Jinling branch. In terms of wealth, you and I combined wouldn't even measure up to her pinky finger. And as for looks, well, she is undoubtedly stunning. Lin Xinshuan listened to Gao Yalan's rapid-fire admonitions, rolling her eyes in response. What are you imagining? I've only met Qin Xiaoyang 2 or 3 times, and our conversations don't even add up to 100 words. Do you really think your hypothetical scenario is plausible? I merely seek a change of scenery, a chance to relax. After some contemplation, Gao Yalan agreed that there was indeed little likelihood of that happening. Now that you mention it, I feel the urge to go out and have some fun too. Unfortunately, I've been preoccupied with yoga lately and can't find the time. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyang returned to Shun Sijia's villa, only to find her and Qin Yudi busy in the kitchen. They had gone to the market to buy groceries and, upon discovering some lobster for sale, had purchased a few. Now, however, they were at a loss regarding how to prepare them, hesitant to reach out for fear of being pinched by the lobsters, and thus were merely waiting for Qin Xiaoyang to return and handle the task. Times have changed. Cooking used to be solely a woman's domain. A notion encapsulated in the saying a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Men would return home as kings, and women would cater to their every need. However, the roles have somewhat reversed in modern times. Brother, you're back, Qin Yudi exclaimed upon seeing Qin Xiaoyang, quickly rising to greet him. This was not merely a display of politeness. It was primarily to escape the claws of the lobster. What's for dinner? Qin Xiaoyang asked casually as he closed the door behind him. Lobster, Qin Yudi replied eagerly. At this moment, Shinxijia also stood up. Xiaoyang, your timing is impeccable. I intended to clean these lobsters for you to cook upon your return, but I'm not feeling well, and Yudi insists I shouldn't do it, so. As she spoke, she cast a warning glance at Qin Yudi, signaling her to keep quiet. Qin Xiaoyang nodded, fully aware that Shinxijia was indisposed due to her cycle. Typically, a woman's menstruation lasts 3 to 5 days, during which she is generally not suited to handle raw ingredients and is prone to emotional fluctuations. Don't worry, you rest. I'll take care of it, Qin Xiaoyang reassured her, handing his phone and keys to Shinxijia. She felt a rush of relief, finally delegating this troublesome task without losing face. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Xiaoyang was distracted, she pulled Qin Yudi into another room. Yudi, you mustn't tell your brother that I can't handle it, understood? Qin Yudi nodded in agreement, though she was no fool. I got it, sis-in-law. But commuting by bus is quite inconvenient for me. I would like to buy an electric bike. What do you think? Buy it. Shinxijia readily consented. After all, it was just an electric bike, nothing too extravagant. After Qin Xiaoyang finished cleaning the lobsters, he decided to prepare garlic butter lobster, but peeling garlic posed a challenge. Since Shen Sijia was unable to assist, he assigned this task to Qin Yudi. After dinner, the routine remained unchanged. Qin Xiaoyang was the last to shower and, without any sense of awkwardness, naturally climbed into Shen Sijia's bed, where she comfortably nestled against him. Xiaoyang, could you please keep your hands to yourself? I'm not in the best condition these days. Just bear with me for a couple more days. Once my cycle is over, I will make it up to you. She murmured. Qin Xiaoyang withdrew his wandering hands and embraced Shen Sijia gently. Sijia, would you tell me about your family background? To this day, he was still unaware of the details surrounding Shen Sijia's family. With a playful gesture, she traced circles around his navel with her finger. My family consists of 4 members: my father, my mother, my sister. My sister listens to me, my father listens to my mother, and in the future, you'll have to listen to me. Qin Xiaoyang was left speechless by her logic. However, it seemed harmless to heed a woman's counsel. After all, they say that doing so could lead to prosperity, though he wondered how much truth there was to that. Could you divulge your family's wealth? I mean your personal assets, not the Shen Group. Shen Sijia pondered for a moment before responding. If we talk about shares, it would be around 1 to 200 billion. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How much did you say? 1 to 200 billion? Sijia, does your family need a son-in-law? Perhaps I could come and serve as your family's son-in-law. I promise to work diligently in the fields and never slack off. I will ensure that no weeds grow. Before he could finish his jest, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Shen Sijia, well aware of his humor, knew he was joking. Yet the absurdity of his remarks was growing increasingly outrageous. Now that they had established a romantic relationship, if it weren't for the unfortunate timing of her cycle, they might have already taken their relationship to the next level the previous night. Thus, Shen Sijia's hand began to glide down Qin Xiaoyang's abdomen. Xiaoyang, are you longing for? End of chapter. Chapter 89. Confession. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by Shen Sijia's intentions. However, the crux of the matter was that Shen Sijia's hand had gently grasped the vital artery of his being, jolting Qin Xiaoyang into alertness. Sijia, there's no need. I'm not in a rush. We can wait until I return this time, can't we? Shen Sijia cast a sidelong glance at Qin Xiaoyang. If there's no need, why aren't you stopping me? She then recalled the night Qin Xiaoyang had first stayed over, how he had taken her undergarments in the bathroom. But this was only natural. Who told her to be so alluring? At this thought, Shen Sijia felt a surge of smugness, or rather, a touch of haughty pride. Had Qin Xiaoyang known her thoughts, he would have felt utterly wronged. It had truly been a misunderstanding that day. However, Qin Xiaoyang had no time to dwell on such matters, for Shen Sijia had withdrawn her hand. You lecherous rogue, you old pervert. Did you really think I would indulge you? Dream on. The following morning, Qin Xiaoyang rose early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast. Shen Sijia was indeed haughty. But with the right approach, Qin Xiaoyang could easily keep her in his thrall. Though, who truly held sway over whom remained to be seen. After breakfast, Qin Xiaoyang escorted Shen Sijia to her company, reminding her to have Qin Yudi obtain her driver's license during the summer break. Finally, he arrived at his bonsai shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a beautiful woman, Lin Qianxuan. Qin Xiaoyang was taken by surprise, not expecting her to visit at this hour. Good morning, Miss Lin. Lin Qianxuan's primary purpose was to discuss the trip to Donan with Qin Xiaoyang. However, with others present in the shop, it was not the place for such a conversation. She feigned interest and purchased 2 bonsai, requesting that Qin Xiaoyang deliver them to her residence. Arriving at Lin Qianxuan's villa, she offered Qin Xiaoyang a cup of tea. Mr. Qin, I heard you're planning to go to Donan in the next few days? Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. How did Lin Qianxuan know? As if sensing his confusion, Lin Qianxuan explained, it's like this. I was planning to take a trip recently, and Gao Yalan happened to visit me yesterday. She mentioned it to me. I was wondering where to go and felt it would be more enjoyable to have company. So it's quite fortuitous. Lin Qianxuan finished, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Xiaoyang. Traveling together wouldn't be a problem, but I'm driving. Can you handle the journey? Lin Qianxuan nodded. That won't be an issue. I used to drive around quite a bit. Then, when does Mr. Qin plan to depart? Just then, Qin Xiaoyang's phone rang. He excused himself to take the call on the balcony. The call was naturally from Shen Sijia, with a single purpose, to have lunch together and pick up the car in the afternoon. Vehicles like these, priced at just over 100,000, were usually readily available. From your girlfriend? Lin Qianxuan asked casually as Qin Xiaoyang returned. Yes. I'm planning to buy an enclosed van with air conditioning. I'll be picking it up this afternoon. By the way, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning. If Miss Lin decides to go, I'll pick you up around 7 tomorrow morning. After finalizing the arrangements, Qin Xiaoyang took his leave. He felt somewhat uneasy about traveling with Lin Qianxuan alone, as it might cause misunderstandings with Shen Sijia. However, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. He decided to bring someone else along. Who would be the most suitable? Qin Yudi. Yes, Qin Yudi. So, Qin Xiaoyang went directly to the shop and called Qin Yudi aside. Brother, what's the good news? Qin Yudi asked eagerly. Qin Xiaoyang glared at her playfully and explained the situation. Brother, I can't. Sister-in-law just called me, saying she'll take me to register for my driver's license tomorrow. I want to get my license as soon as possible so I can help you out, brother. Qin Xiaoyang was amused by Qin Yudi's words. Help him out. She was probably just thinking about the car he had mentioned buying her last time. What should I do then? What if your sister-in-law finds out I'm going out of town with another woman? I'm doomed. Qin Yudi shrugged. Brother, I really can't help you with that. But don't worry. You're my brother. If you and sister-in-law get into a fight, I'll take your side. Qin Xiaoyang ignored her last remark. Couldn't she wish him well for once? Since Qin Yudi couldn't go, Qin Xiaoyang was at a loss. He checked the time and realized it was getting late. He drove to pick up Shen Sijia. Shen Sijia was as haughty as ever, at least in front of others. But she transformed as soon as she got into the car. Her voice softened. Xiaoyang, what should we have for lunch? How about crayfish? Qin Xiaoyang immediately shook his head. We had crayfish last night. Let's wait a few days. Eating too much crayfish makes your farts smell like seafood. Shen Sijia recoiled from Qin Xiaoyang in disgust. Xiaoyang, can you be a little more civilized? Qin Xiaoyang shrugged, saying as he drove, I'm already being very civilized. What's wrong with talking about farting? Everyone farts. Look at those people at the swimming pool. Whenever they suddenly stop moving in the water, either they're farting or peeing. It's just that no one knows. Shen Sijia was speechless, her mind filled with black lines. But what Qin Xiaoyang said seemed to make sense, because she had actually done that before. Okay, that's not the point. After lunch, they went to pick up a JC enclosed van. It was easier with acquaintances. In less than 2 hours, everything was taken care of except for the license plate. Sijia, there's something I've been thinking about, and I need to be honest with you. Shen Sijia looked at Qin Xiaoyang, signaling him to say what he needed to say. Qin Xiaoyang explained that Lin Qianxuan wanted to come along. I thought it wasn't appropriate, but I didn't want to refuse. So, I thought about having Yudi come along. So you wouldn't have to worry. But Yudi said you're taking her to register tomorrow, so. Hearing that Qin Xiaoyang was taking Lin Qianxuan with him, Shen Sijia was genuinely unhappy. But Qin Xiaoyang actually said that she wouldn't have to worry, implying that she would be jealous? Would she, Shen Sijia, be jealous? Well, Shen Sijia would never admit it. Xiaoyang, go ahead. It doesn't matter. I trust you. Qin Xiaoyang looked at Shen Sijia with a dumbfounded expression. This wasn't how the scene was supposed to play out. Chapter 90. The Return of the Black Egg Well. Since Shen Sijia has said so, Qin Xiaoyang felt reassured. Xiaoyang, do you think I am more attractive, or is Lin Qianxuan? Qin Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. Was this a life-and-death question, or an easy one? That depends on how you answer, he replied. Sijia, I believe such questions should not be posed. Shen Sijia was momentarily distracted by Qin Xiaoyang's words. What do you mean? Qin Xiaoyang cleared his throat and began to speak nonsensically. First of all, my taste is quite unique. I only appreciate the best, and I disregard the rest. You know, I previously lived with Bao Xiao and a few others. Did you ever see me pay them any attention? Take Su Xiaoro and Pu Meiqi for instance. They have asked me countless times to work in my shop. Do you think I care about that meager salary? In my eyes, you are the best. Everyone else is just ordinary. Although you may not be perfect in my opinion, you can at least be considered nearly flawless. I dare say in all of Huaxia, you alone can meet this standard. Naturally, Shen Sijia did not believe all of Qin Xiaoyang's words, but they pleased her nonetheless. Nearly flawless? What are the two aspects I lack? Shen Sijia decided that as long as Qin Xiaoyang's words made sense, she would change. Qin Xiaoyang stroked his chin and said, actually, the two aspects you lack are not very significant. Upon hearing this, Shen Sijia became displeased and insisted that Qin Xiaoyang explain. With no choice left, Qin Xiaoyang said, one is inner beauty, and the other is outer beauty. Ah, that hurts. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Shen Sijia knew Qin Xiaoyang was jesting. After all, with her looks, figure, and background, it was likely the Qin family had been burning incense for good fortune since the Ming dynasty for him to notice her. Playfully bickering, they arrived at a place selling jadeite rough stones. This time, Qin Xiaoyang did not visit the previous two shops, but chose another one instead. Upon entering, he was taken aback, for the jadeite rough stones here were of exceptional quality. Logically, such fine jadeite rough stones should not appear in a place like this. It would be understandable if they were found in northern Myanmar. Typically, the rough stones around Jinling City are what larger places have left behind. While it is not to say that there are none of good quality, they are certainly not abundant, much like the imperial greenstone Qin Chaiyang previously encountered, which truly was a rare find. Even though Shin Sijiao was not well versed in this matter, she could discern the high quality of the jadeite rough stones on display. Chaiyang, what do you think? Shin Sijiao whispered, mindful of the other customers in the store. Let me take a look first, Qin Chaiyang replied, beginning to examine the jadeite rough stones. Raw jadeite, origin, jadeite country, value, none. Raw jadeite, origin. Qin Chaiyang inspected a dozen pieces, all of which were black eggs. This puzzled him, so he casually picked up a smaller piece and scrutinized it closely. Finally, he discovered the source of the problem. Someone had previously drilled a hole in this very piece and then disguised it again. After examining 4 or 5 pieces, he found them all to be the same. Qin Chaiyang narrowed his eyes. He recognized the origin of these rough stones. He had seen this batch before, the one Shin Sijia nearly purchased. He remembered the deceitful individual named Shin Chi, and at that time, Qin Chaoyang had considered reporting him. However, Shin Sijia felt it unnecessary since she had not suffered any loss. After issuing a warning, the matter had faded from memory. Yet now, this batch of stones was brazenly displayed on the shelves of the shop. If this jade store was innocent, Qin Chaoyang would never believe it. Without uttering a word, Qin Chaoyang approached Shin Sijia and exchanged a knowing glance. The two quietly exited the store. Chaoyang, is there an issue with the stones? Qin Chaoyang nodded, saying, there's a problem, and it's quite serious. Do you remember Chen Chi? If I am not mistaken, most of the rough stones in this shop are from the batch he intended to swindle you with. Upon hearing Qin Chaoyang, Shin Sijia recalled the incident. The excellent appearance of the rough stones now made sense to her. Some unscrupulous merchants would drill holes in their rough stones to inspect them. If they contained jadeite, they would take those out. The ones without jadeite, dubbed black eggs, would be remasked and sold at a low price to others. This way, they could profit from the deception. That wretched Qin Chi, has his conscience been devoured by dogs? I initially planned to give him a second chance, but I never expected that he would remain incorrigible. I thought I could awaken his conscience. Qin Chaoyang chuckled. Sijia, you are fundamentally mistaken in your reasoning. Conscience is predetermined at birth. It is either present or absent. There is no such thing as awakening it. Like a dog that eats filth. No matter how many times you beat it, the moment you turn away, it will run back to indulge again. It does not understand your good intentions. It believes you are competing with it. Shin Sijia pinched Qin Chaoyang's side with 2 fingers. She had never noticed before how this guy's words were often nonsensical. Full of rubbish. Yet, he made a valid point, quite down to earth. What should we do now? Qin Chaoyang pondered briefly and said, there are 2 options. First, remain uninvolved and let it be. Second, report it to the authorities. This has become a case of fraud, and the amount involved is substantial. If I didn't possess some abilities, we would have fallen victim ourselves. At this moment, Qin Chaoyang also took the opportunity to boast about himself. All right then, let us report it, Shin Sijia declared. I already gave him a chance last time, and if he doesn't cherish it, he has no one to blame but himself. Shin Sijia started her sentence but then realized. Sijia, do you often refer to yourself like that? Shin Sijia's cheeks flushed as she replied. What is wrong with that? I'm just happy to do so. Qin Chaoyang was left speechless. Was Shin Sijia revealing her true nature or simply giving up? Qin Chaoyang was the one to call the police, not because he enjoyed meddling in others' affairs, but because the matter was too significant. He was aware of the batch of rough stones in Chen Chi's possession. Their total worth was calculated in the hundreds of millions. If they were to enter the market, it could potentially collapse the jadeite raw stone market, which would not bode well for Qin Chaoyang's future endeavors in opening a raw stone shop. About 15 minutes later, several police cars arrived, and Qin Chaoyang was taken aback. Familiar faces. The chapter concludes. Chapter 91. A reunion with Zhang Yonghua. Mr. Qin, did you call the police? Zhang Yonghua was equally surprised to encounter Qin Chaoyang here, as she had intended to call him in the coming days to foster a better relationship. Qin Chaoyang was also taken aback. He had not anticipated meeting Zhang Yonghua at this location. He certainly did not expect her to be the officer on duty, as she was currently handling a case involving tomb raiding and the trafficking of cultural relics. Captain Zhang, it's I who reported the incident. Qin Chaoyang recounted the events in detail, explaining that approximately 2 weeks prior, certain circumstances had prompted him to take action. All right, I will handle this matter. However, I may need your cooperation for a statement later, Zhang Yonghua responded. Qin Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, recognizing that as the informant, it was only proper to provide a statement. After concluding their conversation, Qin Xiaoyang and Shen Sijia departed, though they did not venture far. Instead, they sat in their vehicle, observing the scene. With a swift motion of her hand, Zhang Yang was signaled to a dozen police officers, who promptly rushed into the jade stone shop. Subsequently, several customers were escorted out, and the shop owner unexpectedly won a silver bracelet. As for the raw stones within the shop, Zhang Yang took a portion with her, while the remainder was sealed and the door locked. Let us proceed. It is getting late. We must hurry to the next shop, Qin Xiaoyang declared, pulling Shen Sijiao along to another jade store. He was determined not to linger, as time was of the essence, and he still needed to return to organize his belongings. Consequently, within half an hour, he had selected 11 pieces of jade raw stone and returned to the company to await further developments. While it was no longer feasible to process the stones today, Qin Xiaoyang could at least outline the cuts he desired and leave the actual cutting to the master stone cutter. After all, marking the stones accurately was crucial. A poorly drawn line could lead to the loss of valuable jade, leaving one in despair. Xiaoyang, what do you estimate we could earn from this batch of raw stones? Shen Sijia inquired, emphasizing the potential profit rather than the mere possibility of earning. The quality of these jade stones is rather mediocre. After deducting the initial investment, we might net around 70 to 80 million, he replied. Oh, by the way, which raw stone is numbered 5? Make sure it isn't sold. Shen Sijia, puzzled, casually asked, why? Do you intend to keep it for yourself? Qin Xiaoyang nodded, explaining. Didn't you mention that our mother loves red jade? If all goes well, that stone should yield red jade, likely larger than an adult's fist. I plan to gift it to her. It would surely bring her joy. Qin Xiaoyang's casual reference to our mother made Shen Sijia blush. She found his audacity remarkable. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? She teased. Your audacity is astonishing. Unperturbed, Qin Xiaoyang recalled that Shen Sijia had stated her father listened to her mother. Thus, as long as he could charm his mother-in-law, he would have Shen Sijia completely at his mercy. Sijia, typically, good cabbage is often sought after by pigs. If pigs don't forage, the cabbage may rot in the field. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyang had become financially prosperous, with over 2 billion in his account, half of which belonged to Shen Sijia. Given their current relationship and the additional jade stones purchased today, once the funds were received, his account would surpass 3 billion. After dropping Shen Sijia off at her villa, Qin Xiaoyang returned to his previous residence for 2 reasons: to restore a valuable vase and to collect a few items while informing the 3 women residing there. Having learned from past experiences, he refrained from simply opening the door. Instead, he employed a form of vision to see inside. The door soon appeared transparent, revealing an empty living room, although the lights were on, indicating that Bao Xiao and the others were indeed inside. Upon opening the door, the sound of it closing prompted the door of their room to swing open. Cousin, you're back, exclaimed Pu Meiqi. If one were to describe Pu Meiqi, her beauty was beyond reproach. Tall, with an enviable figure, cascading waves of hair, and large, expressive eyes reminiscent of a character from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Yes, I've come to retrieve a few items. I'm going on a trip tomorrow. Qin Xiaoyang replied casually as he entered his room, but Pu Meiqi followed him inside. Cousin, are you dating that manager Shen? Pu Meiqi's inquiry stemmed from Bao Xiao's constant chatter about the shop's affairs, particularly regarding the profits earned. Women, by nature, are often drawn to gossip, and thus, the topic of Qin Xiaoyang and Shen Sijia arose. Pu Meiqi was a woman of contradictions. She yearned for a luxurious lifestyle, yet was unwilling to compromise her dignity by hastily choosing a partner. Her criteria were clear. He must be wealthy, and while he need not be extraordinarily handsome, he should at least possess a respectable appearance. However, she had yet to find such a man, including Qin Xiaoyang initially, as he lacked wealth despite his good looks. Many women, believing their attractive appearance and decent conditions would secure them a suitable partner, set their standards high. Yet, exceptional men often attracted numerous admirers, including beautiful and capable women. In reality, mere beauty held little value. Affluent and capable men sought partners who could assist them in their pursuits, with family background often taking precedence over physical allure. Consequently, Pu Meiqi had yet to encounter her ideal partner. However, upon learning of Qin Xiaoyang's newfound wealth and capabilities, her attitude shifted. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman through obstacles, while a woman pursues a man through a thin veil. Just as Pu Meiqi contemplated pursuing Qin Xiaoyang, she discovered he was already in a relationship, and with the heiress of the Shen family, her courage faltered. Today, Her visit was merely to confirm her suspicions. Chaoyang, would you like me to help you tidy up? Pu Meiqi offered, stepping closer to Qin Chaoyang and beginning to organize his belongings. Unintentionally, her body brushed against him, and notably, she wore a low-cut shirt, seemingly without undergarments. As Qin Chaoyang discreetly stole glances, he had already seen the true nature of these three women, particularly Bao Xiaoxiao, whom he had observed most frequently. Do you find me attractive? Pu Meiqi asked, her voice soft as she caught him off guard. This chapter concludes. Chapter 92, The Wolf Repellent Spray. What's so appealing? Qin Chaoyang feigned ignorance. By the way, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, he awkwardly departed, carrying a box. A discreet glance is quite normal. After all, men tend to do so. However, taking action is still beyond Qin Chaoyang's current capabilities. Transforming from a man to a scoundrel requires time and a process. At least for now, Qin Chaoyang has not reached that level. Otherwise, the opportunity to go out with Lin Qianxuan would have been splendid. Upon returning to Shun Sijia's villa, he intended to place the vase in Qin Yudi's room. Ultimately, feeling it was unwise, he sought another room to use as storage. After all, he possessed quite a few valuable items, and leaving them in Qin Yudi's room left him uneasy. Not only the vase, but all his previous belongings were moved there as well. He then locked the door. Upon seeing the vase riddled with cracks, Shin Sijia felt a twinge of guilt. In truth, Qin Chaoyang had planned to repair it today. However, due to Pu Meiqi's interference, it was postponed. Thus, he set the matter aside for another time. The night passed as usual, and Qin Chaoyang left early the next day, handing his car over to Shin Sijia. The first stop was to pick up Lin Qianxuan. When he arrived at her villa, Lin Qianxuan was already waiting. She wore a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, carrying a backpack and a small LV bag on her shoulder. Qin Chaoyang promptly opened the passenger door and smiled at her. Miss Lin, have you been waiting long? Lin Qianxuan placed her backpack beside her on the seat and replied while getting in, No, I just locked the door. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Shall we grab something to eat first? Qin Chaoyang had indeed skipped breakfast, so he readily agreed and pressed the accelerator as they drove out of the community. What would you like to eat? I'll buy it, he offered, stopping at a breakfast vendor. Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you choose, Lin Qianxuan casually responded. A few minutes later, with several buns and some soy milk in hand, Qin Chaoyang got back in the car and activated the navigation on his phone, placing it in the holder. Lin Qianxuan glanced at the buns and soy milk, her brow slightly furrowed. She rarely indulged in street food, but out of courtesy to Qin Chaoyang, she ate a bun and took a couple of sips of soy milk. Qin Chaoyang noted her expression, realizing that she differed from Shen Sijia, who never complained when he took her out to eat. After breakfast, as Lin Qianxuan opened her bag to retrieve a napkin, an object rolled out and fell inside the car. Qin Chaoyang instinctively picked it up to hand it to her, only to notice the words on the bottle and was momentarily speechless. The bottle read Wolf Repellent Spray. Lin Qianxuan was suddenly embarrassed and at a loss for words. This spray had been given to her by Gao Yaoan, who remarked that one could know a person's face but not their heart. Despite Qin Chaoyang's seemingly genteel demeanor, one never knows what ill intentions might lurk beneath. In a foreign place, should Qin Chaoyang harbor any ulterior motives, this spray could prove useful. She had carelessly tossed it into her bag, never expecting Qin Chaoyang to discover it. Qin Chaoyang instinctively shifted slightly to the left, trying to maintain a distance from Lin Qianxuan, who felt even more awkward. Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand. This was given to me by Gao Yaoan. It's not directed at you. Qin Chaoyang nodded, saying, I understand. With that, he started the car and resumed their journey. Lin Qianxuan opted not to elaborate further, realizing that the more she explained, the more convoluted it became. She decided to change the topic. Mr. Qin, your trip to Donan is primarily for purchasing potted plants, correct? She inquired, a rather mundane question. However, often, such small talk serves as a crucial icebreaker. Indeed, you are aware that I own a potted plant shop. However, cultivating plants from scratch can be a lengthy process, typically taking a year or two, sometimes even 7 to 8 years. Thus, I plan to purchase some semi-finished products and then refine my cultivation upon returning. I've heard that potted flowers in Donan are quite affordable, which is why I intend to visit in person. By the way, Miss Lin, what made you choose to visit that area? After hearing Qin Chaoyang's rationale, Lin Qianxuan felt he was on the right track. The finest products invariably originate from their place of production or major markets. For instance, while raw jade from Huaxia is excellent, it cannot surpass that from the Jade Kingdom, where quality and affordability reign supreme. Please call me Qianxuan. I dislike being addressed as Miss Lin. We are friends now, so you may call me Chaoyang. She replied. As for my trip to Donan, it's a bit of a misunderstanding. I simply wanted to get away, but was unsure of where to go. When I heard Gao Yalan mention your trip, I casually looked it up and found it quite appealing. With this explanation, Qin Chaoyang grasped her intent. Lin Qianxuan was indeed truthful. She merely wanted to explore. Though she was also curious about how Qin Chaoyang purchased his plants. Conversations among young people often flow easily, especially between a man and a woman. As they continued along the highway, they stopped approximately every 2 hours, either for fuel or restroom breaks. By midday, they had passed Wancheng, and Qin Chaoyang exited the highway. Since they were not in a hurry, it was preferable to dine outside the highway rest stops, which were not only expensive but lacked local character. Having crossed provincial lines, they naturally sought to savor the regional cuisine, such as Huizhou cuisine, which is one of the 8 culinary traditions of Huaxia. Chaoyang, how about we stay here for a night? This place seems quite entertaining. I heard it is the hometown of Baogong. Shall we visit the Baogong temple? Lin Qianxuan suggested as she ate. Qin Chaoyang shook his head, replying, I'm afraid that won't be possible. After all, I am not here for tourism. Furthermore, I have many matters to attend to in Jinling. Perhaps next time. End of the chapter. Chapter 93. Shun Sijia checks the room. Lin Qianxuan finally realized that Qin Chaoyang had matters to attend to, unlike her who was merely here for leisure. Oh dear. I completely forgot about that. My apologies. She chuckled, and Qin Chaoyang remained silent. After lunch, Lin Qianxuan took the wheel while Qin Chaoyang prepared to take a nap. After all, it was essential to rejuvenate his spirit. As Lin Qianxuan drove, she glanced at Qin Chaoyang and discreetly tossed the canister of pepper spray out of the window. The journey from Jinling to Donan would traverse several provinces and cities. Donan, in essence, was a vast flower market, belonging to Chang'an County in Kuan City, renowned for its floral offerings. Upon awakening, Qin Chaoyang found it to be past 4 in the afternoon, having already crossed the borders of Anhui Province into Zhejiang. Qianxuan, why didn't you wake me? You must be tired. Let us stop at the service station ahead for a break and restroom visit. Then I'll take over driving. Qin Chaoyang referred to the restroom, a term Lin Qianxuan would typically use, as it sounded more refined. Nonetheless, Qin Chaoyang felt no need to feign sophistication. I'm fine really. A break sounds good, and I need to use the restroom too. After their respite, Qin Chaoyang resumed the driver's seat, driving for another couple of hours before exiting the highway. The mantra remained. Time was not pressing, so there was no need for undue exertion. They decided to dine first, and then find a place to stay for the night. Following dinner, the duo sought out a hotel, and Lin Qianxuan urged Qin Chaoyang to stroll through the streets. It was nearly 9 in the evening when Qin Chaoyang returned to the hotel, showered, and prepared to send a message to Shun Sijia to update her on their situation. However, Shun Sijia had already sent a video message ahead of him. Shun Sijia had spent the entire morning completing work before arranging for the extraction of stones. All 11 raw stones yielded jade, which she had anticipated. After all, a man of his caliber would surely possess some genuine skill. Yet, she was taken aback when a piece of red jade emerged, almost identical to Qin Chaoyang's description. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed she had truly struck gold. With Qin Chaoyang's talents, wealth could be within reach, and with the resources at his disposal, establishing a second Shin group was not out of the question. She secured the red jade and converted the value of the others into funds deposited into Qin Chaoyang's account. The red jade, however, was locked away in a safe. Though exquisite, it paled in comparison to imperial green jade. Yet, this was of little concern. What mattered was that her mother favored red jade, making this piece valuable. Bored, Shun Sijia found herself thinking of Qin Chaoyang. Indeed, she missed him. She yearned to call him, but hesitated, fearing it might distract him while driving. Then she recalled Lin Qianxuan. After a brief search, she discovered that Lin Qianxuan's father was somewhat reputable in Jinling, with the Lin family primarily engaged in foreign trade, their company assets exceeding 100 billion. This revelation eased her concerns significantly. Their total assets paled in comparison to the Shun family's vast holdings. After work, Shun Sijia visited a potted plant store before returning to her villa. Once her tasks were completed, she sat on her bed, playing with her phone while waiting for Qin Chaoyang's call. As night fell and no call came, impatience overcame her, prompting her to send a video call request, which was instantly accepted. Chaoyang, why did you answer the video call so quickly? She inquired. To this, Qin Chaoyang candidly replied, I was just about to call you when your video came in a fraction of a second before mine. Does this count as a telepathic connection? Shun Sijia rolled her eyes at him. What a load of nonsense. Could you not have been a moment quicker? By the way, where are you now? Are you staying in a hotel? As she posed her questions, her gaze remained fixed on Qin Xiaoyang, though the phone's camera only captured his face, obscuring the room's surroundings. Women can often be contradictory, desiring to see certain things while fearing others. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyang, Shen Sijia harbored secret thoughts as he ambled toward the restroom, needing to relieve himself. As he moved, Shen Sijia gradually discerned the room's layout, a standard single occupancy, rather empty. Satisfied, she remarked, "Xiaoyang, why are you pacing around?" At that moment, Qin Xiaoyang halted, and the sound of him urinating filled the air. "What? Is it not permissible for me to relieve myself? If you don't believe me, just look." He cheekily pointed the camera downwards. Instantly, Shen Sijia's cheeks flushed. Although she had touched that part a few times, she had never seen it before, and to witness it in such a context was startling. "How bold! You rogue! You lecher!" These terms had nearly become her catchphrases. "What is wrong with showing my wife? Am I a rogue for that?" Qin Xiaoyang chuckled, pressing the toilet flush before returning to the bed. "Xiaoyang, I have good news. I'm leaving," Shen Sijia declared, leaving Qin Xiaoyang speechless. Her departure was of no concern to him. Observing Qin Xiaoyang's expression, she burst into laughter. "Seeing you so distressed, I'll show you a little treat. But don't blink." As she spoke, she began unbuttoning her nightgown, but then paused. "Forget it. You won't see it. If you want a glimpse, come back early." Qin Xiaoyang felt a twinge of frustration. This virtual viewing was futile. He could hardly see anything from hundreds of kilometers away. "Sijia, just show me a peek. Just a little." Shen Sijia was not easily fooled. Men were perpetually insatiable. A little often turned into countless requests for more. "Dream on. If you want to see, come back sooner. If you're desperate, go check on Lin Qianxuan." A shiver ran down Qin Xiaoyang's spine as he finally grasped Shen Sijia's warning. Just then, a knock echoed at his door, coincidentally heard by Shen Sijia, causing her expression to shift. "Go answer the door. It might be a beautiful woman. Perhaps tonight you'll have a stroke of luck. Hurry, go see who it is." Shen Sijia's words dripped with jealousy. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Misunderstanding. Qin Xiaoyang regretted not having initiated the video call a few minutes earlier. At this moment, the knock on his door was most likely from Lin Qianxuan. He found himself in a dilemma, whether to open the door or not. Both choices seemed undesirable. Ultimately, with no other option, he decided to let her in. On the other side, Shen Sijia was fixated on her phone screen, anxious to confirm whether it truly was that vixen Lin Qianxuan. When the door swung open, 3 uniformed men appeared before Qin Xiaoyang. "Good day, we are from the XXX police station, conducting a routine check. We apologize for any disturbance." "Apologize? I could care less." Qin Xiaoyang silently cursed, nearly startled to death. "Please, come in." He shot a fierce glare at his phone and ended the video call. Shen Sijia, upon being cut off, felt no anger. Instead, her spirits lifted. She had been dreading the possibility of Lin Qianxuan knocking. After all, the situation of a lone man and woman staying together in a hotel could easily lead to unforeseen complications. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyang presented his identification to the officers, and after a brief interaction, they departed. In truth, these troubles were self-inflicted. Lin Qianxuan had intended to check into a better-rated hotel, but Qin Xiaoyang deemed it unnecessary for just one night and opted for a modest inn, which led to this predicament. Had they chosen a more upscale establishment, such inconveniences would not have arisen. As Qin Xiaoyang glanced at the clock, it was already past 10 in the evening, and he was preparing to retire for the night. Just then, another knock echoed through the room. Growing irritated, he muttered under his breath as he opened the door, "I can't believe you." To his surprise, it was Lin Qianxuan. "I apologize. I thought it was another," she began, but then smiled. "I understand. I was checked as well. So I came to inquire." Lin Qianxuan made no move to leave, instead glancing into the room, suggesting she wished to come in and sit for a while. Reluctantly, Qin Xiaoyang allowed her entry. He grabbed a beverage from the room and offered her a bottle, opening one for himself as well. "I sent you a message earlier. Why didn't you reply?" Lin Qianxuan casually inquired. Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly explained, "I was on a call and might have missed the notification." Lin Qianxuan nodded. "It was a video chat with your girlfriend, wasn't it? By the way, how did you manage to win over the heiress of the Shin Group?" This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. "Well, it's because I'm quite handsome," Qin Xiaoyang replied with a jest. Lin Qianxuan burst into laughter, her drink nearly escaping her lips. While she might concede that Qin Xiaoyang possessed some charm, the notion that Shen Sijia was captivated by his looks was utterly unbelievable to her. "My apologies. I couldn't help it," she exclaimed. reaching for a napkin to assist him in cleaning up. This instinctive gesture, however, made her forget the location of the spill. Qin Shouyang stood while Lin Qianxuan sat opposite him, and the beverage spurted precisely on his lower torso, above the knee. Wearing only loose shorts, Qin Shouyang found the situation quite awkward. Lin Qianxuan, realizing her error, blushed furiously as she wiped the sensitive area. I'll handle this myself, she stammered, looking down. It's getting late. I should head back to rest. Let us have breakfast together tomorrow morning. With that, she exited Qin Shouyang's room. Once back in her own quarters, Lin Qianxuan rushed to the bathroom to wash her face, her cheeks still flushed from embarrassment. Today had been a series of mortifying moments. From the morning's mishap with the pepper spray to this latest incident with the beverage. Meanwhile, Qin Shouyang tidied up, turned off the lights, and returned to bed, adjusting the air conditioning before recalling Lin Qianxuan's messages. He opened WeChat to find 3 notifications. The first read, "Xiaoyang, are you asleep?" The second, "Xiaoyang, I can't sleep. Shall we chat for a while?" The third, "Are you asleep? If so, good night." After responding to Lin Qianxuan, he deleted the conversation history. If Shun Sijia were to discover it, explanations would be futile. Qin Shouyang was well aware of Shun Sijia's possessive nature. Despite her composed demeanor, she harbored a hint of jealousy. He appreciated this aspect of her character. A woman who truly cares about a man will take an interest in his affairs, his life, work, and friendships. In contrast, Su Maishan remained indifferent to Qin Shouyang's social life, focusing solely on material wealth. After deleting the messages, Qin Shouyang plugged in his charger and gradually drifted into slumber. Lin Qianxuan, having calmed down, also settled into bed, soon noticing Qin Shouyang's message, "Rest early. Good night." The following morning, while Qin Shouyang was lost in dreams of intimacy with Shun Sijia, a knock on the door abruptly interrupted his reverie. Disappointed, he glanced at his phone, 6:30 a.m. Groggily, he opened the door to find Lin Qianxuan standing there, holding breakfast. Lin Qianxuan had always been an early riser. After purchasing breakfast, she intended to share it with Qin Shouyang before they set off. However, upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Qin Shouyang clad only in a pair of briefs, rubbing his eyes and yawning. This was not the main concern. Rather, it was that Qin Shouyang had been dreaming just moments before. As he muttered to himself, he ambled into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Qianxuan's face flushed once more as she retreated into the room and shut the door. End of chapter. Chapter 95. Street Scam. Lin Qianxuan was perplexed. Was Qin Shouyang truly so careless? How could he answer the door clad only in his briefs? While contemplating this, Qin Shouyang suddenly realized his attire and hurriedly covered his critical area before dashing back into the room. Indeed, he had only just noticed his state of undress through the bathroom mirror. At that moment, Lin Qianxuan understood that Qin Shouyang had been in a daze earlier. Completely oblivious to his clothing situation, a smile crept onto her lips. The awkwardness was no longer hers to bear, a point scored back. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Shouyang dressed properly, refreshed himself, and then began to eat breakfast. Ahem. So, did you sleep well last night? He asked, attempting to make conversation. It was all right. How about you? They exchanged casual banter as they finished their meal and set off once more, with Qin Shouyang behind the wheel. Shouyang, how did you come to know the young lady from the Shin family? Lin Qianxuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was during a stone gambling event, he replied succinctly. Recounting the incident, Lin Qianxuan was taken aback. You can gamble on stones? Can you take me next time? I would love to witness it. By the time they arrived in Qinggong County, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Clearly, it was not the best time to visit the flower market. So they opted to check into a hotel. Due to the previous night's experience, Qin Shouyang refrained from seeking out a cheap inn. Noticing the time was still early, Lin Qianxuan persuaded him to shop. Though Qin Shouyang was not particularly fond of shopping, he considered it a rare outing and thought he should buy gifts for Shun Sijia and Qin Yudi upon returning. Thus, he acquiesced. Women, regardless of wealth or appearance, possess an innate passion for shopping. Before long, Qin Shouyang found himself laden with several bags. Here, I'll wager 500 yuan on this. After their shopping spree, night had fallen, and they were preparing to return to the hotel for dinner. At that moment, they spotted a few individuals squatting at the street corner. A brief glance was enough for Qin Shouyang to discern what was taking place. A gambling setup. Such scams were rather commonplace, especially in the past. A simple game involved 3 playing cards, one of which was a face card, while the scammer shuffled the cards, inviting others to guess. For instance, if one wagered 100 yuan and guessed incorrectly, that amount would be lost. If correct, the scammer would pay out 100 yuan. In the early 2000s, such con artists could be found in every city, operating in public spaces, markets, and bus stations. Indeed, it was a deception. Typically, 2 to 3 accomplices would collaborate, calling out to passers-by to draw them in. One individual would begin placing bets, yet somehow, they would always fail to guess correctly. Bystanders could clearly see which card was which, yet the gambler remained oblivious. Naturally, this would pique the interest of others nearby, leading them to join in. The outcome was predictable. The man who had just lost 500 yuan was clearly a stooge, aimed at attracting Qin Xiaoyang and Lin Qianxuan. Xiaoyang, that guy is so foolish. I saw it clearly. The face card was in the middle, and yet he couldn't guess it. Lin Qianxuan exclaimed, already captivated as a bystander. Miss, don't boast if you can't back it up. If you're so confident, why not give it a try? Retorted the man who had lost the 500. I'll take you up on that. Lin Qianxuan, unfazed by the potential loss, was eager to prove herself. She pulled out her wallet and placed 500 yuan on the ground. I'll guess. The scammer's face lit up, and he began to shuffle the 3 cards. Lin Qianxuan's eyes danced as the cards moved at a considerably quicker pace than before, yet she managed to track the middle card. This one, without hesitation. She pointed to the center card. Are you sure? No takebacks. The scammer asked, deliberately delaying the reveal. Open the cards already. Stop stalling. Qin Xiaoyang already anticipated the outcome, but chose not to intervene. A small loss could serve as a valuable lesson. How could this be? I distinctly saw that card. Lin Qianxuan protested. You didn't T-switch the cards, did you? Miss, you can eat whatever you want, but don't make baseless accusations. Why don't you check the cards yourself? The scammer taunted. Lin Qianxuan reached out to flip over the other 2 cards, revealing that the face card remained in place. No way, let us do it again, she declared, reaching for her wallet once more, but Qin Xiaoyang stopped her. All right, let us head to dinner, it's getting late. Lin Qianxuan relented, rising to leave, motivated purely by the thrill of it all. Young lady, there's a saying, if you don't move after losing money, you'll have a gold mountain. Perhaps this time you could win back your losses. Why not we both bet together? I refuse to believe we can't win. The man who had just lost began to persuade her, brandishing a wad of cash that appeared to amount to 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Lin Qianxuan glanced at Qin Xiaoyang, seeking his approval. Initially, he had thought losing 500 yuan was inconsequential, merely a lesson for Lin Qianxuan. Yet, these individuals seemed insatiable, eager to extract more. I'll do it. Qin Xiaoyang interjected, pulling out 500 yuan from his wallet and placing it on the ground. All right, watch closely. The scammer immediately began to shuffle the cards again, inviting Qin Xiaoyang to make his guess. Xiaoyang, go for the left one, Lin Qianxuan whispered in his ear. With a smile, Qin Xiaoyang pressed down on the left card. I wager this one is the face card. The scammer's expression shifted dramatically as Qin Xiaoyang locked in his choice, thwarting any attempt to switch cards. In truth, such scams were easily performed. If one guessed incorrectly, there was no need for further explanation. If correct, however, the scammer would find a way to switch the cards before revealing the outcome, using various distractions to divert the gambler's attention. The speed at which they operated made it nearly impossible to catch them in the act, and even if one did, they would simply deny it. Young man, you're quite the expert. The chapter concludes. Chapter 96. The lecherous old man Qin Xiaoyang shrugged, stating, I used to work in this field with my third uncle, so I understand a bit. The orchestrator of the scheme nodded, saying, Ah, a fellow practitioner. My respects. As he spoke, he placed 500 yuan next to Qin Xiaoyang's 500 yuan. Since we're in the same line of work, I apologize for any offense caused. I hope you'll forgive me, young brother. Qin Xiaoyang didn't expect this fellow to be so honorable. He didn't make things difficult for him, nodding and smiling without opening the playing card. Friends, times have changed. If you can switch professions, do so. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable. I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Lin Qianxuan followed Qin Xiaoyang as he departed. If she didn't understand what was happening, she'd be a fool. Xiaoyang, how did you know they were a group? And how did you? Lin Qianxuan asked curiously. Qin Xiaoyang paused, then began to explain. It's a classic trick, but it can deceive many. The answer is simple. Did you notice that when he switched the cards, one hand always held 2? The key lies in those 2 cards. The hand holding the cards uses the index finger and thumb to hold one, and the middle finger and thumb to hold the other. When switching the cards, the card he appears to discard is visually the bottom one. In reality, he discards the top one, thus changing the position of the card you recognize. Lin Qianxuan was enlightened, but still had a lingering doubt. What if I didn't see clearly and guessed a card at random, and it happened to be correct? What then? Qin Xiaoyang chuckled, retorting, "That's a valid concern. Some people's eyes may deceive them, and they may not notice the card. So they can only guess randomly once the game has started. If they accidentally guess correctly, they'll replace the card as quickly as possible. They're professional con artists, playing this game almost every day, so their techniques are highly refined. The cards can be switched in the blink of an eye, or with a slight distraction. And even if they're caught, they can deny it all. In short, don't try to take advantage of these small gains in the future." As Qin Xiaoyang spoke, he handed the 500 yuan to Lin Qianxuan. Lin Qianxuan didn't accept the money, feeling somewhat dejected. As if Qin Xiaoyang thought she was a woman who loved to take small advantages. How could that be? "Xiaoyang, you've misunderstood. I was just having fun." Qin Xiaoyang realized he had chosen his words poorly, as Lin Qianxuan wouldn't stoop to such petty gains. "All right, I misspoke. To show my apology, I'll treat you to dinner." "Okay." Lin Qianxuan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly agreed. Then, she proactively reached out and took Qin Xiaoyang's arm. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Qianxuan, I have a girlfriend." Lin Qianxuan's previously cheerful face immediately darkened. "I know you have a girlfriend. Can't I even hold your arm? Besides, it's not like you're losing out." Qin Xiaoyang awkwardly scratched his nose, stammering, "All right, I'm hungry. Let's go eat." After dinner, Qin Xiaoyang declined Lin Qianxuan's invitation to stroll through the night market, as he needed to conserve his energy. In reality, he was trying to prevent Shen Sijia from checking up on him. If Shen Sijia found out he was at the night market, it wouldn't take a genius to realize he was with Lin Qianxuan. So he needed to return to his room and video chat with Shen Sijia. Qin Xiaoyang's trip was planned for a week, with 4 days spent on travel. That meant he only had 3 days to handle his business. Additionally, he had researched online before coming and discovered that Kuan City had a famous antique street, a very large one. So he had to set aside another day. Qin Xiaoyang's plan was simple. He had to earn back the travel expenses and the cost of the flowers. Qin Xiaoyang was quite the miser. For instance, if he spent 1,000,000 yuan today, he would consider how to earn it back elsewhere. Qin Xiaoyang returned to the hotel, took a shower, and quickly sent a video request to Shen Sijia. Shen Sijia hadn't gone to the company that afternoon, mainly accompanying Qin Yudi to collect materials. To get a driver's license, one must first study the materials and learn the theory. Qin Yudi was studying diligently, even more so than when she was in school, because she knew that only by getting her license would her brother buy her a car. As Qin Xiaoyang's only sister, Qin Yudi had a high level of awareness to exploit as much as possible. Shen Sijia was in the bathroom, and Qin Yudi was looking at the materials when Shen Sijia's phone rang. Qin Yudi picked it up and saw the words "lecherous old man" on the video display, along with a picture of Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Yudi immediately understood, so she answered it directly. Qin Xiaoyang was about to call out "little darling" when he saw that Qin Yudi had answered the video. "Why is it you? Where's Sijia?" Hearing his tone, Qin Yudi was unhappy. "Brother, why can't it be me? Are you unhappy to see me?" Qin Xiaoyang grimaced, saying, "I've been looking at you for 18 years. I've seen enough. Give the phone to Sijia." Qin Yudi was annoyed, but she couldn't afford to offend her brother right now. If she did, it would be difficult to exploit him later. So she went to the bathroom door and opened it directly. Qin Yudi thought that her brother and sister-in-law had already been living together for a long time, so video chatting while taking a shower seemed fine. Maybe it could even add some spice. So Qin Yudi didn't knock out of mischief. Shen Sijia was taking a shower and saw the door open. "Yudi, are you going to take a shower?" "Wait a moment. I'll be done soon." Because they were both women, and Qin Yudi was Qin Xiaoyang's sister, Shen Sijia wasn't shy. "Sister-in-law, it's my brother's video." Shen Sijia thought it was a video request from Qin Xiaoyang and didn't know that the video had already been answered by Qin Yudi. "So, answer it first and say I'm taking a shower. I'll call him back later." As Shen Sijia said this, she felt something was wrong because she didn't hear the video ringtone, and Qin Yudi was holding the phone screen towards her. So her showering appearance appeared on the phone screen. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes widened, and he almost had a nosebleed. "Ah, pervert, lecherous old man." Shen Sijia quickly grabbed the phone and glared at Qin Yudi, who stuck out her tongue and quickly slipped away. Shen Sijia knew she had just exposed herself, but it didn't seem to matter. Thinking about it, she felt at ease. "Lecherous old man, have you seen enough?" Chapter 97. Donan Flower Market. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head. "I can't get enough. I want to see them forever." Shen Sijia's fair face flushed crimson. She turned off the faucet, seizing a towel to wrap around her chest, shielding her vital regions. Then, phone in hand, she opened the bathroom door and emerged, casting a fierce glare at Qin Yudi as she passed. Qin Yudi stuck out her tongue and hastily lowered her gaze to the documents before her. Shen Sijia returned to the room. propping her phone up as she began to dry her hair with a hairdryer. "Sijia, that towel is unsightly. Discard it at once," Qin Shouyang exclaimed. Shen Sijia rolled her eyes at the phone. "Dream on. Suffer from longing. You deserve it." As she spoke, she deliberately lowered the towel, revealing the upper curves of her breasts to Qin Shouyang's view. Qin Shouyang felt frustrated. Why couldn't his X-ray vision penetrate the screen? Alas, Qin Shouyang could only fantasize. Even if he could see, what would it avail him? It might only intensify his longing. In another room, Lin Xinshuan considered visiting Qin Shouyang, but she surmised he might be engaged in a video call with Shen Sijia. This could lead to misunderstandings, so, as she had done the previous day, she sent Qin Shouyang a text message to ascertain if he was indeed on a call. Instead of a reply from Qin Shouyang, she received a video call from Gao Yalan. Upon answering, she saw Gao Yalan reclining on her bed, her face covered in a mask, which startled Lin Xinshuan. "Yalan, are you trying to scare me to death?" Gao Yalan patted her cheek and retorted, "It's just a mask. What's so alarming? By the way, have you arrived? And have you too, an unmarried man and woman, been up to anything?" Lin Xinshuan glared at Gao Yalan. "I don't know what you're thinking. I'm merely hitching a ride to travel. Oh, and something happened to me today." Lin Xinshuan and Gao Yalan shared a close bond, confiding in each other on all matters. Thus, Lin Xinshuan began to recount the day's events and the amusing incidents that had transpired along the way. However, she failed to notice that within their 10-minute conversation, she mentioned Qin Shouyang's name at least a dozen times. "Xinshuan, tell me honestly, have you fallen for Qin Shouyang?" Lin Xinshuan was taken aback by Gao Yalan's question and immediately retorted, "Gao Yalan, are you out of your mind? I've only known Qin Shouyang for a few days. And am I, Lin Xinshuan, the type of person who can't find a boyfriend?" Lin Xinshuan spoke earnestly, her voice rising slightly, but in Gao Yalan's eyes, this only betrayed her guilt. "Xinshuan, relax, will you? I'm just reminding you as a close friend. Who is Shen Sijia?" "Qin Shouyang's girlfriend is Shen Sijia. If you take this seriously, you'll only end up hurting yourself, unless you're willing to be a mistress. All right, I'm done talking. I need to wash my face." Lin Xinshuan ended the video call, pondering Gao Yalan's words. In truth, Lin Xinshuan was aware that she harbored some affection for Qin Shouyang, perhaps even exceeding the bounds of mere fondness. If Qin Shouyang were unattached, Lin Xinshuan would be willing to explore a relationship with him. In some respects, Qin Shouyang met Lin Xinshuan's criteria for a partner. However, Gao Yalan's words rang true. She would only be condemning herself to the role of a mistress. Could she ever knowingly become a third party? Given her looks, temperament, family background, and so on, becoming someone's mistress was simply out of the question. Lin Xinshuan was baffled as to how she had developed feelings for Qin Shouyang. This phenomenon could be explained in terms of magnetic fields. A man of unremarkable qualities undergoes a sudden transformation, which, to some extent, alters his magnetic field. Unconsciously, he begins to attract many women, such as Shen Sijia, Lin Xinshuan, and Bao Xiaoxiao. This could also be interpreted as a kind of aura. Meanwhile, Qin Shouyang had ended his call with Shen Sijia. In the end, he hadn't been able to see what he had hoped for. But thanks to his sister, he had witnessed a great deal. Qin Shouyang vowed to indulge himself thoroughly upon his return. After ending the video call, Qin Shouyang noticed the message from Lin Xinshuan. "Are you asleep, Shouyang? Would you like to grab a late-night snack?" Qin Shouyang glanced at the time the message was sent, 8:10 p.m., and it was now 10:30 p.m. This meant that Qin Shouyang had been chatting with Shen Sijia for 2 or 3 hours. He then replied to Lin Xinshuan, "Are you hungry? I'll order takeout." In the adjacent room, Lin Xinshuan saw Qin Shouyang's message and was about to reply in the affirmative. But then she remembered Gao Yalan's words and changed her mind. Sending Qin Shouyang the following message, "I'm not hungry anymore. It's late. Let's rest." Upon seeing this message, Qin Shouyang didn't dwell on it. Assuming that Lin Xinshuan was probably tired given the late hour, he plugged in his phone to charge and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Shouyang and Lin Xinshuan arrived at the Donan flower market. As soon as he entered, Qin Shouyang was astonished. He had never imagined that a flower market could be so vast. It dwarfed the flower markets in Jinling City, whether it was fresh flowers or potted plants. The quantity was immense, and, most importantly, the prices were low, several times cheaper than in Jinling City. Qin Shouyang's eyes were nearly blinded by the sight. Lin Xinshuan once again linked her arm through Qin Shouyang's, having cast aside her resolve from the previous night. "Shouyang, look at this azalea, and this pot hose, they're so beautiful." Lin Xinshuan was equally amazed by the floral paradise. Fortunately, she wasn't particularly enamored with potted plants, or she might have already made a purchase. Qin Shouyang nodded, unhurried. He spent 2 hours roughly exploring the entire market, familiarizing himself with the market conditions and prices before beginning his selection. He didn't choose the fully grown potted plants for 3 reasons. First, they were more expensive, at least relatively so. Second, fully grown potted plants offered limited room for remodeling because they were already set in their shape. And lastly, he chose potted plants that had the potential for shaping. For example, the potted plant in Qin Xiaoyang's hand was a vine-embraced tree, which offered great potential for shaping and was extremely valuable. A vine-embraced tree, simply put, is a small tree with vines wrapped around it. Of course, this is cultivated artificially. Xiaoyang, I don't think the ones you're picking are the best. Is there any particular reason? Lin Qianxuan was truly puzzled. Qin Xiaoyang was passing over the most attractive plants and selecting those with peculiar shapes. Do you want to know? Qin Xiaoyang smiled mysteriously and looked at Lin Qianxuan. Chapter 98. The futility of elegance. Lin Qianxuan nodded earnestly, awaiting Qin Xiaoyang's response. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiaoyang inquired, if you were the owner of an entertainment company, would you prefer to nurture promising newcomers or opt for already famous artists? Lin Qianxuan was perplexed by his question, yet she pondered deeply. If I were the boss, I would undoubtedly choose the former. Why is that? Qin Xiaoyang probed. Because once a promising newcomer is successfully nurtured, it is tantamount to a successful investment. Subsequently, they could generate substantial profits for the company, and their remuneration would be relatively modest. In other words, they are manageable. Conversely, established celebrities tend to be unmanageable, often displaying arrogance, and their share of the profits is significantly higher, rendering them a poor value. Their flexibility is also minimal, as they are already set in their ways. Qin Xiaoyang snapped his fingers. You are absolutely right. This potted plant is similar. Once acquired, it is nearly impossible to reshape. Thus, if I purchase it, it merely becomes a decent potted plant, costing 1,000 but yielding only a few thousand in profit. However, my selected options possess the potential for transformation. A $100 plant can be revitalized and sold for 10 or even 80,000. Lin Qianxuan was astounded. A $100 plant could be sold for 10 or 80,000. Suddenly, she recalled the 2 potted plants she had purchased earlier. Qin Xiaoyang smiled and remarked, I bought them for $50 each. Lin Qianxuan was left speechless, realizing that her extravagant purchase of 100,000 had only cost him 50. Yet, she understood that the process involved numerous steps. It was akin to the products sold in supermarkets. Take mooncakes, for instance. A beautifully packaged box, large and ornate, contains only a few small mooncakes wrapped in yellow silk. Without even considering the taste, the visual appeal speaks volumes. The actual cost may be just a few dollars, yet a single package can sell for hundreds, or even more. Hence, one cannot assess an item solely by its intrinsic value. Qin Xiaoyang refrained from further explanations and began selecting the potted plants he desired. Lin Qianxuan pushed the rented cart alongside him, ready to transport their acquisitions to a temporarily rented room. Soon, they decided to take a break for lunch at a nearby bustling eatery. If Qin Xiaoyang had been alone, he might have settled for a bucket of instant noodles. After their meal, they returned to the market, only for Qin Xiaoyang to be taken aback. The crowd had dwindled by nearly half, and the prices of the potted plants had dropped significantly. Frustrated, he realized he had overpaid earlier. Wow, what a beautiful puppy. After purchasing his first potted plant, Lin Qianxuan spotted a vendor selling wolf dogs. The middle-aged woman had no adult dogs on display, only a litter of 3 adorable puppies, likely just a month old. Xiaoyang, let us buy one. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head slightly. He had come to purchase potted plants, not a wolf dog. Where would they even keep it? At Shen Sijia's villa? That seemed absurd. Xiaoyang, please, let us get one. Lin Qianxuan pleaded playfully. Where would we put it? He countered. Lin Qianxuan paused, realizing the dilemma. But I really love puppies. How about you let me keep it for now, and you can visit it often. I'll take care of everything else. She was resolute about getting the dog. How much for the wolf dog? Qin Xiaoyang knelt down to inquire. Males are 800, females are 600, the woman responded. That is quite expensive. Qin Xiaoyang hesitated. 800 for a dog seemed excessive. I'll take a male. Lin Qianxuan immediately produced the cash to pay. The males are sold out. All that's left are females. Qin Xiaoyang was speechless. What is the point of mentioning it then? Eventually, Lin Qianxuan settled for a small female dog, cradling it in her arms. The little creature appeared frightened, trembling slightly. Unperturbed, Qin Xiaoyang continued his pursuit of potted plants, relishing the affordability of this venture. By day's end, he had spent several thousands, but the quantity was staggering. Examining the potted plants in the room, he sighed. Even with his small truck fully loaded, there was no room for all of them. Xiaoyang, let us buy some folding beds. Stacking them creates layers, allowing us to store many potted plants, Lin Qianxuan suggested. Her idea sparked a light in Qin Xiaoyang's eyes, although he was not keen on the folding beds, as they took up space and would be impractical afterward. More importantly, they were costly and unstable. I have a plan. Follow me. This time, Qin Xiaoyang took the initiative to lead Lin Qianxuan to the car, accelerating towards the nearest shop specializing in aluminum doors and windows. He intended to commission custom shelves tailored to fit the truck's interior. These multi-tiered shelves would accommodate numerous potted plants, secured to prevent shifting during transit. After some haggling, they settled on a price of 5,000, with a completion deadline set for the following afternoon. Xiaoyang, you are so clever to think of this. They returned to their hotel, dining while engaging in conversation. Smart? Not at all. If you hadn't suggested the folding beds, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. Lin Qianxuan smirked and retorted, you speak so rudely. It reminded her of something Shun Sijia had once said. This isn't rudeness, it's being straightforward. Elegance is merely an act put on by the pretentious. What good is elegance? Look at those men in suits and ties. They seem refined during the day but flock to bars and nightclubs once darkness falls. If elegance could generate wealth, scholars would be the richest in the world, without exception. Strangely enough, there was a peculiar truth in his words. Xiaoyang, how I wish I had met you sooner. The chapter concludes. Chapter 99. Shopping what? Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Nothing serious, I was just speaking casually. By the way, given today's purchases, we should have enough by tomorrow morning. Where shall we go next? Lin Qianxuan's intention was clear. She did not plan to return immediately, but rather wished to explore and enjoy the day. I intend to visit Kuan City. I have heard there is an antique market there that piques my interest. Lin Qianxuan was momentarily stunned. You have knowledge of antiques? Qin Xiaoyang nodded. I know a bit. In fact, I plan to open an antique shop, and I also possess some knowledge about jade. This revelation astonished Lin Qianxuan. How could someone be so well-versed? Knowledge of horticulture, stone gambling, and now antiques? However, her understanding of knowledgeable was akin to someone like Huang Guangyan, a mere dabbler. She did not dwell on it much, as she firmly believed that Qin Xiaoyang's expertise in horticulture was genuine. Xiaoyang, would you like me to invest in your antique shop? This was the second person to express interest in investing in Qin Xiaoyang's venture, the first being Shun Sijia, who had already begun investing directly in him. Moreover, if Qin Xiaoyang sought investments, he was confident that Huang Guangyan and Feng Yu would be keen as well. In truth, opening an antique shop was not particularly lucrative, and it was not akin to other businesses. Of course, profitability depended on luck and personal insight, which is why Qin Xiaoyang might not dedicate excessive time and energy to it. Primarily, he desired to expand his career. As for investments, he preferred to forego them. It was merely a shop, after all, and did not require substantial funds. Thus, Qin Xiaoyang declined. Lin Qianxuan nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. After all, her lack of interest and understanding in antiques played a significant role. Xiaoyang, are you interested in foreign trade investments? My family primarily operates in that sector. If you're keen, we could partner to establish a factory for foreign trade business. I assure you, the orders will be abundant, and profits will ensue. Lin Qianxuan was currently seeking any opportunity to connect with Qin Xiaoyang, and her assertion held merit. If Qin Xiaoyang indeed opened such a factory, the orders would undoubtedly not be a concern. However, Qin Xiaoyang still declined. His time was exceedingly limited. How could he possibly manage such commitments? A factory? At present, he aimed to swiftly expand his potted plant shop and subsequently establish his antique shop. Following that, he intended to venture into the jade industry in Yunnan. In comparison, potted plants and antique shops were trivial pursuits. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaoyang was reluctant to outright refuse, as turning down a young woman would undoubtedly create an uncomfortable situation for her. Qianxuan, let us discuss this matter later. I am presently overwhelmed and must first stabilize the potted plant shop before considering the antique shop. Once I conclude my endeavors here, I will contemplate the jade business. If you are interested then. Before Qin Xiaoyang could finish, Lin Qianxuan interrupted. I am interested. As long as it involves doing business with you, I am all in. Lin Qianxuan's declaration was rather overt, and Qin Xiaoyang picked up on it. While she too recognized her slip. What I meant was, I see great potential in you. I firmly believe that partnering with you in business would yield substantial profits. Lin Qianxuan hastily clarified her earlier statement. Qin Xiaoyang chose not to dwell on that topic, instead recalling that he knew little about Lin Qianxuan's background. Qianxuan, could you share what your family does? Lin Qianxuan's heart leaped with joy. Was Qin Xiaoyang genuinely interested in her? My family is involved in foreign trade, primarily dealing with textiles, electronics, and more. However, we also engage in various other businesses. My grandfather started with a small factory, and my father expanded it significantly. Qin Xiaoyang understood better now. He had some knowledge of foreign trade. Essentially, it involved countries outsourcing production to China due to cheaper labor and a diligent workforce, which led to many processing enterprises, much like Lin Qianxuan's family business. I see. And who else is in your family? Lin Qianxuan felt even more delighted, realizing Qin Xiaoyang was inquiring about her family background. However, this was merely Qin Xiaoyang's attempt to become familiar with her. My grandfather, my parents, and my younger brother. The two conversed for quite a while that evening, longer than they had in previous encounters. Qin Xiaoyang even consumed 2 bottles of beer, while Lin Qianxuan had 1. Checking the time, Qin Xiaoyang realized it was 7 in the evening, and he decided it was time to retire for the night. Xiaoyang, it's quite pleasant here tonight. Shall we take a stroll? This was merely Lin Qianxuan attempting to strike up a conversation. Kuan City, known for its spring-like climate, was undoubtedly cooler than Jinling. Initially, Qin Xiaoyang had no intention of strolling, but Lin Qianxuan had already taken his arm and led him outside the hotel. The so-called shopping was actually a visit to the night market. Lin Qianxuan entered the first shop, a men's clothing store. Excuse me, please bring me that suit. Qin Xiaoyang, somewhat perplexed, asked, why would a girl like you need a suit? Lin Qianxuan ignored his question, accepting the suit from the attendant and gesturing for Qin Xiaoyang to try it on. Why don't you try it on? Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback. Was this meant for him? That seemed inappropriate. Qianxuan, I already have clothes. Lin Qianxuan shot him an exasperated look and explained, this is for my father. I think he is about your height. Could you please try it on? Qin Xiaoyang rubbed his nose, realizing he had misinterpreted the situation. Surprisingly, the suit fit him quite well, as he was indeed a suitable model for it. That will do. Please wrap it up. Lin Qianxuan promptly paid with her card and also picked out a tie and belt. The ensemble was not inexpensive, at least not for an average person. But for Lin Qianxuan, it was merely acceptable. Qianxuan, you are truly filial. Lin Qianxuan's cheeks flushed, and she pretended not to hear him. By the way, Xiaoyang, how tall are you? Qin Xiaoyang thought for a moment and replied, with shoes, I'm about 178 centimeters. Why do you ask? Lin Qianxuan feigned surprise. Oh, you are 178 centimeters tall. Oh no, I must have remembered incorrectly. My father is only 165 centimeters. Qin Xiaoyang was at a loss for words. 165 centimeters? You think that is similar to my height? End of chapter. Chapter 100. Purchasing lingerie. How about this? This outfit fits me perfectly. Why don't I just transfer the money to you? As Qin Xiaoyang spoke, he took out his phone, ready to make the transaction. Xiaoyang, what are you talking about? Given our relationship, it's just a suit. Money doesn't matter. If it's really an issue, you could simply buy me a set as well. And we'd be even, Lin Qianxuan replied, slightly perplexed. Xiaoyang, who wasn't accustomed to drinking, had consumed 2 bottles of beer that evening, leaving his mind somewhat muddled. Ultimately, he was swept along by Lin Qianxuan's enthusiasm. They proceeded to the second store, a women's lingerie shop. In contemporary society, it is no longer unusual for men to enter such establishments without facing judgment. Even purchasing feminine hygiene products for a girlfriend is no longer a source of ridicule. However, it is customary for women to shop for lingerie with their friends or boyfriends. Yet, Lin Qianxuan's insistence on bringing him into the lingerie store left him puzzled. Lin Qianxuan confidently selected 2 sets of lingerie, requested the sales associate to wrap them up, and then it became apparent that she expected Qin Xiaoyang to foot the bill. The sales associate quickly understood and led Qin Xiaoyang to the register. A smile crept onto Lin Qianxuan's lips as she followed him. Your girlfriend has an excellent figure. And you are not bad yourself. Truly a match made in heaven. The sales associate's compliment was a standard part of her profession, but was also sincere. Qin Xiaoyang intended to provide an explanation, but soon deemed it unnecessary. After all, once they exited the store, they would be strangers. Sir, that will be 798 yuan. Qin Xiaoyang was taken aback, exclaiming, what? For just 2 pieces of fabric? The sales associate nodded, showing him the price tag. Internally, Qin Xiaoyang cursed, astonished that such minimal material could command such a high price. At 798 yuan, that meant each bra and pair of panties averaged nearly 200 yuan. While the bras were somewhat justified due to their size, the panties, having stolen a glance, were merely strips of fabric, likely insufficient to cover a child's palm. 2 yuan seemed more reasonable. How could they demand 200? Left with no alternative, he proceeded to pay. Suddenly, he remembered Shinxijia. He ought to bring back some gifts for both Shin Si-jia and Qin Yudi. While purchasing lingerie for Qin Yudi would be inappropriate, it would be different for Shin Si-jia. Could you also get me 2 additional sets of the lingerie I just selected, in pink, with bras a cup size larger than the previous ones? The sales associate's face lit up with delight as she quickly agreed and went to retrieve the items. However, Lin Qinshuan's smile vanished abruptly. Qin Xiaoyang's additional purchase was undoubtedly not intended for her, as Lin Qinshuan had overheard the keyword, a cup size larger. This implied Shin Si-jia was more endowed than she was, and it was no wonder Lin Qinshuan felt disheartened. Qin Xiaoyang was indeed aware of Shin Si-jia's size, having seen and touched her before, even assisting in unfastening her garments. Exiting the lingerie shop, Lin Qinshuan lost interest in shopping altogether, and the two began their journey back. Xiaoyang, do you prefer larger sizes? Qin Xiaoyang was momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Lin Qinshuan's question. What do you mean, larger or smaller? Lin Qinshuan struggled to articulate her thoughts. She was not lacking in her own assets, after all. Had she examined the petite package carefully, she might not have made such a comparison. It's getting late. Let us head back. The temperature was surprisingly cool for summer, necessitating a light blanket for sleep, rather than air conditioning. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyang felt an impulse to purchase a property in this locale. Upon returning to the hotel, after a refreshing shower, he opened his phone to find an avalanche of messages and several video call requests, all undoubtedly from Shin Si-jia. Realizing he was in trouble, he decided the only course of action was to disguise the truth. Sometimes, a well-meaning deception is not a grave misstep. He climbed out of bed, draped a damp towel over his neck, and wrapped a bath towel around his waist before initiating the video call. On the other end, Shin Si-jia lay on her bed, sulking. Qin Xiaoyang had not answered her video calls, indicating that she was not a priority in his thoughts. If he were to ignore her now, what would happen if he later desired her attention? Just then, Qin Xiaoyang's video call came through. Shin Si-jia initially considered hanging up in her irritation. However, fearing a repeat of the previous incident where he failed to call her back, she decided to answer, quickly erasing her frown to present a smiling facade. As the video connected, she saw Qin Xiaoyang drying his damp hair with a towel. Xiaoyang, why are you only showering now? While drying his hair, Qin Xiaoyang began weaving his tale. You wouldn't believe it. I spent the entire day at the flower market, buying numerous potted plants, only to discover they wouldn't fit in the car. You know how it is, those pots can't be stacked. In the end, I had no choice but to. He recounted the day's events in detail. Shin Si-jia finally grasped why Qin Xiaoyang had been unresponsive. He had been preoccupied with other matters, and she felt a twinge of guilt for her complaints. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. When do you plan on returning? Qin Xiaoyang reiterated his plans. Si-jia, within 4 days. I shall be at your side, ready for you to take your pick. Shin Si-jia scoffed playfully. You shameless flirt, you lecherous rogue. Qin Xiaoyang had grown immune to such terms. He even perceived them as compliments from Shin Si-jia. Si-jia, seeing how hard I've been working, perhaps you could reward me? Shin Si-jia was all too aware of his implied request. Under normal circumstances, she would have declined, but witnessing his exhaustion softened her resolve, leading her to half-heartedly loosen her sleepwear. This time, it was Shin Si-jia taking the initiative. Although they had been close in the past, Qin Xiaoyang had occasionally exhibited slightly inappropriate behavior, taking advantage of her inattention. However, this instance was different. All right, have you seen enough? If you want more, come back sooner. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Blushing, Shin Si-jia pulled her sleepwear up, intentionally covering half her body while revealing the other half, observing Qin Xiaoyang's reaction with amusement. This man's lustful nature was innate, yet it was evident who he directed it towards. If his desires were for his own partner, it was entirely acceptable, and women would feel delighted. However, should he express interest in another woman? End of chapter. Chapter 101. The Ziqing seal Qin Xiaoyang recalled a saying he had once encountered. When women don more clothing, men tend to be drawn to the exposed parts. Conversely, as women don less, men find their interest piqued by the areas concealed by scant fabric. He found this observation quite astute. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early. Don't forget to think of me. Shin Si-jia concluded, blowing a playful kiss at her phone. After ending the video call, Qin Xiaoyang began to peruse the messages Shin Si-jia had sent him earlier. They comprised text, voice notes, and selfies, all of which were taken post-bath, with her wrapped in a towel. Yet, the towel did little to obscure her ample curves, revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. This left Qin Xiaoyang with an inexplicable urge, akin to wanting to pilot a plane only to shoot it down with anti-aircraft fire. Meanwhile, Lin Qinshuan had just finished her bath, and was admiring her physique in the mirror. While not voluptuous, her figure was proportionate. Of course, there was always room for enhancement, as those with experience know that a woman's figure often changes with the presence of a boyfriend. After gaining one, there tends to be a noticeable increase in size. Dressed in the lingerie Qin Xiaoyang had gifted her, Lin Qianxuan felt a twinge of shyness. However, this was merely her interpretation of his gesture, compelled by a mischievous impulse. She snapped a selfie and sent it to Qin Xiaoyang. As soon as she hit send, regret washed over her, prompting her to hastily retract the message. Anxiousness filled her heart. She both desired and dreaded Qin Xiaoyang's reaction. Lin Qianxuan was not a frivolous woman. Her feelings for him had deepened, hence her impulsive act. Yet, the fear of being misconstrued as promiscuous lingered in her mind. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyang had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the retracted message. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as expected, Lin Qianxuan roused Qin Xiaoyang from his slumber. Stealing a glance at him, she tentatively inquired, "Did you see my messages from last night?" With a mouthful of toothpaste, Qin Xiaoyang mumbled, "I fell asleep right after my bath and didn't check my phone. What did you send me? In the future, just call me if it's something important. I rarely check WeChat messages." Relief flooded Lin Qianxuan's heart. He hadn't seen her message. "Oh, it was nothing. I intended to send a spooky picture to frighten you, but then I thought it might genuinely scare you, so I retracted it," she offered, fabricating a casual excuse. After breakfast, they checked out of their room, as Qin Xiaoyang planned to purchase some potted plants that morning. They would then drive to Kunqing, a journey of just over an hour. Upon arrival, they would find a new hotel and explore the antique street in the afternoon. They intended to rest there for a night, revisit the antique street the following day, and then return to collect the potted plants. It was a Saturday, and the crowds were even more pronounced. However, Qin Xiaoyang had already acquired what he needed the day before, rendering today less urgent. He would only purchase particularly promising potted plants. Feeling satisfied, Qin Xiaoyang drove to the shop from the previous day. With reasonable prices and the necessary shelves prepared, 2 workers assisted in loading the plants onto his vehicle. After settling the remaining payment, he set off towards Kunqing, leaving the potted plants behind for later collection. By the time they reached Kunqing, it was past noon. They grabbed a quick bite before heading to the antique street. "Qianxuan, do you remember what I taught you? It's crucial to coordinate with me," Qin Xiaoyang emphasized, reiterating the importance of their collaboration, much like he had previously instructed Shinxijia. "Don't worry. Rubbing your nose means you should leave, while tugging on your ear is a cute way to persuade you to buy something. It's just a ruse. And I'll make it crystal clear," she reassured him. They found themselves at the Panjiabin Antique Market in Kunqing, one of 3 antique venues in the city. Due to time constraints, Qin Xiaoyang decided to explore this location first. If he stumbled upon valuable finds, he might alter his plans to extend their stay for an additional day or 2 to cover the other 2 antique streets. Conversely, should his expectations not be met, he would adhere to his original itinerary, knowing he could return in the future. True to his nature, Qin Xiaoyang began his exploration not at the antique shops but at the street stalls. Perhaps it was fortune favoring him, or perhaps Lin Qianxuan was his lucky charm. For after perusing only 2 stalls, he uncovered a treasure. Ziqing seal, genuine, era, Qing dynasty, market price, 3 million. Qin Xiaoyang gasped, taken aback by the astonishing valuation. "How much for this shabby seal?" he inquired, preparing to make a move. The stall owner, a man in his 50s with a goatee, bristled at the term shabby seal. "Young man, what do you mean by shabby? This is a treasure from the Tang dynasty." Upon hearing Tang dynasty, Qin Xiaoyang realized the vendor's ignorance. It was understandable, as the seal was significantly worn, rendering the inscriptions nearly illegible. Without his perceptive insight, no one could discern the markings. "Please don't mislead me. Just tell me the price. I'm merely looking to buy it for fun." The vendor remained silent, extending a hand. 50. "All right, I'll take it," Qin Xiaoyang declared, reaching for his phone to scan the payment. "Young man, if you're not buying, don't cause a ruckus. I said 50,000. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes widened. "What? 50,000? I wouldn't even pay 500 for it." The vendor's spirits lifted at Qin Xiaoyang's response. This seal had been on display for over a year with minimal interest. The inscriptions were too faded to identify its origin, making it virtually worthless. "Listen, if you truly want it, I'll give you a discount. This is my final offer. What do you say?" End of chapter. Chapter 102. Lin Qianxuan's cooperation. This vendor raised 2 fingers, which could signify 2,000 or 20,000, depending on how Qin Xiaoyang interpreted it. In the past, during his first visit to a street stall, Qin Xiaoyang would have promptly said, "I'll take it for 2,000. the vendor would have undoubtedly responded, I meant 20,000. Thus, it was evident that Qin Xiaoyang was no longer the same person he once was. 2,000 was simply too much. Shaking his head while scratching his nose, Qin Xiaoyang discreetly signaled Lin Qianxuan. Darling, are you serious about this shabby item being 2,000? Just yesterday, you hesitated to buy a bag for that amount, and now you want to spend it on this worthless thing? If you dare to purchase it today, don't expect to share my bed tonight. A cold sweat broke out on Qin Xiaoyang's forehead. Her performance was astonishingly convincing. Ahem. Well, Qianxuan, I never said I wouldn't buy you something. I'll get you a bag later, all right? Lin Qianxuan fell silent, seemingly forgiving him. Boss, I can offer you 600 at most. If you're willing to sell, I'll take it. If not, no hard feelings. As he spoke, Qin Xiaoyang prepared to leave. All right. 600 it is. Consider it a small opening. With a look of dissatisfaction from Lin Qianxuan, Qin Xiaoyang scanned the payment and received the seal. Hey, young man. I also have an inkstone here. Are you interested? The vendor said as he retrieved an oval inkstone from a nearby box, placing it where the previous seal had been. This inkstone bore its own flaws, even more pronounced than the previous seal, with a significant chip missing and considerable wear. A quick glance revealed the information to Qin Xiaoyang's eyes. Item name, inkstone, owner, Zhao Nanqing, dynasty, Ming, value unknown, reparable. Qin Xiaoyang was unfamiliar with Zhao Nanqing. However, given its Ming dynasty origin, it couldn't be too shabby. Moreover, the mention of Zhao Nanqing suggested a person of considerable significance. Boss, how much do you intend to sell this inkstone for? Qin Xiaoyang inquired tentatively. The vendor glanced at him, and then subtly at the somewhat impatient Lin Qianxuan, refraining from making an exorbitant demand this time. Young man, I've had this inkstone appraised. It's a Ming dynasty artifact and may even date back to the Song dynasty. If you want it, 2,000. Qin Xiaoyang found this amusing. How could he claim to have it appraised while also suggesting it might be from the Song dynasty? Boss, look at this battered inkstone. It's missing a piece. 600 is all I'll offer. A few minutes later, Qin Xiaoyang departed from the stall with the inkstone in hand, accompanied by Lin Qianxuan. Xiaoyang, both of these items are damaged. Who would want them? I've heard that antiques lose value once they're broken, Lin Qianxuan remarked. Qin Xiaoyang surveyed the surroundings and replied quietly. It's hard to say, but making a profit of 100 or 200,000 shouldn't be an issue, damaged or not. They are still antiques. All right, let's move on. Without further explanation, Qin Xiaoyang pulled the incredulous Lin Qianxuan toward the next stall. They continued to peruse the various vendors until nightfall, only returning once the stalls began to close. Qin Xiaoyang wore a broad smile. The day had exceeded his expectations. Having discovered 7 hidden treasures in one afternoon was an unimaginable feat in the antique market of Jinling. However, it was not surprising, considering the nature of Jinling itself. If there were truly valuable items, they would have long been purchased by others. Thus, the opportunities for finding treasures here were relatively scarce. Qianxuan, you don't harbor any feelings for me, do you? Qin Xiaoyang asked, glancing at Lin Qianxuan, who was inspecting a snuff bottle he had bought. What nonsense are you spouting? Who would like you? Stop being so vain, she retorted, feigning interest in the scenery. Qin Xiaoyang was certain that Lin Qianxuan had an interest in him. Otherwise, why would she consistently cling to his arm? It was becoming increasingly natural for her. Thank goodness. You nearly startled me, Qin Xiaoyang exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. Lin Qianxuan was no longer pleased. What? Am I that unappealing? Do you find me repulsive? Qin Xiaoyang quickly waved his hands. Not at all. I simply lack self-discipline. To put it plainly, I am a man without principles. I fear that one day, I may unintentionally hurt you or someone else, so I must clarify that we can be friends. Please, do not develop feelings for me, as it might lead to your own suffering. His words were a mix of truth and pretense, intentionally warning Lin Qianxuan. He was a man unworthy of commitment. She should not fall for him, lest she suffer the consequences. Lin Qianxuan, astute as she was, quickly grasped the underlying message. It was, in fact, a dilemma she had been grappling with herself. Rest assured, I will not develop feelings for you. If I were to, that would be my affair, and the outcome would be of no concern to you. By the way, was Miss Xin your first girlfriend? Qin Xiaoyang was not fond of discussing this topic, as he wished to avoid reminiscing about Su Meishan. Typically, he would brush off inquiries about his past relationships, but he did not want to deceive Lin Qianxuan. I did have a girlfriend once. We broke up later. Lin Qianxuan's curiosity piqued. Could you share more about it? Qin Xiaoyang anticipated her reaction and began to fabricate a story. There is not much to say. I dated someone right after graduating. I suppose I was a bit of a rogue, and I had some flirty interactions with other girls, which ultimately led to our breakup. Lin Qinyuan was taken aback. Generally, people would deflect blame onto their partners after a breakup. She did not expect Qin Xiaoyang to openly admit his flaws, raising another question. Was he truly a rogue? Or was he just saying that? Does Miss Shin know about your past? Qin Xiaoyang nodded. She probably knows a bit, which is why she's quite strict with me now. She insists on video calls every night, which, in a way, is beneficial for me. At least it helps me correct some of my bad habits. Enough about that. Let's go eat. He repeatedly mentioned the video calls to convey to Lin Qinyuan not to seek him out later. In truth, Qin Xiaoyang had no romantic inclinations towards Lin Qinyuan, primarily because of his connection with Shen Xijia. Moreover, he believed he lacked the ability to keep his flirtations hidden from her. Thus, it was prudent to be cautious. At that moment, his phone rang, startling him. Could it be Shen Xijia calling? End of chapter.